Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter on the grid and in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
A very good morning to you and welcome to Brands Hatch 88.3 FM. It's BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki. The sound of the British Superbikes, and the first bikes have gone out on circuit. Qualifying, we are straight in this morning with qualifying sessions. 25 minutes for the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bikes. I'm delighted to say our regular BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki team are in place. Larry Carter is down in pit lane and in the commentary box. A very good morning to Duncan Vincent.
Thank you very much, Alan Hyde. Welcome everybody to the Saturday at Brands Hatch, where we have the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship qualifying on track. It's Duncan Vincent, and it's great to be here. Brands Hatch, the spiritual home of the British Superbike Championship, and also celebrating 100 years of Brands Hatch, a century of power from 1926 to 2026. As I arrived yesterday, drove in through the main entrance past the rising barrier, and then you drive past the flags of legends, champions, and I had to almost stop the car in order to make sure I could look at every flag. And just sensational. Brands Hatch have done a great job celebrating their history. They have done it right, and we rock up right bang smack in the middle of that for our midsummer sensation at Brands Hatch, and that's what we have. It's always a very big crowd, it's always good racing, and touch wood, we're always kind of guaranteed good weather as well. So qualifying on track, we'll pick that up in a minute or two. We'll let them get a couple of laps under their belt. Good morning to everybody who's trackside. Good morning if you're listening on the radio on 88.3. Good morning if you're listening via TSL, or you may even be listening via the YouTube stream online. It's great to have you along with us for the ride at BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. Down in the pit lane, as ever, we have got the one and only Mr. Larry Carter, who will be giving us all the information, giving us all the scoops, and that's why he is called Scoop. And Larry, it's a little bit warmer than we would expect as well. Muggy almost, you might say.
Yeah, good morning, Dunk. Good morning, everybody, here at round 5 of the ongoing British Superbike Championship here at Brands Hatch under slightly cloudy skies, I must admit. We are down here in pit lane, Dunk, and yeah, it's a little bit cooler than what we had it over the past couple of rounds at Stetterton when we were baking. But yeah, it's just pleasant. I did actually catch one of your interviews with Christian Idden yesterday when he said that the temperatures are set to cool down a little bit over the weekend. Well, I'm not too sure which weather forecast he looked at, because I think we are set pretty fair for today and tomorrow, perhaps a little bit cooler tomorrow, but the temperature is set to get up to around about 23, 24 degrees, perhaps even a little bit higher as we go through the day today. But it's pleasantly warm down here in the old shirt sleeves, ready to bring you all the information, and already the action is happening in pit lane, because we have got this wonderful livery of the Bradley Ray McCann's Yamaha down here, the Boost replica, and they are just starting up the old Neil Mackenzie bike from something like 30 years ago, and Brad's bike replicating that colour scheme here this weekend as a tribute to the 30th anniversary of Neil Mackenzie taking that first title. We'll be bringing you all the information as we go through the course of the weekend down here in pit lane. So for now, with 20 minutes to go in this junior sport bike, it's back to you, Doug.
Yeah, thanks, Larry. I did manage to pop down into the pit lane yesterday, and I was lucky enough to see that Boost bike, and it brings back so many nice memories of the 1996 era. 96, 97, 98 that we saw Neil Mackenzie being very dominant on that Cadbury's Boost YZF 750. There'll be another couple of bikes down there as well.
All Spuds is down here, Dunk, whilst we just let these riders get a lap or two under the bits. This brings back memories, Neil. This brings back some memories for you.
Yeah, 30 years ago, Larry, but yeah, looking forward to having a bit of a ride round later.
Oh, you're going to have a blast round, are you? Do you think you'll get somewhere near the lap record?
Yeah, something like that. We need to get it on 4 cylinders first. We're only on the 3 at the moment.
One question that we'd like to ask is, how's Taz? I wasn't at Donington last weekend, but saw him take that nasty tumble, and I didn't think we quite thought he was quite as badly beat up as what he was. How is he?
Yeah, he's going to be out for a while. He got home last night, so he got his leg, quite a lot of work on his lower leg, left leg, a pin in it and some metal work, and his collarbone plate. So yeah, he's home. so just got to wait and see. But it's going to be a while.
Yeah, it's an innocuous crash, Dale. And of all places, the round that he was looking forward to most was in his backyard, or what used to be his backyard at Donington Park.
Yeah, he was in such a good place as well. Loving the bike. Everything was just like ready for the best weekend of his career. But yeah, just got caught a little bit of electronics, a little bit. Yeah. I won't really go into the details, but anyway, it's unfortunate what happened. We'll just have to get him ready and get him back.
That's it. Looking forward to seeing you having to ride around on this, but the old leather's still fit anyway.
Yeah. I'm ready. It'll be right.
Leave it to you, mate. Thanks for that. Yeah, well, we have got a weekend of legends here, haven't we? Because as well as Neil Spuds-McKenzie, who's going to be doing some demonstration laps on the old Cadbury's Boost Yamaha, then I'm not sure whether you've caught up with him so far this weekend. The multiple world champion, Troy Bayliss, is with us.
Bumped into him yesterday in the pit lane, Larry. I was actually walking up the pit lane backwards. As I spun round, he was standing directly behind me, smiling. I said, oh. So yeah, great to catch up with Troy Bayliss as well. Whether he's actually doing laps on track, he's not 100% sure, but I do know that James Whittam, or Jamie as he should be called when he throws his leg over the fast orange Yamaha, he'll be doing some laps. The 1993 FZR 750 from 93. I think it was the YZF 96 onwards, but anyway, it's fabulous to see so many nice bikes. We've got Troy Bayliss's 98 Ducati in the garage down there as well. There's a whole lot of bikes. Lennon Docherty's dad actually brought down the Hansby Honda from the Molesdale Foundation in central Scotland, so a great bit of work from Lennon's dad. Thank you very much, William, from everybody at MSV and BSB and everybody on site for bringing that down. And JT will throw a leg over that, I believe, and do a few circles off the track, which will be great to see. But there's so much to talk about this weekend. We also have the Zin Zone across there, which Dave Neal will be on, and he'll be giving us all the action from the Zin Zone. There will be a lot of interviews, and we've got to remember, it's the It's Tool King of Brands round. Okay, so there's something. Scott Redding will be wanting to defend that championship, or that trophy. But It's Tools putting up a nice another trophy for this year. These trophies they're quite cool as well. They're a little bit, I don't know, are the gas punk? Is that what they are, Alan? I mean, we've seen sets of carburetors, we've seen all this sorts of weird things. I just like the different ideas people have for putting on these pretty cool trophies.
11:20, if you're asking.
Oh, thank you for Dave Neal.
Scott Redding with Dave Neal at the Meet the Riders at the Zin Zone. I'll very quickly run down them while the qualifying session continues. Scott Redding 11:20, 11:30 Max Cook, 11:45 Leon Haslam, Glenn Irwin 12 o'clock, David Allingham 12:15, Luke Mossey at 12:30, Troy Bayliss at 2 o'clock. There'll be a crowd for that, won't there? I should say. Ron Haslam at 2:15, Kyle Ride, reigning champion 2:30, Rory Skinner 2:45, and Simon Reed from Superstocks at 3 o'clock. That's how it looks today.
Busy lineup. And
very busy, and a really good lineup as well.
And they've also got the ABK bar over there if you fancy having a little refreshment. I took part in a refreshment at the World Superbikes with the series director, actually, and a couple
Did
of
you, by Jove?
Yes, we had a lovely after-day refreshment at the ABK bar, so pop in there, and then you've got all the merch. You've got all the merch, and I mean all the merch. Right now, all I can see is Storm Stacey, but trust me, Harlequin are up there with the official line of BSB merchandise. I can see Milwaukee, It's Tools have an awning, Alpine Star are there as well, along with a whole lot of other people. Just head up into that area. There's a big muck-off area, which will very much be Scott Redding. But if you want to buy some official BSB merchandise, Harlequin would definitely be your area. Big screens are on site as well. As I look out the back towards the south bank, they are just going through the process of booting that, Alan. I think that's what you would call it. Have a look over your shoulder.
Is it booting up?
Yeah, have a look over your shoulder.
Colour bars.
Yeah, that's what they're called, yeah. But they'll be here all weekend. But let's focus on the qualifying session, the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship qualifying. The championship, which is a brand new one for 2026, and it focuses on riders aged 14 to 23 years old. 8 events over 16 races. They don't come to the last Brands Hatch. After this meeting, they'll do Alton Park, Thruxton, and then Donington, and then that will be their championship over. But we will have a brand new champion in an inaugural championship year, which is quite good, and it's been going all the way for Marley McKenzie up until this point, and then we got to Snetterton, and Marley had a bit of an off weekend. I think that's the only real way that we can say it. His off weekend was not a good one. He scored points, yes, but he crashed in qualifying. Was it qualifying he crashed in? Yes, it was, at Coram. And that kind of hurt him just that little bit. Not actually physically, but it hurt his weekend moving forward from there. The bike took a bit of a bash, and he just never got back to the form that we had seen Marley giving us. Remember, this is the man who's taken 5 wins and 1/3. But it was Ryan Newkirk who entered into the championship and took 2 victories. The man who races for the Free Tech racing team. A rider brought over to this country by Hudson Kenna, who we'll all remember. Or if you're wanting to pronounce it the Manx way, Larry, correct me on this, Hudson Kenyak.
Yeah, Hudson Kenyak. Now, I thought, when I spoke to Ryan van Nooykirk in the pit lane at Snetterton, Duncan, you remember me posing the question to him, hopefully see you at Brands Hatch. He says, yeah, that's the plan. We're hoping to be there. We've just come across out of South Africa for this race, but yeah, we want to be doing the rest of the series. So yeah, we'll see you at Brands Hatch. So we did all the programme preambles and did the report and everything else, only to be told actually he's not actually coming to Brands Hatch. They had a pre-scheduled event for Free Tech this weekend elsewhere. And as a result, Ryan, whilst he is in the country, sadly the logistics of the team couldn't make it here at Brands Hatch this weekend. But the good news is that anybody that is going up to Alton Park in a couple of weeks' time for the next round of the British Superbike Championship, we will be seeing Ryan van Nooykirk, this wonderful young South African who has the likes of Hudson Kenyak and Alan North, the former Grand Prix racer, in his corner. But I am told, reliably informed, Dunk, that he will have a teammate with him. Now, we don't know who that is, or what nationality, or anything other than the tip the nod about the fact that there will be 2 Free Tech machines out there at Alton Park in a couple of weeks. So that is something certainly that we're looking forward to.
Having 2 Free Tech R7 Yamahas will be pretty impressive. I tell you, one person that definitely will not be, Larry, is that Hudson Kenna will not be on that bike. 14 to 23-year-old. I think Hudson's just past the cusp of that.
Just misses it by a couple of months, doesn't he, Dunk? So that is very much the case. Well, the rider's still with 12 minutes to go in this session, just putting the laps in. If I could just grab a quick word with Glenn Irwin here, with your permission, Dunk.
Please do.
Well, he's just having a chat with the various team members. Just making sure, it's a little bit of infiltration here with the ex-team. Glenn, great to see you here, because when I was messaging you in Norwich and Norfolk Hospital a couple of weeks ago today, I thought Brands Hatch was a long way off with a potential neck injury, a potential back injury, potential hip injury again, and it was a case of deja vu, but wonderful news that you managed to get yourself fit and hopefully no lasting damage.
Yeah, it was quite worrying, particularly when the initial sort of CT report was looking like a C1 and C2 fracture. And
is that in the top of the neck?
Yeah, it's probably the worst ones you can do. And I guess what's strange, there has been an injury there in the past, and I was never aware of it. So, I'm on the trampoline quite a lot at home with the kids, so maybe got a front flip a little bit wrong, and that's where I done that, because I don't remember it happening on a motorbike. But yeah, the pelvis just took a massive hematoma. The bruising is still reasonably significant, but worked with a lot of good people at home to get me moving, and the guys have got me comfortable on the bike. We just adjusted some positions of some stuff, and I feel really good, to be honest. We're in the top 2 in some of the sectors. Sector 3 we are not so good, but it's things to work on. My teammate's great there, so it's good data to look at, and hopefully we can get closer.
Well, you just need a bit of luck, don't you, Glenn? You missed this meeting last year because of injury, and that was kind of like the end of the tenure with the PBM team. But obviously now you're not 100% fit, one would imagine, but in the top 8 of the pre-qualifying, which has got to be encouraging.
Yeah, no, I felt good. We also didn't piece our best lap together either, but some ideas for today. There's some areas of the track where perhaps me and the bike need to both improve. That's the plan for the FP3. It's a 10-minute session, so it's difficult to fully evaluate, but I know where we need to improve. Let's try that and put the bike in the front 2 rows in qualifying. And I've raced well here in the past. I've won I don't know, I must have won 4, 5, 6 superbike races here. I've had a good run here as well, so we'll look to add to the podiums at some stage this weekend.
Well, Glenn, thanks for talking to us. It's great there that Glenn is back here. I didn't think we'd be seeing him this weekend myself, but it just goes to show how wrong he can get. I always maintain that if anybody can do it, there's lots of riders in the paddock that, as I say, chop their arms off, they ride the bike with the teeth. But as far as Glenn Irwin is concerned, they don't come much tougher than him, do they? And when you consider that he was laid in an A&E unit in a hospital less than 2 weeks ago, and here he is with a suspected broken neck. Here he is back at Brands Hatch and fighting fit and challenging for podium positions. A remarkable story.
Absolutely, Larry. I spoke with him yesterday and I said, look, how are you? And he says, yeah, I'm okay actually. And I highlighted the exact same facts that you just did. But also, yes, look, you're directly through into Q2. And he had a big smile on his face. He looks a little bit, is it walking gingerly? Is that the right term, Alan? Is that what you would say?
It's a perfect term. Yeah.
Well, it depends if the gingers take offence to it, doesn't it?
I have no.
I'm looking at Heidi
with that.
the fair-haired warrior.
I was
that he is.
ginger once and proud of it.
Whilst we've got the superstars down here in pit lane, whether or not he doesn't ride anymore, but he's a very influential team owner because he's a World Championship team owner. It's Sean Muir down here. Great to see Sean down here. Sean, it wasn't a great weekend for you at Donington last weekend, but onwards and upwards. It must be difficult for you with the success that you've had with Toprak over the years to go for just challenging for the low leaderboard positions.
Well, it was a bit unexpected, to be honest with you, but yeah, with 2 riders coming back from injury, was a bit difficult to manage. We've had trouble all year really with Daniel, who hasn't really gelled, and it's been a battle from the beginning. Miguel, on the other hand, we've had quite a few podiums, probably the one rider challenging the Ducatis at the front, so yeah, Donington was hard work, but yeah, we've got a few more races left. We've got some tests coming up with some new material, which is what we need, and yeah, hopefully we can pick it up from there. We've got Magny-Cours coming up, which is a circuit we like, and it's looked after as well in the past, so fingers crossed we can get another step.
Now, it's Sean Muir I'm speaking to, ladies and gents, boss of the BMW World Superbike team. His son Jamie is out here in the junior sport bike. Now, Sean, I think it's fair to say that we need to get Jamie up to speed, mate. What can we do just to get him a little bit further up the leaderboard?
Well, I don't know whether me being here is good or bad for him, but there's a few races clashed this year, so I've not had much chance to see him. But yeah, it's brand new. He started on tarmac racing last year, and it's his second year this year. He's just finished school now, so like most of these kids have just finished school, so he's just got to learn his trade, really, hasn't he, and take it step by step, and hopefully we can get some progression. But a great championship to be in, great format for them. A bit more track time would help, but it is what it is, and if we want to be in this arena, you've got to race with the best.
And it's great to see Ilya Mikhalczyk on the BMW now starting to mix it up in Superbikes inside the top 10 after yesterday. That's got to be encouraging for BMW.
Yeah, that's the link to the factory team starting to grow a little bit more now with that. Ilya's been knocking on the door. He won the Superstock Championship last year, as you know. And he's a good talent. There's no doubt the factory needs to align with some more development material for the BSB Championship, and Ilya's been a work in progress for us. It was good that A. Wallacott took that step into Superbikes with the BMW, so I'm super pleased to see Ilya up there in that bunch, and if you can start to build on that, you then know there's going to be some momentum. But yeah, I'm looking forward to see what's coming.
Yeah, and thanks for your input in that, Sean, because it wouldn't have happened without you, simple as that. So we'll let you get back to the day job and get our kid up to speed on that one. Thanks, Sean.
You could maybe point him out in the direction of the commentary box. I've tried to get Sean up here for quite some time, actually, so I'll let you have a little word in his ear. That would be a great one for us to have, and we caught up with Sean quite a bit at the Donington Park World Superbike event. But it's Marley McKenzie who's fastest in the 1P Mobile National Junior Sportbike Championship. It's important that we bring you that. From Ben Jolliffe, the other person prior to Snetterton, the other man who had won a race this year. Ben won at Donington, race number 2.
Dunk, you're a near neighbour of Marley McKenzie. That off weekend he had at Snetterton, caused primarily by that big qualifying smash that he had, which put him on the back foot. Have you had a chance to have a word with him? Because 2 7th places wouldn't be where we expected Marley McKenzie to end up at Snetterton.
It was just an off weekend. He was a bit battered and bruised as well, Larry. So he comes back here to Brands Hatch, where he has pretty good history. And he and Ben Jolliffe have technically been in a bit of another league from everybody else. Mackenzie yesterday in free practice posted a 136.9. Ben Jolliffe posted a 136.9. The next person, the next rider, Laken Payne, was a whole second back, Larry. There was a huge gulf. Now, that may change in the race, but it looks like Mackenzie and Jolliffe have a little advantage on everybody around here. The Kirkcaldy Kawasaki base rider has got fit. He's shrugged off the little bump that he had at the Snetterton circuit. The bike's back as it should be. But he's got his hands full because these Dunsley Heat Yamahas are fast. It's great to see the R7 looking good as well. Mackenzie and Jolliffe are top of the times from Laken Payne on 72, and another R7 Yamaha of Lewis Mullen in 4th place. Kylan Shuttlewood on the Rocket Rookies Kawasaki is in 5th place, ahead of his teammate Rory Creeth on 18 and 6th. And Luca Hopkins, the first of the Team SBR, powered by DKS Drilling Kawasaki, Steve Brogan's rider. Luca Hopkins in 7th place. Mason Johnson in 8th on bike 88, so all the 8s there. And Freddie Oakley in one of the brightest colour schemes you will see in the paddock. Freddie Oakley finds himself on 61 in 9th place. Isaac Mark, teammate to Luca Hopkins, goes up into 10th place as we're running through the top 10 to put the second of the Team SBR powered by DKS Kawasaki's in the mix. His teammate Luca Hopkins going in towards turn 1, and through he goes. Outside the top 10, Luca Wilkinson. Jamie Hanks Elliott's in 12th place. Now, Jamie had a very good run yesterday, 7th place in free practice. A 138.461 today. Jamie yesterday was a 138.644. Wow. So a couple of tenths faster today for Jamie Hanks Elliott. Let's see how that unfolds through this qualifying session, which we have 3 minutes to go. We've got Arnie Carr in 13th, Finn Page, Sid Marshall, that's a flashback to last weekend. Ben Hardwick in 16th place ahead of Finn Harrison. Jamie Muir, the son of Sean Muir, who Jamie Muir sits in the pit lane on his Rocket Rookies Kawasaki, bike 23. We've got Ormond and Harris, 19th and 20th place. Ormond and Harris, that is Archie Ormond from Ormskirk on the AO40 Racing Kawasaki, and Holly Harris from Chippenham on the Team FR89 Racing, who we all know Holly very well. And Holly just not gelling with this right now. Holly's a lot faster a rider than where she is on the timing screens, Larry.
Yeah, she hurt herself, didn't she, with that coming together with Ryan van Nooykerk when he stalled on the grid on the warm-up lap, and we all held our breath. And poor Holly, who was on the back of the grid, I think she just clipped the back of the Yamaha. I didn't manage to catch up with her in pit lane afterwards, but she did take herself off to the med centre holding her left wrist, so one wonders whether or not there's a legacy to an injury. And bear in mind, it was only a couple of weeks ago, Dunk, that she could have just tweaked some damage in that.
Sorry, Larry, wrong button. The Snetterton incident was terrifying to watch. There's nothing worse. It was absolutely terrifying, and Holly was very lucky, but also very unlucky in that incident. I did see her walking up pit lane with her wrist being held and her arm being held as she walked towards the medical centre. She did look up and kind of rolled her eyes a little bit, but it's one of these things when you see something like that happening, there's really nothing you can do. You're completely helpless, and Holly just tagged Ryan van Nooykerk on the way past. But thankfully, we got away lucky with that one. But Holly did pick up a bit of an injury. I did see her walking with the arm raised and being supported. Luca Hopkins has just put a good lap in and gone P4 to put himself a second away from that fastest time that's still held by Marley McKenzie. But this morning, McKenzie has a 3/10, almost 4/10 of a second buffer over Ben Jolliffe. The 136.346 that Marley McKenzie has put down is a lot faster than the 36.9 which he managed yesterday. So clearly a new set of tyres for qualifying, definitely helping along the way. Ben Jolliffe 136.7. Well, he has gone a little bit faster than yesterday as well, 2/10 faster, but McKenzie has found a huge chunk of time in this 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship qualifying session. Brought to you by Amulagato on 1P Mobile. Our TSL timing screen is awash with yellow and green. Yellow means people have gone through their sector. Green means they're on a personal best. When I see a purple sector coming up though, or a magenta as Mason Law likes to call it, and I do like that, that means they are the fastest of anybody. Laken Payne, personal best through sector number 1, green. Fastest of anybody in this session through sector 2, purple. We wait and see what the number 72 gives us as he makes his way through Dingledale, up over Sheen Curve and in towards Stirlings. That's where the next sector will be broken. He needs to try and keep this roll going. 26.289 through there. It's gone yellow, and that's quite a chunk away from Marley McKenzie. He has found himself mired in a piece of traffic coming down there behind Mason Johnson and with Holly Harris. So I think that has maybe just cost him ever so slightly on this lap. So Lakin Payne, who was looking for an improvement in third place, he'll cross the line, and it won't be it won't be an improvement. He crosses the line and unfortunately drifted away. What looked like a really good start to the lap just petered away. The checker flag now flies, and we also saw a pretty good improvement for Freddie Oakley, up to 9th place for Freddie, 37.997 on his effectively second to last lap. And Marley McKenzie now takes the checkered flag and puts in another fastest lap with a 136.313. But Ben Jolliffe, well, he's got 0.4 of a second now to try and do something with, as Jolliffe himself crosses the line, and it's a 39.6, so a bit of a slow last run towards the flag for Ben Jolliffe out there all on his own. And interestingly, the thing that McKenzie again is managing, Larry, and we're seeing a lot of this, Marley manages to do these laps on his own. He doesn't need to be in a tow. He doesn't feel the necessary tow situation that a lot of riders put themselves in to get that lap, maybe having somebody ahead. McKenzie seems to flourish on his own, where he doesn't have anybody ahead and he doesn't have anybody behind, and a lot can be said for that. Ben Jolliffe is quite similar in that form, where he's happy to be very much on his own, but that 0.4 of a second gap will be there until the race, and that will play in the mind of Ben Jolliffe and others, as crossing the line goes Archie Ormrod. He finishes his qualifying session, and Archie finishes in 18th place. A few other bikes coming down to cross the line. Arnie Carr crosses the line, and also that's Lewis Mullen. He'll finish the session in 5th place, side by side across the line. Kylan Shuttlewood and Lakin Payne. No change for those guys, although Lakin Payne did put a personal best lap in towards the end, that very last lap at 36.923. He gets himself sub 1 minute 37, and that's a big marker actually. So 3 bikes are now sub 1:37. Marley McKenzie, Ben Jolliffe and Lakin Payne all put in a 1 minute 36 point whatever it would be, small change after that. But that's if you're sitting there looking at the timing sheet and you see that you're in a different second from everybody else, a lower second, gives you just that bit of a chest out moment. So Larry Carter will get 45 Marley McKenzie, he'll have 42 Ben Jolliffe and 72 Lakin Payne into the Parc Fermé area, which is directly below where we are in the commentary point. We're in the highest point on the inside of the circuit.
You'll be pleased to know I found it.
I was just letting
because
you know.
They do throw curveball at us every now and then. For different branding purposes, ladies and gents, just so that you're aware, the junior classes effectively, they can't have the same branding as the title sponsor for the British Superbike Championship, so we have to do the podiums remotely effectively, and it's sometimes a little bit of a podiums and Parc Fermés. It's sometimes a little bit of a challenge trying to find them, but you'll be pleased to know, Dunk, that my navigational skills are such that we've managed to find the junior sport bike, the 1P mobile junior sport bike.
I just thought I would spell it out, Larry.
Because if you could just ask Alan Hyde in his box of tricks if he's got a compass and some guide to orienteering, then that might just aid my job throughout the course of the weekend.
We'll keep you right, Scoop, don't you worry, we'll keep you right. But Larry will be in pit lane for this one. We're normally, well, for a podium, the juniors sometimes have it in the pit lane, they certainly do, but the other podium, as we know here at Brands, is raised up. But Larry will get 45 Marley McKenzie, 42 Ben Jolliffe and 72 Lakin Payne. Marley McKenzie, the championship leader by 13 points over Luca Hopkins. Ben Jolliffe sits in 3rd place, some 20 points away from the championship lead. It's still quite tight in that championship, but it's all about Marley McKenzie after qualifying.
Yeah, well, he gave them all a lifeline, didn't he, effectively, after winning 5 of the opening 6 races. Here he is, the chunk, as he's called, comes down from the banks of the River Forth up there, just south of the river near Edinburgh. So it's a long, long trip down, as he did for Duncan Vincent, who is probably another hour north of that when he makes his way back up the M1. In fact, I don't think he's going home this week. I think he's actually jetting off on holiday.
Shh, it's a secret.
How the other half live, that's all. Well, the riders have made their way down here. Here's Lakin Payne to complete the top 3, and Marley McKenzie just having a chat with the team. He's just taking off the gloves, and off will come the crash helmet as well, and we'll have a very quick word with him just to see how things are, because we didn't manage to have much of a chat with him at Snetterton because he did himself no favours whatsoever. Well, you give the rest a chance at Snetterton, Marley. That's all you're going to give them all season. This is back to where we normally expected to be, pole position and potentially challenging for the race wins.
Yeah, Snet was a bit of a challenging weekend. Multiple problems. Obviously, the crash in qualifying didn't help, but we managed to get 2 points finishes, which is the main thing for the championship. Now we're back at Brands, and felt pretty good. I was here 3 weeks ago with no limits, getting bike set up and just getting good feel, and it's definitely worked. So pole position, really happy, and yeah, thanks to the team and everything. So hopefully later on a good race.
Trying to get back to winning ways, Marley. Thanks for that. Well, the second place rider is Ben Jolliffe down here, looking pretty in pink with the Dunsley Heat Yamaha. Just having a chat to the team over the fence there. Well, Ben, you managed to claw a few points back on Marley the previous round. That's got to be the plan again.
Yeah, just trying my best really. We didn't put a new rear tyre in then for qualifying. That's last probably 5 laps. It was just all over the place, but other than that, the bike is absolutely perfect. Finally got it dialed in.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a good race later on today. Good luck with that one, Ben. And here's Lake and Payne. He's had a couple of podiums already this season. You three a little bit clear of the rest of the field out there, Lake, and so it's boding quite well for the race.
Yeah, a good few laps then on my own, and then I got a good toe on the last lap. Made a few attempts up on the straights, but a little mistake through the back section I think cost me a few more positions on the grid. But looking good for a race. Hopefully we can get a little group so it's not like one big train, and see if we can get another podium.
Yeah, it's important just to get a front row, isn't it, for qualifying? That's what the main aim.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, with it's a tight first 2 corners, so you don't really want to be in the mid-pack. Obviously, there's a lot of mistakes happening there, but hopefully just get a good start, get a head down, and we'll see where the race takes us.
Good luck, Lakin. Thanks for that. Well, that is your top 3 in the 1P Mobile Junior Sport Bikes. When we go racing with that race a little bit later on, it is Marley McKenzie on pole position ahead of Ben Jolliffe and Lake and Payne. And we will mention this a couple of times because we do get 1 or 2 comments into us on social media and various elsewhere. Why don't you give the results out? Why don't you give the grids out? Why don't you give us the lap times and everything else? Quite simply, folks, because we don't have much time with everything else we need to do on a commercial radio station nowadays. So what I do is I always do as I do, and at the end of each weekend I go on to tsltiming.com, and with a little navigation find the British Superbike Championship drop down, and that will take you to all the rounds of the series. Drop down on Brands Hatch and open up the PDFs till your heart's content. There are around about 80 pages on each and every class, and you can download lap times, lap positions, pole positions, qualifying grids, race results, everything else you want on there. And that's exactly what me, Duncan Vincent, and Alan Hyde do at the end of every race meeting. So tsltiming.com, and that is your definitive guide to a comprehensive results service. That concludes the first qualifying session of the day. With that, back to the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Larry. If I was to quiz you in the programme, Larry, here's one for you. If I was to quiz you in the programme, which you know back to back, if I say page 40 and 41, which a lot of fans will go to enjoy looking at, as a DPS, as you guys call...
double page spread?
Yep, as you guys call in the trade, the journalistic trade. Back at Brands, Toseland and Bayliss, page 40 and 41. Some of those images, Larry, are absolutely stunning. They really are.
Yeah, well, I've got to thank Laura Stevens for that, because Laura, who helps me put the programmes together, she came up with that idea and thought about putting it in the centre. And the reason we put stuff in the centre is when I was a kid, and I wasn't interested in a lot of things, but I was interested in motorcycle racing, and my bedroom walls were adorned with centre pages pulled out of programmes and magazines and everything else. And we have all magazines and programmes that I've been involved with since year dot. We've always tried to put a centre spread in there so that you can pull it out.
It's great, Larry. I used to cover my school jotters with these things, and also my walls as
and
well.
It's amazing because lots of magazines and other publications have now seem to be copying that idea deal as well. And you pick a lot of them up, and there you go. In the middle is a big, nice poster that you can pull out, put on your office wall, put on your bedroom wall if your kids and what have you. And more so, that's one in the centre. It is a keepsake. It is a memento. If you can look out James Toseland and Troy Bayliss, who will be with us this weekend, get them to sign it. And you never know, it might be worth a few quid in years to come.
Well, Smash Hits was another one, Larry, didn't it? Used to get the pictures of the bands in there. Bikes making their way down pit lane. We probably have a quick commercial break before we get to that. We'll let them start their actual qualifying to go. But Alan Hyde in the studio for us. So for the first time today, let's have a quick commercial break.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The Kawasaki Ninja ZX-10R, the most successful machine in world superbike history, gets a new look for 2026 with new aerodynamic winglets and a sharp, aggressive design. Built for those who rise to the challenge, the pinnacle of the Ninja family is built for champions, whether that's on track or on the road. Available from your local Kawasaki dealer now, so book a demo ride today and discover true adrenaline.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as the official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. R&G's damage protection and accessories are used by countless riders and racers around the world. Thousands of applications for hundreds of bikes and are trusted by teams across the BSB paddock. R&G's Pro Engine case covers are now included in the FIM Quality Product Programme. Visit the R&G official technical centre in the paddock to get your protection today and find out more at rg-racing.com. So no matter what you ride with R&G, if you slip it or slide it, you'll still be able to pick it up and ride it.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter on the grid and in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
R&G Moto 4 British Cup qualifying already underway here. All the action here on 88.3 FM at Brands Hatch. It's BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki. And your chance to get in touch with us is on WhatsApp 07482 877 877 07482 877 877 on WhatsApp only. We only need your first name and then your message, and WhatsApp it to 07482 877 877. The number is catching on, Duncan Vincent, because yesterday there were multiple messages coming into the studio when we didn't even have this computer connected.
So who got the first message in? Who was first on the register?
Who was first yesterday?
We should actually take the yesterday messages out of it, and we should just do like Vernon Kay on the day messages, shouldn't we?
It was 11:12 yesterday morning, and it was from Gary. Well done, Gary.
What did Gary say?
Gary said, "Morning, Dunk. I'm watching on the YouTube live stream. The timing screen is showing the Junior Sport Bike Race 2.
Ah, fabulous. Well, we fixed that.
We fixed that.
We've now got maybe I shouldn't have asked that question.
Well, I can only be honest. Yeah. That's all I can do.
Well, I think what we'll do from now on is we won't ask that question, but what we will do is we'll do a register, and whoever gets in first, as soon as you go live at 9 o'clock...
Well, today...
We want a 9 o'clock message.
It was 9:08, and it was Sue and Darren that said, good morning to the three of you. Glad to see the legacy of the carrot is still working its magic. Great day yesterday, and looking forward to the weekend. Brands Hatch looks amazing. Thanks to everyone who makes BSB so special. Shout out to Scotty Carson. Hope to see him back soon. Thank you from Sue and Darren. That's a much more positive on that.
You know, the carrot could be the mascot of the 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship. Yeah, that lucky carrot, which has carried on its good luck and fortune from the Knockhill event because we have been blessed with gorgeous sunny summer weather.
To those people that don't know what we're talking about, apparently it's very lucky for weather to bury a carrot
in Scotland. and it can carry the
Does
good
it
luck.
only-
Well, somebody said it was a sausage after that, and we kind of lost its way, but at Knockhill it's now a carrot, and that good fortune will travel around wherever you then go
Well,
to.
you did bury a carrot, and we had a supreme weekend at Knockhill.
Yes, exactly. A young...
Only after 2 days of torrential rain.
Yes, that is
It
very
itself
true.
out though, but it worked, Larry, didn't it? It did work. You know, we had a young Ellie at Knockhill who went on and found this out. So myself, Ellie, Gemma Hobbs and Stuart Higgs all went down with a spoon and planted the carrot at the apex of the hairpin. It's still there. In about 10 years' time, there'll be a whole field of carrots there, and it'll be another revenue stream for the
Well, there you
circuit.
go, yeah.
Official
Very
Knockhill
wise.
carrot. Yeah, but let's focus on
Had a
what we've
little
got.
flag as well, didn't it?
Yeah, but then we realised we had to take the flag away in case it blew on the track with a bit of the wind.
Good idea.
Because you know, all the boardings and banners are securely put in place.
Yeah.
And the random flag pushed in by Vincent at the hairpin might not have cut the
Might not
mustard.
have worked.
Yeah. So, but we all knew it was still there. But no, great stuff. And on track, the RNG Motor4 British Cup qualifying session. They had a free practice yesterday. They in fact did 2 free practice sessions yesterday. Jack Dunnaby topped those free practices. He managed to get the time down to a 1:35.438 in session number 2. Like everybody else, everybody went quicker in the second session. The first session was Get Your Ryan. The second session was Let's Have a Push On, and Dunnaby was the man. As we come in here though, Dunnaby was maybe fastest in combined times. It's Frosty who leads the championship, but only by a slender 19 points. Ryan Frost on his Fibertech by MLAV Honda, the NSF 250F. Well, the NSF 250, a lovely little engine. When you look at these bikes, when they've got the fairings and the bodywork off, really, really pretty little bikes underneath everything. And Ryan Frost, well, riding his one within an inch of its life everywhere he goes, and that's exactly what you need to do. But what we've just seen is a fabulous display of team riding. Now, if you were here yesterday, or if you were listening in, you may have heard me interview Jack Kennedy after the Super Sport session and say that it's one of the best displays of team riding I've seen in a session anywhere for Harrison and Kennedy. Dean Harrison got a tow from Jack Kennedy, put a blinding lap in. At that time in the session, I think, went P3. Jack Kennedy then got 2 laps behind Dean Harrison, and he passed him with absolute perfection across the line, had to duck out from the back of Dino, and he went to P1. That just worked so well. We've just seen that from Dunnaby and Fitchett on track, the 2 Cavara Projects bikes. Jack Dunnaby towing Luke Fitchett round for a lap there, and Luke Fitchett getting P2 behind Dunnaby, although he's a whole second away, which is quite a chunk of time. Number 87 has stopped, which is never a good thing. You don't want to be stopping this early in a session. That's Ollie O'Gorman. Ollie O'Gorman is the younger brother of Casey O'Gorman. And Ollie O'Gorman has unfortunately stopped at Clearways. If he stopped at Clearways, is there a chance to get that bike back across? Has he stopped on the inside, or has he stopped on the outside? I can see Marshall's on the move from where I am, and if I can get the good old stalker binoculars in play, I can now see the Port West Race Safe Marshals may help him get that back across towards the back pit entrance. What they want to do is they want to do something pretty quick, because the yellow boards are all illuminated in that area, and that's costing people valuable track time and valuable overtaking areas, which they don't want. So the good old Nikon stalker binoculars working a treat here at Brands Hatch. Got a new pair for 2026.
Very
You know that?
nice.
Yeah, because something happened to the other ones.
Do we not ask?
No, we don't ask.
No, okay.
We don't ask. We don't ask. They saw too much.
It will never be mentioned again.
They saw something they shouldn't have seen, Alan.
Did they?
So they got tarnished.
Okay.
But there we go. Dunnaby
What,
fast.
Alan Hyde getting a round of drinks in at the bar?
No, that is a rarity.
Well, there has been lots of talk, isn't there, about a certain soccer tournament that's been on, and a 60-year wait for a certain football team to win a tournament. It's 60 years pales into insignificance when you consider that was the last time you did actually buy a round, Al.
Yeah, Lord Nelson's telescope wouldn't be able to catch that one, I'm afraid, Larry. You're quite right. Absolutely right.
I'll let Laura fix something I've just done to the computer screen there.
Have you done something IT, Vincent?
Yeah. Well, no, I haven't. I pushed a button and it changed everything. But looks like we will have pit lane cam working in a couple of minutes, which will be great for this session.
It's gone.
The RNG Moto4 British Cup qualifying. But Dunnaby fastest from Frost and Marco Holt, the young rookie up there in third place. Holt to Bolt.
It's gone.
Holt to Bolt. Luke Fitchett in fourth place with George Bose, Axel Remisel Lomas and Jack Burrows. Clayton Edmonds, Hudson Kai Cooper and Thurley Trevorrow in 10th place. And we have got 23 bikes here, but it's a great shame for Ollie O'Gorman, who has already stopped on track. Charlie Cunningham not cutting too many laps in 22nd place in the pit lane, with bike number 34 underneath him, badged as coming from Fife. I can tell he actually comes from Leven, which is a coastal village down the coast of Fife, obviously, as the two Cavara Projects bikes rumble down pit lane. Now, I say Peter Lucy looks after these bikes. He's the kind of man behind it all, but it's also Ryan Saxby, Larry. Ryan's been a very much a long time involvement in the Cavara Projects and the city lifting squads, and Ryan was a pretty ace little bike rider himself. He was also Kyle Raid's crew chief for a year, if you remember that, in Superbike. So Ryan very much knows his way around a motorcycle, especially one of small capacity. And when it comes to bringing on young riders, he really has been the benchmark in this championship for so many years. But there are so many good teams out here. You've got Mortimer Racing, who is putting together a good team. Mason Foster racing for Mortimer Racing, Wilson Racing as well. And you've got to look at Fibertech Honda by M-Lav Racing. And even the small single bike entry of the Burrows Engineering with RK Racing. I did pass Johnny Burrows in the pit lane yesterday. He was actually looking for Jamie Whittam at that time, come running towards me, saying, "Have you seen Jamie Whittam?" I said, "He's over there." "Thank you," and ran away. So whether he was maybe due him a Larry Carter invoice or what, but yeah, these little teams all expert at looking after and prepping these small capacity bikes, because that's what we have. They're all identical Honda 250s. 254 stroke bikes, and effectively, as I said yesterday, and you'll agree with this, Larry, it's what we would see. It's almost like an entry level for a Moto3 bike. It's the same idea, but the Moto3 bikes have much more exotic parts than very much kit and factory parts on your Grand Prix Moto3 bikes. We have the more production-based Grand Prix variant. For riders aged 14 to 17, so we've started the season, or the day, sorry, with the kids. We've had the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike, and now we have the RNG Moto4 British Cup. Alex Baldolini here, still very much overlooking things and keeping an eye on the young riders as the Dorna representative. Well, that whole story about Alex parked his car in an area where he shouldn't have parked it on Thursday, I'll let you know. Yep, I got a picture from security. "Is this yours?" Like, no, it's very much not my one. Thank goodness for that. But Alex had parked his along at the Brands Hatch Centre in the middle of the car park, so I think he wasn't meant to be there. He was requested to move it, but there we go. Alex moved that car, but he is the Dorna representative, because this is a road to MotoGP. They will have a round at the British Grand Prix after this event at Brands Hatch, the 7th to the 9th of August. Again, we will watch the juniors rocking the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
And what an opportunity for young riders. That's
Absolutely.
so cool, isn't it?
Huge, isn't it, when you think about it? It's the chance for them to go in front of a global audience. I mean, they're in front of a global audience right now, but to do it in front of the MotoGP paddock, I think
Absolutely.
everybody wants to be involved in that slightly bigger picture if they can. But it also is great for Dorna, because they're actually bringing the youngsters into the paddock that they're offering them the road to, if that makes sense. Did that come out? I think it did come out the correct way.
It did, yeah.
The road to MotoGP for this lot happens after this event, because they'll drive to Silverstone. There we go. Let's just hope it's not round the M25, because that's been a bit of a sticking point all weekend.
It always is. There was a very good reason that I moved away from Orpington, and it was mainly to do with the M25.
You moved house because of a road.
Well, so living in Orpington, if you worked and didn't necessarily work in Orpington, every journey involved the M25.
Yeah.
And every day it was a really difficult road to deal with.
Yeah. I drive on country roads, a bit like John Denver.
I know you do.
It's lovely.
I know you do.
It's lovely. It's lovely.
We're all
going to
very
put Laura
envious.
live now, because
Yes.
Laura is live down there in the pit lane, and we can bring you on BSB YouTube, if you're watching that, actual live images from the pit lane. And that down there in the pit lane is Hudson Kai Cooper on the LRA Moto 4 bike as he makes his way out onto the circuit.
And by the way, you didn't fix that camera.
I never said I did.
The IT department were logged in.
Darryl fixed it. Unfortunately, Darryl left the cursor on the tiny button at the top there, and I did what you did.
Yeah.
I tapped the pad to move it.
And we need to be careful about that. Yeah.
Alan once played a national anthem, ladies and gentlemen, when unfortunately it wasn't his fault.
No.
or was it? It was a bit heavy on the finger.
I could tell you very quickly what happened. It was an A1GP meeting. It was live on Sky Sports, and I was behind the podium, poised with my finger over the touchpad,
shaking as you do. It's nervous
as you do, and a Sky Sports director came into the room and shouted at someone, made me jump, and that in turn cued the national anthem. I was watching the television pictures, and Adam Carroll jumped a mile high on the top step of the podium because he was just receiving his trophy when the national anthem played out.
Yeah, that's a terrible story, isn't it?
It was awful.
Larry, that's awful. But there's nothing more stressful than being at the race meeting playing the anthems.
The only one that tops that was when we called for the Australian national anthem for when an Aussie won a race and he played Waltzing Matilda.
Yeah. Superb stuff. Ryan Frost crosses the line and does a 1:35.435 to put himself top of the qualifying timesheet so far, 10th of a second ahead of Jack Dunnaby. 1:35 from Frosty, 4:35. Well, 4:38 was Dunnaby's fastest time yesterday, so they're very much on a par with what we have seen them doing, which is good. So it shows you that the pace is very much there for these youngsters. More pit lane action from our YouTube live camera down there, and if you're across on the far side, you'll also be able to look down upon the pit lane here at Brands Hatch, which I think is really cool. It's kind of like an amphitheatre. The spectator enclosure looks down into the pit lane, into the garages. Everything is very much on view, and there's no real way of hiding unless the teams close the doors. They don't close too many doors, let's say. Luke Fitchett with a good lap up into 4th place on bike 7. Frost, Dunnaby, Holt, Fitchett, Burrows now your top 5. Burrows sits in the pit lane. Everybody else on track apart from he and number 18 Daniel Stevenson. They're both in pit lane making adjustments. Daniel was just about to leave pit lane. We see him rumble away from our YouTube cam as he heads down the pit lane. He'll go underneath the Rocket Oxygen Performance qualifying. You know that Rocket Oxygen? I had a little shot at that actually at Donington Allen. It was most lovely. And yesterday I caught Ian Wallacott.
I heard you talking about this yesterday.
I saw Ian Wallacott and James Buckingham furiously sucking away on it, having a great time. They were really enjoying it. So James then thought he would try and offer it to us at a price, and I found out that was a massively discounted price. So I don't think Rocket will be too wanting to give him too many cases in case he sells it at the back door. But yeah, underneath the Rocket Oxygen Performance qualifying. If you need some extra oxygen, just grab some of that Rocket Oxygen. It really is quite interesting. It's good stuff. It just clears your head. It's quite bizarre. So I suppose that's what oxygen does. Who'd have thought? Frosty fastest from Dunnaby and Holt. No change there. George Bowes up 2 places, puts himself into 5th, knocks Burrows out the way, and Harrison Day. Harrison Day had a really good day yesterday, if I can maybe use that together. Dunnaby and Harrison Day were fastest on combined times. Young Harrison was only 0.8 of a second away from Jack Dunnaby. And remember, Harrison Day is in his rookie season on the number 15, and his rookie season has been pretty strong. He comes from good stock, and we've mentioned that. Larry's mentioned that quite a few times as well. The LRA motor supported by HV Solutions rider Harrison Day, bike number 15, the orange and black, and his dad Josh Day, who was a notable super sport racer and also a really, really good Ducati Tri-Options racer and possibly an even better race paint offerer. He does great helmet jobs, and Dale Race Paints do cracking jobs. He paints all the Bimota race paints, so does fabulous work in the paddock, and also schooling Harrison with a good bit of speed as he goes back up into 5th place. 2-place improvement ahead of Bowes and Burrows. Burrows on a little bit of the slip here, but he's on an outlap. I'd expect one of our championship favourites to be back in the sharp end in a matter of moments. In the championship, as I did say, Frosty leads it from Dunnaby and Burrows. Burrows is only 20 points behind. Then it's the first of our rookies, Marco Holt. Holt the Bolt on 37. He's on one of the city lifting bikes. And I have to say, at this point in the championship, Larry, I didn't expect it to be Marco Holt who would be the first of the city lifting bikes in the championship order. Clayton Edmonds had that spot in my head all day long in the pre-season, but Clayton hasn't had a good start to the year. If you look, he had no point scoring finishes at all at the triple header at Oulton Park. He fell off 3 times in the one meeting, twice at the same corner. Then picked up some good points at Donington Park, but didn't have an equally good Snetterton. So Clayton Edmonds needs to turn the corner. We know how fast Clayton can be. We know he has very much got the pace and the ability, but he needs to make things work soon, Larry.
Yeah, I've got a lost little rider down here, Duncan. Poor Ollie O'Gorman has had a marshal, one of the Port West marshals, bring his bike back, his stricken bike back, but looking around down here in pit lane, trying to find his team, and it appears that
they've not left, have they?
I'm not too sure. It looks like the Wilson Racing Squad have come to his aid down here. All okay, Ollie? What happened?
I was coming out the left for a few ways, and as I got on the throttle, it cut out. But I think it might be petrol because I was able to bump start it, but it would splutter and cut out.
All right, okay. Well, you're getting the bad luck out of the way now, mate. That's it. You're getting all the bad luck out of the way now.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. I've got more words out of Ollie O'Gorman than I have done in a career out of his brother.
Brilliant. And you know what? That's now caught on YouTube and live recordings forever now. It's on the internet.
He's a man of... I used to say Carl Harris was a man of few words. Well, Casey O'Gorman is a man of even fewer, because many a time I used to interview him on the grid, and I wasn't too sure whether he'd not heard the actual question, because more often than not I didn't even get a reply, or if I did, I got a one-word answer. But there you go, his younger brother has just given me 20 words there, which is a career full as far as Casey's concerned.
Yeah, great stuff. I get a bit of conversation out with Casey, but it's usually via Instagram. But it still happens. There was the question I put out there. I wonder if Casey will be along to this weekend. There is no Grand Prix. There's a summer break for Grand Prix at this moment in time.
He's actually got Casey's leathers on. Just noticed that there. The Cuna de Campiones orange leathers are just at the bottom. It's got the name Casey. Not too sure whether Laura can actually pick that one up on the on the thing. There you go.
Yeah, she certainly can.
You can see like he's got our kids' leathers on. And when was Casey O'Gorman that size?
Well, exactly. Casey O'Gorman, who has gone on to fabulous things, racing in the Motor 3 World Championship for the SIC 58 squad for Paolo Simoncelli. Really impressive debut season, full-time debut season in the Grand Prix paddock, and I have to say he has put in a really stonking set of performances. Keep your eyes peeled for him, Larry. Keep your eyes peeled for him. I'd like to know if he is on site this weekend. We'll maybe drop him a little message scoop. That's what I'll do, and I'll say Larry's desperate for a radio interview, and Alan wants you in the studio, and I'll never hear from him ever again.
Never see him at a racetrack ever again, would we?
No. Axel Remisal Lomas goes up into P3, 5th place. Improvement for the Fibertech Honda rider, who really has come on song since Snetterton. He was at the first couple of meetings and he was gaining pace, but Snetterton, bang, big glow up in performance, and he's carried that forward to Brands Hatch, which is great to see for Axel. He is the second of the two Fibertech Hondas in the top 3, because it's Ryan Frost who leads the way. And now I mentioned, remember Ryan Frost joined Alan Hyde for an interview at Snetterton 2 years ago, and I couldn't remember who he came in with, but it popped into my head. It was your mate Dave Crampton, if I'm not mistaken, Larry.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, Cramwell.
Yeah.
It's going back. So he was actually racing. Was he 63 years young at the time?
Yeah.
And I think we had the youngest rider. I forget who that was in the BMWs at the time, but as opposed to the eldest, and it was Dave who actually did the British Grand Prix back in 1989. Did Dave Crampton on a Paget Suzuki? He's a friend of mine from up there in the People's Republic of Yorkshire. I actually raced with him at in many places back in the 1980s, and it was so good to see. He actually said that, I think at the time, I'm not too sure whether it's still ongoing, but the Rhino was actually going out with his daughter, was he not? Also, there was some tenuous family link to it at the time. And he said, you know what, if I'm bringing Ryan to the race meeting with a motorbike in the back of the van, might as well just stick one in the back myself and have a wobble round. So, yeah, I think we just set up a little interview there, and it was good. The young and the old, wasn't it? The stars just starting out in the sport, and those who've been there and seen it all.
Daniel Stevenson under investigation on track for his possible technical issue with his bike, but yeah, it was great to have Ryan and Crambo in the box. I do remember that. Can't remember if it was daughter or granddaughter, but definitely going. There was some link there that worked pretty well.
Probably is, Grant, given that Frost is the ripe old age of 17. I think if it was Crambo's daughter, You know, she'd be well into her probably 40s. So, yeah, that's one thing having a toy boy, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll just gloss over that right away. Look at this, the Cavara Projects bike still team riding together in towards Paddock Bend. Dunnaby at the front, Fitchett tagged in behind his more illustrious second year in the championship rider. It is Luke Fitchett's debut year, the bike number 7, who follows Jack Dunnaby, but picking up all sorts of good advice, and they're riding so incredibly well. This is something that we're quite seeing, actually, a little bit of team riding, teams splintering off to try and get that little bit of a toe. We saw it a good few years ago with the Fibertech Honda Armada because there was so many of them, and what it has just given us is a Fitchett's first ever fastest top of the sheets time that we see here. Luke Fitchett with a 135.286, 300ths of a second ahead of his teammate Jack Dunnaby, utilising that slipstreaming toe around Brands Hatch, which really there's so many straights here, but there's also uphill straights, and that's where the slipstream works even better for that following bike, because not only are you going uphill and it's sapping a little bit of horsepower, but if somebody in the front of you is cutting a hole in that air, it makes it even better for you going up that hill, and that's exactly what we have just seen Luke Fitchett do and deliver going around this Brands Hatch Grand Prix loop. Henry McCartney just crossed the line. We should give our little Henry McCartney shout out here. He joined us in the commentary box, if you remember, at Snetterton, and he was fabulous. He really enjoyed it. He had his wrist and arm very much in a cast, and he said, "I'll see you for race number 2." I said, "No problem, thank you very much." He left. He then sent me a really nice text message saying, "Is it okay if I go and watch the race with my friends?" I said, "Of course it is." Oh. Then I was thinking maybe he didn't actually enjoy himself, and I was a bit worried for a week. But being a slightly older chap, I kind of forgot that had happened until I saw him here. I thought, I hope he did enjoy himself in that commentary box. But it was a very nice message, and Henry always said he would come back here. We've had the injured reserve list has had Henry McCartney and also Hudson Kai Cooper, two very well-spoken young men who have been schooled by Dorna, which means we can have them in the commentary box, and even at that young age, they are okay to speak on air. They're not going to say anything. I was going to say Alan Hydish, but that would be completely wrong because you're the consummate professional.
And completely unfair.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Checkered flag comes out, and right at the checkered flag, he's like a bad penny. He pops up to be fastest. It's Ryan Frost. What a lap from Frosty. A 135.181. He goes to the top of the times. Can he hold that towards the end is the big question. Number 24, Ryan Frost, ahead of Luke Fitchett, Jack Dunnaby and Harrison Day. They have already taken the checkered flag. Frosty mugs them all on the last lap, and kind of Ryan Frost way of doing it. He comes towards the line now. He's almost got a little hand at me. I think he's aboard from the pit team, the pit crew, and Frosty will be on pole position, Larry. What a well-timed, hang on.
What was going on with Jack Burrows there? He came across the line, looked like he'd possibly been off at Clearways, or certainly coming across the line at very slow speed, looking down at the side of the bike.
Sorry, Larry, I was looking out towards the bottom of Graham Hill Bend at that point.
Not too sure what went on, but whether or not that's reflected by the lap time of Jack Burrows there.
3/10 away from pole position in 5th place, so it's not too bad. His last one was slow, though. Yeah. His last lap was a 150.6, some 20 seconds or 15 seconds away from where you'd want to be.
Yeah, I think that he'd had an issue on whether he'd run wide or whatever. I just caught him just driving across the line very, very slowly. Well, that's the first front row for Luke Fitchett has got into my records.
And to go past his teammate as well, to be ahead of Jack Dunnaby. It's Ryan Frost on pole position, provisionally from Luke Fitchett, number 7, and 63, Jack Dunnaby. Harrison Days, 4th from Jack Burrows and George Bowes. 7th place, Axel Remisel Lomas from Marco Holt and Mason Foster. That's your top 9. That's the front 3 rows. Number 90 is Asia Divine in 10th place. Clayton Edmonds, 11th place on 64. 12th for 27, Hudson Kai Cooper. 13th for number 19, Tyler Humphreys. 14th for 42, Thurley Trevorrow. 15th place for number 18, Daniel Stevenson, who was under investigation. 16th, number 11, is Jensen Bishop, with 17th place, number 78. 78 is Williams. Now, I've lost that one. Luke Williams across the line. We've then got Henry McCartney and Archie Hopper in 19th place. Lily Rhodes comes across the line in 20th. With that, let's pause for a very quick commercial break.
Duncan, Larry and Alan on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive, only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Have you had a non-fault motorcycle accident? Don't let it put the brakes on your ride. McCams gets you back on the road with a like-for-like replacement bike. No insurance excess to pay, and you keep your no-claims bonus. And if you've been injured, Bolton Turner's expert solicitors will work to secure the compensation you deserve. McCams and Bond Turner, supporting bikers every step of the way. Call 0345 054 1000 today, and we can help you get back onto two wheels.
Want to discover the latest Kawasaki range of machines? The Kawasaki Experience Tour is heading to dealerships across the UK throughout the summer, giving riders the chance to ride the latest 2026 bikes. From A2 friendly machines such as the Versys 650 to new models like the KLE 500, the Z1100 and the Z650S. View the full list of events and book your place at kawasakiexperiencetour.co.uk.
Duncan, Larry and Alan live on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
88.3 FM here at Brands Hatch. It is BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki. Let's get straight down to the pit lane and Larry Carter.
Thanks, Al, with the top three in the R&G British Motor 4 Cup, and Ryan Frost just having a chat to his crew down here, headed up by Joe Dickinson, former racer himself. Well, Frosty, you didn't quite manage the podium last year, I don't think, here at Brands Hatch. It's been a couple of years since you last took a victory, but important now to get back to winning ways after giving second best to Jack at Snetterton last time out.
Well, yeah, if you're not first, you're last at the end of the day. So, yeah, we need to claw the points back. It's obviously nice to get a pole position. I don't think I've had one for a while. So, no, we just struggled a bit yesterday on the old tyre, but obviously putting the new ones in helped.
Yeah, done it last time we were on pole, mate, so it's been a couple of rounds. But, yeah, good luck on that one. Here is Luke Fitchett. Luke, we have a chat at last. It's great to see you. I chatted with your dad, Duncan, on many occasions in the Classic Arena, but this is what you've been threatening all year, isn't it, to put it on the pole position. Now you've got to do the hard work, convert it into a podium.
Yeah, that's the plan. Thanks to Jack, we worked together in the qualifying session to get the quick times in, but, yeah, it's my first time here. I'm really enjoying the circuit, and yeah, like you say, hopefully we can convert that into a podium. Yeah,
because you've been knocking on the door, haven't you, all year? It's just not quite, the stars haven't quite aligned for you. But perhaps this is where it all starts for you now.
Yeah, I mean, I had a great second race at Snetterton, so I was just hoping to keep that momentum going into this round, and so hopefully I can get away with the front group again in the race and see what happens.
See if we can have a chat to you later. Good luck. Thanks, Luke. And the rider that was victorious in 2 races last time out, Jack Dunnerby. Jack, you know your way around here. Won a race here last year as well, so it's important to keep that momentum going from Snetterton where you did the double.
Yeah, definitely. Coming off 2 podiums last year is definitely, you know, I'm looking forward to this track. I really like it. Yeah, I mean, front row for the race. We'll see how it goes. We've got some stuff to change for the race, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be good.
Luke saying that you were giving him a bit of a hand round there just to keep him honest.
Yeah, definitely.
Was that intentional? I don't think it was it?
Well, at the time it wasn't, but yeah, I thought, you know, I might as well give him a tow. So yeah.
And try and keep that winning run going from Snetterton.
Yeah, hopefully.
All right, have a chat to you later, Jack. Well, there you go, these 15, 16 and positively ancient 17-year-old Frosty down here doing a wonderful job, and could see the rest of them down there. There is Duncan Fitchett, the former classic racer, as well down there. Okay, well, Duncan, happy enough with that?
Unbelievable. I was just sat with Max Cook in the FS3 garage there and just, yeah, sort of enjoying it, I think. But he popped it in late, didn't he? So, yeah, it's quite stressful.
He said he got a bit of a hand off Jack, but...
Oh, definitely. Yeah, Jack is the marker for sure, and they're on the same bike. So, yeah, Jack's just... He doesn't make mistakes. He's ideal man to follow. So, he might not let us follow him again.
Well, he won 2 races at Snetterton. Are you still doing a little bit nowadays?
Well, I'm not doing so much. I'd like to do the Goodwood Revival, but that clashes with Assen. So I'll be going to Assen. I can't not. They don't need me to help, but I can't not be there to watch Luke. So
Well, it's great to speak to you, Duncan. Duncan Fitchett, one of the classic racers, leading classic racers in this country, and has been for many, many years the dad of Luke Fitchett, who is just put there on P2. So it's Ryan Frost, Luke Fitchett and Jack Dunnerby. As ever, remember tsltiming.com. If you want all the results, just follow the British Superbike thread and you can get all the results, download them at your pleasure. And if you want somewhere to write them down, then a good place is to get hold of a copy of the official race programme, priced at just £8. I've had the pleasure with my team once again to put the whole publication together, as we do for every round of the British Superbike Championship, and hopefully we'll come up with an 80-page masterpiece for you, which will act as your souvenir throughout the course of the weekend. All sorts of stuff down there, the autograph pages for when you're rounding about in the paddock and pit lane, the centre spread to try and get the legends of Brands Hatch to sign it, and the reason is a little quiz in there whereby Alan Hyde and Duncan Vincent are already doing it. No googling, no ring a friend, phone a friend or anything like that, and I'll be asking Alan Hyde and Duncan Vincent how many out of the 6 quiz questions that they have got right as we go through the course of the weekend.
I'll have a look now, Larry. Quick customer service announcement. How are the headphones?
Oh, absolutely perfect. Yeah, Alan Hyde can refurbishment can be thoroughly recommended. The worrying thing is I've not had the bill yet, so I'll let you know once that arrives.
Very good point. Well made, Larry. Thank you very much indeed. Larry Carter down there in pit lane for BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, 88.3 FM here at Brands Hatch. Yep, it's the Quattro Group British Super Sports about to go out on circuit in about 5 seconds' time. The clock is counting down. Hi, guys. Can you say hi to Uncle Andrew and Auntie Nettie, who are watching at Brands Hatch from their friend Flap? There we go. Loads more messages are coming up over the course of today on WhatsApp 07482 877 877. We only need your first name and message on WhatsApp 07482 877 877. This one says all the best for True Heroes Harley Preble 2-stroke racing. Nice to see Charlie White back and getting back into action. That comes from Chinny, and this one says, morning, can you wish Glenn Irwin a good race? Thanks. That's from Paul from Preston. We will pass on your good wishes, which are from all of us as well here on the BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki team. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see the live cameras from the live pictures from Laura's camera down there, the mobile pit lane camera in fine operation this morning. Let's get back to Duncan.
So we've got Wescam and we've got L-Cam.
We have.
L-Cam's in the pit lane with Larry sometimes on camera doing a little interview.
Yes,
It's nice to see this BTS stuff. People absolutely love BTS. When you're watching the television, you always wonder what happens behind the scenes, and Laura ferreting about down there in pit lane, giving us some great information, great action. And yesterday we were actually on one of the big screens up at the Kensington. I think that's the right word, is it not?
Laura's ferreting. That's brought a smile to her face.
Well, she has been at the Yorkshire show all week. I'm sure they have ferrets
Did she bring a
somewhere.
pet one back with her?
Thank you, Ant. Thank you. Sorry. So, Laura, I was going to say beavering about this, even worse, isn't it? Feverishly down in the pit lane, getting all the scoops from behind the scenes. Larry brings them on audio, and then Laura backs up Larry with the actual visual, which is really cool. But as I say yesterday...
You know when you think of saying something and then you take an intake of breath to say the sentence and then you don't say it?
Yeah.
I just had that for about 15 seconds.
Good then,
I've left it.
We'll do it off air.
It's for the best.
Yeah, it's for an off air thing. Or an Instagram story. But we were on the big screen at the back of the Kensington. Back in the Kensington. That's how cool was that? The screen
really
which was
cool.
brought in for another sporting reason, which maybe won't be happening now. The football. Darryl and Wes put us on the big screen, live timing and the action, which was fabulous to see. Watching the Moto4 riders head back along, I could see Jack Dunnerby walking back towards his pit box. He's already behind Ryan Frost. He's slipstreaming Frosty along the return road as they walk. But yeah, an interesting comment there from Duncan Fitchett. You know, it might not get a toe again after that, but I think they will. Jack Dunnerby knows the value of having a good teammate, as does Ryan Frost. We have the Quattro Group British. Try that again, put my teeth in. We have the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship qualifying on track. Yesterday they had 2 combined sessions, And it was Luke Stapleford who ended up top of the times with a 1:27.906, and he did that in his first session. That's quite strange, actually. Normally, through the way 2 sessions work, people always improve as the day goes on, and it's the second session where they put their fastest time in. Not in the case of Luke Stapleford, not in the case of Jack Kennedy either, who was first and second. They both put the fastest time down in session number 1, which I find quite strange. It didn't improve. Most of the other riders did improve and put a faster time down in the second session. Apart from Lee Johnson, he unfortunately tipped off. The General Lee Johnson, he didn't go faster in the second session. Neither did Harry Trulove. Actually, neither did Max Wadsworth. But there's a reason for Max Wadsworth, Alan Hyde, why he didn't go any faster in session number 2. Well, Alan Hyde was walking back along from the commentary box. He checked out early yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. He went to the pub early and then went to the club after that, but we'll talk about that later. He was walking along the return road back to the tunnel that takes you back to the Paddock Hill Bend, and just as he got level with the track coming down from Druids, he looked over, and Max Wadsworth kind of must have spied Alan Hyde, but Max unfortunately folded the front and went into the grass. And Alan, it was a very dramatic incident for you.
It was dramatic, yeah. I've never been so close in real life. Normally we're in a commentary box, which is an elevated position, but yeah, a bike and rider heading towards me, and
he's got one of them faces as Alan Hyde, isn't it, that you just want to attack it. And normally it's me and you just throwing things in the commentary box off front pit lane at him. Max Wadsworth has taken things to a new level when he decides to launch a triumph at him.
He tried very hard, didn't he, Alan?
He did. I'm glad he was okay and got up. The bike was a little bit not. And I made a comment to someone that was just walking beside me. He really didn't want to do that, did he? And he said, no, he really didn't. I've only just finished repairing the bike from last time.
Oh.
It was a chap who works on straightening chassis and repairing wheels. So yeah, it was very bad news, in fact. Not the way you want to spend a Friday, but the good news was that he got up okay, because it was pretty hard ground. You know, when they go off on grass, normally you get a bit of a bounce, don't you?
Yeah.
At the moment, the grass around the circuit and in the whole of the area, probably the whole of the UK, is absolutely rock solid.
Yeah, Mikey Hardy finding out the gravel's a little bit softer, though he's gone down at Exeter Clearways before Clark Curve. Mikey is perfectly fine up on his feet, helmet off, behind the tyre wall in the wreck to sell. Port West Race Safe Marshals moving the Astro GGR Hippo Suzuki to a position of safety, but Alan Hyde touches a very, very valid point. And we saw this at the World Superbike event as well, when people were sliding across the grass at great speeds. You think, oh, it's okay, it's grass. But it's not really right now. It
doesn't slow you down, does it?
It doesn't slow you down, but it's also very hard.
It's like tarmac, yeah.
And a slight undulation, a piece of grass when you're on your side, does give you a fair bit of a big whack and a big bruise. But Mikey Hardy up on his feet. Max Wadsworth was up on his feet pretty quickly yesterday as well, which was a good thing. But there wasn't a lot left of the triumph, shall we say. There was a bit of work that needed to be done. And they will have done that. That's a cracking team down there. As we can see, Max crossing the line in towards turn 1. He slides up the inside of, I think that was Stephen Thomas. He went through on there, one triumph on another. But he also must have maybe put the helmet down gently, or maybe picked up some damage on his helmet, because he's wearing a pure white RI today. And we have seen Max with lots of good coloured helmets, good painted helmets. But unfortunately, that maybe got a bit of damage in it yesterday. He was pushing on, Max Wadsworth, because he has got a very, very fast teammate this weekend. His very fast teammate is Ollie Bayliss. Ollie started round about 23rd, between 23rd and 19th place for a free practice 1. Made progress. Free practice 2, he was inside the top 10. He's now in the top 5. It shows you just how much of a professional racer and how fast young Ollie Bayliss is. And especially having Dad here this weekend, he will be wanting to impress, but he won't try and do anything silly. He will just try and do the job he's been paid to do by Triumph to be here. It's Kennedy Curry, Oliver Barr, Dean Harrison, Ollie Bayliss, your top 5, with Carter Brown, Lee Johnson, who slipped off yesterday, and Luke Stapleford in 8th. Luke Stapleford was pretty outspoken, shall we say, at Snetterton, and I don't know how much we want to chat about that on air, Larry.
Have you got the bleep button ready in case we get a repeat performance?
Always standing by.
Do we have a bleep button, Alan? Do we actually have one? I know
we did have a bleep button. We had an error button at one point in time, didn't we?
We did.
Not Alan's buzzer. Did we ever get a sponsor for it? I think it made an appearance at the first round at Alton Park when there was 1 or 2 4-pars came from the commentary team at our first round of the season when we were never up to speed.
We're going to have us at a different circuit circuit 9 times out of 10.
We're not very good. We don't profess to be very good, but we are cheap and available. Christenings, bar mitzvahs, weddings. We've even livened up a few funerals in our time, haven't we, boys? So 30 quid a head and as many sausage rolls as you can eat. That's the price. But yeah, Alan's buzzer. We've not had Alan's buzzer out for a while, so whether or not that needs to make an appearance.
It can only make an appearance if there is an error on our behalf.
A necessary reason for the buzzer to come out.
The buzzer, when Luke Stapleford was extolling his expletives at about the rule changes at Snetterton, I fully expected a throughout. So perhaps that could be teed up if we do manage to speak to little Luca at some point. Your little toy, I think he once called him.
Yeah, that was an error. That was an error.
That was an error.
Yeah. That needed the biggest buzz ever. That did it out.
You know, he's not my little toy.
No.
Coming back to that one.
Certainly not.
But he is a good. There we go. But he is a good friend, and he was quite outspoken, I've got to say, at Snetterton. He won the first race, and then there was maybe some sort of change overnight, and he and the other Ducatis did struggle on the Sunday. I was led to believe.
Sorry to contradict you, Doug, but I think that the rule change was at the start of the weekend.
Oh, right. Firmware was at the start of the weekend.
Because
okay.
I think Duncan said something along the lines of they've not made a very good job of it, or words to that effect.
Hang on. Can we put a buzzer on that? Luke said,
he won the first race, and then the tables totally turned when he was had a complete difference of opinion when he said, like, I'm not too sure about these new rules. They're certainly not working for us after the second race.
I totally agree with that, Larry, because he won the first race, and then he got, I'm going to say, got a lucky podium. Is that right, Alan? Would you agree with a lucky podium? Because if Jack Mahaffey hadn't fallen off in front of him,
a fortuitous podium.
Yeah, fortuitous. Maybe that podium might not have actually come around, but that's a very, very good way of looking at it. But
I found this, by the way. There. There we go.
Okay.
We can bleep.
Yeah, I like that.
I thought my mobile phone had come off. I thought there was a tornado warning or something.
It's good, but it's not right. We need a buzzer at the back of that, Alan. Thank you very much. And a lovely Verity from Kawasaki UK pops in with a lovely gift for us here during the middle of the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship race. Thank you very much, Verity. It's lovely to see you. Number 16 has taken a shortcut, and number 16 will at turn 4. So he gets a 40-second pit-in penalty. 40-second pit-in penalty. If you take that shortcut and come into the pits at the back way, that's basically you don't get to just ride back in, because you basically you serve the penalty for the same amount of lap time that you would take to go around the Grand Prix loop. So there is no real benefit to it, apart from you maybe save a little bit of tyre life, but really you'd be better doing the lap. But Luke Stapleford was very outspoken. He wasn't a happy man, but he did get a first and a third, so really it can't have been that bad. But he then went on and had an atrocious weekend at the World Superbikes as well, which was not very good for him at all. He's come back here. He's looking forward to this. He is fast again. He's back at the sharp end. He's on the bike that he's been on all year. Whereas when he went to the World Superbikes, that was a bespoke bike built for one weekend with a box of parts that the team were given, so it was a very big ask. Looking down into the pit lane, we can see Keogh Walker on camera there, on Laura's cam. Keogh missed Snetterton for the basic reason of the engine wasn't ready in time, and they were going to be running a standard engine, and you do not want to go to one of the power circuits of the UK, which is Snetterton, with an engine that is standard and you're underpowered. So Dad Clint and Keogh thought it was best to stay at home, prep the bike for coming to Brands Hatch in the Cup class.
Well, I'm delighted he's in pit lane, actually, because after last October's shenanigans with Keogh Walker, actually getting anywhere near pit lane was a little bit of a problem for him, wasn't he? Because he tipped off on the Friday practice session and did himself no good there when he was going head to head with the Supersport, the Hell Supersport Cup with Ben Tolliday. Ben thought all his Christmases had come at once when Keogh actually fell off right into the actual grid, did he not? When he crashed it behind the garages or something, just tipped off the bike there.
He had a trying weekend, didn't he?
Did it himself and the bike no good again, but he managed to literally do what was needed to box off that championship and make that 9-hour trip. I saw on social media that His dad Clint and him were loading the truck up, I think, on Wednesday, saying we've got a 9-hour trip down from your neck of the woods, Dunk, from there in central Scotland down to Brands Hatch. You forget the miles that these riders put in. And in the case of Callum Bay, the rider that lives up there in Aberdeenshire, up there very near the Moray Firth, then when he leaves the circuit probably round about 6-7 o'clock tomorrow evening, he'll be getting home just as everybody else is getting up to go to work.
Well, I mean, Les Shand used to make his way down from up there. Donald McFadden was another one. There's a lot of guys from
Roy Anderson.
The great Roy Anderson, yeah.
And what about poor old Kenny McLeod, who has to come from the Hebrides to actually, he doesn't really, because he's based a little bit nearer nowadays. But even so, I think is it Fraserburgh or Lossiemouth?
Lossiemouth, Kenny McLeod.
You don't get there in 5 minutes for Brands Hatch, do you?
You don't, but they actually badged him from Lincoln for one round, and I thought, oh wow, he's moved. Maybe he's done that for his racing, but that was just where the team were putting the entry in from. So. Yeah, travelling is something that the Scottish contingent have had to do all their days, and it's something that they will continue to do. And you know what? It doesn't really bother me, Larry. I'm quite happy.
Well, look, because you fly down, don't you? That's the thing is with the old private jet was wheeled out of the hangar this weekend. It's what was it? An hour down from Edinburgh Airport to yesterday, don't?
Yeah, the little PJ was flying well. Sorry, the EJ, the EasyJet, that's what we call it.
I thought it was that little microlight that passed me on the M11.
Yeah, imagine that. Yeah, it would have been fun. I looked at the traffic jams, but no, enjoyable to travel to any circuit in Britain, especially when you look out your commentary box window. At what time? We're 24 minutes past 10 on a Saturday morning, and look at the bankings already getting busy. Good morning, Josh Corner. I think he's down the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend. Just sent me a picture of a coffee cup and a speaker. Said, I've had worse soundtracks in the morning. I think that's almost a compliment, Alan.
That's
actually.
nice, isn't it? Yeah,
that's
very
lovely.
nice.
Good luck today in the BMW races. Josh qualified yesterday. Good luck in the two heats and the working your way through the weekend into the main event. But Jack Kennedy is fastest in the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship, qualifying from Luke Stapleford with Ben Curry and Ollie Bayliss. Oliver Barr, 5th place. OB had a very, very strong run yesterday, actually. If we have a look at his combined times, it was very impressive to see him running strongly all the way through the session, keeping himself at that sharp end and causing the championship regulars a bit of a headache for Oliver Barr. Yeah, for them, he was 3rd fastest on combined times. I did have the update about the Liebherr yellow paint is for the crane division of 3B construction only, so that's something that Ian Barr got across to me. It's actually Mark Little that sent me that information, and I sent it to Ian Barr like I knew what I was talking about. But Carter Brown comes down the pit lane with Jack Kennedy, Dean Harrison leaving the pit lane together, but they've just pulled out in front of Luke Stapleford, which will be interesting. Kennedy will have a look over his shoulder. He'll see Dean Harrison, but he's not daft. Yes, he's just had a long double take back and seen the number 8 Scars Ducati leaving the pit lane as well. Now, that wasn't Stapleford waiting for those guys to come out. They've all just left the pit box at one time. So this could be an interesting end. The last 9 minutes of the qualifying session, this will be the role for pole, if you like it. The two Hondas have managed to try and get ahead of Carter Brown, but Carter Brown splits the two Hondas, and they will want to be together. And Luke Stapleford having a little bit of a giggle watching this battle happen as it makes his way through Surtees. Yet Carter Brown not willing to give an inch here. He wants that track position behind the Honda that he is tailing, and that's quite fine. But as they make their way down and in towards Hawthorns, the two Hondas may have a different view on that. The 3B Construction Ducati, the bench pro bike of Carter Brown, number 74, was trying to be just manoeuvred out the way from the two Hondas so they could line up. So Carter now has gone behind them as they go along the Derek Minter Straight after Hawthorn, and that's what you'd want to do. But Ollie Bayliss goes to the top of the times with the 1:27.436, 1:27.436. That is the fastest time of the weekend by a whole chunk of time. 1:27.436. Ollie Bayliss has very much entered the equation here, and that's a nice time for he on that McLaren Factory Triumph. The number 68 black Triumph 765 with the flashes of luminous highlighter pen yellow down the side. There will be a colour code for that. But let's watch these three bikes through the top of Paddock Hill Bend.
Just whilst we've got 7.5 minutes to go in this one, it's always nice to get updates, isn't it? Because we were talking about Dave Crampton and the association with Ryan Frost a little bit earlier on.
Yeah.
I've just had a text off Dave, actually, and if I can read it out so he can just sort of like puts things all into perspective. Hi Larry, was just listening to your commentary. So my daughter Kiva has just got married to Jordan, who is Ryan Frost's brother. Jordan goes to all the race meetings with Ryan. Keep up the good work, mate. Enjoy listening to all three of you. So thanks for the update, Dave. We knew there was a tenuous link there, but the old grey matter just didn't quite kick in. But there you go. It was his daughter, Dave's daughter, that is married to Ryan Frost's brother.
Right.
So there is a tenuous link within the family.
Yeah, Ryder just going down at Parrot Hill Bend there, managed to catch that one from the commentary box and watch that live as it happened. Up on his feet, walking away, the black leathers, the yellow flashes, the red boots, the black helmet. Oliver Barr on his feet walks away. The Bench Pro Ducati being manoeuvred by the Paddock Hill Marshals, but OB up on his feet and perfectly fine, crashing at Paddock Hill Bend out of 6th place. Unfortunately for OB, whether he maybe touched the curb going through the apex or what, but thankfully down he goes, slides into the gravel, the bike up on its feet and being pushed behind the wall. But that was a fairly interesting one for OB there. A lot of people getting caught out by that yellow flag and yellow board zone as well. But badged on our screen now as being okay. And what did we do just a couple of minutes ago then, Larry? We actually announced that Ryan Frost was going out with one of Crambo's relatives, so we might have a budding relationship in the future. You never know. But good for Dave to get in touch with you, and we do like updates like that. The yellow board's now withdrawn from Paddock Hill Bend.
Those lads who used to race the old nails and slab sides, we stick together, see, some 40 years after.
The nails and slab sides. Don't know what to say about that. Yeah,
it'll mean something to somebody, I'm sure.
Were you not the last count of Carnaby? Now I have to watch you say that because people have said different things, Larry.
Yeah, especially when they give me a trophy which was spelled slightly differently. Yeah, the last one ever, 1988. And I did ask the late great Peter Hillaby if I might keep the trophy, given that the circuit closed the following year. And he said I'd sooner melt it down for scrap.
Lovely. Yeah, just what you deserve. Ollie Bayliss still fastest with 5 minutes off this Quattro Group Supersport session to go. Bayliss changed that. Ben Curry crosses the line and goes to the top of the times. A 1:27.454, 9,000th of a second faster on the McCams Raceway's R9 Yamaha. Ben Curry 61 tops the timesheets, but there's still time for improvements. Both Honda UK riders working together out there, Jack Kennedy and Dean Harrison. Formation flying for the two Hondas, and it does seem to be working. We're looking at our tracker map to try and pick them up on screen to see exactly where the Hondas are. But Ben Curry will be delighted with that one. That's a good lap for Ben. 9,000s, doesn't matter how much faster you are, as long as you are faster than the man that you are trying to race alongside. Ollie Bayliss is completely on his own, making his way in towards the latter part of the lap. He comes through Clearbase. Does he head for the pit lane? Yes, he does. With 4.5 minutes to go, this, Larry, will need to be the kind of splash and dash before they keep him in too long. He comes into the pit lane as Harry Truelove throws his leg over the second of the McCams R9 Yamahas, and Truelove leaves the pit lane as McConnell, Skippy, goes through turn number 1.
Did you see he's doubling up this weekend on the Stocker as well?
You took the words right out of my mouth there, Larry Carter. Yes, I did. I saw him doubling up on the Stocker. The big BMW, which I saw him doubling up on now. What have we lost here? That's Max Wadsworth, who's gone down, and he has gone down at Stirling. He's up on his feet. He's helping the marshals drag the bike from underneath the wreck to sell. Rider okay, rider down at Stirling. So that's a couple of fairly sizable crashes for Max Wadsworth in the one weekend. He walks away from the bike and the scene of the crime, and the Port West Race Safe Marshals will move that bike to a position of safety. But number 72, you can see that on your internal TSL timing screen now, that he is okay. Lucas Brown up 3 places into 6th. That puts him on the back of the front row of the grid. Luke Stapleford 5th place. Is this a continuation of the struggling Stapleford that we're seeing? Well, it could possibly be, as Ollie Bayliss goes back out on the track and chased by Ben Tolliday. What do you think of that, Scoop?
Well, he's got the most garish colour scheme in the paddock. You can't exactly miss Ben Tolliday, can you?
No, very much not. Ben Tolliday goes on track behind Ollie Bayliss. The two Triumphs make their way up in towards Druids, up Halewood Hill into Druids Corner. Lovely corner. You go over the crest of a hill in towards Druids before you come back down the steep hill into Graham Hill Bend. That was reprofiled a lot of years ago. It used to be a really fast right-hand corner with a dip in the middle of it, but they reprofiled Graham Hill Bend, made it almost into a really tricky overtaking point with a corner that a lot of people do get wrong, and it just adds an extra element to the Indy circuit and the Grand Prix loop that we have here at Brands Hatch. But I'm keeping my eyes firmly on this screen. Kennedy, personal best, Sector 1, drifted away, Sector 2. Ben Curry, though, the provisional pole man, crossing the line. Does he go even faster as he crosses the line? 1:27.535. No, the lap drifted away a little bit. He had a couple of personal bests, or a couple of session bests, but it's a busy lap out there, Larry. It's a very busy lap, and all it takes is you to catch a little bit of traffic and your lap is then technically gone. Here comes TJ Toms across the line on the GNS Kawasaki. 14th place for TJ Toms. Lee Johnson with the personal best lap last time across the line sees him move into the top 10, 10th place, 128.2. And still we wait to see what Jack Kennedy can give us, a 27.6. It doesn't look like, well, he's only 500ths away from the fastest time, but it doesn't look like it's coming easy for Kennedy. As Bayliss crosses the line, he's got a slow bike going through the heart of Paddock Hill Bend, but it looks like it's far enough ahead of him not to catch his eyes. He makes his way up and in towards Druids. Let's see what Ollie Bayliss can do in this lap. This is his last chance at pushing for pole position as he comes through Druids down towards Graham Hill Bend. Bit of braking on the side of the tyre. That's where his teammate went down yesterday. A little bit wide of the apex as he comes through the heart of the Graham Hill Bend before he goes along the Cooper Street towards Surtees. This is such an important corner to get right before you head up onto the Grand Prix loop. 28.0, so he's already half a second down on Ben Curry's fastest time through that split. And whether that was just a little bit wayward going through the heart of Graham Hill Bend, only time will tell, but he will get a chance to do another lap. But here comes Luke Stapleford. He's gone purple through the long sector which takes you from Hawthorns through to Stirlings. He has personal bested the sector after that, personal best through that. It's a very short one down towards the next area. He's fastest. Luke Stapleford on a charge on the number 8 Scars Ducati, all on his own. He's got riders ahead of him. This could be Stapleford to the top of the times as he crosses the line into Paddock Hill Bend. He goes third place for Luke Stapleford, 400ths of a second away. How tight do you like your super sport action, Alan Hyde, when you look at that TSL timing screen
just
brought
like
to
that,
you?
if you're asking.
I know, incredible. Omaligato 1P Mobile will be loving this, the data which TSL are all providing us. The top 4 covered by 500ths of a second. It doesn't get any better. The checker flag now flies. There's live laps very much on the way. Ollie Bayliss has got another lap in him if he can do something. He's coming through the top of Druids before he accelerates down towards Graham Hill Bend. He needs to get this apex absolutely perfect this time, and he does. Much better for Ollie Bayliss. Out towards the exit curb, bounces off the exit curb and heads along Cooper Street. That was so much tidier. And what does that give him back in time? A 27.9 in sector number 1. So he's only 0.4 of a second lost in that sector rather than the half second. What can he do as the Triumph now stretches its legs onto the back side of the circuit? Riders coming through, taking the checker flag. We wait for Ben Curry, who is the man who leads the way by 9 thousandths of a second over Ollie Bayliss. It's pretty tight at the sharp end with Luke Stapleford, Jack Kennedy. Kennedy won't even be on the front row of the grid as it stands just now, but never discount Jack Kennedy. Crosses the line. Is this an improvement? He needs to find a tiny amount. He does, but he doesn't improve. He doesn't improve. Kennedy will be 4th at best behind the front row guys. It's just what order will this front row be in as Stapleford now comes down and crosses the line. Is it an improvement for Luke Stapleford? He does a 1:37.5. No is the answer. 10 seconds a lap slower. Here comes Bayliss across the line. This is his last chance. Does he do anything? Bayliss crosses the line and it's a 1:27.627. Ben Curry is your man who takes pole position in the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship here at Brands Hatch. Curry 61 on pole, from 68 Bayliss and 8 Stapleford. Get that beep button ready, Alan. Jack Kennedy in 4th place with Harry Truelove in 5th and Dean Harrison in 6th place. Lucas Brown comes home in 7th from Carter Brown. Oliver Barr slipped off in that session, finishes it in 9th place ahead of Lee Johnson. Billy McConnell in 11th place. Skippy on the number 9 MMB Ducati with TJ Toms, Jamie Davies, Corey Tinker, Max Wadsworth, another person who slipped off in 15th place. Cameron Hall with Freddie Barnes, Jack Mahaffey in 18th place. And first of the Cup runners, Adam Hartgrove, 19th overall for Adam Hartgrove, 20th Cameron Fraser. Mikey Hardy, who we saw slip off, was 21st, and Cameron Swain second in the Cup class, a couple of places behind Adam Hartgrove in 22nd place. But it's Ben Curry, Ollie Bayliss and Luke Stapleford about to head to Larry Carter. But before we do that, let's have a quick commercial break.
With all the Superbike news and insights, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The Ninja 125 and the Z125 have made a welcome return to the Kawasaki lineup for 2026, meaning there's never been a better time to learn to ride. If you're thinking of starting your biking journey this year, Kawasaki Rider Training Services provides professional training every step of the way. With schools located across the UK, visit learntoridewithkawasaki.co.uk to find your nearest venue and start discovering the benefits two wheels can bring.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
On race weekends, every second counts, and so does the right bike insurance. Carol Nash is one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers, and we're proud to be the exclusive insurance partner of British Superbike. So, whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model, or a high-performance superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years, we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. Don't miss out. Search Carol Nash.
With all the British Superbike news and insights, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
In the sunshine now at Brands Hatch on 88.3 FM. Good morning if you are just arriving to Brands Hatch for your first day of the weekend for BSB. A very warm welcome. We're celebrating much 30 years of British Superbikes and 100 years of racing at Brands Hatch. It's all here this weekend on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. Let's get down to the heart of the action in pit lane with Larry Carter.
A couple of Aussies and an Englishman down here, which will form the front row of the grid for the sprint race a little bit later on this weekend. Luke Stapleford down here just having a chat to the team. Luke, you left that one a little bit late to bump yourself up onto the front row of the grid, but after you was at Snetterton, if it's fair to say that, then how's the bike performing this weekend?
We're trying to blank out as much as we can and just crack on with the job we've got to do, so that's what we've got to do. We've got to do the best we can and forget about everyone else.
Yeah, you still seem as though you're a little bit bitter at the rule changes, Luke.
Well, you could say that, but like I say, there's nothing I can do about that one. So I've got my own thoughts. People have got their own thoughts. So.
Is it just something that's constantly under review? I mean, I would imagine Scott Smart and the rest of the teams and everybody else are monitoring the performance. We've seen the Ducatis in the Superbikes have had some revs dialed down. It's something that is ongoing, isn't it? The rules evolution.
It is, yeah. But I'd say the Ducatis remained the same for 3 years, which is why I chose to ride a Ducati this year. And within 3 rounds of me riding it gets changed. So. That's a bit of pill to swallow. I think it would be for anyone. I think everyone can understand that one. So it is what it is. We've got a bit of a buffer in the championship. We'll do what we can to get the best results we can. And if people have got an advantage, then it is what it is. We take the best results we can and move on. And hopefully at the end of the year, we're where we need to be.
Just do what you did at Snetterton, Luke. Go and win the race, mate.
That's the plan.
Thanks. Well, Ollie Bayliss is down here. Ollie, welcome to, it's nice to see you, Troy down here. Welcome to Brands Hatch, where your dad had so much success and the name of Bayliss is synonymous. But how are you finding things out there? P2, that's your best qualifier of the season so far?
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked with that one. Obviously, we haven't done many laps here, but the bike, ever since we rolled out on it, has been great. So, yeah, hopefully we can keep some momentum for the race and see how we get on.
Yeah, and lucky to take it. As we said, it's such a shame you're going to miss the end of the season here, because a lot of people do have you as an outside bet for the championship, but you're just here to enjoy yourself.
Yeah, exactly right. I just need to do my best, and hopefully, we can have a good race with the boys for the sprint.
Thanks so very much. Troy, we will catch up with you over the course of the weekend, hopefully, at various things, but it's wonderful to see you back here at Brands Hatch.
Oh, mate, it's always nice to be back and be part of the BSB paddock. It's great. It's a great crowd here, and it always has been.
Yeah, and a good friend of yours, Darryl Healy, from just down the road at GSE. So you've still got it on the back of the leathers. It's something that's going to go with you for life, this one.
He can't get rid of us. Yeah, but Darryl's been part of our gig for a long time, and yeah, it's all going well. Ollie's obviously very happy in the BSB paddock, and with the Macadam Triumphs doing a great job. He's got a great feeling there with the team, so yeah, it goes to show, and it's quite a new track for him, so good progress.
At one point in time, when we do have a chat over the course of the weekend formally, Troy, I'm going to ask you for your highlight of your career. So have a thing there. Kim's going to help you with one or two of them things there. But just get the old Graham Mattaway in there. Was it Valencia? Was it Dice with Colin Edwards? Was it winning the British Championship? I'll pose that one to you a little bit later on TV. Thanks for that. Well, Troy Bailey's one of my all-time heroes, and such a nice guy as well. As indeed is Ben Curry down here. Well, his wife Kirsty's down here. Ben, the Snetterton seems a long, long way ago now. Just put that one to bed and forget all about it. This is where you belong, back on pole position.
Yeah, cheers. It's just crazy, isn't it, the turnarounds of weekends? But we knew come Sunday at Snetterton that we finally arrived with the bike that we needed, and unfortunately I woke up on the wrong side of the bed and I was not in good shape. But this weekend I was pretty confident that we could turn up here and be on the pace straight away, and we more or less have done, but we're still working through the bike all the way up to this session. Another change.
It's brand new.
I mean, yeah, every time we get here, it's a brand new package, and we literally changed the bike for that session. So, and it made another step. So that's where we're at the moment. But I feel awesome, and the team are doing an amazing job. So I'm looking forward to this afternoon's race. When I start on pole position's nice. I don't get that many pole positions in my career, but yeah, feels nice to do that. But the points are this afternoon, so we'll try and get some good points.
Yeah, you need to claw a few back, don't you, on Lou? Thanks very much. And a question to Steve Rogers, the boss of the McCams Yamaha squad. Steve, this is the brand new R9, of course. It's the first time that Ben has a true love of racing in the UK. Are you seeing them pick up in sales now? You know, the reason that you go racing is to sell motorbikes up there in Fleetwood. So are you starting to see that one or two people are now starting to come in and buy the R9s?
Oh, definitely, yeah. I mean, not just for racing, but on the road, yeah, they're really popular bike. Yeah, sales are good, to be fair. So, yeah, as long as we keep winning, keeping it up there, yeah, it should be all right.
The problem is, Steve, the commission on the bikes is you're having to pay out in bonuses to Kerry.
Exactly, yeah. It's not quite offsetting at the minute, but, you know.
Well, I'll lend you a couple of quid if you're short, mate. I'll tell you what, if he's short, I know where there's a house full. Well, there you go. That is the Quattro Group British Supersport already heading out on track at the British Superbikes for their final free practice session. Back to the studio.
Thanks very much indeed to Larry Carter down there. Yep, the sunshine has come out here at Brands Hatch. 10 minutes of Zim British Superbikes out on circuit. Let's get directly back to Duncan Vincent in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Sir Al. Thank you, Larry Carter, down there in pit lane as well. Superbikes are on track for the first time on Saturday, but we had them on track yesterday. We had them on track 3 times yesterday for an hour session, for a half-hour session, and then we had them on track for their pre-qualifying, which is a bit of a dash for the cash, if you like. It's what gets them into the second phase of qualifying, Q1 and Q2, the top 12 go directly into that second phase of qualifying, and that's exactly what some of the riders were trying to do, and everybody wants to get through, because then you give yourself a much more kind of fighting chance, shall we say, of having a good strong weekend. As we keep our eyes on the bikes making their way out onto the circuit, combined times will be given after free practice 3, but what we will do is we'll look at the pre-qualifying times, because Scott Redding was fastest yesterday by 0.03 of a second over Kyle Ryde, with Max Cook in third. Bradley Ray also making his way through the second phase of qualifying. The pocket rocket Leon Haslam left it fashionably late, actually, and almost got caught out by one of the stoppages that we had. Joe Talbot put in a stunner of a lap. He got dragged round by Kyle, and I've got to say, Kyle actually openly admitted that he dragged Joe Talbot round for that lap, and it did look incredibly good. Christian Idding, Glenn Urban, Storm Stacey, Eli Michalczyk, Danny Kent and Ryan Vickers, your top 12 who make it through into that second phase of qualifying. And why is that important? Well, that lets you get that little bit of extra time in the pit box to look at the bike. Also, you can save a tyre, which is the important part of it. If you can save a tyre, that's exactly what you need to do. These guys out here are all about their tyres, and they're all about trying to make sure they've got enough tyre life left at the end of the event. Qualifying is going to be fast. Christian Idden did mention yesterday, and I think you actually heard Larry Carter saying a few things like this morning, guys. Christian said it's going to get, well, he said cooler, maybe not colder, maybe we're looking into that the wrong way, but the track temperature already today is cooler than we have had, and that cooler condition does make it a lot more better for the tyres, the rider, the bike, because the track doesn't feel as greasy. You would imagine, you want the track to be as hot as it possibly can to give maximum grip back. But as we know, Larry Carter, you actually want a little bit less grip out there, a little bit less heat out there, which will give you more grip. That's what these guys are in search of.
Yeah, we had a lot of them complaining, if that's the right word, the lack of grip at Snetterton because the temperatures were so high. It escapes me as to exactly what the ambient temperature was, but the track temperature was well up into the 40s, and a lot of the riders were just saying it makes the track surface just that little bit more slick, a little bit more greasy, and as a result the lap times just don't come quite as easy. But I would hazard a guess, I'm down here in pit lane, and when the sun does just come out in a little sun trap down here, I would hazard a guess that these are perfect temperatures, perfect conditions for racing. And I know that Scott Redding got within a deuce of the outright lap record of Bradley Ray yesterday. Be interesting to see whether or not anybody can get anywhere near it as we go in towards the final free practice session and the rocket off oxygen qualifying a little bit later on. But remember that a lap record cannot be set unless it's under racing conditions. We talk about lap records in qualifying, they're only for reference. It's only in a race that a lap record can be set.
I would like to say thank you to my good friend Richard Coventry, who is just working out the television pictures for us across here. Great stuff from Cov, and we now have it on the main screens around the circuit. Fabulous stuff. It's a short free practice 3, but it still gives us a good kind of look into what's going to happen throughout the course of the race. This is where they're maybe just doing a final systems check. They'll maybe be bedding in brake pads, stretching a chain, all that kind of boring stuff that has to be done by a racing team, because if you don't do it, you're then in a little bit of trouble. But Brands Hatch, I've got to say, Brands Hatch looks absolutely glorious.
And we're blessed with these amazing drone shots, aren't we, for BSB TV coverage. Absolutely brilliant. And I've known the drone pilot for many, many years, and he was telling me yesterday that he's trialling something new this weekend.
That's because Higgsy will have told me he wanted something new, probably. His shirt was telling me they're just too safe. They need to get a little bit closer to the action if they can. But there's a happy medium involved in that. We're looking at Josh Brooks making his way around. Brooksy had a very special livery on yesterday. Now, you don't normally get tribute special liveries on a practice day, but he did, and he had bad all over the bike. And there was I found out from Amy, if you watch Josh's vlogs, and they're very, very good vlogs, through the off-season he had a tip-off in Australia, and when he was sliding along, the helmet cam picked up him not swearing, as you would imagine, but as the bike was flying through there, disintegrating itself, Josh was shouting, bad. So it was a kind of in-joke, and I think that was really good. It was a nice-looking colour scheme, really, really, really cool.
If ever there was a misnomer that was inappropriate, it's having Josh Brooks as a nickname of Bad Boy, isn't it?
Yeah,
because he's anything but a bad boy. The nickname originates from a long time ago in his early tenure in BSB, where he was a little bit of a villain. He was adjudged to have been involved in some shenanigans where the riders had other riders had been crashed into effectively. There was an incident with Sylvain Gantoli at Donington Park where Josh was alleged to have been the aggressor, but everybody will remember the scattering at Mallory Park back in 2009 when he arrived at the Shaw's hairpin and decided he wasn't going to brake, took half the field out, and as a result he ended up getting a couple of bans along the line for his erratic riding, and as a result he was sort of like deemed the bad boy of the paddock for causing all this trouble. Well, and that's where the nickname Bad Boy comes from, and it's kind of one that's just stuck with him. Little did we know then when we saw that Aussie who came across to win the World Superbike Championships of Sport race in the Supersport category at Donington Park in 2006. Little did we know that we'd still be here with 19 Brands Hatch victories to his name.
I said that to him yesterday. I goes, you've won 19. He says, I've had a bit of success around here. And I said, you've won 19 times around here. And there was a bit of a smile on his face. I should have maybe asked, when's the 20th going to happen? Because, you know, we sorted out Honda last year. You know, last year, Larry, they were fabulous. They were there. They were at the sharp end.
Won at Oulton Park, did Brooksy?
Exactly. Podiumed at Doynton, won at Oulton Park. And we haven't seen that from them this year. But, you know what, it's not just our Honda that we haven't seen. We haven't really seen Tag Honda. We haven't seen Master Mac Honda. And we're struggling to get Honda up there as well. So there's just a little bit of work for the Honda camps to do. And we spoke with Scott Hargreaves at length. I've spoken with him about that. He says, look, it is work in progress. It's something that we are trying to bring everything forward. There are green shoots, you could say, with the likes of Ryan Vickers after Knockhill for Snetterton. But it looks a little bit harder if you're on one of those Hondas at this stage in the season. So let's keep our eyes firmly on that one.
You could have said the same potentially about the FS3 Kawasaki last year, couldn't you, in the hands of Max Cook and Christian Itten. I know Itten did put it on the podium a couple of times towards the end of the season, but they were kind of at this level where Honda are finding themselves at this point in time in the season. I think Ryan Vickers is riding out his little white cotton socks, to be perfectly honest, and he's doing things a lot more with that bike. And that's no disrespect to his teammate Jason O'Halloran, who, let's face it, is getting back to, he's the world endurance champion. He's used to racing 24-hour races on different tyres and different circuits, different mentality, and jumping back on the Honda is a difficult concept. But he's gradually getting up to speed. He had his best results of the season at Snetterton, and I think it's only a matter of time. And you know where they are going to turn the corner, Dunk? Cadwell Park.
Ryan Vickers is now in the gravel trap, Larry. He is down at Stirling's. He's up on his feet. We were watching that lap unfold as he was going round. You'll see the big main screens are going to show you a replay of this, so keep your eyes on the main screens. He comes through Dingledale Sheen Curve, breaks in towards Stirling's and goes down very, very early on the front end there, and gets himself caught up in that bike, actually. The one thing we know about Ryan Vickers, he is a tough one, that's for sure. He's up on his feet. He does look okay. He's taking off his gloves, just having a look at that. Scott Hargreaves inside the Honda UK garage will be furrowed brow with that one. That's not what you want your, basically, I'm going to say, number one rider to be doing, but it shows you just how hard he's trying. We saw issues for Jason O'Halloran yesterday where the bike stopped on him with a technical problem, and it seems it is a bit of a tricky one. But you're right, can 100% agree with what you said about the Kawasaki last year. Look at the transition they've made onto the Bimota. You know, the Honda, will there be a new one coming out? Who knows? Is that something that needs to happen? But right now, Scott Redding, who leads the way with a 124.687. He's almost half a second faster than Kyle Reid. Kyle Reid with a 125.1 Redding and a different postcode from everybody here at this moment in time. And that's with the 250 revs that they have lost off the top end of that V4 Panigale R. All Ducatis in this championship have had that rev reduction. And it's good to see that the organisers very much still keeping their finger on their pulse and looking after all these things and looking out to do changes and make changes. But Redding, Reid. Vickers was actually third fastest in the session when he's tipped off. Ahead of Max Cook, who's having a good weekend, Storm Stacey. And there's an upturn in form. For everybody who has a slight downwards turn in form, somebody else comes good, and that's the IWR Honda, that Rocket BMW Motorrad team of Ilya Michalczyk. Another top 10 in a free practice, 6th place for Ilya, and it would have been 5th if Storm Stacey hadn't have bumped him down one position right at the very end. I've got to say, I've spoke with Ilya at length. I spoke with James Buckingham, and I've also spoke with Ian Wallacott, as Lee Jackson has a bit of an issue going through Paddock Hill Bend up towards Druids. Checker flag has flown for the session, just to let you all know. But that BMW starting to get, and Sean Muir said there's a bit of a link with the actual factory team and the BSB now, which is good. That's taken its time to get there, because ultimately there will be different parts that they can put on the BSB bike than they have on the World Superbike. But it's a slow progress. Slow system. Remember, Ian Wallacott's team was only announced at the second official test. The second official RNG test that we did at Oulton Park, he wasn't in the mix for having a team up until that point. He missed the Doynton test. They effectively had nothing when the sponsor decided they wanted to go and do something else. Scott Swan had to go and find a ride somewhere else, and Wallacott was left almost high and dry until the BMW deal came along. But thank goodness it did. Scott Redding, fastest at the end of that session, as we get all sorts of nice close-ups of Matt Roberts on the screen. I'm going to change that one because that was a little bit terrifying to see. As much as I love Matt, that was almost inside his ear there.
The cameraman was focusing.
Yeah,
that's what he was doing.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Scott Redding fastest from Kyle Wright and Ryan Vickers, with Max Cook, Storm Stacey, Eli Michalczyk, Christian Eden in 7th place, with Lee Jackson, Bradley Ray and the Osho Jason O'Halloran in 10th. Danny Kent, Glenn Irwin, Joe Talbot, Rory Skinner, with Eugene McManus, Josh Brooks, Richard Kerr, Rhys Irwin. Fraser Rogers in 19th place, ahead of Braden Elliott, Graham Irwin, Luke Hedger and Leon Haslam. The pocket rocket Leon Haslam, 23rd place. Should we be bothered about that? Well, for free practice 3, it's a very short session. I don't think so, but it's maybe worthwhile, Larry, heading to, if you can, the Motor Rapido garage just to make sure everything is A-OK with Leon Haslam. But what we'll do now, there's no Parc Fermé after this session. We'll hand back to the studio to Alan Hyde for a very quick commercial break.
With all the news, views and interviews, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as an official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. Alongside offering a full suite of R&G products, R&G's official technical centre is the one-stop shop for essential race products such as Easy Grip, Renthal sprockets, DID chains, Motul fluids, Alpine Stars protection and so much more. Located in the paddock at every round, visit the R&G Technical Centre today for the latest essentials at the best prices.
Whether it's weekend tours or continent exploring, adventure comes for free with Kawasaki this summer. Purchase a 2025 model year Versys 650 or Versys 1100 and you can receive a free touring kit upgrade that includes a set of panniers and inner bags, tank pad and handguards. Plus, the machines are available on low-rate finance through Kawasaki K Options. Visit your local Kawasaki dealer to find out more.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive, only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship. Live on FM radio, online at BritishSuperbike.com and streamed live on YouTube with TSL live timing.
Pretty sharp 10 minutes for British Superbike's first outing today. They qualify at 1:10, just after we have our lunch break here at Brands Hatch. Let's get down to pit lane. I wonder if we're going to get a chance to catch up with any of the riders, or will they go straight into debrief? Larry Carter.
No, they do come back to the garage and they do have a quick debrief, but just outside the Leon Haslam garage, because we did notice that he was just in and out sort of like regularly on that one, and I can see that the Motor Rapido team are just going to work on some electronic issues by the looks of it on that bike. So just going to move in and see if we can grab a quick word with Leon. Could we just grab a quick word, Leon? I don't want to get in the way the boys working there, but a little bit of a fraught session that for you. What was the problem?
Now, we've been having a few issues with the bike cutting out. We had it yesterday and we had it again this morning, so yeah, going to get Motec in, see what's shorting out. Yeah,
so it must be frustrating that, because obviously the boys are going to try and fix the problem, but the next time you're going to be on the bike is for qualifying.
Yeah, the bike's actually feeling pretty good. We felt good yesterday. We're only 2/10 off a pole, and we missed the first 5 laps of pre-qualifying yesterday because of this issue. So for me, if she's all running, we're feeling confident.
Well, you've got one of the best men in the paddock on, haven't you, with the brains that is Steve Moore behind it, so if anybody can fix it soon.
Yeah, Steve's on it. Yeah, we'll be all good.
Good stuff. Thanks, Leon. Well, there you go, a technical issue. And that's the problem. We saw it with Glenn Irwin, didn't we, at Snetterton, if you recall, just prior to him having that off during the qualifying session. He was chasing his tail, or the Nitrous competitions Ducati squad were chasing their tail. They just couldn't pinpoint where that electronic issue was. And obviously Steve Moore, he is the head honcho when it comes to Ducati technology in the paddock. All the Ducati teams, they all work together. But with Steve, he is the sort of the grand master effectively. He's the one that they go to if there is a bit of extra head scratching to be done. So pretty sure that they will get that bike sorted, and Leon will be out there and competitive as ever, because it was here at Brands Hatch, of course, that he won his one and only British Championship title back in 2018. So he'll be looking to try and get up there again this weekend. So fingers crossed they can get it fixed.
Thanks very much indeed to Larry Carter down there in pit lane. I am just going to remind you about the Meet the Riders at the Zin Zone, located in the trade area, how their timetable is looking, because Dave Neal conducting the interviews throughout today, and they get underway very soon, in about 15 minutes time. They do so at 11:20. Scott Redding appearing there at 11:20, and Max Cook, really one of the stars of the championship so far this season, at 11:30. Leon Haslam, we just heard from him with Larry down in pit lane, 11:45, and Glenn Irwin at midday. David Allingham appearing at 12:15, and Luke Mossey at 12:30. Troy Bayliss, one of our legends this weekend, at 2 o'clock, and another legend, Ron Haslam, appearing at 2:15. Reigning champion, double champion, Carl Ryde appears on the Meet the Riders stage at the Zin Zone at 2:30. Rory Skinner 2:45, and Simon Reed at 3 o'clock. That's how the Meet the Riders interviews taking place down at the Zin Zone, located in the trade area, a very busy trade area, not surprisingly this weekend, celebrating this weekend 30 years of British Superbikes, and of course 100 years this year of racing at Brands Hatch. Right, we are just over 1 minute away from getting bikes out on circuit. Our next qualifying session of the day for the Pirelli National Super Stocks. They take to the circuit once again, 25 minutes around the Grand Prix circuit here at Brands Hatch. Time to catch up with a couple of your messages on WhatsApp if you want to get in touch. 07482 877 877, 07482 877 877 is the number. And this one says, morning commentary team, can you wish Cam Dixon a good luck this weekend? That comes from Carol and from Vinny as well. This one says, I'd like to wish Joey McGee and the Dow Racing team a very happy 21st birthday for next Thursday from his mum and all his family back home in the Isle of Man. I hope the team have a great weekend and see you very soon at Alton Park. We look forward to it, Linda. Thank you very much indeed for writing in, and happy birthday to Joey for Thursday. And this one says, hi, it's us in the Green Gazebo on South Bank again. Today's our first time at BSB, and we are very excited. From Jacob, Ethan, Zoe and Lee as well. Where's the Green Gazebo? I can't see it from here, but I'm sure it's just behind the air conditioning units, just out the back of the commentary box. So hi to you all. And this one says, hello, can you say hi to Phil and Sam? First time at Brands Hatch, absolutely loving it. Met some really lovely people, and breakfast at the Kentagon was great. There you go, quite an endorsement for the pit stopper breakfast. And this one says, come on Ollie Barr and Carter Brown 3B Binch this weekend, from Susie, Monty and Finn, and Monty Dog sponsors Ollie's 24 Ollie 24 helmet. Thank you very much indeed for writing in, I think from overseas, over in the UAE, I think, according to the number. But great to have you listening. Thank you very much indeed to BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of British Superbikes, here at Brands Hatch on 88.3 FM. Let's get back as the engine notes are loud around the circuit here at Brands Hatch, because qualifying is underway. It's our next qualifying session of the day. It's for the Pirelli National Super Stocks, and in the commentary box is Duncan.
Thank you very much, Sir Al. Joey McGee, happy birthday next week. Good friend of mine, Joey, down there in the Dow Honda garage. I was having a look out the back, Alan. I think the gazebo, the green gazebo's on the inside of the Graham Hill Bend. There's a green top
by
to it.
Jove?
I think so.
I can't quite see, because we've got these little backdrops, haven't we?
You would need to stand up from that chair, and that's not
I
something
am standing up.
Oh, sorry.
How dare you?
He's not very tall. Yeah, let's move on from that pretty quickly. Morning, everybody. Welcome to Brands Hatch. We hope you're enjoying yourself. Duncan Vincent in the commentary box, joined by Alan Hyde in the studio, Larry Carter down in the pit lane, and Laura on gimbal camera duties as well, giving you all the action as it happens, bringing everything to you and all the BTS stuff that we can. This is a Pirelli National Superstock Championship qualifying, and an important qualifying session because we're back to a busy schedule. David Allingham has been the person who has been very much in charge of what we've been seeing for the National Superstock. He is in a fine run of form, and if you can keep form going, that helps you so well. We had a single race at Snetterton, and we're back to a double-header format this weekend at Brands Hatch. Now, big talking points to the championship is Sam Cox is back. Sam Cox is very much back. And what did he do yesterday, Alan Hyde? Well, I'll tell you what he did yesterday. He managed to throw the thing into the weeds at Westfield.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly, yes.
Oh,
he
dear.
did convincingly throw the thing into the scenery, the shrubs. But what he was doing was, I think he was just testing that he was perfectly okay and he's fit enough and strong enough to bounce and crash again. I'd like to think that the Armada Marine Cables SC31 team were seen rubbing their heads and thinking, good grief, Sam. I think he may be the team boss, but his ride might be a little bit under threat because he's got so many quick guys in that stable of riders desperate to take a seat on one of those turquoise Hondas that we have. But the championship is led by David Allingham as we come in here. He has a 18-point lead, over Luke Mossey. Scott Swan sits in third place with Matt Trulove a fine fourth. Lewis Rollo in his return to this class, fifth in championship, ahead of his teammate Simon Reed. And Danger Scouts Josh Owen in seventh place. Josh Owen, so bit of work to do for Josh there, but he's had a pretty bruising start to the year in Superstock. Ash Beach in eighth with Declan Connell ninth. If he didn't have bad luck, he'd have no luck for Declan Connell, I have to say. And then we have in 10th place Ash Barnes, teammate to Declan Connell. Deco was in the front row at Snetterton. Great qualifying performance, great pace, great speed throughout, good race pace. Wait for the installation warm-up lap, and the clutch started slipping on the rapid Honda, which is such a shame. A great little team that Matt Bainbridge and Claire Armstrong have put together. Declan Connell loving his time inside a big team. It is a big team. It's always been dad and lad. Ash Barnes, the great, perfect teammate for Declan, both at their early stages of their Superstock career. As we look down to see Ash Barnes in the pit lane having a bit of work done to his bike, and the rest of the other side of the team with Tony and Jamie on Declan's side, just waiting for Declan if he does come back in to the pit lane. But you know, this is the event as well last year that unfortunately Luke Mossey had his tip-off. Larry, you'll remember that. He crashed going through the exit of Clearways into Clark, and that kind of took Mossey away from us from the championship for quite some time. We did get him back, but it put a big hole in the attempt that he was trying to make and chase down Elia, because Michalczyk was very, very strong last year on that Superstock bike, as we know. But Luke Mossey had just started to get the handle on that Honda, and it looked like he had the beating at certain tracks. But unfortunately, we were kind of robbed of that, and we didn't get it at that point. Other talking points, John McGuinness is here this weekend. And right now McGuinness lapping. He was in the top 15 yesterday, and he was delighted with that. He really was. If he can get anywhere near any of these riders, he is a happy man. He says there's so many fast riders, and not just this championship in the paddock. In this paddock, there is a real impressive amount of riders. In this class alone, there's probably 4 or 5 riders who have been or could be superbike riders, and possibly should be superbike riders. It's a very hotbed of talent. That's one thing to look at. And McGuinness just loving his time coming back into this paddock, into this championship. And also Scott Hargreaves, Honda UK manager, saying it's great when John rocks up, drops his bike in the garage, and we always make space for that man in the actual superbike garage for John McGuinness. Number 24, exceeding track limits, turn 1, lap time cancelled.
We've just sorry, Larry, did I talk over you? No, I didn't.
No, it's okay, it's me.
Duncan, we've just had a message in which says, great weekend here at Brands. Can you very quickly explain each of the groups of bikes and what they are and what they're allowed to do to the bikes as they ride? Lots of people don't know what the bikes are that they're looking at. So maybe just a quick overview of a Superstock.
Could I
yes.
just interject with that? A very easy way to do it. Get yourself a copy of the race programme, have a look on the race page, which for the Superstocks is on page 73, and that in the specification gives you an idea of what bikes are eligible to take part in this particular class, as it does in all the other various classes. Just look for the specifications, and that will tell you. Get yourself a copy of the race programme, all will be revealed.
Thank you, Larry.
Legend, absolute legend. It saves me doing that in the middle of the qualifying session.
That's for Steve, who's sat on the chair on the banking right next to the VIP area at the finish line. There we go. There you go, Steve. Hi, Steve.
There's Steve there. Steve, get yourself a programme, Steve. Get one of these, and I will make it possible. Saves me having a run through of that about every session. But we have on track the Pirelli National Superstock Championship. It is stock bikes, but they're superstock. You can change various pieces on them, and they're very fast. You can see that they're fast out of the showroom, out of the crate. And it's Luke Mossy on the number 12, Malenko's by Paget's Motorcycles Honda, who is fastest by a tenth of a second from the championship leader on his SMS Nickel Oil BMW, David Allingham. We then have Scott Swan, who's up there. Swanee in third place on the number 45 Swan Racing Honda with Rosewood Bespoke Joinery sponsorship. Then Simon Reed with Carl Cox on the side of his BMW by MLAV. Now Carl Cox is actually here, Alan. He was down in the pit lane yesterday. I missed him every time I was down there. I was a bit upset with that. The great man himself. I grew up listening to the likes of Carl Cox and all that stuff, as I think we kind of all did in that era. So if we could get Carl Cox to come to the commentary point at some time, that is something that we'll try and do for Alan Hyde and for you guys out there as well, because a huge name in music.
Can we afford him?
Big name in the motorbike racing now.
You know, the icon of the Mediterranean rave scene and the BCM discos and what have you in Mallorca and Ibiza and what have you. I'm not too sure that we could afford his agent's fees if we were to get him broadcasting, Dunk.
Heidi knows many people. Many people.
Unfortunately, he does. You're right there.
So, remember, this man is connected in the music scene as well. He was just telling me a nice story about hearing Mark Knopfler last weekend, and I was all right. Okay, that's a nice name to drop in there. One of the ultimate guitar heroes that I have.
What, my mate Mark?
Yeah, your mate Mark. Yeah. Hang on, let me get that name off the floor. There we go. I'll put it up there.
Is he a very good friend of yours?
Very good friend.
Very good friend. Yeah.
Very good friend.
Yeah. Scotsman, of course.
Well, born in Glasgow and raised in the northeast.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Scotsman, of course.
Well, strictly speaking, yes.
Love it. Larry can't take that one away from me, Stephen Kershaw. Can you, Larry? No, but you're going to try. But yeah, absolutely. We'll see if we can get Carl Cox at some point on radio. We'd love to have him up here at some point. He's a hero of mine. From anybody that's into music would know that name. We have got 60 minutes of the session to go. I'm going to give you Sam Cox update. 23rd place, just behind Max Lofthouse and ahead of JVS, Jamie Van Shakliris, in 24th place. That would lead me on to say hello to Cornier and the guys from Assen if they are listening. I know they're avid fans of the BSB and the support classes. Oh, down. You'll see that on the YouTube camera in the background. That looks like a Rapid Honda to me. It certainly is. Rapid Honda, unfortunately, rider walking away from that one. Is that Ash Barnes? Rider up on his feet walking away. I'll give you confirmation in a minute. Can't actually make it from here, but the rider's fine. He is walking away, and there is a Rapid Honda now being picked up and moved. I think that is the yellow flashes to the corners of the leathers. Yep, number 8, Ash Barnes down at Graham Hill Bend. That's what we call the Max Wadsworth incident. Same thing as we saw yesterday, and not what Ash wants to do in his qualifying session. But the Port West Race Safe Marshals manoeuvring that bike with a bit of help from each other to get it to a position of safety. Ash Barnes crashing out of this session. What position was he in as we look down? Where is he on our timing screen actually? Need to have a little change of that one to see if we get him and where he actually is. Ash Barnes, yeah, down there in 37th place. That's an outlap crash, Larry. That's an outlap crash for Ash Barnes. 37th place. He is going to be on the very, very back of the grid. That's a disaster for your weekend to start that at Brands Hatch. That's going to be a pretty awkward conversation with Matt Bainbridge back in the garage. That's for sure as his teammate heads out onto circuit into Paddock Hill Bend. So Ash Barnes up having a bit of a chat with the medics on his feet. He walked away from that one. The bike now making its way back to a position of safety. Yeah, that's not a conversation you're going to want to have with Matt Bainbridge and Claire Armstrong. And a shame that bike took a bit of a beating as well there, Larry. There's a good few rolls and somersaults involved in that. And they also have a race today, if I'm not mistaken. Pirelli National Superstock will race at 5 to 5 for 14 laps this evening. An action-packed day that we have. The last race starts at 5 to 6. 5 to 6 for the BMW Rocket off BMW F900R Cup Heat 2, which will be a quick start 8-lapper. But bit of work to do for Rapid, and one thing is they've definitely got the people involved that can help with that. As actually a little bit concerned about Ash Barnes. He's right beside Dave Hewson, who is down there, and I can see Charlotte Marcuso as well. And Ash actually holding his arm up, so that's not too great. Walking away with the marshals, the medic's probably going to go towards the medical centre. He's pointing his chest there. He's in communication with Dave Hewson and Charlotte Marcuso. Well, that's a bit of a disaster for his qualifying session. One of the guys you would expect to be easily inside that top 10 goes down on an outlap and has not yet put a lap time in. So as long as he's okay and fit to race, he'll have to do a bit of pleading with the officials and show that he was quick enough through the 2 sessions before this, and plead his case with the stewards to get him onto the back of the grid. Meanwhile, his teammate crosses the line and heads down through Paddock Hill Bend. Declan Connell on 33. Declan finds himself in 6th place, only 7/10 of a second away from Luke Moss's fastest time of that 26.905. A busy pit lane down there, Scoop. A lot of people coming in with 12 minutes of the session to go. Are we seeing new tyres going in the back of a lot of these bikes? I would imagine we are. Bit of new tyres, bit of liquid for the riders. John McGuinness heading back out, and then a bit of a push for pole. I think that's what we're going to say, and it's probably what we're going to see. As Simon Reid as well, he is heading back out. There goes Cam Dixon. He had a birthday just the other day, Cam Dixon, actually. Happy birthday to him, seeing as we're mentioning people's birthdays. And a whole lot more bikes coming down. There's Jeff Van Calster as well. Number 8 will take a little trip to the medical centre. That's been updated as Hewson and Marcuso wait for Ash Barnes to just walk around the bottom of the tyre wall, back up into the paddock. So here we have 11 or 12 minutes to go. A lot of riders in the pit lane taking on tyres. Luke Mossy is fastest. Lewis Rollo's on track. He's P2. He's 300ths of a second behind Luke Mossy, and he has put a personal best first sector in. Through the middle sector, looks like it's drifted away ever so slightly. Well, 14, well, about a 10th and a half is all he's dropped there, but he's only 300ths of a second away. It is close for Lewis Rollo's. Declan Connell goes to the top of the times. Declan Connell on that outlap and the push lap, 126.821 for Declan. The young man from Dunfermline puts himself top of the times here in the Pirelli National Superstock Championship with a 126.821. 800ths of a second ahead of Luke Mossy. That's a 6th place improvement for the red and white Rapid Honda bike number 33. As we see Lewis Rollo crossing the line, and he makes it a Scottish 1-2 as Lewis Rollo goes into 2nd place, 200ths of a second behind Declan Connell. So Honda, BMW as it stands at the top of the times. The BMW Motorrad Central backed MLAV BMW that Lewis Rollo's on. He'll be happy with that one. Is returning to this championship. McGuinness crosses the line. 15th for John McGuinness. 15th for the great man himself. And he's on a bit of an outlap push. He's just left the garage. There would probably be a new tyre in the back of that Honda UK Fireblade. What can John McGuinness give us? We did mention Billy McConnell was doubling up. He finds himself in 9th place. And Skippy is on a lap that's going to move him up towards the sharp end. He is in 9th place. We wait to get bike number 3 across the line. Here he comes now. Where does Skippy go? Does he go? Yes, he does. He goes up 4 places to 5th. Wow. Fabulous stuff for Skippy McConnell in this. It was just yesterday. We kind of noticed him on track, but I also had a little look at the... Larry always sends me a little bit of a pre-event programme, and just have a look at the entry list through it, Alan. It's always very interesting to see, but you look and see who's going to be out there and who's doing what. And I saw number 3, Australia, C&L Fairburn Properties BMW Billy McConnell, and I kind of thought, oh, brilliant, just in time for him going to Thruxton to smoke the place up on a Superstock bike. But a good lap for Skippy there, puts himself P5 across the line. But it's still Connell and Rollo at the sharp end. There goes Lewis Rollo again across the line. Another good lap for Lewis Rollo. A little bit slower than what we've seen, just to try and give himself a bit of breathing space. And Scott Swan up 3 places into 4th. Swanee improves on his Swan Racing Honda, the number 45 bike. Here comes John McGuinness through. McGuinness crossing the line. 17th place. Had a bit of a shuffle put on him. A 130 point flat. Josh Owens. Well, Owens is in 15th place, so he'll need to do something on that SAF Holland Honda with GR Performance. Josh won't be happy. Danger Scouse being in 15th place, that's for sure. Cam Dixon's having a good run in 11th on bike 52. As I mentioned, he had a birthday during the week. But here comes Scott Swan, purple through sector number 1 with 27.6. We watch 45. He's about to break the next sector. It should be 14.8 or quicker now. He's been caught up in traffic there by the looks of things, Swanee, and he's lost 0.3 of a second. And when you're separated by hundredths of a second at the sharp end, you cannot afford to lose any time at all on a lap, but you're trying to put yourself towards that sharp end. Paul Cunvin crossing the line. We've got Lee Healy as well in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Kevin Milani was a bit of an odd one yesterday. He only completed 2 laps in total. We've got more laps out of Kevin today, but Milani, bike number 36, in 36th place on bike 34, Kevin Milani, the young Italian in a 241 Motorsports Honda, didn't do a lot at all yesterday, so interesting to find out. Good lap from Cunvin, actually. Gets himself up 2 places into 25th. There's one of the improvers. But I'm keeping my eyes on Luke Mossey because he's purple through a couple of sectors. And also Scott Swan. Swanee ends his lap at 27.4. He reduces the gap. In fact, the 1/10 of a second gap remains in place. But here comes Luke Mossey across the line. Mossey back to the top, 125.9. First rider, 125.9. First rider to go sub 1 minute 26. And he puts 0.8 of a second into the field. That is an enormous lap from Luke Mossey. Seriously impressive lap from Mossey, 125.9. Remember, the lap record set in a race by Mikkelchek was a 25.6. But impressive. Also improving out there, Josh Owens up to 9th place. Callum Bay in the top 10 as well. Callum Bay was in a real struggle yesterday. He says he's physically okay, just crossing the line now. Didn't have any grip out there, was struggling to get the bike to work. I did see him having a bit of a chat with Richard from Olands yesterday. Something clearly has worked for Callum Bay inside that top 10, and likewise for Josh Owens. And here comes Tom Ward. We haven't mentioned Ward yet. He's returning this weekend for the Armada Marine Cables squad. Bike 21, Tom Ward. Purple sector number 1. Drifts away a little bit, ever so slightly, going through sector number 2. And he wasn't with traffic, but he does have Josh Owens hot on his heels. That could have been something that was maybe just giving him a bit of a look over his shoulder. But Scott Swan now goes P2. Mossey, Swan, Connell, Rollo, the top 4, with Matt Trulov in 5th place. David Allingham, the championship leader, down to 6th. But give him time. Discount him at your peril, I think we could say there. Another lap across the line for Luke Mossey. Gives himself a bit of a cool-down lap in order to give him a bit of a push towards the end. Callum Bay now on an out lap, heads in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Was that a ride through the pits, actually, for Callum Bay, trying to get a bit of space? Crossing the line, Wardy goes P3. Good improvement for Tom Ward. Puts himself up at the sharp end. There's Sam Cox following him in towards Paddock Hill Bend. 20 for Sam Cox, 20th. But Tom Ward, we know how fast Wardy can be. We know how good he is around here. And David Allingham, I did say discount him at your peril, because Allingham now puts himself P2 behind Mossey, 0.4 of a second away. Mossey, Allingham, Billy McConnell, Scott Swan, Tom Ward. How quickly is this TV screen changing? The TSL timing screen brought to you by Omolagato on 1P Mobile. The data is changing so quickly and it's so hard to keep up with it in the commentary box here. Here comes Declan Connell across the line on another push lap. Connell stays in 6th place, 129.0. Well, in fact, that's not a push lap. This is the push lap now for Declan Connell, as Matt Trulov crosses the line, improves his time and goes up 3 places into 6th. On the Tag Honda number 4, the yellow Tag Honda, 126.740. A good lap, a really strong lap from Mary Trulov. McGuinness crossing the line. What did we get from John? 131.5. But Lofthouse and Ricardo Brink both improving behind him. McGuinness now crossing the line, and goes up 1 position into 16th. 127.938 for John McGuinness. On bike number 5, the Honda UK Fireblade, the living legend that is John McGuinness. Here comes Wardy, the multicoloured rainbowish helmet. Through he goes. Any improvement for Tom Ward? No. It is a 127.042. Almost looks a little bit like a Troy Lee design helmet, I've got to say. The feathers over the top of that, I think it was feathers. Bearing in mind, he's doing 156 miles per hour passing us, and I'm trying to look at the design on his helmet as it gets a little bit tight into turn 1 Paddock Hill Bend. As 3 riders, well, Ash Beach goes round the outside of Paul Barker and Jack Bednarek goes up the inside. That was just a little bit tight for my liking. But we've only got 4 minutes of the session to go, and Josh Owens now arrives. He goes up 2 places on the number 65, orange and black, Saf Holland Honda. put a smile on Joe Richardson's face. Inside the top 10, he goes 7th and straight away gets demoted by Declan Connell, who goes back up 2 places into 6th. Declan, the sole remaining rapid Honda who is out there, 126.742, 7/10 of a second away from the fastest time that we see in this session, which Luke Mossey has put down. That's Matt Trulove again across the line on the number 4 yellow tag Honda. They will be going Ducati in 2027. Big question is, do they go Ducati on the actual super stock team, or do they remain with Honda? That's an interesting point. That's a topic that we need to discuss with them, Larry. We do need to discuss that.
Well, there's only David Williams, the boss of the Nitrous Coin Nitrous Competitions Ducati squad, that is actually campaigning a Ducati in the super stock, isn't it? And with all respect to Dave, he's probably a little bit further down the field than what he would like and what they would like as well. So I think there might be a little bit of work to do with the Ducati to get it up to scratch in stock spec. Yeah,
and it's not a cheap way to do it either. They have got a proven package in stock tag, and they may split the team across Ducati and Honda, but it's still Mossey fastest with 2.5 minutes to go. He sits in the pit lane. We've got David Allingham out there as well. David Allingham, who sits in 2nd place but is on track. Then Billy McConnell, 3rd place on his return to the stock class, sits in pit lane. Scott Swan, Tom Ward, Declan Connell, Matt Trulove, Josh Owens, Lewis Rollo, Ash Beach, your top 10. And now the timing screen starting to get a bit excited. Lewis Rollo goes through the first 2 sectors, personal best and fastest of anybody, then is lost about 4/10 through that middle section. If he can take 4/10 to the line, that will put him in P3, and it will put him between Allingham and McConnell. But the young gritty Scotsman has to keep it there, and he's already personal best through the second to last sector. The black bike coming out of Clearways and Clark Curve. Lewis Rollo with a charge towards the line. Across the line, first of all, we will have Simon Reed, and then we should have Lewis Rollo. Lewis Rollo crossing the line, and there is an improvement in time, but not in position. 126.571 for Lewis Rollo, so drifted away ever so slightly, but a good strong lap. Number 54 has gone down at Druids. Rider is okay. That's Ramon Hunt from Wimbledon on the mywallet.com NW Racing Honda, slipping off at Druids. We'd hope that'd be a nice gentle front end for him, and he'll be helped up and biased as okay, which we like to see. But that was a good lap from Lewis Rollo. 5th place for Lewis Rollo. He'll be happy with that, and he carries on the charge.
Did we find out what the issue was on the last lap at Snetterton at all, Don?
I didn't. Well, I asked the sister. I asked Lewis and got nothing back. But I asked Murrin, and Murrin gave me a whole lot of
to all intents and purposes, it looked like he'd run out of fuel.
Yes, it did, and it was a great shame for Lewis. But I tell you what, Larry, investigative journalism. If you can grab him in the pit lane or grab somebody from the team.
Well, I did ask him that question when I saw him when I was leaving Snetterton, and I got an equally curt response as well.
Didn't actually get him.
What would imagine if it was a technical problem? They would say it's a technical problem, the engine blew or whatever. But I think somebody, if I hadn't put an extra litre of fuel in, then perhaps there's 1 or 2 fingers being pointed. And
well, Larry, you may get a chance to speak to him after this session, because he's just gone P3. Lewis Rollo, Mossey, Allingham, Rollo. Now the top 3. You may have him in the winners' enclosure, and we'll get a much different Lewis Rollo than we had at Snetterton. But you know what I liked about the whole Snetterton thing for him? It showed the drive, the determination, the emotion is still very much there after a pretty torrid season when he went superbike racing and picked up that injury early. This is a big year for Lewis Rollo, and he definitely wants to do the best he can. And Mossey, Allingham and Rollo, your top 3, as it sits with McConnell in 4th, Swan, Owens, Ward, Connell, Trulove, Beach, the top 10. The checker flag flies here at Brands Hatch, and this could just be the tonic that Lewis Rollo needs in his life at this moment in time to just put Snetterton behind you and let's focus and move on. But we'll keep our eyes and see if there's going to be any changes out there. There's a couple of people on hot laps outside the top 10. His teammate Simon Reed in 11th. Callum Bea, a really sound improvement to 12th place, with Blaze Baker in 13th place, Cam Dixon, Dan Brooks in 15th place with John McGuinness just behind him. Those two are always together on track. The Master Mac Hawk Honda and John McGuinness on his Honda UK Honda. Dan Brooks and he are always together. JVS just behind those guys in 17th. Jack Bednarek, Ricardo Brink and JB Coward in 20th place. Let's see if Lewis Rollo... Well, it does look like Rollo is going to take that one, and he'll hold that 3rd place. Can't see anybody else on a lap, but you always have to wait. Lewis crosses the line now. I'm pretty sure his sister Murren would have given him P3 on the pit board. And we'll keep our eyes on any changes that come in towards him. We need Josh Owens and Tom Ward to cross the line. Actually, Josh Owens is on a pretty quick lap here. This could be the fly in the ointment as Josh Owens comes through. Will there be any improvement for Danger Scouse in 6th place or Tom Ward? Wardy takes a checker flag. Owens takes a checker flag. No change. There's no movement there. But was there an improvement for Callum Bay? Callum Bay up. He does. Callum Bay at the last lap. The flag goes ahead of Simon Reed. Puts himself into 11th. But the 3 who will join Larry Carter in the winners or the post-qualifying debrief area will be number 12 Luke Mossey, number 11 David Allingham, and number 88 Lewis Rollo. Let's pause for a quick commercial break and hand back to Heidi in the studio.
You're listening to BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship, live from every round of British Superbikes.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Joining the Kawasaki family has never been easier thanks to Kawasaki K-Options Finance. With competitive finance rates available across the entire range from entry-level 125s to the superbike conquering Ninja ZX-10R. It's easy to find the perfect machine for your garage. Start tailoring your deal today at kawasaki-calculator.co.uk. That's calculator with a K. Kawasaki Finance is a trading style of Black Horse Limited.
Let's stop there. Being a soldier, it's exciting. You already know that. What you want to know is, what's in it for me? I wanted to learn leadership skills from the experts.
I wanted to get paid to earn qualifications.
I wanted more confidence. And now look, I'm on the radio. That's what was in it for me.
Get skills, get qualified, get confident. Army, recruiting now, search Army jobs.
Live online at BritishSuperbike.com, on FM radio and live stream with TSL live timing on YouTube. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
And we can get straight down to pit lane in the sunshine here at Brands Hatch and join Larry Carter.
Thanks, Al, with the delighted Luke Mossey, who takes his first pole position of the season. And it's the tonic that he needs, because 12 months ago, Luke, who just moved in, 12 months ago, Luke, it was a totally different kettle of fish. It's arguably Brands Hatch that cost you the championship last year. But here you are, local track, you won BSB races around here, you certainly know your way around, and pole position the first of the season.
Yeah, this time last year I just got home from hospital with a broken pelvis in 2 places, so what a difference 12 months makes. Yeah, over the moon. First pole position of the year, you know. I really have felt like the bridesmaid this year, finishing second every weekend. So hopefully this is the start of a cracking 2 races coming up this weekend. And yeah, Brands has always been a favourite of mine. You know, it's another local circuit to me. So yeah, I'm not saying anything about the races, but you know, we're in a very good position going into this afternoon's race.
A lot better than you were last year. Great to see Luke Mossey on the Malenko by Paget's Motorcycles Honda there on pole position, a rider that leads the championship, and he's had it all his own way. And of course he did the double here 12 months ago. David Allingham just going to supersede that one too, Luke, but the race is going to be different. Kettle of fish, I would imagine, Dave.
Yeah, you know what, a lot of traffic out there, and yeah, I kind of didn't do my fast lap when the tyre was at its best, so I done it about lap 4 or 5 of the tyre, and you can't do them things when you're up against Luke Mossey. So you know what, I'm really happy. You know, I feel like I can consistently do the lap time every time. When it comes to race.
Well, he's got the championship lead, that's all that matters as far as he's concerned. And a rider, it gives me great delight to see that we've had the Englishman, we've had the Irishman, and here's the Scotsman on the podium. First questions first, Lewis, is we thought we were going to be talking to you on the podium at Snetterton a couple of weeks ago. What happened on that last lap?
Nah, we just had a wee technical issue, and unfortunately, obviously, I passed Simon. It would have been brilliant to have 2 teammates on the podium, but just the bike cut out. He came back past me.
It wasn't fuel, was it?
ask the boss man. Nah, we had there was maybe a couple of things that caused the problem. So, but hopefully it's all fixed now. We start front row and we can hopefully have a good go today and put it on the podium.
Yeah, it's been a while. It was Oldham Park since you were last on the podium, so you owe yourself a podium, don't you?
Yeah, nah, I think so. We need to start catching some points up on these boys and try and get back up to third in the championship and chase these boys down for the rest of the season.
Well, we wish you well with that, Lewis. Have a chat to you on the grid a little bit later on. Read into that what you will. A nod's as good as a wink as a blind to a blind horse, as my old mum used to say, and I reckon that it was a fuel starvation problem on the last lap at Snetterton, which cost him them places. But this weekend's totally different kettle of fish. A smiling Luke Mossey it is for Padgett Smolenko on the Honda on pole position, then a brace of BMWs in the hands of the Sean McShane SMS Nickel Oils BMW, the championship leader David Allingham, and then the Scotsman on the Motor Central Edinburgh, Carl Cox Racing, MLAV Motorsport BMW of Lewis Rollo. That's the way that they'll line up for their race a little bit later on in the afternoon. But with that, down back to the studio.
Catch up with a couple of messages that are coming in. Thank you very much indeed to Larry Carter. Charlotte and James, hi guys. Please can you say happy 8th birthday to Carter. He's here celebrating his first ever time watching BSB and can't wait to see Scott Redding. Well, hopefully you went down to the Meet the Riders down at the Zin Zone because Scott was the first of our guests that we had down there being interviewed by Dave Neal. Max Cook, that's just coming to a conclusion now. 11:30 he was due to be down there. Leon Haslam is coming up 11:45. Glenn Irwin at 12 o'clock. David Allingham at 12:15. Luke Mossey at 12:30. Troy Bayliss, Ron Haslam at 2 o'clock and 2:15. Carl Ride, Rory Skinner and Simon Reed at 2:30, 2:45 and 3 o'clock. That's how the Meet the Riders at the Zin Zone here located down there in the very busy trade area. That's how that looks over the course of today. This one says, hang on, we've done that one. Loving the flags to mark 100 years of Brands Hatch, especially seeing JT and Foggy up there. Bit disappointed, no Johnny Ray as the UK's most successful world superbike rider. Perhaps he's never raced at Brands Hatch. Maybe that's a question for our experts.
Jonathan Ray raced here for many years on the Red Bull Rookies. He would have been in the 125, the 6 Super Sport class and Superbike. A long time stand here. Maybe just not available. That's another thing. Busy
too many legends. There are too many legends and a limited number of flags.
Yeah, I don't have my World Superbike records with me, but Johnny's career spanned mainly, most of his success was when there weren't rounds of the FIM World Superbike Championship here at Brands Hatch. They tended to be at Silverstone and Donington, if you remember. Brands Hatch was the de rigueur place sort of in the foggy era of the mid to late 90s, the early 2000s, and then everything kind of morphed to Donington and Silverstone thereafter, which was when Johnny was just starting out his career. So that's probably one of the reasons he's not a World Superbike legend. He is a World Superbike legend, 6 times world champion, but sadly not a lot of his success was here at Brands Hatch.
Sorry, I thought somebody was asking for raced at BSB there. I was kind of doing something else at the same time as answering that.
Yeah, and that was telling me that Brad Peary has sent a message in. Hi Brad, listening at the Paddock Hill Grandstand as my father-in-law is doing the Yamaha event at lunchtime. Hope you're well. Yeah, that's coming up not too far away. In fact, pretty soon after we've completed our next qualifying session, which is due to get underway in about 4 seconds' time.
Get well soon, Brad. We know that you're out for the season now. We were hoping that you would be back before the end. But you've not given your bike to a bad rider, have you? Because the bike that Brad Peary should be riding is currently in the hands of Ollie Bayliss. So we hope to see you back, fighting fit and full of fettle next year, Brad.
Well said, Larry Carter. Well said. And this is where I should probably use the binoculars to good use. And not that I always do, and I should look across towards that Paddock Hill Grandstand.
As opposed to what?
I don't know why I said that. And I should try and look for...
We could try and get him on commentary again, because last time we tried, we failed miserably, didn't we? We sent him to go and sit with Alan in the studio. He went and sat with Alan in the Clerk of the Courses office.
He did. You're right.
Right, so
you're welcome in the commentary box if you can get across here, Brad, and you can make your way up the 46 flights of stairs with the old metalwork on the leg. You're very, very welcome, because he does bring... you think Guy Martin is funny? Well, once you listen to Brad Peary, he pales into insignificance almost.
I think I could see him actually. There he is. Hiya. I can see him and Emily on the far side there. He's waving with a weird finger. That's really bizarre. But there we go. Thanks, Brad. I can see him on the far side. Just some
weird finger.
Well, yeah, one of the fingers. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
I'll give you a wave back. A nice wave. But yeah, what a great shame what happened at the start of the year. Donington Park's the official RNG first test, and Brad unfortunately slipped off going through Starkeys. I think maybe just caught by the bike and a bit of a nasty break to the lower leg and the external fixator and everything. Listen, mate, you'll be back. This would have been a fabulous year for you, but you'll be back next year. We know how fast and we know how good you are. On track now, Pirelli British Sportbike Championship qualifying as we get ready for this. Well, yesterday, Harrison McKay topped one session and then ditched it in the next session, but it shows you what confidence can do after a race victory, because he was sensational at Snetterton. It was great to see. And I also remember Larry Carter asking Ferry Fleerackers, will we see you at another event this year? In the broken English that Larry does so well. Didn't try and speak in any of Ferry's native language, which was thankful. And no, we don't have any plans to do anything else. We're coming to our summer break. We'll see what the funds can do. And what does he do, Larry? A bit like Barry Burrell, rocks up at the next event.
You don't believe any word these riders say, because I asked Burrell that same question. No, I'm doing a triathlon that weekend. Definitely won't be at Brands Hatch. Me and the wife have had it signed up. Definitely won't be at Brands Hatch. Repeat, won't be at Brands Hatch. Left him out of the programme. Got a note from Richard Fothergill, the event administrator, saying, why have you taken Barry Burrell out of the entry list? He's in it. And I went through that conversation. No, he's not. He definitely is doing it. He's told us he's doing it. And then Ryan van Nieuwkerk says, I'll definitely see you at Brands Hatch. He's not here. And then we've got Ferry Fleerackers who said, I very much doubt I'll be at Brands Hatch because we've now got a long break. But the beauty about it is he runs for the BA Art Racing team, and they have a presence in the paddock anyway with Jeff Van Calster, so it's not too much of a problem, is it, to stick another bike in the back of the truck, come across from La Belgique, and Ferry, who is a very, very, very capable rider, it's great to have him here in the championship. It almost reminds me of when Paul Burt used to bring his World Championship team to this meeting in the summer. He used to be bang in the middle of the World Superbike break, and he used to bring along the likes of Brock Parks and Tom Sykes and Sheridan Morais and everybody else. Trying to think who else was in that. I should know, I was a PR man at the time. But he used to come across with his team and just add to a little bit of a carnival atmosphere for the big Brands Bash, as we used to term it.
Sheridan Morais. That's a name that slipped my mind.
He ended up in the trees up at Stirling's Bend at one point in time as well, didn't he?
Very small, hard South African, wasn't he? Very, very. That was when Birdie was running the official Kawasaki team.
The Joan Lashkos, whose career was sadly injured, career was ended in injury. He was another rider. Birdie had a rent-a-racer on them bikes in his MotoGP. He had the likes of, as well as Michael Laverty, James Ellison, Yoni Hernandez. He had Jamie Hacking. He had you name it. He just about had everybody in the paddock on them bikes at one point in time.
Jamie Hacking, the hacker, brilliant stuff. Yeah, you should know that because you were the PR for the team, but that wasn't just yesterday, so we'll let you off for that one, Scoops, not a problem. Ferry Fleerackers is fastest at this moment in time for the Pirelli British Sportbike Championship qualifying. And he is, well, he's put a 32.6 in there. The lap record still belongs to Eduardo Colombi from 2024, the year Eduardo came across.
And nice to see he's got a ride in the Italian Championship now.
Yeah, I noticed that being announced, and I thought that was brilliant because it's a shame he's gone from our paddock. Things didn't work out for him on the MMB Ducati squad, so that's the way it goes. And he has got something fixed, and something fixed, which is good. A bit of coaching as well for some CIV stuff, which will be interesting. Well, I said that Ferry Fleerackers was fastest on a 32.6. 1:31.8 for Harrison McKay is now the lap that you need to be doing. So Harrison McKay is showing no ill effects from tipping off yesterday, showing that he's still very fast and very able and ready to go. And that young man, it's incredible, Larry, what a win can do to the confidence of a young racer. And Harrison McKay on 61 at the sharp end for the Armada SC31 racing team on his Aprilia, ahead of the Suzuki of the B-Art racing team for Ferry Fleerackers on 65. Then it's Alfie Davidson. I caught up with Alfie last night. We were both we didn't have tea or dinner, I don't know what you call it down here. We didn't have our main meal of the day at night time together, but we were in the same establishment, which was lovely. And I said, everything good with you? He said, yeah, cool, good, looking forward to the weekend. he'll be wanting to get back to where he knows he should be, because as far as Alfie Davidson's standards go, after the Snetterton issue, he didn't have the greatest run when everybody around him had different events going on as well. Like Harley McCabe didn't even have a good event, and neither did Alfie Davidson. They were 1 and 2 in the championship. Alfie Davidson on his iron competition Aprilia will be desperate to change that for this weekend. Zach Weston showing well in 5th place with Rhys Stevenson, who slipped off yesterday. Lewis Smart's up there, as is the Charlie Atkins Sim Cirrus Kawasaki, ahead of Harley McCabe and Daniel Goodman. But as I was waxing lyrical about Alfie Davidson, Taylor Rose has gone P2 and put his Triumph right in the mix of things. And Larry, Taylor Rose is giving us, from these Snetterton in here, a bit of an eyeful of what could actually be. It's looking pretty strong for the young man on number 67, backed by Timblesite Racing on the Triumph 660, and a name that we know so well, the Rose name. It's great to see him here. Oh dear, 76, that's Rhys Stevenson, Fowler at Graham Bend. Rider is okay. But yeah, young Taylor looking pretty good as we have a look out of Graham Bend and see already the figure walking away, and that's not what Rhys Stevenson will be wanting to do. Rider okay, which is the most important thing. Great work from the Port West Race Safe Marshals. I'm watching this one unfold out the back of the commentary box. Sorry about the momentary pauses as we just have an ID on that. The 76 Rocket Racing. I like how the way the marshals work. We've got 3 guys moving the bike, all walking with their backs to the traffic, and 1 person at all times watching the traffic and where it's coming from. That, Alan, is teamwork.
Is how you watch your mate's back.
Yeah, I don't know much of that in the commentary box.
No, you do.
Have to watch your back in here, actually.
Yeah, that is true.
It's what we have. So there we go, fabulous stuff. Taylor Rose is now going to the top of the times, actually. Taylor Rose, 67, fastest by 1/10 of a second. 1/10 of a second over Harrison McKay. So Taylor Rose showing us that he has got a whole heap of speed. He's taken the speed from Snetterton, and he's brought it to he's brought it to the Brands Hatch event as well, having a bit of a look to see where Taylor sits in the championship. Taylor's 18th place in the championship, a bit of a shaky start, but then Snetterton was a whole handful of points, and he'll be wanting to carry that on here at Brands Hatch. So Rose, McKay, Fleerackers, Davidson, Aidan Davies showing up on the CF Moto. Again, another man who didn't have a Snetterton that's worth talking about or worth even mentioning. It just didn't work for him. He's got Aidan Davies has got Ed Best and his teammate Peter Willis hot on his heels as we make our way in towards, what have we got, 16 minutes of this session to go. Still 60 minutes to go, and those 60 minutes will go incredibly quickly, as they always do on track for us. There's never a moment when we're not running out of time towards the end of a session. But Taylor Rose, fastest of anybody, and we'll keep our eyes on that. Will that change? Harrison McKay has been the man who you want to put your money on, but a little tip off yesterday on his Armada SC31 Aprilia didn't seem to upset him, because he's back and hit the ground running. They're on track. Ferry Fleerackers, a little bit of a shuffle maybe put on him, 0.6 of a second away from the fastest time. Zach Weston, we mentioned him, he's still ahead of the likes of Rhys Stevenson, and he will be, because Rhys Stevenson no longer in this session. But Zach Weston, another person who's given us a good upturn in form, the Warwick-based rider on the Speedy Freight NW Racing Aprilia, and Zach Weston with work to do in the championship, but very much still in the mix of things, as we can see on the timing screens, the TSL timing screens, brought to you by Omologato and 1P Mobile. Larry Carter just bringing a quick visitor in. Is that you hooked up with a bit
I'm
of
lining up guests.
Oh,
yes.
That's nice.
Yeah, I've got a full lunch break now.
Are you going to give us a little bit of an inkling who you've got?
Certainly not, no.
Oh, I like it even better. It's like that, is it? Okay. Well, two can play that game. I'm not going to tell you who's fastest. You've got your own screen.
I'm fine, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I know you're fine. Self-sufficient. Lennon Docherty up 8 places into 14th. That will cheer up his dad, William. He gets put down one other place, so to 15th, because Cameron Dawson improves, as does his teammate Asher Durham. So the two Power Slide Suzukis out there in force together, quite close together on track. But also, I said yesterday, we'll give Lennon Docherty's dad an extra shout out, William, who did a fabulous job and a fabulous bit of work bringing James Toslin's Handspree Honda down from the Moldale Foundation in central Scotland. Wow, what a bike to transport down here, the Hansbury Honda. And thank you to the Molesdale Foundation as well. Great work from MSVR putting all that together and getting some legendary bikes in the garage. My good friend Sandy Christie brought down a couple of bikes. I think he's got the Hislop bike down here, the Virgin Hislop bike, and he's also got the Camir bike, the bike which created the showdown. There's one for you. There goes Carl Harris. Now, he had an interesting day yesterday. Carl Harris, session number 1, free practice, into the gravel and off at Paddock Hill Bend. Remounted, got going again, few laps later, slipped off at 30s. It was a bit of a session to forget for young Carl Harris, session number 1. 24th fastest on combined times, with a little bit of work to do for young Carlos. Alfie Davidson up 1 place ahead of Ferry Fleerackers and goes in to 3rd place. McKay, Rose, Davidson all still on track and circulating, 61, 67 and then 28. 65, the red and black Suzuki of Ferry Fleerackers sits in that pit lane with 38. Aidan Davey behind him in 5th place, also in that pit lane. Lewis Smart and Ed Best 6th and 7th, with Cam Dawson and Peter Willis. Bit of a shift around again. What's happened there? 22 exceeding track limits, lap time disallowed. Was that 20? Because Ferry Fleerackers has just gone ahead of Alfie Davidson, but that would be 28. Maybe getting a lap time removed there. So we need to keep our eyes on that one. Yeah, 28 exceeded track limits, lap time has been disallowed. So the work Alfie Davidson put in there, unfortunately, he has been pinged at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend on his number 28, and he has been removed. So he goes back down to 4th place, and Fleerackers gets a free position back to him, put back into that 3rd place. What have we got left? 12 minutes off the session to go. And on the outside looking in, well, Asher Durham still finds himself in 14th place. Charlie Atkins in 15th place. These guys are a little bit out of position than where you would normally expect them to be. And Harley McCabe, the man who sits 2nd in the championship, finds himself down in 17th position. And that's quite a drop in form for Harley McCabe. He won't like to be in that 17th position. And he will have work to do on his Fibertech Aprilia by MLAV. But they're all chasing number 61, Harrison McKay. He is in pit lane at this moment, and he finds himself a nice comfortable home as we have a look out the side of the commentary box window and watch a whole flurry of bikes making their way down through Paddock Hill Bend. It's McKay with a 131.532, almost 0.2 of a second faster than what we have behind him with Taylor Rose, 0.193. Then it's the B-Art Suzuki rider of Ferry Fleerackers, and number 8 is now under investigation for a possible technical problem. So technical problems, that's not good. That could be a little bit of smoke coming out of that bike. That's Ed Best, the man from Market Harbour on the Simceris Kawasaki. We'll need to monitor that as it goes on. Technical problem for Ed Best wouldn't be the greatest. Yet black flag for Ed Best. It shows on the big light panel for myself now, and you guys will get a view of that around the circuit. If you look at the illuminated FIM light panels, FIM light panels, black flag for Ed Best. So we've now got a yellow flag, and rider goes through the gravel and falls off at the exit of Paddock Hill Bend. That's gone a long way, and he's a long way out of the corner, and it's a very long way for the binoculars to try and see. So we'll wait and get a bit of an update on that one. A loose exhaust is what we're told for Ed Best. So loose exhaust, the silencer possibly, and that could be quite an easy fix. He gets back into the pit lane, they tighten that up, and away he goes. They didn't give him the mechanical flag, which would have told him to get off the track immediately. They've given him the black flag to get back into the pit lane so they can repair that. The Port West Race Safe Marshals have got the stricken bike in the gravel trap at... I need a better set. I need better binoculars for that. I can tell it's number 14.
Well, they're new ones.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
Hayden Clinton, the man from the Skerries, is tipped off at Paddock Hill Bend. I mean, Paddock Hill Bend's not just down there, it's way over the far side, but great stuff. He's over the fence, the bike's safe, and the Port West Race Safe Marshals have made that bike safe for the remainder of this 9 minutes or 10 minutes of this session. It's about to get busy. The majority of the bikes are all in pit lane, and that's something about something definitely to keep an eye on, because the likes of McKay and Rose need to come back out. Davidson, Davies, Smart, Best, Dawson, they're all in pit lane with you, Larry. On track we have got Ferry Fleerackers, and we've also got Peter Willis, but there's a bit of a necessity for riders to make their way back out onto track towards the end of this session. Taylor Rose and Carl Harris, they took the shortcut at turn 4 back to the pit lane, so they've both been held at the entrance to the pits for 40 seconds. And that 40 seconds will feel like an hour when you're sitting there on your bike with nothing you can do. But you have to wait on the clock ticking down. Just keeping my eyes on the pit exit to see if anybody else makes their way back out. That could be Carl Harris going out. Or was it Brodie Goth? I think that was Brodie Goth, the one of the other Rocket rookies. And Zach Weston and Alfie Davidson also making their way out onto the circuit. Number 60 takes the shortcut. That's Lennon Doherty. So he'll be held at pit entrance. Lennon Doherty finds himself in 16th position. A bit of a turn up in form. As we see his teammate, Charlie Barnes, in 25th place in that Sencat garage. A busy garage down there for Chris Barnes and the Sencat squad. They've got 2 super sport bikes for Lee Johnson and Freddie Barnes. They have got Charlie Barnes and Lennon Doherty on sport bikes, and obviously they've got Christian Idden on the super bike as well. So it's a very, very busy garage, and I think Chris Barnes absolutely loves what he's got going on down there. The Sencat squad, a really well turned out team, splitting themselves across a couple of manufacturers as well. So Taylor Rose now leaves the pit lane. The man who sits second place on his Timberside Triumph, he goes back out onto the circuit, as does Harrison McKay. We have a look and try and spot McKay. He's heading up and in towards Druids, and Peter Willis, 99 on the CF Moto, on his tail. Couple of seconds back we have got, or maybe half a second back, we've got Daniel Goodman on 71. So young Harrison McKay, he's the bike you can see in the YouTube stream now leaving Graham Bend, and right behind him, well, he's got a whole flurry of bikes behind him actually that want to be on his back wheel, which doesn't really surprise me, to tell the truth. You want to try and follow the fastest. We've got Zach Shelton in there. Now Zach Shelton's in 24th position, so I can understand why that man would want to chase Harrison McKay, but Zach Shelton, he should be one of the guys at the sharp end in this championship. We've seen a victory and a second place from Zach already this year. But then, remember, he had that fairly horrible incident that he was involved in at Knockhill. He had 2 DNFs at Knockhill. The first one, not his fault. He was squeezed on the run towards Duffus on lap 1. But the second one, where he high-sided at Clarkson, caused that enormous pile-up when 2 of the other riders hit him. Cian McDonald was one of those riders. And it caused a big delay. But Zach Shelton, we really haven't seen him back since then. A whole lot of work for that XMT squad to build bikes and get them back together. Huge expense as well. Good improvement for Harley McCabe. The 79 Fibertech Aprilia goes up 9 places into 8th. 132.743. And here comes Ferry Fleerackers, fastest through sector number 1, personal best through the midpoint of the lap. Fleerackers is on a bit of a mission. He makes his way in towards the last corner. Can Fleerackers put the 65 back to the top of the times as he crosses the line? We wait for it to pop up. No, he doesn't, but he does improve his time. A 131.986 for the red and black Suzuki of Fleerackers. He's in the mix. He's 0.4 of a second away from the fastest time by young Harrison McKay. But then there's a bit of an answer back, isn't there? Harrison McKay will start his fastest lap on a bit of a push, and he'll also have Taylor Rose on 67, who crosses the line now, and Taylor Rose will start his push lap. We also look back to see a few other bikes crossing the line. One of them being Harley McCabe, 79, and Harley McCabe chased across the line as well by Brodie Goth, the young Australian on the Powerslide Suzuki. I think I said he was a Rocket rookie. That was 2025. Brodie was a Rocket rookie, but very much one of the Powerslide Suzuki teams with Dave Tyson and co. As we watch this unfold, the fastest man in the session is still the teal-coloured number 61 of Harrison McKay on the Armada SC31 Aprilia. He's in towards the last part of the lap. He's on an absolute flyer again. He's gone through the second last and almost last sector, right on cue to maybe manoeuvre this a little bit. 131.532. He does a 131.437, and Zach Shelton follows him through and gains 20 positions on that lap. The XMT Triumph rider gets a huge helping hand following Harrison McKay. 20 place increase. That's exactly, positioned himself perfectly there, Shelton, because he has been a little bit down in the doldrums, and Harrison McKay, I don't think he'll mind too much. He did manage to pull away ever so slightly. McKay. Flea Rackers goes P2. Rose down to 3rd. Shelton into 4th. Alfie Davidson down to 5th. Aidan Davey in 6th with Lewis Smart, Ed Best, Harley McCabe and Cameron Dawson rounding out the top 10 with 4 minutes of this qualifying session still to go. Trust me, it's not finished yet. It's just getting started. It's just warming up. 57 down at Surtees. Rider biased as being OK is Max Wilson, the Immingham rider on the RWBS by Technica Triumph. And we can look at the side of our commentary box and see the Port West Race Safe Marshals moving that off to a position of safety. But yeah, I said don't run away. The session's not over yet. It's just getting started. And I'm going to stand by that because Flea Rackers again on another quick lap on bike 65. The man who comes over from the Belgique, as Larry Carter so lovely, amiably put it, I've got to say. The Belgique sounds great, Larry. And we know that his team is already here because the BR team bring Jeff Van Calster, and as Larry says, just stick another bike in and away you go. Maybe not that easy, but it sounds that easy as we watch McKay head up and in towards Druids, and then there's a couple of bikes behind him. One of them is Lennon Doherty. Asher Durham arrives, he goes 4th, shuffles himself up 14 places to put himself in the mix, and he takes his teammate Cam Dawson as well. So 64 and 2 must be circulating together. I can't spot them on my tracker map because they're actually so close together. They've just left the bottom of Graham Hill Bend and they're that close together, they're almost covering each other on the tracker map, which is quite cool. But Dawson and Durham, Dawson didn't have a great Snetterton. Durham had an okay Snetterton actually. When you look at Asher's points, he got a good 2nd place. Cam Dawson, did he slip off in that race at Snetterton? No, he picked up good 14 points at Snetterton, so it was not killed, but he had that little misdemeanour. And they're all hunting in packs on circuit just now. Lewis Smart, 5 place improvement, goes P5 for Lewis, 132.283, only 0.8 of a second away from that top time. And just what a class that we have here. What a class we've developed here in the UK for the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship. This is qualifying for it. It's completely new. Couple of years, well, it's a new British Championship. It's comparatively new, 2 years or 3 years deep, and it just gets better and better. More class riders coming, more manufacturers coming, more interest coming in general in the sport bike regulations. World Championship have adopted it. They've changed it and gone a little bit strange with it, but we've kept the true essence of sport bike as Ed Best goes up 4 places and puts himself into 8th. A good lap from Ed Best. Steady Eddie, 132.317 on the SimCitus Kawasaki, the sister bike to Charlie Atkins as Ferry Flea Rackers goes to the top of the times, 131.398, 300ths of a second faster than young Harrison McKay. So there we go, advantage Flea Rackers. Now what can Harrison McKay serve up as a return? He doesn't have much time. There's 1 minute 12 seconds to go. He will come past and see P2 on his pit board, and that will make him dig ever so deep. For Flea Rackers, the World Championship racer, coming for an event only as side by side across the line. We see, who was that? Taylor Rose and Sander Klaassen, who we remember from racing at Assen last year. Sander Klaassen was one of the Benelux Cup racers who was very much involved in that. But it's tight at the top. It's 0.3 of a second, and Alan's ring doorbell goes off in the background, so that means the posties arrived. 300ths of a second, but then there's a big gap back from McKay to Rose of almost, well, it's 3/10. It's chunky, so 300ths to 3/10 in a heartbeat. What can Taylor Rose do? I still believe Asher Durham has got something left in the tank here, the way that he's lapping. Peter Willis goes up 3 places. Zach Shelton back into 8th place, 2 place improvement for him. And the red flag comes out. Red flag has come out for us here at Brands Hatch. So red flagged at the end, towards the end of this session. Trying to have a little look at the side of the commentary box to see if we can see what has happened, and we can't. But there we go. That will be the end of that session. That will be the very end of that session, and a great shame for us here.
I did see the yellows out at turn 1, Dunk, prior to that, so whether or not there's anything in that neck of the woods.
Yes, Larry, just on the exit of exit Paddock Hill Bend on the inside. Yeah, absolutely. Good shout, good spot from Larry Carter there. The team's already very much across there and working on that one as one of the riders is down. across there. We'll give you an update as and when we can. Actually, it's far away from us, so we don't want to try and guess and put any worry out there. So red flag at the end of the British Sportbike Championship qualifying with 11 seconds to go. Ferry Fleerackers takes provisional pole in 65 on the red and black BR Suzuki, and it's the Armada SE31 Aprilia of Harrison McKay, 61 in second place, the teal colour bike. And Taylor Rose with a top 3 front row start. He'll be delighted with that on 67. The man who is backed by Timbersyke from Crawley, he'll be happy with that one. Local circuit for Taylor Rose. That'll be a pretty impressive run, actually. Then Asher Durham, Dan Goodman, Alfie Davidson. Daniel Goodman up there in 5th place will be happy with what he's got. And then we've got Lewis Smart, Zach Shelton, Harley McCabe and Ed Best. But the 3 bikes to meet you, Larry: Fleerackers, McKay and Rose.
Yeah, no sign of Harrison Mackay just yet, but Ferry Fleerackers is down here, and great to see Taylor Rose up here on the podium. And Ferry Fleerackers just taking off the crash helmet and the gloves. I'm just going to do this very, very quickly because Sir Al needs me up in the studio. We have a Grand Prix legend that I've been entrusted to try and extract a few words from, so I'll do this as quickly as I can. But Ferry Fleerackers is down here. Ferry, when we talked at Snetterton 2 weeks ago, you said, I don't think I'm going to come to Brands Hatch. He's obviously had a change of mind.
Yeah, we changed the plans a bit. It's nice. I like this track a lot, so it was nice to be back here, and yeah, nice to put it on pole. I think there was a bit more in it, got held up a bit in that lap, but pretty happy.
I think it was here when we first saw you in the British Championship back in at the end of 2024. There's no Ferry Fleerackers turned up. We didn't know who you were, but obviously you're here now, and good luck in the race a little bit later on. Here's Harrison Mackay just about to take the crash helmet and gloves off, and we'll grab a very quick word with him on the back of that Snetterton success a couple of weeks ago. There we go, mate. Just put that on there. Dad Salty Sellers, Mum Tammy down here. Well, Harrison, it's not pole position like you got at Snetterton, but still, it's continues the good form there, and it's all about what happens in the race.
Yeah, I'm reasonably happy with it. I think I could definitely had a faster lap on that last lap then, but obviously the crash, what happened, it kind of ruined it, but that's fine, it is what it is. Same with the lap before, got caught up a little bit on a fast lap. But I'm happy, I'm on the front row, so can't complain.
That's all that matters, mate. You're on the front row and in with a fighting chance. And another rider on the front row of the grid is Taylor Rose. Well, Taylor, you've been threatening to do this for a little while, but eventually you have stuck it on the front row of the grid.
Yeah, we finally got there. A bit of an eventful session, visor coming off halfway through. We got in, stayed focused, and yeah, managed to stick on the front row, which was the plan before the session.
Did I see you doing a sneaky no limits day race here a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, we ended up missing Knock Hill due to bike issues, so we needed to get the engine sorted and stuff like that. So bit of a test here a couple of weeks ago just to make sure everything was all good, and it's gone to plan and helped us out here this weekend.
Love to see you on the podium if you can make it, Taylor. Good luck in the race a little bit later on. Well, that is the Pirelli National Sport Bikes, or British Sport Bikes. Ferry Fleerackers, the Belgique visitor, on pole position alongside last time's race winner, and that is Harrison Mackay. And then Taylor Rose, local rider, it's on the outside of the front row of the grid. I'm going to head up to the studio just to do that quick lunchtime interview with it. Take me 5 minutes to get up there, but with that, back to the studio.
And pass the baton with Duncan. He's going to take the radio mic. You're going to head up to the commentary box. So Larry Carter for now. Thank you very much indeed. BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki.
Live from British Superbikes, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as the official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. R&G's damage protection and accessories are used by countless riders and racers around the world. Thousands of applications for hundreds of bikes and are trusted by teams across the BSB paddock. R&G's Pro Engine case covers are now included in the FIM Quality Product Programme. Visit the R&G official technical centre in the paddock to get your protection today and find out more at rg-racing.com. So no matter what you ride with R&G, if you slip it or slide it, you'll still be able to pick it up and ride it.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive, only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
The
Kawasaki Ninja ZX-10R, the most successful machine in world superbike history, gets a new look for 2026 with new aerodynamic winglets and a sharp, aggressive design. Built for those who rise to the challenge, the pinnacle of the Ninja family is built for champions, whether that's on track or on the road. Available from your local Kawasaki dealer now, so book a demo ride today and discover true adrenaline.
This is the sound of British Superbikes online and on FM radio. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
And we have just about 1 hour, just under 1 hour, until we get qualifying underway for the Zim British Superbikes here at Brands Hatch. And of course, Brands Hatch, a very special place for many people that follow motorsport, two wheels, four wheels alike. It's a real mecca of motorsport the world over, and we celebrate 100 years of motorsport here at of racing here at Brands Hatch this year, and of course 30 years of British Superbikes as well. Now Larry has come up to the studio and joined us. Thank you for giving up a little bit of your lunch break, Larry. So we'll keep the sandwiches on the side for you.
I'm knackered after climbing up the north face of the Mount Tiger there, Al.
There's a lot of stairs to get up to the commentary box, but it is worth it when you get here because it is the best seat in the house, isn't it?
It is. I've had the pleasure of being up here for I've done this cape for nearly 27 years now, and we've seen a lot of action from up here in one of the best commentary boxes in the UK. Certainly, that is the case. But yeah, we're just at Snetterton a couple of weeks ago. I had the privilege of meeting a wonderful young man by the name of Ryan van Nieuwkerk, who I'd never heard of before I arrived at Snetterton. He was a late entry, wasn't even in the programme. And I did a little bit of research when I got there and found out that he was the protege of a certain Hudson Kenyuk, the wonderful rider that raced in British Superbikes and everything else. Whilst we're conducting this interview, I think there is going to be a track parade whereby Duncan Vincent will just chip in with the radio mic as and when. But I met the team of Ryan van Nieuwkerk of Hudson Kenner, and a gentleman looked quite familiar to me, and we met it. Our eyes cast at each other, and he said, have you been doing commentary for long? I said, well, about 30 years. He said, do you go back to the 1970s? I said, no, I was still in short trousers by then. But then he introduced himself as to who he was, and he says, I'm Alan North. Now, to some race fans, that might not mean an awful lot. To me, I was instantly starstruck because this is the Alan North that raced in the World 250, 350 and 500cc championships in the heyday of the sport back in when all the greats were around. Donkey, if you do need to come in, just jump in if there's anything that you need to bring. I think we've got Neil McKenzie out there, we've got James Whittam, we've got Tommy Hill. We haven't been given a list of a definitive list as to who is out there, so whether or not you have, Dunk, or whether or not that will be brought to us, but your chance to show your appreciation around the track to a number of the legends.
Real legends, yeah.
Well, we have a legend in the box because, as I said, it's Alan North, and when I was growing up and in short trousers, that name was instantly recognisable because there wasn't too many South Africans that came across to race, but you were one of them, Alan, and you raced back home from Durban in South Africa. I'm doing all this from memory. No,
you're right. You're correct.
So, apologies if none of this is right. Just my when I should have been studying at school, I was working on starts like this. But you came across effectively in the 1975 season, I think, when you started. And what was then the Continental Circus, effectively, when you were racing against the greats. And I know that one of your heroes was the late great Jarno Saarinen, who tragically got killed. But just tell us a little bit about how it all came about that you were racing and you ended up on the TZ250s, TZ350s, and racing against some of the legends of the sport.
Yeah, well, in South Africa at that time, we had a race once a year where the winner of the race got a free trip to Europe, which Corky Ballington won in 1973, so he came over. Someone else came in 74, and I was still a bit too young. And anyway, in 1975, I decided I wanted to come and race overseas, had to come. So I raced in England mostly the first year, I
think you made your debut at Mallory, was it?
Mallory Park, first race in the rain, which I won, surprisingly.
Yeah, Spuds Mackenzie's bike's expired on the outlap by the looks of it, so the Boost Yamaha is sadly, they have had problems with that this morning, so that is the case. I think that on the number 8 is Tommy Hill, and that's the bike that he set pole position at Silverstone, for first ever rider to set pole position on Pirelli, and I think that number 6 is James Whittam, actually. So again, we've not got any information. But back to 75 when you came across and started mixing up. You mentioned the name of Court Ballington, of course, double world champion, of course, and you had the likes of Greg Hansford and Jonny Eckerald, I think.
John Eckerald.
Was he not a relative of yours?
He is. He's my brother-in-law. I'm married to his sister.
Link there, yeah. So Jonny, who was, and we had his, I think his son Gary, who was running a team across here for a number of years as well.
When Tommy Hill won the championship, he was riding for Gary's team.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And the
2012, I think.
2011, I think it was.
Was it 2011?
Tommy won the championship. But you raced against all the greats. I mean, you raced 500s as well. You know,
I did.
And when you consider that era, the late 70s and 1980s, was Kenny Roberts, Phil Hartog, our own Barry Sheen, the likes in the smaller classes, against Johnny Shikotto, the likes of Mick Grant and
Anton Mang,
Anthony
the
Mang,
whole host of them.
and all the the Americans who came across and everything else. But you must have some wonderful memories of was a relatively short career for a Grand Prix racer.
Yeah, well, I came over in 1975 and I ended end of 1983. When politics got involved, and as a South African sportsman, I couldn't get visas to half the Grand Prix, so I had to call it a day. Which I was 30 years old, it was kind of seemed like the right time to retire. Although there are many riders nowadays. Look at John McGuinness, I think he's 54.
Yeah, Michael Rutter's the same age.
Michael Rutter.
Joey was still winning TTs
and
at 48.
They're still racing. I don't know how they do it.
But you were a Grand Prix winner as well. Not many people remember the 1977, I think it was. I think it was a nation. It wasn't it wasn't a colonial Grand Prix, as it were. It was at Imola, if I remember correctly.
Italian Grand Prix.
And you actually were a Grand Prix winner.
Yeah, I won that one. Actually, it seemed quite easy at the time. I made a good start, pulled out a 4-second lead, and then 6 laps on the end, my clutch cable pulled out of the actuator. Okay. And I thought, I should pull into the pits because I've got no clutch. If the bike seizes now, I'm gone. And I thought, I'm leading my first Grand Prix. I'm just going to take a chance. And I rode without a clutch.
I mean, that was. I mean, you didn't get the media coverage back then. The Grand Prix weren't live on TV.
No, nothing.
You used to read about it in motorcycle news. And the thing about that always struck me about. I was a fan of. I was the biggest Barry Sheen fan on earth. But my walls were adorned with posters. And one thing that always struck me about yourself was the design of your crash helmet, which was like 4 arrows, effectively, which were the compass points. But what was the significance? Because everybody back then. Nowadays, all the helmets look the same, don't they? But back then, everyone. Barry Sheen with the Donald Duck, and your Pat Ennan with Pat, and Mick Grant with the JL. And back in the day, you could recognise a rider by his
helmet. That's how it was in those days. Yeah. So I put the arrows on when I was a schoolboy, and that was a red and black helmet. And when I started racing, my dad said, "I can't see you coming down the pit straight. Change the colour." So I made them white. When they stood out, then he could see me. So I called it north, south, east, and west. It seemed quite
the tenuous link with the compass point with the
compass point for the surname
being
north. Yeah.
So, what was the greatest race you were ever involved in then, Alan, as far as the Grand Prix is concerned?
The one I won, but that wasn't my best race. I think I raced at the Dundrod Ulster Grand Prix, and Tom Heron and I had you can call it the dead heat.
So that would be in the.
That was 77.
So that was 2 years before Tom got killed, actually.
Yes, 2 years before
he
was killed.
Was that around? It wouldn't be around of the World Championship at Dundrod, no. So it was just a one-off Ulster Grand Prix,
Ulster Grand Prix, yeah. That one, and then possibly French Grand Prix, the 250s. I made a shocking start. I was nearly a minute behind. Jon Eckerald won. He also made a bad start. And I caught up, rode right through the field to finish second. So that was probably one of the hardest races I rode. And the most satisfying. Didn't win it, but still.
but that back in the days, in the early 1980s, there was I remember being at Silverstone for the Grand Prix a couple of times, and there was 70 bikes trying to qualify.
Wow.
You know,
France, there were more, like
only
150.
40 got on the grid. So
I was number 148.
You know, it's amazing that you consider that nowadays you get it's like the Moto3 Grand Prix. There's maybe 20 riders or whatever. Now, back in the day, you had to get an entry, which wasn't always easy.
Wasn't easy.
And then you had to qualify
yeah.
and again, as a privateer on the bike up against the Works Yamahas and the Works Kawasaki's and everything else that was out there at the time.
Yeah.
It must have been very, very... How did you make ends meet? Because the prize money wouldn't be great.
No, the prize money at the Grand Prix was shocking, and they paid us 150 Swiss francs to get there, travelling money, which wasn't very much. But then we raced in between the Grand Prix. They had the international races in Holland, Belgium,
so places like
France,
Hengelo, Mette,
Hengelo, Ralta,
and that's where you made your money.
They paid us good start money, and if you did well in the Grand Prix, they wanted you, and you could negotiate a nice figure. Yeah, so that's how we made our money in those days.
And we've you and Yoni and was it Peter Labuschagne?
Peter Labuschagne,
or however you want to pronounce it. And there was so many, the names just don't trip off the tongue nowadays. But there was so many South Africans who paved the way. And at a difficult time, you know, apartheid was right in South Africa, as you rightly said. The political situation was such that, you know, latterly you couldn't get visas to race and come into certain countries and what have you, which made life very, very difficult. But since then, we've seen a plethora of South Africans, headed by your good friend Hudson Kenner, who's we call him Hudson Kenner because that is like the English dialect, effectively. But with having a Manx name, it's Hudson Kenyuk.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's the that's with the Manx heritage. And of course, another rider that we've got out there is Bjorn Esterman. He's just outside the commentary box there, Bjorky as we call him. He's been away helping Brad Binder on Grand Prix duty for a couple of years, but he's now back in the British Championship paddock and looking to do well in the BMWs.
He's going so well. I think he was fourth in his qualifying. Yeah, so he's got every chance today. And of course, Blaise Baker.
And we've had Sheridan Morais, and we've had so many different South Africans who have been across here and done such a wonderful job. Alan, I could talk to you all day, and at some point in time we will do. But what I would like to say is, given that we have to move things on because Alan's got other guests and what have you, is you're very, very welcome to come and join us. We have another legend who you've heard of called Roger Marshall.
Yeah, I know Roger well.
Who regales us with tales of yesteryear and what have you. And I know it's not everybody's cup of tea. They think what them two old duffers going on about, but it is a very, very significant part of Grand Prix racing heritage. Is the name of Alan North, ladies and gents, and I just tempt you to, if you're not sure who it is, just bang it into Google or into Wikipedia or whatever, and it will give you a quick resume as his career. But do a little bit more than that, and get yourself a copy of the motorcourse editions from the late 1970s or the early 1980s, and you will see just how good at rider this man that we're speaking to was back then. But the invite is extended, Alan.
Thanks,
at any time that you want to pop up to the studio, just have a quick 5-10 minutes reminisce on air. I promise to do some more research for next time because all that was just
that was all off the top of your head.
So, but when Alan said, "Can you just spend 5 minutes with Alan North at lunchtime?" I was, but the stuff that I knew about Alan North, I was a spotty teenager in shorts. So, but yeah, we'll do it all over again at some point in time. Alan, it's been a wonderful pleasure, and thanks so much for coming along to have a chat to us.
Pleasure, Larry. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome, sir.
Live from every circuit, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Want to discover the latest Kawasaki range of machines? The Kawasaki Experience Tour is heading to dealerships across the UK throughout the summer, giving riders the chance to ride the latest 2026 bikes. From A2 friendly machines such as the Versys 650 to new models like the KLE 500, the Z1100 and the Z650S. View the full list of events and book your place at KawasakiExperienceTour.co.uk.
Have you had a non-fault motorcycle accident? Didn't let it put the brakes on your ride? McCams gets you back on the road with a like-for-like replacement bike. No insurance excess to pay, and you keep your no-claims bonus. And if you've been injured, Bolton Turner's expert solicitors will work to secure the compensation you deserve. McCams and Bond Turner, supporting bikers every step of the way. Call 0345 054 1000 today and we can help you get back onto two wheels.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
On 88.3 FM, BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, we have just enjoyed a rare opportunity, a Yamaha Owners Anniversary ride around this historic circuit at Brands Hatch. With the soundtrack, Larry, of you speaking to somebody that was clearly a bit of a hero of yours when you were a youngster.
Yeah, well, every rider was a hero of mine, and I'm pretty sure that when you are young, when Alan was racing, I was still at school, and you're very impressionable, aren't you? And I'm aware that most people won't know who Alan North was, but all I would say to you younger folk out there is how you're idolising the likes of Scott Redding and Carl Ryde and Bradley Ray and Leon Haslam, Max Cook and Storm Stacey and everybody else like that is, these are the guys that are going to go on and have a big impression on your life.
And in 40 years' time.
And in 40 years' time, you might be up here interviewing the likes of them, and once they've got on to greater things, and looking back a little bit with rose-tinted glasses, I think it's got to say, because back in the 1970s, early 1980s, weren't things so much more simpler?
They were simpler, that's for sure, yeah. That's very true.
Just a trait of advancing years. Just whilst we were having that very brief lunchtime chat with former Grand Prix racer Alan North, there was the Yamaha ride around, and unfortunately we weren't given any definitive information as to who was out there. We know that James Whittam was out there, we know that Tommy Hill was out there, and we know that Neil McKenzie was out there by virtue of the fact that Neil had a little bit of a problem with that YZF Cadbury's Boost Yamaha, one of the bikes that the 750 bike that, as far as I'm aware, it's the bike he won the championship on back in 1996 and 30 years ago. Unfortunately, it's decided to eat its lunch on the back part of the circuit, just heading up out of Surtees on the
not ideal scoop
run along the back. We have got Dunk. I
know
that
he
was
directly below you. It's quite weird, isn't it?
He did have the radio mic down there, but just whilst we were doing that interview with Alan, we did see that unfortunately the old Spudsy's bike decided to eat its lunch for breakfast, and it looks like we've had a bit of a problem out there, Dunk.
Yeah, we've had a bit of track contamination even, from, I think that was a Tara McKenzie championship winning bike, so he was waved off the circuit pretty quickly. And
so it wasn't the YZF Boost bike.
The Boost bike still sits
right.
in pit lane. It was actual Taz bike. So,
oh dear, right, okay.
Very, very, I mean, I was in race direction when this was happening. Incredible how quickly they think on their feet there. They kind of slowed the other guys down on track. Safety car 2 took them through the little cut through, kept them on Indy circuit. And that was so very well managed. That was just on the cuff. That was happening on the hoof, Larry. That was so impressive to listen to that on the radio and to watch that happening. But yeah, great shame. Bit of work has to be done now, but it was good to see so many nice Yamahas on track there, and also nice to hear from Alan North as well. So that raised a few eyebrows with one of our timekeepers, who's also called Alan in the timekeeping.
There's far too many Allans in this caper, isn't there?
Right, now listen, I just got asked to send Alan Hyde a message. I've just met Nick and Jake, who are in the pit lane here at Brands Hatch. They want to say a happy birthday to Leo Ford, who's 4 years old today, and he's back home on the Isle of Man. So happy birthday to Leo Ford, who's on the Isle of Man. That's from your dad, Nick, and your other brother, Jake, who's looking pretty cool. A nice pair of shades down here in pit lane. There we go. Hopefully that got out, and he's recorded that now, Alan Hyde. So I've kind of stolen your job, Heidi. I'm sorry.
No, that's absolutely fine. I was poised and pending, but you're poised and pending as well. So we'll hear from you, in a couple of minutes' time or thereabouts, Duncan?
Yeah, I don't think you can see me. I'm directly below you, standing beside the Rocket Oxygen Performance qualifying arch down here, and there's a good few of our marshals as well, taking in lunch and a little bit of sunshine, and taking on lots of water as well, because Larry, you've been down in this all morning. I do hope you've got some sun cream on, so we don't want you burning too much.
When you're from the frozen north, north, Duncan, like you. You take up as much sunshine as you can absorb.
Because you never know when you're going to get
You never
it
know when
again.
you're going to see some more. Remember, it's dark for 6 months of the year where they come from, lads. So.
No, absolutely. An update as well for the sport bike. The red flag that came out the sport bike was for 77 Luca Allen, who tipped off at the bottom.
He's not
of
having a good
Padfield
weekend,
Bend.
is he?
He's not, but he's going to take a trip to the medical centre. I did see somebody standing up down there, so let's hope that Luca's okay. He was done for a tyre infringement, a controlled tyre infringement in free practice 1. And then, unfortunately, he was caught speeding in the pit lane. So it's not.
So
been
that's
a good
the hat trick
weekend
then today.
Yeah. Well, let's hope there's no more from now, Larry. But that's a shame for Luca. But it's just to bring everybody back up to speed with what was going on, because that ended quickly and they moved on. So just to bookend that.
Did you find out any information as to who the riders were? We identified Tommy Hill, Neil McKenzie, and James Whittam out there, but unfortunately,
Bradley Ray was out there. Harry Truelove was also out there as well, both from McCann's, and Neil McKenzie. And everybody else that was out there was one of the special Yamaha invitees who were out on their own road bikes. There was some interesting road bikes out there, Larry, wasn't there?
I'm sort of like 20 feet away from a TV here, and I couldn't quite make out a lot of stuff what was happening. You know what my eyesight's like, Dunk. But it was that was the ride around effectively. I think what it was entitled the Yamaha Owners Anniversary Ride Around, which was scheduled to go between 12:20 till 12:40. Well, unfortunately, with that track contamination, I think that has probably been curtailed early, but we will be hoping to get back on schedule for the qualifying session, which is scheduled to go at 10 past 1. So we've got around about half an hour for the Port West Race Safe Marshals, who, as ever, do a great job. And we are just getting a long shot down into Hawthorne Corner, whereby there is a fairly lengthy oil slick, it would seem, Doug. So quite a lot of clean-up operations still to go in that neck of the woods.
Well, Larry, I tell you what, I'm in the pit lane. There is something that I might end up doing. We've spoke about this, but we don't want to say too much about it. I can see Neil McKenzie walking down pit lane, and you know what, Spuds won't be. He won't like that. He'll feel terrible about that. It's nothing to do with Neil McKenzie, but he's a guy who will feel like he'll feel like it's his
Could I
fault.
suggest, rather than getting hold of Neil McKenzie, you find Mad Mark, his manager, and see what Mad Mark might have to say. In fact, you could just lighten the mood a little bit by asking Neil McKenzie if it's possible that he could speak with Mad Mark at some point in time about what's just happened.
I will do. I'll make my way down there. Larry, you take the weight off. You've been on your feet all morning. We can swap over in a little while. I'm happy to be down here because it's sunny.
Yeah, I quite like sitting in your chair. You get a feeling of power.
Power? Just don't touch the button.
What button?
That button.
It's the stalker binoculars that have just found their way into my bag. Don't you worry about that, mate. That's where the last lot ended up.
Well, why didn't you pick up those stalker binoculars and have a look down pit lane? You see Paul Curran trying to have a fight. Not one of the nitrous guys fighting with a wasp in the pit lane in a rag, which was pretty exciting. But where has Neil McKenzie gone? You wanted an interview. Right, okay, I'm going to have to do this. I'm going to have to do this. I'm sorry. Oh, there he is. Sorry, Spuds. What a disaster. You'll feel terrible about that. Nothing to do with you, not your fault. But what a bit of a disaster as well, because you'd have loved to have ridden Taryn's bike there.
Oh my God, I was so chuffed when I was always emotional this morning when I was told I get to ride his bike. I never thought that would happen. Anyway, 3 corners later and the contents of the sump decided to come out, so I'm not sure, because obviously Prepared by Raceway's best Yamaha dealer in the UK, but something went wrong.
So did MSV contact you or your manager Mad Mark for this to all come around?
Yeah, Mad Mark was involved in this. Got the deal done. There's not a lot of cash involved, but it'll be an exchange of services, shall we say. But I'll have to talk to him because I didn't actually do the full lap, so I'm hoping that I still get full remuneration.
Get paid. But also you're a huge part of this. You know, the Boost bike is outside 1996, 30 years. This is all such a huge thing for you, the 3 years that you were successful with that team.
Yeah, and I've been so looking forward to this. This has been planned from the beginning of the season. Stuart Higgs and his team wanted to make Brands the kind of pinnacle of the 30-year celebration. So
can we just bring you outside the garage? So, because if people are looking across, they may be looking from the pit lane. If they look across into the pit lane, you can see Neil McKenzie outside Bradley Ray's garage. Living legend, ladies and gentlemen. The man is triple British Superbike champion. But yeah, I'll let you continue.
Yeah, so yeah, I've been looking forward to this all year, and I knew I'd be riding a nice Yamaha, but to get to ride Taz's bike was amazing. Really looking forward to the whole weekend. It will still be an amazing weekend. We got the weather here. It's Brands Hatch. It's the summer But yeah, big apologies to Stuart and his team for messing up the circuit at lunchtime.
These leathers as well. I remember seeing you getting presented with these leathers in Knockhill. That was a complete shock that Taylor managed to put these together for you, the Alpine Star edition of the Boost leathers.
Yeah, nice to get into the 21st century in the leathers department. Yep, Taylor did a fairly successful video last year on YouTube, kind of father and son thing. I had no idea what was happening, and that involved the Boost bike at Knockhill. So yeah, and now I've inherited the leathers, which is great. So hopefully there'll be more of the same, where I can make more than 3 corners.
And if you look round, just give us a couple of minutes on this bike. When you see this bike, what memories do you get back from that Carberry's Boost YZF 750?
Well, sitting in the pit lane, definitely at Brands Hatch, it's special. I had 3 amazing years on the Boost bikes with some amazing teammates. It's lovely to see it back in the pit lane. It was a cracking bike. It was arguably the best bike on the grid, but I had some teammates on the same bike that pushed me really hard. Iconic colours, and yeah, I'm very proud that 30 years on, that these things are still getting celebrated. So, and 30 years on, I'm still around to enjoy it.
I'm delighted you're here, Neil. Thank you very much. Disaster what happened out there. You can see, Larry, you know Neil Mackenzie really well. You can actually
Larry's
see
gone.
Oh, well, you know him as well, Alan. You could hear a little bit upset with everything that's gone on there.
Indeed.
But yeah, the Carberry's Boost Chama sits down here. It's a stunning bike, very iconic.
And the
bike.
overalls looked amazing.
God, didn't the leathers?
Oh,
the leathers.
Yes,
the
yes.
leathers did look amazing. But he can still fit in his original leathers, which is the cool part of it.
Very, very cool indeed. Duncan, stay with me and do please come in at any time that you might have something from down in pit lane. I think for those watching on YouTube, Laura Cam is coming down to join you as well. But in the meantime, I've been joined. He's only got a very small window, but Terry Reimer, who features very strongly in the race weekend programme, has come up to join us. Terry, thank you very much indeed for coming up to join. I was looking through the programme this morning. Do you want to have a look?
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet.
Did you not realise that you're on page 46 and 47?
Am I? Okay.
Yes. We're going back 30 years of BSB.
Wow, 30 years? How can it be possible? Am I really that old?
Do you remember that weekend?
Yeah, I think James beat me across the line.
He did, yeah.
I led both of us kind of battled the whole race through, going backwards and forwards in the lead, like chopping and changing. Like the many races I've had with James Whittam, we used to battle it out nearly every round, and with this particular occasion we managed to pull away from everybody else, and I think it was about 5 or 6 seconds ahead of everyone else, and we were just battling away. But unfortunately, in qualifying, I think I qualified pole, but then the engine started to...
Hang on, I can tell you.
Yeah,
I'll find it again. Yeah.
I know qualifying, the bike was really good, but then it started rattling, so we had to go to the slightly slower engine. Here we go, I'm bringing out an excuse now, aren't I? Anyway, so it was slightly slower, so James had a little bit more top speed than me. And you know what? We battled it all the way through, and he passed me across the line right at the end. It was a very close finish, I think.
It was race 1, James Whittam, with a time of 18 minutes 54.85. You were 0.03 of a second behind across the line.
There you go. And you know what? And he said we come out of Clearways. I was in the lead, which is the last corner you can see by the big building at the end there, the start-finish straight. And I knew what was going to happen because he had teed me up a few times, and we got to the line and we were kind of side by side, but he didn't show his hand. I just couldn't do anything about it. I was like a sitting duck. So we come off of that turn, and I tried to make myself as wide as possible, but he just powered past me. And
you see, it's a great article. We're celebrating 30 years of BSB this year, and it was 30 years ago. It was 1996. We've got liveries from bikes from 30 years ago here this weekend.
That's right, yeah.
Does that bring back memories?
It does,
Gary?
actually.
Does it?
Yeah, it does. Walking into the circuit, I think on the Yamaha stand, there was this fast orange bike there. I remember actually having a big battle again with James Whittam in the World Superbike race here at Brands. It was raining, coming into Clearways again, and James high-sided right in front of me, and I just almost ran him over and carried on. I think I finished about 5th in that race, and 5th or 6th. And so Brands brings back so many good memories for me. I know it's 100.
It's your local circuit as well,
it's
isn't it?
my local circuit.
Yeah.
I was brought up in South East London, so I always used to come here as a kid with mum and dad. Watch racing and stuff, and watch all the different riders, the Barry Sheen era, the 70s and stuff. And so it brings back fantastic memories. And Yeah, well, I've had some wonderful races around here. Right away from when I started racing on the 250 and 350 LCs, the production bikes, all the way through to the last sort of years of me racing in superbike. So yeah, it's great. And every time I walk in through the main entrance, the hairs on the back of my neck stick up a little bit, and then it brings back them fantastic memories.
Because it's the local circuit, it means much to you from childhood, and all of those things
Massively.
all added up together.
Yeah, and Dad and I mean, I lost my dad a year ago, almost to this day, and he we used to come here and work on bikes and watch the racing and watch the transatlantic races and stuff, the Sheeny era, and watching Kenny Roberts and Freddie Spencer go around, and it brings back fantastic memories, and it's so steeped in history.
Yes.
and
well, you see it as you walk down Colin Chapman Way, all the flags remembering some absolute heroes of motorsport, 4 wheels and 2 wheels as well.
Yeah.
Isn't it glorious what they've done this year?
Yeah, it's right. It's great. And
what was your favourite
MSV have done about with the circuits and all the MSV circuits, really tidied them up and made them look really presentable, and that's a great thing, I think.
What was your favourite place, Terry, when you came along with Dad when you were a wee nipper? Where was your place to sit and watch?
Well, I didn't really used to sit about. So Dad's friend used to a guy called Mark Walsh. He used to race 350 production racing. So sort of when I was in my early teens, I used to just wander off and go off by myself, and I used to go and study the bikes going into the different corners, how many gears they shifted down, and I was so into it that
How old would you have been when you were doing that kind of analysis?
11, 12, 13
Wow.
or whatever, yeah. So all that sort of stuff. And although it didn't feel to me like it was analysis, it was just something that I was so interested in, with the different setups and stuff, and then when it come to actually racing, I almost felt I had the experience under my belt anyway. I used to talk to Mark, and then the scraps I used to get into in the production racing, because it was really tough racing then, and really close, and used to watch him and everything, watch what he did, and watch the top guys. And even when we used to go to Grand Prix at Silverstone each year, Dad used to take me to Silverstone Grand Prix, and I used to go and watch that, and I'd be one of these urchins wandering around in the paddock, managed to get in somehow and shouldn't really be there. So yeah, it was kind of it. I grew up with it, and that's all I wanted to do in life.
You were destined to do what you did and what you do now.
Yeah, I don't know about destined, but I think that I didn't know that I was going to be any good, but I kind of that's what I wanted to be. I wanted to be a motorcycle racer, and and to be here all them many years later, and still working with the Dow Honda team with Josh Brooks and Lee Jackson. It really. I'm proud to be here and still be around,
And time marches on, because yesterday you were part of another, maybe start of a motorsport passion, because you were here with your little grandson.
Yes, yeah. So one of the many grandchildren I've got 7 grandkids. So
wow.
Yeah, the 3 boys, and one of them come down. Little Cooper came down. He's just over 2, but he looks about a 4-year-old. And he was coming down. He came down. He's got a T-shirt, a Dow T-shirt, and a Dow hat. And we're walking around. I'm carrying him around. He's giving everyone high fives and just shouting on top of his voice.
Shouting out motorbike and pointing.
That's it. Yeah, motorbike. And whenever I call him on the phone, or I'm talking to his dad, he'll chime in and say. He calls me Dad, so great, like Granddad. And so Granddad, Dad, he says motorbike. Are you with motorbikes? And that's what he's worried about. So yeah, it's great. Cool. So it's the kind of the new era of kids coming through. They just they love it. It's and I think the BSB series has gone from strength to strength. It's great to be here. Really, it's really nice to see all the fans out there sitting out in the sun and really seemingly enjoying themselves,
Yeah, this is the sort of day at Brands Hatch that we used to love with our parents many years ago. Me slightly further away than you are, but also nice that you're celebrating 30 years. Do I detect you're wearing Old Spice today?
No. No one used to get in my slipstream when I was sponsored by Old Spice, that's for sure. But no,
good tactic that, Terry.
So no, I haven't got that one actually. No, I probably would wear it if it was free.
Yeah, no, I think we all would. Terry Reimer, thank you so much for joining. I know you've only got a little window that you made to come and join us here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. But thank you very much indeed.
Do you know what, as well, Alan? Just as you said that on the big screens there was James Whittam passing me across the line, just as in that actual BSB race we were talking about. So yeah, that's reminded me and upset me a little bit now. Right.
We did that just for you, Terry.
Yeah. You edited that, didn't you?
Contacted Coffee, said roll VT and look at the big screen.
I know, he caught my eye.
Thanks, Terry. Great to
All
hear
right,
from
guys.
you.
Take care.
Terry, thank you very much indeed.
Bye-bye.
Terry Reimer here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. Thank you so much for joining us. Duncan Vincent is down in pit lane.
I'm here, and I'm going to have a quick word with Shannon Etheridge, if that's okay. If you can make Laura live, actually. Shannon, if it's okay, but I sat in your chair a couple of times yesterday, and like Larry Carter said, I felt like I had power in this garage when I was sitting there. But you are, obviously Kyle is super talented on the bike. You're the crew chief. You're the kind of brains who has to try and fix the problems he comes in and says with the bike, and that's a huge task in itself. The rider and the crew chief, you've got to have such a good relationship.
Yeah, thankfully enough, we've been working together for a long time now, so normally a lot of the time I can digest what he says and understand what he wants. So that's a big thing with changing between riders and sticking with someone for a long time. So a lot of the time we almost know what he wants before looking at the data. So it's coming to different tracks with a new bike that can be a little bit more difficult, but it just means we have to change a few more things to find the direction a bit quicker.
As we look at your computer screen here, we can see all the really important data that you've got from the bike telling us, in fact, what's that telling us just now?
That's telling us that Lucas Herbert, an Australian's leading the British Open.
So it's all about golf in this garage, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we're a bit of downtime now before we go out for qualifying and all our work's done, so it's good to have a bit of a laugh and chill out a little bit and keep him relaxed.
What is the plan for qualifying? Obviously, pole position would be good. Has he got the speed in him, and have you got the speed in that Ducati for it today?
I think so. We've made a few little small changes now from the session this morning, but realistically, front row is all you need here, and I think our race pace is good, and we'll just see where we end up, say about lap 16 or 17.
The rider just came in and gave me a funny look because I'm now sitting in his chair. I'm afraid I've just been signed, Kyle, so there you go. But Shannon, thank you very much. We'll grab a very quick word with Kyle if we can. Sorry, I'm just keeping it warm for you.
Yep.
Is that okay?
That's fine.
That's fine. I was just asking, have you got the speed in the bike for qualifying for pole position? He says, thanks so. What do you think?
I don't think we'll be far off. Obviously, the main goal is to stay on the bike and do a decent lap time and hopefully put us on the front row to start a weekend from there.
I'll let you get back to your seat. Thank you very much. It's a nice and comfy chair, that, actually. I sat in Sharon's one yesterday. That was the wrong couple of words put together. I said something completely else. Yeah? So I sat in Shannon's seat yesterday. That's really, really difficult to say. And I think they heard that. Very, very apologetic towards that word that came out there, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if we can maybe catch the eye of Glenn. Oh, right, sorry, the buzzer's just gone. Sorry, that was not the thing to do. Glenn's a bit busy at the back of the garage, so we'll let that one go. We'll make our way up the garage a little bit, the pit lane a bit longer. How long have I got, Alan? Because it's just gone, 10-2? We've got another 10 minutes at least?
We are, yes. We'll begin the countdown for qualifying to get underway at 1:10, and the time is 12:48.
Right, let's pop inside the AGN Steel Stock Bimota garage, and we'll have a word with Joe Talbot's crew chief Jason, who's sitting behind the desk here. Again, another man, looking at property searches on the house on the house market. Is that what we're doing our lunch break? But you've got to be impressed with your young charge and how he performed yesterday to get straight through to the second phase of qualifying.
Yeah, he did an amazing job. First time around here, missed most of FP1, got 4 laps in, and then, so yeah, he's done a total of about 36, 37 laps around here on a superbike. So to do what he did yesterday was pretty good.
Because we had an engine swap as well, so did he basically miss the whole of free practice one?
Yeah, he just got 4 laps of FP1, that was it. So yeah, pretty impressive.
That's a huge loss. Listen, good luck with the race. Laura getting a really good eye full of the lovely KB998 Rimini Bimota, and at the back Bear sitting. I wonder if are you in the market for a house? Because there's some good ones north of the border if you are.
No, I'm all right at the minute.
All right, okay. Okay.
Well, that's you told.
Bit cheaper my neck of the woods as well, so there's something else for the guys to think about. Now, Leon Haslam was chasing a little bit of an electrical issue earlier on. Let's have a quick word with Steve Wilfmore. We've seen a lot of pace from this Moto Rapido Ducati this weekend, but Leon did have a bit of an issue in free practice 3. Have you managed to get to the bottom of that?
Well, we thought we had, but we had the same issue this morning, but we've since resolved it, so I'm pretty confident now.
He has got good speed though, good pace in this Ducati. You must be confident.
Yeah, it's good. We're trying to work towards a race pace rather than a one-off lap time. So I think our pace on a used tyre is pretty good. So hopefully that'll come strong in the race.
And we've also seen a good start here. A little dip in form. Maybe Snetterton was a bit unfortunate with the little off. But for this tiny little small team that you put together, you're always punching up against much bigger teams and manufacturers. But there's always a smile with everybody when I come in the garage. It's good to see, Wilf.
That must be you. They don't smile when I come in.
You're the guy that pays the wages. I think they smile to see you. Okay, predictions. Can we get this on the front row for the Pocket Rocket?
I think there's a chance of the front row, but for Brands Hatch, the front 2 rows are crucial, so that's our target.
Good luck, buddy. Thank you very much for your time. That's Wilf Moore, Steve Moore, the man behind the Moto Rapido team, as we look inside the Honda UK Supersport side of the team. We've got Jack Kennedy and Dean Harrison's bike full stripped down and full work getting done on those. Well, a bit of work and a bit of watching as well. Yeah, they can wave to the camera if they like, but I don't think they're really going to. Other side of the garage, we have the Superbike team, and we also have John McGuinness. So Ryan Vickers' bike across here, John McGuinness in the middle, and over the far side, the Osho Jason O'Halloran, who did stop with a little bit of a technical issue. Wonder if Spider will have a quick word with us here. Crew chief to Ryan Vickers. We saw Ryan tip off in free practice 3. Any ill effects, or the bike okay after that?
As usual, crash damage, usual. Everything sticking out gets knocked off, but apart from that, she'll be good to go.
A lot of gravel and a lot of dust. What did Ryan say about the crash? Because it looked like he went down really early in the corner.
Just went in a bit quicker, a couple of K quicker than he was lap before, and just lost the front.
Yeah, good luck for the race. Can we see the continuation of the Honda Progress shine here at Brands?
Well, that's what we're hoping for.
Thanks, buddy. Cheers for that. Look at this, one-handed putting the shot back in. Do you like that, Laura? Yeah, Laura likes that. Laura likes to see a bit of mechanicking happening on hand. Danny Kent and Rory Skinner, the garage next door on the other side. Got to say, these guys, Danny in a bit of a better place than Rory. Rory really chasing something this weekend and unable to find what he is really looking for. He's at the back of the garage with Chris Anderson, and well, I spoke with Rory yesterday and I've never seen him look so down in all my time. I have to say, he's going to pop out the garage and have a quick word with us here, and let's hope that the mood's a little bit better. Well, it doesn't look like the mood's any better. How are you today? Have we got a smile in there?
Not yet, no smiles yet.
What are we missing, Rory? Tell us.
Apart from the obvious being lap time, just a few little bits really. The boys, I mean, we're not a million miles away. It was 13th yesterday, 0.6 off. It's not, I mean, half a second covering 13 riders. It's not a lot of time to cover a lot of people. So we're not a million miles away. It's just frustrating coming in, looking at the position. I'm not a 13th place rider, and it's just a case of trying to figure out what we've got to do to make it different.
Yeah, there's a completely different Rory Skinner from when you're in the top 5. I can see that, because you should be up there, you want to be up there, but it's just finding those little fine margins. It's because the grid's so tightly packed, it does make it difficult.
It does, yeah. It's just frustrating, Duncan. You know, if we go back to last season, I had a really positive year. We were on the podium, I think, 10 times through the season, and always on a Friday we were really strong. So yeah, coming into this year, obviously it's a new bike again, but I can't really say that the new bike is the problem, because it's last year I had a new bike too, and we managed to do the job. So yeah, obviously the level this year in British Superbikes is raised again. You know, there's even more. I mean, I wouldn't say the lap times are going that much quicker, but there's more people in the group to do the lap times. So yeah, it just misses something at the minute. I don't want to be all doom and gloom. There's definitely positives to take from it, and yeah, we'll head in the right direction eventually. It's just a case of trying to find something that works for me with this bike, and we'll get there.
Anything you can take from the other side of the garage and put onto this bike for yourself?
Not really, to be honest. I mean, me and Danny, our setups, kind of even from the beginning, have been fairly different. I tried, obviously, when I joined the team, Danny had been on the bike for a few seasons, so I tried riding his setup, and it just didn't feel natural to me. So we went down a little bit of a different path, and to be honest, the results this year have kind of favoured probably my side a little bit more. But yeah, just this weekend at Brands Hatch just seemed to be struggling. It is a track Danny rides well at. You know, he's had a lot of success here in the past. So yeah, I think it's good to see Danny up there towards the sharp end. It's definitely been a tough year for not just myself, but for him too. So yeah, I think as a team, if we can get some better results, it'll elevate us both in terms of morale and everybody in the garage. And it's just a case of working away. And when we find the positives, we got to go with them and kind of hang on to them.
It will come, Rory.
It'll come eventually. I just need to keep working hard, and it'll turn around soon enough.
Good luck for qualifying. Thank you. Rory will be going in Q1. He will be one of the riders trying to get himself into that top 3 position to see if he can get directly through into Q2. He's up against the likes of this guy though, Lee Jackson on 14 and Josh Brooks on 25. They all go through from the Q1 stage. Brooks had good pace yesterday, good pace in the free practice sessions. Can he make that count and take himself from Q number 1 into Q number 2?
15 minutes away, Dunk.
Okay, no problem, Alan. Thank you very much for that. We can see the crews. This is where the crews are all pensive. You know, there's a couple of Hondas in the pit lane just quietly, well, not quietly, a couple of Hondas in the pit lane warming up in the background. The Sencat garage next door. Christian Eden got directly through into the second phase of qualifying. Just let's have a look inside the Sencat garage here, because we've got Love's Young Dream up the back there. We've got Lennon Doherty and Jess Barnes and Chris Barnes, the gaffer, and then Lee Johnson, probably giving them some life advice on how things work out. Let's see what the General's actually saying. See if we can have a quick word with Lee Johnson here, if we can. Lee, if we can just... Oh, sorry. If we can just have a very quick word.
No, I'm in the middle of a conversation.
Is it a deep... Well, can we take you to the garage just for a second? All right. Oh, sorry. Deep conversation. But I want to speak about you, because yesterday we saw a very un-Lee Johnson manoeuvre where you slipped off a bit true. Is everything okay after that?
Yeah, perfectly fine. I had 2 warnings at that point. We run in a bit hot, the 2 guys I was behind run wide, and I thought I could hold on to it, but no, it was good. It was nice, the fact that we had enough confidence in the feeling in the bike to get back to doing that. So yeah, we had a strong day yesterday, but not so strong today. Do you want to explain what you've just witnessed there, Duncan? No,
I don't. Do not turn round, Laura. Do not turn round with that camera. That's how we get YouTube cancelled in the UK.
Yeah, that would easily get YouTube cancelled.
That's a crew chief having a little bit of fun that you shouldn't have been having in pit lane, but CCTV will have caught that, that's for sure. Thoughts for the qualifying, or thoughts for your race actually? Where can we see Lee Johnson?
Yeah, I would like to be at the front again. Like, Snetterton was a good step for us with a P4, P5. So if we can keep that ball rolling and be in that mix again, we struggled a little bit in qualifying and things just didn't come together. So we're on the 3rd row of the grid. So yeah, frustrated with that. But yeah, the pace obviously yesterday's been in the top 3 or 4. So we need to get back to there.
Were you giving Lennon Doherty a little bit of advice and a little bit of help? Or was there something else happening there?
No, he's a good kid, yeah. For a Scottish person, he's really, really nice, isn't he? Do you know what I mean? There's not many of them. When you get a good one, you get a really good one. And unfortunately, Dunk, you've slipped out of that radar, didn't you?
Did I slip through the net, did I?
Yeah.
Listen, thank you very much for your time. Good luck in the race. There you go. Well, what you wouldn't have seen behind you, Laura, was actually quite a good bit of fun. As we look at Storm Stacey's garage, well, Storm made it directly through into the second stage of qualifying. So even though Michael Rutter was giving us a little bit of a debrief chapter and verse yesterday about how it's not fair that their Ducati's been pegged back as everybody else's Ducati has. He says his is a road bike, the other one's a factory, but the bottom line is it's a Ducati. It needed to be done. If you do it for one, you do it for them all. It's one of these things. The garage next door, Eli Michalczyk, having a really big upturn in form. Elia sits at the back of the garage, cool as a cucumber. I'll let you walk in there, Laura, and just see if he'll give us a wave. See if he'll have a quick word with us as well. He's got a lot of water. He's been drinking a lot of water by the looks of things, trying to hydrate himself. But Elia, excited about what's going to happen for the actual qualifying session. You're directly through into Q2, which is a huge thing for this team.
Yeah, for sure. This was target for this weekend to go through of Q2, and we were strong all practice on used tires. Unfortunately, I didn't find a really perfect lap yesterday in pre-Q. I lose few tenths maybe, but anyway, it was enough to go top 12, and yeah, for sure. I'm happy for this. Today in FP3 I was on used tires with the full race distance P6, so means that also speed are there on the race used tire. And yeah, just the things about QP to try to find a good couple of laps to put all together, and yeah, if we will be able to be around top 10 for the grid, I think it will be good.
What do you think your race pace looks like? Is it strong as well?
5-8 last laps for sure, but I don't know how it's first 5-7 laps, because my start are so big lottery for me. Like from 5 times I start good 2 times and 3 times not good. So I don't know. It depends on the starting and depends on how I can keep my position from the first laps. But yeah, for sure I will try to do my best, and we have a good package to do good results.
I wish you the best of luck. Did you meet Carl Cox yesterday? Was he in the garage?
Yeah, we meet, and it was nice guy, humble, really polite, and so funny. Where was on the same view, jokes, and yeah, it was nice, and all the best luck for him also for his work, and big thanks also for him that he support us.
Ilya, thank you very much. The best of luck for qualifying. Go straight through to Q2. Let's see if we can just have a quick word with the team boss. I'm sorry, Stuart Hickendown having a bit of a chat as well. We'll catch up later on with the Hawk team, but you have got to see that if you're on YouTube Live here, so the upturn in form has been superb for this team. It really has been nice and strong, and Ilya is delivering the goods on track.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a steady away progress. We're doing a good job. Ilya's doing a fantastic job. I told you this at the beginning part of the year, Duncan. I said, look, you just got to hang fire, mate. We'll get there.
I wanted it now.
Yeah, no, we're getting there, mate. Steady away, as it were, and hopefully, as you say, it's all coming together now. But you know, you've got to be consistent over all tracks. He's obviously going quite well here now, which is positive. And you know, we're making steps with it, and it certainly seems to be working. We're still learning the bike. The bike's still new to us. Obviously, Ilya's, although he's only done one championship here last year, and obviously he won it. But these tracks are, you know, still unfamiliar to him, so he's learning that as well. So yeah, we're doing a good job. Brilliant.
Are you confident for qualifying? He's always quietly confident. He knows his own ability, but where do you think the bike will fit in for the actual qualifying? Can he get this onto like maybe the second or third row?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, this weekend he's been constantly in the top 10, you know, and so forth. In the last session, we made some changes for the last session, and on worn tyres. I think where did we end up? 7th, was 6th or 7th? Yeah, which is pretty impressive. So that's what we're hoping for. But you know, watch this space, as they say.
Ian, thank you very much. Ian Walcott, the team boss for the Rocket BMW Motorrad Superbike race team. IWR, Eli Michalczyk at the back of the garage as well. Interestingly, what has happened today is the track temperature has come down a huge amount. So has the actual ambient temperature, so much so that shorts and t-shirt are good, but you could actually get away with wearing trousers and it would be very comfortable. As I look down, I think is at 8 minutes until the pit lane opens.
8 minutes 22, Dunk.
So 8 minutes 22 to go. What we're going to do is we're going to head back upstairs into the commentary box. We'll take on some water.
Pass the baton.
And we'll pass the baton of love over to Larry Carter. Until then, Alan Hyde, I'll send it back upstairs to the studio. Thank
Duncan
you.
Vincent, Larry Carter, thank you very much indeed. And thank you for your comments on our YouTube stream as well. One of them, Mr. Alan North, legend, fastest, most humble guy I know. And another message, Niall Mackenzie, living legend. Thank you very much indeed for all your comments on the YouTube live stream and your messages on WhatsApp. They're coming up after this.
All the news, all the stars, all British Superbikes. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
On race weekends, every second counts, and so does the right bike insurance. Carol Nash is one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers, and we're proud to be the exclusive insurance partner of British Superbike. So, whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model, or a high-performance superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. Don't miss out. Search Carol Nash.
The Ninja 125 and the Z125 have made a welcome return to the Kawasaki lineup for 2026, meaning there's never been a better time to learn to ride. If you're thinking of starting your biking journey this year, Kawasaki Rider Training Services provides professional training every step of the way. With schools located across the UK, visit learntoridewithkawasaki.co.uk BSB.co.uk to find your nearest venue and start discovering the benefits two wheels can bring.
Search for British Superbikes on YouTube on race weekends. You might like what you see. BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Just seeing a message on the TSL timing screens that it might be that the start of qualifying for British Superbikes has been put back by 5 minutes. Can't confirm that officially as yet, but due to get underway in 5.5 minutes time at 1:10 no, that's still right. The pit lane opens in 5 minutes and 20 seconds. We just very briefly lost the timing countdown down there on the start line gantry. Your messages have been coming in thick and fast this morning. Thank you very much indeed for all of those on WhatsApp 07482 877 877. Going to get through a few of them just before we get qualifying underway. The Wasted crew are back. That's Claire, Kim, Michael, Anthony, Chris, Keith and Ashley. This weekend we're celebrating Kim's 70th birthday and we're sat at the bottom of Paddock Bend. Great place to watch. When we were talking about where we sat when we were youngsters with Terry Reimer just about half an hour ago, that was where I used to sit with my mum when I was a teenager. We used to come and sit down on the grass at Paddock Bend. So great. The Wasted crew, and happy birthday to Kim. This one says Snetterton Dillon is wishing James Ellison and the HSO team best of luck for this weekend, following along on TSL. Great to have you following. This one says, hi, I want to wish my wife Emma a happy birthday at the venue of our very first date. Lots of love from Gordon. That's cool, isn't it? So many memories for so many people here at Brands Hatch, and we've got so many legends that are here this weekend to celebrate 100 years of racing at Brands Hatch and 30 years of BSB. So Gordon, Emma, great to have you here, and happy birthday, Emma. This one says, hi everyone, please wish Jones Stalling Racing a very happy, exciting and winning 20th anniversary as a racing team, July 2006 to July 2026. Sorry I'm not with you there, but Devon is a long way from Brands Hatch. Best wishes from Pat. Patricia, thank you very much indeed for writing in, and yes, it is a very long way. A very happy anniversary to Simon and Madge. May you enjoy many more years together. All our love. That comes from Dave and from Sarah as well. And this one says, hi guys, can you say hello to Net and Andy, who are possibly at Sheen Curve, getting rained on like it usually does, from Matt, with a laughing emoji. No rain forecast for this weekend. The only use we have for umbrellas, and I can see a few of them up around the circuit, is to shield from the sunshine. It's a very pleasant day here at Brands Hatch, and we're getting plenty of sunshine as well. This one says, hello, please can you wish Jason Kelly from Northampton a very happy birthday, 21 again. Love from your wife Jodie, Alice your daughter, and mother and father-in-law Julie and Paul. Cheering this weekend for Lewis Smart, number 32. Thanks guys, you're very welcome. And this one says, happy 17th birthday to Jamie, whose birthday is today. Wow, happy birthday Jamie. Love from Mum and from John as well. Jess, thank you very much indeed. Happy birthday Jamie, great way to celebrate here at Brands Hatch. And a big shout out to Gemma Warren, Alice and Summer. Go get them, Storm Stacey, watching from Paddock Hill, and wishing Harley Preble in the BMW F900 Cup all the very best of luck. Loads more messages coming in as we speak on WhatsApp 07482 877 877. Please wish Alan Mr. C a happy birthday. Thank you, Joe, for writing in. And this one says, listening on BSB Radio all weekend due to work commitments, but loving the coverage as usual. Come on, Kyle, Rory and Super Ted. Up the ride, baby. See you all at Alton. That's from Bryony from Frodsham. And this one says, despite issues for Reese and Daniel Stevenson, wishing the whole of Rocket Racing a safe and fast rest of the weekend, from Terry and Russell in the Paddock Hill Grandstand. A great place to watch. Seeing bikes or cars going into Paddock Hill Bend is an awesome experience, and if you ask riders or drivers, that It is one of the top corners in the world, and you get a grandstand view, quite literally, up there at the top of turn-in for Paddock Hill Bend. Right, that brings us up to date with our messages as they stand here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, and on 88.3 FM, and around the world, of course, on our live YouTube channel. On the official British Superbike YouTube channel, we have live streaming pictures. Who's that down in pit lane now? Is it Larry or is it Duncan?
No, Duncan's just handed the radio mic over to me after his lunchtime. Appreciated that, just to have 5 minutes to just draw breath and
yes.
shuffle the paperwork, as it were. So I was just switching the radio mic on just to make sure that the battery was okay.
And is it?
So far we've got 2 bars left, mate, so I think we're okay just for now.
2 bars is absolutely fine, Larry. Thank you very much indeed. Larry is in position. Duncan is almost in position. We'll take a short break here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, to allow Duncan Vincent to get his breath back.
Online, on FM radio, and live streamed on YouTube, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Whether it's weekend tours or continent exploring, adventure comes for free with Kawasaki this summer. Purchase a 2025 model year Versys 650 or Versys 1100 and you can receive a free touring kit upgrade that includes a set of panniers and inner bags, tank pad and handguards. Plus, the machines are available on low-rate finance through Kawasaki K Options. Visit your local Kawasaki dealer to find out more.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as an official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. Alongside offering a full suite of R&G products, R&G's official technical centre is the one-stop shop for essential race products such as Easy Grip, Renthal sprockets, DID chains, Motul fluids, Alpine Stars protection and so much more. Located in the paddock at every round, visit the R&G Technical Centre today for the latest essentials at the best prices.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Powered by Kawasaki, this is BSB Radio.
Q1 gets underway for the Zin British Superbikes. Across the line they go. One outlap completed from pit lane. To take you through the action of qualifying for British Superbikes is Duncan.
Absolutely perfect timing, Sir Al. They have had their installation lap. They're now on a push lap. That's what we would like to see. The Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli, Brands Hatch. Q1 is underway. The riders into Q1: Braden Elliott, Graham Irwin, Charlie Nesbitt, star next to that name, Richard Kerr, Fraser Rogers, Rhys Irwin. We've got Jason O'Halloran, Luke Hedger, Eugene McManus, Josh Brooks, Lee Jackson and Rory Skinner, who we spoke to in the pit lane. Now I said star next to that name for a very valid reason, and if everybody's listening, including my soul brother Larry Carter, the star next to Charlie Nesbitt was purely because he had an off at Snetterton and a hand injury which we were aware of. He then had an off yesterday and he smacked that hand on the ground and gave himself a bit of a beating up. And the question mark was, would he come back out? Would we see him back on track? Well, I can tell you that we can see one of our tag Hondas out there, the Fraser Rogers bike, but we wait to see if Charlie Spud Nesbitt comes out. And Larry, if you could keep an eye on that for us as well on any screen or anything that you can do. Whew. So there we go. What an action-packed little lunch break that was.
It was a really
fabulous.
cool lunch break.
Yeah, I loved getting down in the pit lane. It's something that I don't get enough to do. But I like how Larry popped up here. Bit of a chat with Alan North, which was absolutely brilliant, by the way. Off the top of his head, all that information. That's incredible. Larry can pick that out of there.
That was mega, wasn't it?
I can't remember last week. Never mind 1970s. So
Superb.
I wasn't around in the 70s, but you know what I mean. Like for like. Brilliant job, Scoop. Fabulous, fabulous stuff. Right then. Graham Irwin, currently fastest, from Luke Hedger and Braden Elliott. Early days for Q1. People that were looking to possibly get through, well, I'd have to say Rory Skinner, Lee Jackson and Josh Brooks would be my 3. But, hang on, Jason O'Halloran, there's 4. As I quickly look across, I can see my good friend Matt Lloyd trying to get across and under the tunnel, but he's obviously not got his pass, so he can't make it through. And I think that's quite funny. He's now on the phone trying to dial up a pass. I'm pretty sure somebody will let him through, but there's 4 big names here, and there's only 3 transfer spots. That's quite telling. 4 big names, 3 transfer spots. And then you get everybody else who is trying to upset the apple cart, see if they've got something underneath them to do the business. Richard Kerr has been pretty quick all weekend. And Richard Kerr could be one of the flies in the ointment, as is Fraser Rogers. Fraser said to us, I've got good pace. The only thing is everybody else's pace moved a little bit further forward than I'd like. Lee Jackson goes fastest, 125.582 for Lee Jackson on the number 14 Dow Honda, 125.582. That's his quickest lap of the weekend, so they have done some good work down there in the Dow Honda garage to make Lee Jackson quicker and put him provisionally fastest. We need to keep an eye on his teammate Josh Brooks. Brooksy, who was quick in free practice 1, but then drifted away a little bit. His quickest time of the weekend's a 125.861. Rory Skinner does a 25.3, 125.3, and that's some 3/10 faster than Rory has done this weekend. So, is there a little bit of light at the end of the Cheshire Moulding Tunnel for Rory? A 125.3. It wouldn't have got him directly through yesterday, but he actually went quicker yesterday into 25.2 in the pre-qualifying. So we're looking at combined practice there. Didn't take in the combined pre-qualifying result as well. So Rory a 1/10 of a second away from his fastest time. Jason O'Halloran leaves the pit lane on the Honda UK Fireblade. What can the Osho do? What can he deliver here? He's in Q1. He had a technical problem yesterday and that really hurt him. So it's not the thing that you want to have happening. Jason O'Halloran, he managed 3 laps in pre-qualifying, an out lap, a hot lap, and then the bike stopped on him. So he needs a little bit more from that Honda. What can he get? Skinner, Jackson, McManus goes in to P3 for Eugene McManus. Skinner, Jackson, McManus. Yamaha, Honda. There's a bit of a telling tale back here. A lot of Hondas in the Q1 phase and not enough of them through into Q2. Work to be done. Leaving the pit lane goes the bad boy, Josh Brooks. And Larry gave us the bit of a heads up as why Josh Brooks is called the bad boy. It's a historical reference because Josh is not a bad boy. He's a very deep, analytical thinking guy. And if you listened in yesterday, you will have heard the interviews which he gave myself after his session. Skinner heads for the pit lane. No improvement that time for Hedger, who crossed the line, returning after injury in the Whitecliff CDH Honda. And we pick up round the back part of the circuit with none other than Eugene McManus on his lovely Hawk Honda as he makes his way down through the bottom of the dip of Dingledale over the top of Sheen Curve. Bit of chatter through the front of that Honda as he then comes back in towards Stirling. We're watching this young man. He's in his rookie year and it has been a pretty strong rookie season, we must say, stepping into this class from Super Sport. Eugene McManus in towards the last corner, comes through clearways before he sees Clark Curve and accelerates hard towards the line. Oh, the back of that Honda protesting, then pulls a big wheelie as well. Alan Hyde almost leaps off his stool in the studio. McManus crosses the line, 126.391, 0.3 of a second slower than what he has already given us on his lap. Just look at Luke Hedger on the big screen. Look at that big screen replay of the Whitecliff CDH Honda tying itself in knots as they come over that slight crest in the road down towards the control line. The CDH garage, well, they'll be happy their man kept it together with that one, but you can see that big protesting if you can manage to catch one of the large screens that we have around the circuit here at Brands Hatch. 2 on the south bank and 1 possibly at the back of the Kentigan as well. Jason O'Halloran, the Osho, 1/10 of a second away as he comes through Sheen Curve in towards Stirling. This could put him into the position between Rory Skinner and Lee Jackson as he comes down. He's actually lost a whole chunk of time. This will put him behind Jackson. He's lost 4/10 of a second, the Osho, over that gnarly little bump that you get from the Grand Prix track in towards the Indy section. O'Halloran's bike not protesting like McManus's bike, and it looks much better towards the line. Where does he go? O'Halloran goes ahead of McManus. Skinner, Jackson, O'Halloran now in transfer spots. We need to keep our eyes on Brooksy. Personal best sector 1 it would be. Personal best sector 2 it has to be, because he hasn't put a lap in. We pick him up on the mains as he comes down through Dingle Dell up towards Sheen Curve. Josh Brooks on the 25 Dow Honda. He had pace at the start of Friday. The pace drifted away through the course of the day, and they're looking to try and find it back. He's 0.4 of a second away as he goes through the second to last intermediate. That this time would put him, now he's dropped just behind Jason O'Halloran. This will see Brooksy go fourth, unless he gets a really, really good strong run off towards the line. Brooksy P4 will it be? Yes, it is. Josh Brooks in behind Jason O'Halloran. Skinner, Jackson, O'Halloran and Brooks. Skinner, Jackson, O'Halloran and Brooks, with Eugene McManus, Luke Hedger, Richard Kerr, Fraser Rogers. As Rhys Irwin crosses the line, and Rhys Irwin goes up to 7th place.
Well, that might just be a little red rag to a bull, mightn't it? Because we know that the two Aussies, O'Halloran and Brooks, they're associates. I wouldn't call them best of friends, but over the years they have had a pretty intense rivalry halfway around the world. And if Brooksy can see that it is O'Halloran in front of him, I think he might just be trying that extra inch just to try and usurp his compatriot to try and get that final transfer spot done.
You don't say, as Brooksy goes personal best sector 1. Personal best sector 2. This is the main part of the lap though. Hawthorns along the Derek Minter straight in towards Westfield. This is where Brooksy hasn't had the speed in the Dow Honda, and he needs to make it work as he goes down Dingle Dell. It drives forward this time instead of going sideways. He comes up over Sheen Curve. He has a bit of a bobble mid corner, but then gets it back towards Stirling's. What does he get through? Another personal best. Brooksy is on course to go ahead of Jason O'Halloran. He needs to find 700ths of a second, and already he has that in his pocket. He will go P2 if he can hold this to the line. He will go ahead of his teammate Lee Jackson as long as he gets a good exit and drive towards the line. Here comes Brooksy. Does he go P2? No, he goes P3. He just loses a fraction and goes behind Lee Jackson. Skinner, Jackson and Brooks. Red rag to a bull, Larry Carter? Well, that's definitely been answered there by Josh Brooks. He goes ahead of Jason O'Halloran. As we look into the garage on the main screens, you can see Scott Hargreaves, Honda Racing UK team principal. Arms folded. Very stoic look from Scott. As we see Lee Jackson now heading towards Hawthorn. So both Dow Hondas you wouldn't expect to be on this side of the Q zone anyway. We're about to see a replay of Richard Kerr coming through Hawthorns and along towards Westfield. Oh, Kerr gets the bike all out of shape on the brakes. There's just a tiny bump in the road. It's almost just an undulation, and Richard just braked on the change of tarmac. You can see the seam of tarmac, and as smooth as they try and make that, unfortunately Richard getting just a little bit caught out there, but no harm, no foul for the man on the SM Honda. Now, Jason O'Halloran, is he looking to try and get a toe off Lee Jackson? I think he certainly is. The Osho comes through the last corner. He's now chasing Lee Jackson. Jackson and O'Halloran start their last push towards the flag with 3 minutes to go. And Q1 for the British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. This is the Rocket Oxygen Performance Qualifying Q1 phase. Q2 will come up after this, and we watch the guys in through Druids. If you look towards your YouTube stream, you'll see them coming out of Graham Hill Bend any second now, but we wait to see what Lee Jackson can do. Do we get a personal best first sector from either of these guys as they cross the sector beam along the bottom of the Cooper Straight? No from Jackson, no from O'Halloran. 24.2 and a 24.4, 10th of a second behind the fastest time through there, and 0.3 of a second away for Jason O'Halloran already. So already starting to bleed time towards the end of sector number 1, and as they get into sector 2 it doesn't look any better for the Osho. Having said that, Jackson goes fastest of anybody through that middle sector, and Jason O'Halloran actually picks up time as well. Personal best for the Osho, so we could be on for something here. It's still Rory Skinner sitting in the garage with 2.5 tenths of a second in his pocket over Jackson, Brooks and O'Halloran, but could there be a shuffle coming towards the end of this lap as they go through? Jason O'Halloran again finding time, another personal best for Jason as he comes back down into the Indy section across the tarmac with a slight bump in it. He's now winding up the power on the Honda as he drives it towards the line. Will we see O'Halloran go into a transfer spot as he crosses the line? Oh no, he doesn't. He doesn't improve in time or position. A couple of personal bests, but he doesn't move. And Lee Jackson with a really strong lap improves in time, but not a position. He is a 125.498, 1 and a bit tenths behind Rory Skinner. 1 3/4 of a tenth behind Rory Skinner. That's right. That's what we're having to measure things in now, Alan. It's not like just a tenth. It's what does the number come after the tenth.
Over the Grand Prix circuit, that is incredible, isn't it?
It really is. The length of this circuit as Eugene McManus crosses the line. Eugene, 5th place, personal best lap, no improvement in position, but yes, in time, 1:26.082. 2.43 miles, and we're having to go past the 10th into the hundredths as we look in towards the TAS garage. We can see Michael Laverty and Philip Neal having a bit of a chat down there, making sure everything is going in the right direction. Well, it is for Rory Skinner at this moment in time. That 1:25.3 from Rory. Not as quick as his pre-qualifying time, but it's a different day today. You would expect the track to possibly be a little bit faster with the slight drop in temperature. And Lee Jackson, he's dogged, isn't he? He's not giving up, that's for sure. Fastest of anybody through Sector 2, and personal best again in Sector 3. He goes past Fraser Rogers, and what can we see as he drives the Dow Honda towards the line, past the area where he had his incident last year. Jackson, does he go to the top of the times? No, he doesn't. Again, but O'Halloran goes ahead of Brooksy. Oh, there's a manoeuvre. A small nod of the head and a tiny, tiny smile from Scott Hargreaves, and Brooks is in the garage and he knows it's all over. He will take no further part in qualifying today. Josh Brooks takes the earplugs out, the frustrated look on his face. He chats with his crew chief Ben Stafford. Ben leaning on his hand talking to Josh. Well, what's good for one is always bad for the other. The Osho manages to get himself into the second part of qualifying, but there's still guys on track, and Eugene McManus takes a checker flag and doesn't improve. Rhys Irwin is on a lap as well, but it doesn't look like Rhys is going to do too much in the way of bothering the time that Jason O'Halloran has put down. We'll get them across the line. There goes the Whitecliff CDH Honda of Luke Hedger, and Rhys Irwin chases Luke across the line. McManus, Hedger and Irwin will be 5th, 6th and 7th. And, well, what a session that was. Rory Skinner goes out, delivers it straight away, and parks the bike in the garage. That's Graham Irwin passing. He will be 10th place, only 1.5 seconds away from the fastest time on the MET Fonacab Ducati, the yellow and blue bike. I do like the colour scheme of Graham's bike. And here comes Richard Kerr to take the checker flag as well on the SM Honda. Kerr crossing the line, 8th in this session, and he remains in 8th towards the end of it. Lee Jackson's not going to come in across the beam. He'll head to the pit lane. Fraser Rogers does. He takes a checker flag and is 9th with a 1:26.448. So moving forward into Rocket Oxygen Performance Qualifying Q2, Rory Skinner on the number 11 Cheshire Moulding Yamaha. Number 14, Lee Jackson on the Dow Honda. And number 22, Jason O'Halloran on the Honda UK Fireblade. Taking no further part today, we will have Brooksy, McManus, Hedger, Rhys Irwin, Richard Kerr, Fraser Rogers, Graham Irwin and Braden Elliott. Now that was Rory Skinner we just saw on screen there. If you guys are watching the big screen as well, still kind of threw himself into his seat, still not happy with what he's done. He hasn't gone quicker than what he managed yesterday, but he has managed to get himself into Q2, and that vitally important, Larry Carter. Those three that make their way through, there was four big names in there. Somebody has to miss out, and unfortunately this time it's Josh Brooks.
Yeah, he wasn't happy about it, was he? Certainly judging by the body language there, and he's not where Brooksy needs to be, is it? Let's not beat about the bush. You would expect Brooksy on a Dow or Honda to be there or thereabouts inside the pre-qualifying top 12. But such is the quality of the field here at the British Superbike Championship, is that there always is going to be one or two big names that do miss out, because quite simply 14 and 15 doesn't go into 12, and that's what the 12 that will battle it out for the front 4 rows of the grid. Upcoming, the fastest 12 plus the 3 from Q2 will all go in that one. Rory Skinner is there. Let me just grab a quick word with Rory down here. Well, that's the first part of the equation done, Rory. You've put yourself in the mix now, but obviously got to dig deep and try and find something a little bit better now.
Yeah, well, it wasn't ideal being in Q1 anyway, Larry, but yeah, at least we got out of that. Did manage to only do it in one lap too, so yeah, get a little run out in these tyres at the start of Q2 and go from there, see what we can do.
You think you can dial some more speed into the Cheshire Mouldings Yamaha?
Doesn't matter if I think I can, I'm going to have to, so yeah, we'll see what it brings.
Look, thanks to Rory. Well, there is Rory Skinner, who is always loquacious, always gives you time of day. Let's see if, whilst we just got a couple of extra minutes, maybe just go and see if we can find the Osho, Jason O'Halloran, down here, because he managed to just pull something out towards the end there. In fact, he's deep in conversation with his team down There's Ryan Vickers there. Well, perhaps we can just grab a quick word with Ryan just to make sure that he is okay after that off a little bit earlier on. He's just having a chat with Jason O'Halloran, and Jason just passing on obviously some bits and pieces of knowledge there, some little bits and pieces of wisdom after him just been out there. Ryan, if we can just check in with you just to make sure that you're okay. That was a fairly big off that you had earlier on. Is all okay?
Yeah, it's fine. My left bum cheek's a little bit sore, but we're all right. The guys have done a great job getting the bike fixed back up, and let's go and have a go. Feeling was better, so excited for qualifying.
You've done a treble here before. You certainly know your way around Brands Hatch, but it's asking a little bit too much just to dial that sort of speed into the Honda just at present. But you're getting there. You're nearly on the podium at Snetterton.
Yeah, exactly. It definitely wasn't as easy as what it was in 24. We're making steps to the bike. We made a big step this morning, and that's all we can do is just keep closing that gap, keep focused, and hopefully we can be battling up front.
Wish you well. Thanks, Ryan. Well, there's Roger Marshall. I'm sorry if I offended you at Snetterton, Rog, by asking you if you'd actually managed to get the Race of Aces title, but of course you would have done on a number of occasions. What about the King of Brands, though? Is that one that's on your list? It's in the programme, but I can't be bothered to look, mate.
No, Larry, unfortunately, I didn't get King of Brands.
Oh, but you would have come so close on a couple of occasions, Rog.
It's probably that.
We won it together, though.
Yeah, if Ryan wins it, it'll be great, and it was that other number 7 that probably stopped me, Barry Sheen.
Yeah, see, these things come home to roost, don't they? Good luck, Ryan. Thanks for that one, Roger Marshall there. Happy birthday from Snetterton, Emma. But you're having another weekend, are we on the drink? Yeah. Oh, yeah, she's nodding there. So join Emma in the Kent again a little bit later on. 31 years she's been working in the paddock on various...
Put it on Carter's tab, ladies and gentlemen, if you fancy one.
Yeah, don't rush off tomorrow night. I know that the football is the last thing on your minds now, but I think the Kentigan is actually showing the World Cup final tomorrow night if you wanted to hang about.
And tonight, Larry, I've got information that tonight's AC/DC tribute act at the Kentigan stage has been moved forward 30 minutes to 8:30 ahead of the screening of the England playoff match.
I was going to say, we'd been delayed, so we didn't have to go be subject to it. But anyway, yeah. But yeah, just and likewise, visit the Megastore across there if you want the little earphones, if you want a copy of the programme, bit of Brands Hatch merchandise, or just some information if you want to know where certain bits and pieces are. Then head to the Megastore underneath the Paddock Hill Grandstand, and the staff across there will be delighted to just help you with your every need. And as I say, I think that is where they do sell the little preset earpieces. What are we on, 88.3 I think this weekend?
Yes, indeed.
So if you want to tune in, if you're realising when the bikes go across, why not do what we do down here? Put a set of cans on, put some earbuds in, plug it into the little digital radio, and you can hear us until your heart's content over the top of the bikes. And the beauty about it is you can switch us off when you've had enough of us.
Sorry, Larry, we switched off.
Both of us.
Sorry, lads, I've got to go watch some paint dry.
It's just after 1:30 here at Brands Hatch. We are getting ready for the Rocket Oxygen Performance Qualifying, and that's about to get underway in under 10 seconds. Here we go, bikes down pit lane and getting ready for the resumption of qualifying. It's Q2 for the Rocket Oxygen Performance Qualifying. Let's get back to Duncan.
Willing to stick your neck out in the line and see who's going to take pole position, Sir Al?
Absolutely not.
Get off that fence. I love it though. But you know, is it maybe too tight to call?
Okay, I will. Scott Reddy.
I think
there you go.
You know what? He's had a chunk of time in his wallet all weekend. I think you're correct. This is the Rocket Oxygen Performance Qualifying Q2, but I would never ever discount Kyle Ryde and Shannon Etheridge. The job those guys can do in that garage. And Bradley Ray around here, a special Yamaha anniversary. We've just seen him on track doing some riding. Yeah, count him out at your peril. Brad Ray sits at the back of his garage, ready to go. Be interesting. It will be very interesting to see how this one unfolds. We have got all of it for you live here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, and we'll bring it to you as it happens. Larry Carter will be ready at the end of this to do the rider interviews at the end of this session as well. Well, Scott Redding has had time in his pocket. He has been the man of the moment. But when I was down there speaking with Shannon Etheridge and Kyle Ryde, they just seemed so relaxed, and everything was just a little bit of joyous fun, which means to me that, well, in my head, it means that they have got a bit of speed in there and they can maybe extract something. What have the Hondas got, though? The Hondas will be riding together, I would believe. We have seen this before from Ryan Vickers and the Osho Jason O'Halloran. We see Jason making his way down in towards Hawthorns with Ryan Vickers in his sights. Vickers has been the man who has had a bit more pace, although he did tip off. He's just adjusting the brake span adjuster on his Honda as he goes through the Derek Minter Straight, or along the Derek Minter Straight, and then he'll wind himself up for a bit of a push lap. Another one that we need to very much keep our eye firmly on is the Pocket Rocket Leon Haslam. They have had great pace this weekend. Steve Wilfmoor was saying that yes, it's been great, that the bike is there, that we seem to be okay. A few little technical gremlins have creeped in along the way, but Scott Redding, who is the first bike on the road, then Leon Haslam, bit of a gap back to Kyle Ryde and Storm Stacey, who are very, very much together. And that's a trait we've seen from Storm quite a lot. He likes to ride on the back wheel of another rider if it's possible, and that's what we're seeing him doing. But as Redding stretches his legs and heads on to Hawthorne Hill for the first of a push lap, this will be on, we would imagine, a brand new tyre as he comes along here. Don't know if you managed to spy that as we're leaving the pit lane, Larry. And he bounces his way through the Westfield section of the circuit before going down Dingledale. He's pulled a lot of time, I've got to say, on Leon Haslam here. Talbot fastest in sector number 1, Redding fastest in sector number 2 as we catch him coming in towards Stirlings. From Stirlings it's then down towards Clearways before they come flashing back into our area of the Indy circuit. Here comes Redding, chased by Leon Haslam, but Redding has put a good bit of time into him. Leon quick through the 4th sector, got to say, as they come towards the line, this should see Redding on top. What will the lap time be? 25.6 for Scott Redding, 25.604 for Scott Redding. Kyle Wright 25.2. Wow, 25.279. That's a lap and a half from Kyle Wright, and he drags that one out, and that's exactly what I said. Storm Stacey goes second place with a 25.3. So Redding's 25.6 was quick, but it was by no means quick enough as Kyle delivers a devastating blow in the nitrous competition. Ducati, the defending reigning champion, we're catching up with Eli Michalczyk as he comes through Clearways. Michalczyk and a really, really strong showing from the BMW this weekend. The Rocket Oxygen Performance rider for the IWR squad crosses the line and goes P2. Wow, what a lap. 125.018 for Elia. That is by far and away the standout lap of the weekend. And he's not even gone fastest, but wow, 25.018 for the BMW. And who tells us that BMWs can't ride in the British Superbike Championship? That is an incredible run from Elia to put himself into P2. But we keep our eyes now on front row Joe. Joe Talbot, he's 0.04 of a second down at the second intermediate, and he loses 0.4 in the next sector. But this is Joe's first attempt at Brands Hatch qualifying a Superbike as he comes down into Clearways. From Clearways, the Bimota will start to open up for him as he goes through Clark curve now and down towards the line. Joe Talbot across the line. What do we get from him? He's in 11th place. He goes up to 5th. Max Cook fastest from Eli Michalczyk, from Rory Skinner, from Bradley Ray, Joe Talbot and Kyle Wright. It's all gone crazy at the top of the times. I was that interested in Eli, I didn't even see Rory Skinner sneaking in there. And aim low, shoot high, Rory Skinner. You know, things aren't going too well. Is that the screen from Q1 I'm looking at there? Or what's happened, Alan Hyde?
It's very good.
Interesting stuff. 24.5 for Max Cook. That's close to the lap record. Very close to the lap record. And remember, we were also talking, myself and Larry, I think we mentioned the fastest ever lap around here. 24.1. The BYzer Ducati of Shane Byrne. A bit away from that, but back into the pit lane comes Scott Redding. He's had to be held at pit entrance for 40 seconds because he did take the short route. Here comes Bradley Ray. He's 4th place. He's crossing the line. He's personal best across the board. Do we see an improvement from Brad? Yes, he goes ahead of Rory Skinner into 3rd. Cook, Michalczyk, Ray. That's brilliant. Kyle Wright looking at the screen through furrowed brow in that nitrous competition garage. Well, he knows what he's got to do. It's as simple as that. You'll probably think, where did this speed come from everybody else? Kyle's 125.2. He finds himself down there in 7th place with his good friend Joe Talbot, who he towed round yesterday, ahead of him. The lap of the day so far still goes to Elia. I'm so impressed to see that Rocket BMW Motorrad team up there in P2. 125.018, almost into the 1 minute 24s. But Max Cook has got almost half a second on the entire field in that Bimota. A 124.580 for young Max, and I believe he's got a special hat as well for this weekend. Remember I said Cook's overcooked the hairpin? Remember that, Alan? That popped out. Well, he's got a kind of a cook's hat, so we'll come back to that. I think you call it a different type of chef's hat maybe, but we'll look at that. Kyle Reid heads back out onto track. Sumai Nankatun is here with us this weekend. She wasn't present at Stetterton, but it's great to have Sumai back in the Dow Racing Garage. One of her riders is competing in this part of qualifying. And there's a bit of work getting done there in the Hager PBM Ducati garage, as we can see John Mowat even on the tools doing something as Harry Parkinson puts the bike in, puts the back wheel in the bike. Redding sits in the corner with Richard from Olins. Not a lot of chat going on there. Redding keeping the helmet on, ready to go. That's on your main screens around the circuit if you're watching. What we're watching, very much the same thing as well. Max Cook, Eli Michalczyk, Brad Ray is your top three, with Rory Skinner, Lee Jackson and Joe Talbot. That's a lap and a half from Lee Jackson as well. I've got to say, Jackson and Skinner have come through Q1. Where has that speed come from Lee Jackson? It's been hiding all weekend. A 125.2, sensational. He's ahead of Talbot, Ride, Stacey, Redding, Vickers, O'Halloran, Haslam, who's 12th place. Danny Kent, Glen Irwin and Christian Iden in 15th. Outlap for Iden and for Glen Irwin as we catch up with Bradley Ray, coming through the incredibly fast Hawthorns along the Derek Minter Straight. Just ahead of him up the road is the Dow Honda of Lee Jackson to the corner. Westfield, where you remember last year it all went so horribly wrong for Brad Ray when he was under big pressure from Scott Redding. Crossing the line in front of us is Ryan Vickers, and Vickers on the Honda will start a push lap leaving the pit lane. I think that's Rory Skinner on one of the Yamahas, and there goes Kyle Reid and Max, or is that Joe Talbot, his friend? It'll be Joe behind him, I would have thought. Scott Redding leaves the garage. He nips underneath Danny Kent. It's been a quiet session for Danny Kent, and how swings and roundabouts work as Brad Ray goes second ahead of Eli Michalczyk. He puts the McCams Raceway Yamaha P2, still 2/10 of a second away from Max Cook. Could Max be on for his first ever pole position? Well, time will tell. There's 6 minutes to go. The defending reigning champion is out on track, and he has gone purple through sector number 1. He's got Elia on his tail, charging over the crest of Pilgrim's Drop. He pulls to the inside, and Kyle Reid continues with his lap through Hawthorns. We wait to see what the next sector comes in, because he's fastest of anybody in sector 1. He's fastest of anybody in sector 2. The bike bobbles its way through Westfield. It has a bit of an aggressive kick and acceleration at the bottom of Dingledale. There's a foot off the peg. He comes back over Sheen Curve. This nitrous competition Ducati is being ridden within an inch of its life as he comes through Stirling's. Personal best, personal best, personal best. We're about to break the lap record, ladies and gentlemen. It will stand for qualifying only though as we come through, because you've got to set a lap record in the race. But here comes Kyle towards the line. This is an impressive lap from your defending reigning champion across the line. Does he go to the top of the times? Yes, a 1:23.954. Good grief, Larry Carter. That even gets a smile on Shannon Etheridge's face. That is simply stunning, and it moves the goalposts.
Did I just hear a 23 of the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit, Dunk?
You certainly did. 1:23.954, and I threw your programme across the commentary box, Larry.
Fastest ever lap in history here at Brands Hatch, and set by the reigning and defending double champion Kyle Reid, the history maker here at Brands Hatch.
I have no words. As a commentator, that's not a good stance.
That's a problem.
That's an issue. But what a lap we have just seen. And the whole pit lane will stand back in
and
amazement.
the whole crowd opposite you give that a rapturous round of applause as well. He deserves more than that, folks.
Looking at Shannon Etheridge, the reaction in the garage. Unbelievable. I think there's a little bit of disbelief that we've just seen that, but Shannon Etheridge stands up, the man who is behind the data, the man who puts Kyle's requests into play, and we see how that goes. We've just seen how it goes. It goes incredibly well. Glen Irwin has also got up to P4. I don't want to overshadow that, but a good lap from Glen Irwin as Rory Skinner comes in towards the last lap. The Yamaha, Cheshire Mouldings Yamaha, has a bit of chatter as it comes through. Rory's in a good 6th place no matter what happens, but we could see an improvement. No, he finishes with a 25.035 for Rory Skinner. but it's still Reading power. It's Reading time. Let's not get too excited because Scott Reading comes out of the last corner, down towards the line. Can Reading do anything as he crosses the line? Second, 1:24.3. He can't even do anything about that absolute wonder lap that Kyle Ryde has put down. 1:23.954. Reading comes back with a 24.371. 0.4 of a second back. The pocket rocket's on a lap and he's almost on the grass as he comes out of Stirling's down towards the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit loop. Into clearways, over the nasty bump. He starts to wind open the throttle, picks the Ducati up, picks himself up down towards the line. Here comes the pocket rocket. Where does Leon Haslam go? Because he's 15th. Big improvement up to 6th for Leon Haslam. But I'm still a little bit caught unaware of what we just saw there. That 23.954, incredible lap from Kyle Ryde, our defending reigning champion, and getting applause by the grandstand on the far side, the banking on the far side. Definitely a big knowledgeable crowd here at Brands Hatch. They know what they've got. Joe Talbot, on the other hand, on the Bimota, 0.8 of a second down. This could move Joe actually up into 5th place, Glen Irwin territory, or 6th for Leon Haslam. He's currently in 12th place. Remember, this is a rookie, ladies and gentlemen, as he drives towards the line on 19. The Bimota crosses the line. Where does Joe go? Yes, he does. He goes into 8th place. Good lap. Very good. He goes ahead of Eli Michalczyk. Here comes Danny Kent. It's been a qualifying session and he's been very quiet in. As Reading crosses the line again, Danny Kent crosses the line. No improvement for Danny. And also Glen Irwin and Jason O'Halloran cross the line. Kyle Ryde doesn't even look happy. Oh, hang on. There was a bit of a smile towards the end of that as Storm Stacey flashes across the line. Well, you know what? When you make a statement in motorsport, everybody else kind of has to look at it and then almost look inwards towards themselves. Kyle Ryde has done a 1:23.954 around the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. That's not a number that I expected to be shouting today. I have to say 24, maybe 24.1, 24.0, but 23.9. It just takes it into another dimension as Christian Idden crosses the line. P10 for Christian Idden, 1.1 seconds away. Now that's good qualifying pace. I don't think that'll be Kyle's race pace, but you never know. You never know with that team and that setup that they have down there. Max Cook, well, what does Max Cook have towards the end of this? We've seen one good strong run from Max Cook. He's on an out lap, he's done that, so he's going for a bit of a push now. And Max Cook on the KB 998 Rimini Bimota. We wait for him to come through the first sector. He crosses that and it's a personal best. It's a 26.9. So he's in the mix. Kyle Ryde has gone through that sector fastest with a 26.8. So Max is just 1/10 of a second away. In fact, under 1/10 of a second away. We're going to keep our eyes on Storm Stacey though, because Storm Stacey, 0.7 of a second, could move him into P4 ahead of Bradley Ray if the Batham's AJ and Ducati can hold this to the line. Can we see Storm Stacey 79 move up into 4th ahead of Bradley Ray? No, we don't. We see him go to 9th. He goes up 5 places, but only into 9th. He loses a good bit of time towards the end. Max Cook is only 2.5 of a second away. He's looking to go ahead of Scott Reading if he can keep this pace towards the end. Ryde, Reading and Cook. Cook's about to try and reverse that order. He wants to put himself ahead of the number 45 Hagar PBM Ducati. And as he drives out of the last corner, the Bimota towards the line. Does he go P2 as he crosses the line? No, he doesn't. What happened there? Christian Idden came up 7 places behind him. Max Cook stays in 3rd and Christian Idden uses Max Cook as the most perfect carrot in front of him and tows himself round. Meanwhile, Joe Talbot has crashed at Westfield. The Bimota is down in the gravel trap. Joe slowly making his way to his feet. He's a tough cookie, Joe Talbot, and if it's taken him a little bit of time to get up, you can guarantee that was a bit of a rough and tumble through the gravel trap as Skinner crosses the line and he'll be 8th position at best. If you watch the main screen, you will possibly see Joe Talbot going off. That's basically the Bradley Ray crash that we saw last year, Alan. And that's exactly what Brad did. Joe up on his feet, walking away, thankfully taking his gloves off. He doesn't look like he's in too much pain, we'll say. But when you do throw yourself off a racing superbike, it's never a nice thing to do. Joe over towards the gravel with the Port West medical team, having a bit of a look back. But that effectively brings qualifying to an end because nobody will be able to improve their lap with a yellow flag and yellow board illuminated in that sector. Get these guys across the line. Jackson and Stacey both cross the line as we pick up with Joe Talbot's teammate Max Cook. Well, Max was on a good lap, but obviously going through that yellow zone, it has had to drift away from him. He's plus 6/10 away, and that's effectively where he is. But a good showing once again from this Bimota team, operated by FS3, as Max Cook crosses the line. He takes that checker flag, as does the pocket rocket Leon Haslam, and Bradley Ray across the line in 5th place. It is Kyle Ryde who takes pole position here for the Rocket Oxygen Performance qualifying in Q2, and he does it in absolutely emphatic style. Ryde, top of the times, the fastest ever lap around this Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. 1:23, yes, 1:23.954. Second place, the Hagar PBM Ducati of Scott Redding, 4/10 of a second away, and Max Cook comes home in 3rd place. They will be down to see Larry Carter in the post-qualifying debrief area. Ryde, Redding and Cook. Christian Idden with a really strong performance, getting a good toe towards the end, up into 4th place. 5th place for Bradley Ray, 6th for Leon Haslam. Glenn Irwin in 7th with Rory Skinner 8th. Skinner got into the 24s. It's unbelievable. He had a face like thunder earlier on, and he gets a qualifying and puts himself in 8th place with a 1:24.8, just ahead of Joe Talbot, who slipped off at the end of that session in 9th. Storm Stacey, Eli Michalczyk and Lee Jackson, with Ryan Vickers, Danny Kent and Jason O'Halloran in 15th place. But it's all about the defending reigning champ, Larry Carter. That was a sensational qualifying session.
Talk about moving the goalposts. What Kyle Ryde has just done, he's got a bulldozer and he's tipped them over the cliff. Quite simply, that is absolutely phenomenal. A 23.9. When we were doing World Superbikes back in the day, we were kind of thinking, them sort of times were in the stratosphere, but to actually get that sort of time. And what's more, I do think that he probably had a little bit in the bank after that one as well. He's down here. Let's just go and see if we can grab a very quick word with him before TV moves in, because that is pole position number 4 out of the 5 races so far. 23.9 driver. Where did you pull that one from?
I knew I had a few more attempts. This morning on old tyres was a 24.8, and the bike could have been a lot better. And I knew I had a bit of setting to come, which was going to make me a bit faster, and also a new tyre as well, front and rear. So it was a very, very good lap. There was a few wobbles, and then I did a banker lap, which would have probably put me 6th, 7th, something like that. And then I went for it on that lap. I wanted to see 23.9. I was just hoping that I come back and TSL said it was a 23.9, because sometimes on my dash it's somewhere near. So yeah, I was happy to see it on my dash and when I come in.
Well, I was watching Kat, your girlfriend, in there, and she couldn't watch that lap. She looked away at the screen and then she just turned and walked away, Cal. So the thing is, you can't do them in the race, can you? But you've obviously got a decent setting in the bike.
That's the best it's felt. Yeah, obviously I can't really comment on the setting, because I took my brain out for that lap. I braked late as I could at every corner. Was smooth where I needed to be and really aggressive where I needed to be, and it all come together. And yeah, I wasn't expecting a 23 at all this weekend, so to do that, and first person to ever do it.
Yeah. Well done, Carl. Congratulations. Well, there is Scott Redding. He's just going to go for the TV interview. In fact, Max Cook is just finishing off, so we'll have a chat with him as soon as Shane Byrne has just finished with him, and then we'll do Scott Redding straight after that one. But what Cook and Redding must be thinking of, what we've got to do is, fair play to Scott Redding, he was the first to go across to Kyle Ryde and congratulate him and pass on, and he's asking the same questions, where the hell did that come from? But yeah, obviously, and remember that the Ducatis have had a little bit of speed dialed out of them this weekend. They've lost 250 revs as part of the balance of performance ongoing issues that there is Max Cook. Max, what have you got to do to get a pole position? Because you can't go around Brands Hatch much quicker than that and not get one.
Yeah, unbelievable qualifying session. I gave it a good go then. I felt like on my best lap I just made a couple of mistakes, and I wanted to go back out again at the end and really try, but obviously fair play to Kyle. That's an unbelievable lap, a huge achievement for him. So yeah, I thought a 23 might be on the cards this weekend, and yeah, absolutely fair play. But yeah, race should be interesting. Give it a good go then. Bike's riding really well. Feel like I could get in a good rhythm, so I think the race should be quite fun later on.
Yeah, you and this Bimota are definitely gelling, aren't you?
Yeah, that's it. Obviously it's good to take to the other bikes, it's pretty cool that the Bimota's running at the front. I'm just really happy that my qualifying's front row pretty consistently now. So yeah, obviously mega, really happy with that.
Good luck in the race later on. Thanks, Max. There is Scott Redding just having a chat with team the director Stuart Higgs. Scott, well, what a qualifying session that was, wasn't it? 23.9 at Brands Hatch. You've got to tip your nod to Kyle on that, but you give it all yourself on lap record pace, but it just wasn't quite enough today.
Yeah, no, I felt relatively okay on my qualifying lap, but I felt like we changed the bike this morning, and with the temperature going up, I feel like it was a bit worse for me. So we know we're in the ballpark, and I felt good, but I didn't expect to see that lap time. When I saw P2.4, I was like, surely not. But apparently so. So, it makes him for good racing. Qualifying's a stepping stone for the race. 20 laps around here is quite hard work. So we'll see how it goes, and I'm looking forward to a good race.
I certainly know your way around here, Scott. It's great to come back to a circuit, as you said, that you know where it goes on turn one this season.
Yeah, it always helps when you've been there for like a year. Last year I came, I know kind of where I'm going, and it's great to see all the fans out here. I just want to say hello, everyone cheering, the sun's out, take a little beer on the grass, and I hope we put on a good show for you guys.
You always do that, Scott, no doubt about that one. Well, there is Stuart Higgs. Stuart, you've... he's just congratulating. Stuart, you've been around Brands Hatch for a long, long time. When you were in short trousers back in the marshalling days, 23.9 around the full circuit in Brands Hatch. Considering there's been one or two changes to the track as well, we're in uncharted territory.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's interesting times, but it shows the pace of evolution. I mean, we're on, by definition, a tyre that should prove to be containing things, but we're pushing on it everywhere we've gone. So it's a phenomenal lap from Kyle. I mean, I watched that lap with interest. He was spinning up, going through a Pilgrim's Drop and onto the back straight. So I wondered whether he gave up some time, and even he thinks there might have been another 10.42 still within him. So we look at it, could have been a 23.7, which is even more phenomenal. But no, the levels moved on. Kyle's on a crest of a wave, and all credit to him. I think this emerging top group of Kyle, Scott, Max and Bradley is going to be a joy to watch for the remainder of the championship.
I think it's going to be a cracking weekend as well, Stuart. Thanks very much for that. Perhaps at some point in time we can just touch on the rule changes that you've brought in about the 250 rev drop on the Ducati. This is something that's ongoing. It's constant. You and your team are assessing all the data at some point in time, and then it's a decision that's made at board level to bring in these rules.
Yeah, I mean, obviously everyone gets very excited on social media about this type of stuff, but ever since 2009, if you remember, before that in 2008 there was a bit of a clumsy weight thing that was done on the GSC Ducatis of that period. Ever since then in the rule book, it was every 3 events, but basically every 6 races, we do a big data dump. Just take a bit of take a stock of things. I mean, we did a very big narrative this week with it. If you take like for like race the first 4 events of 25 versus the first 4 events of 26, there has been a bit of a sea change and a concentration of where the Ducati V4R Panigale is. I mean, I don't think you need to go get too sensitive about it. You can see what's doing in World Superbike. So this is something which is part of the tools available to the championship regulatory body. But look, 23.9, there's not. I think it makes not a huge amount of difference, but it's the start of using the tools in the championship just to keep a check on things, because at the end of the day, everyone is here to see good racing. Everyone who participates is here to see good racing. The reality of life is we are not in the mid-80s and mid-90s where manufacturers bring out new models essentially every year, and they are step changes. Everyone who is out there that owns a motorcycle or knows about motorcycle racing knows, particularly the 1000cc platform, it's light touch evolution of models, be it R1, be it Fireblade, be it ZX10, be it BMW M1000. But obviously the V4R is an absolute step change. It wasn't just the previous Panigale with a new sticker kit. It was engineering and mechanical change which has taken it to a new level. And it's all very well for people to say, oh, well, the others have just got to respond. That doesn't reflect the realities of the two-wheel manufacturing motorcycle industry globally. 1000cc bike sales are not what they were in the 80s and 90s. The end user for the 1000cc product is generally track day users and racing users. You see very few 1000cc four-cylinder bikes as regular bikes on the road. That's the way the market is. So we have to, in providing the sporting competition, reflect the actuality of the market and what teams can do within their budget constraints to keep the racing close. And that's why we do these small tweaks and changes. Other classes have more more sophisticated balancing thing. You know, since 2021, we've seen the balance of performance regulations that have basically revitalised Supersport. In 2019, everyone said Supersport was dead because the 600 four-cylinder platform was basically dormant in terms of manufacturers. Then we saw a new range of bikes ranging from 600 four-cylinder legacy bikes through to 955 twins, 765 triples, everything in the mix. And now we have 3 or 4 manufacturers across many different types of architecture in Supersport that are racing within 0.3 of each other. Similarly for the fantastic new sport bike class, it's Triumph, it's Aprilia, it's Yamaha, all going toe-to-toe with very different bike architectures. The one class that doesn't have a balance of performance formula is the superbike class, other than the small equalisation things we can do. So that's the philosophy behind it. We're here to put good racing on, to give manufacturers a showcase for product, to give riders a fantastic platform to show their skills on. And this is just one of the tools in the box. So this is why BSB is what it is. It's reactive to the realities of the market, the realities of racing, the realities of the general economic situation, and that's what we want to do.
Perfectly explained, Stuart. Thanks very much. Well, hopefully that does put two of the keyboard warriors to shame, given that there's no magic fix, as it were. And I did want to get that interview with Stuart Higgs just to kind of explain it, chapter and verse, as it were. And personally, we are part of the organisation team. It's our job to make sure that we agree with things. And sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. But I think that Stuart summed that up absolutely perfectly, just to explain the changes and why that 250 rev limit. Revs per minute has been reduced on the Ducatis for this weekend. Doesn't seem to be doing a lot as far as car ride's concerned, though, does it, Dun?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. We'll have a very quick commercial break before the start of this first race. The Moto 4 coming up next.
We are now streamed all weekend around the world on YouTube, video, TSL timing and audio. We are fully loaded. It's BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Let's stop there. Being a soldier, it's exciting. You already know that. What you want to know is, what's in it for me? I wanted to learn leadership skills from the experts.
I wanted to get paid to earn qualifications.
I wanted more confidence. And now look, I'm on the radio. That's what was in it for me.
Get skills, get qualified, get confident. Army, recruiting now, search Army jobs.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Joining the Kawasaki family has never been easier thanks to Kawasaki K-Options Finance. With competitive finance rates available across the entire range from entry-level 125s to the superbike conquering Ninja ZX-10R. It's easy to find the perfect machine for your garage. Start tailoring your deal today at kawasaki-calculator.co.uk. That's calculator with a K. Kawasaki Finance is a trading style of Black Horse Limited.
You're listening to BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki.
88.3 FM here at Brands Hatch. We're about to get racing for the weekend underway. We'll do so with the R&G Moto 4 British Cup. And to take you through all the action, Duncan Vincent.
Thank you very much, Sir Al. I have to say, back to Larry Carter for a second. That was a fabulous question, Scoop, and it was so well answered by Stuart Higgs. So many series make adjustments, make changes, but don't give you a comprehensive answer as to why and how they make them. That covered all bases. Very impressed with that one, Larry. Thank you very much for that. And it's great for everybody that we all now know we're on site, because you just read the papers or you read the social media tagline of 250 revs off a Ducati, but you don't understand just how it all works behind the scenes. So that was great stuff, Larry. Good bit of investigative journalism, which we like and love Scoop for. But let's move on, because this is our first race of the weekend. Race number 1, 14 laps around the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit, and we're 30 seconds away from our warm-up installation lap. The R&G Moto 4 British Cup. Frosty is on pole position, Ryan Frost bike number 24 with 7, Luke Fitchett on second place. 63 is Jack Dunnaby He rounds out the front row of the grid on his black and green Cavara Projects Honda. Row number 2 sees Harrison Day on the very bright black and orange number 15, with Jack Burrows 16 alongside him, and 67 George Bowes rounding out the second row of the grid. The third row of the grid has Fibertech Honda Axel Lemisel Lomas on bike 23 with Marco Holt 37 and 88 Mason Foster. The fourth row of the grid is Ian Devine number 90, teammate to Lomas and Frost, with Clayton Edmonds 64 and Hudson Cooper 27 on the fourth row of the grid. Clayton Edmonds still not having the kind of year they would expect that young man to have. There's work to be done for Clayton Edmonds and that team, the City Lifting team, just to get him back to where Clayton should be and where we know he can get to. We've got Tyler Humphreys on the fifth row of the grid, the young man to come down from Dundee on 19, alongside 42 Thorley Trevorrow and 18 Daniel Stevenson, who is the brother of Rhys Stevenson. Row 6, 11 Jensen Bishop, 78 Joshua Williams, whose name completely escaped me earlier on, Alan. And if you remember, I was apologising to you for forgetting Joshua's name, but it's just one of these things. I drew a complete and utter blank. I do apologise to 78 Joshua Williams, and 31 the returning Henry McCartney on the Stamford Racing Honda. Row 7, 12 Archie Hooper, 65 Lily Rhodes and 85 Max Rhodes, 58 Max Rhodes, with Charlie Cunningham 34 and Ollie O'Gorman. Well, Ollie O'Gorman 87 had a bit of a disaster. He slipped off in qualifying, and then by the time he did get his bike back to the pit lane, Larry Carter said he couldn't find his team. He was a bit of a lost rider. So Ollie on 87 lines up alongside 34 Charlie Cunningham on the 8th row of the grid. 23 bike grid that we have out here, making their way around for the end of their warm-up lap. The championship position coming into this race, Ryan Frost leads by 19 points over Jack Dunnaby and Jack Burrows. Burrows has work to do. He's on the second row of the grid, but that's not going to hold that young man back. Watch him go. Marco Holt fourth in the championship on 37 and 88 Mason Foster. A good championship position of 5th place with some really consistent runs. But Luke Fitchett, the head Cavara Projects rider, alongside Jack Dunnaby. Jack Dunnaby towed him around to a good lap time, and the teammates were working very, very well together. We'll get the last couple of bikes lined up here. Alan Woods stands at the front with the red flag fully lofted. He will get the clearance to make his way across to the other side of the track with the green flag at the back, and we are seconds away from a race. Revs go up, lights on, and away we go down to turn number 1. Bit of a sideways start for Mason Foster as he tried to use a downward slope down towards the pit wall, but it didn't work for him. And Ryan Frost will hold his own as he goes through Paddock Hill Bend for the first time of asking. They start to climb up towards Druids, and it's Jack Dunnaby now ahead of Luke Fitchett, and Burrows in 4th place. Very wide for George Bowes as they come through the heart of Druids. And thankfully everybody through in one piece as we come down towards the bottom of Graham Hill Bend. Graham Hill Bend, it's along the Cooper Straight, and then they make their way onto the Grand Prix loop, and everybody's still behaving themselves. But Frosty at the front, he would like to make a bit of a jump and see if he can get away, see what he can do at the sharp end as they make their way onto the Grand Prix loop for the first time of asking. You've got to get everything tucked in out of the wind here, so vitally important that you're not dragging toes, elbows or anything else, as Dunnaby pops out from the slipstream and powers through into the lead, goes ahead of Ryan Frost in towards Hawthorne. Such a fast corner on one of these smaller capacity lightweight bikes. They don't seem to really brake before they get there. It's a slight brake and a roll, and then into the corner they go, and they've already bounced their way through Westfield after the Derek Minter Straight. Dingle Dell, not really an overtaking place unless somebody makes a mistake at Westfield. Frosty had a half look, but Jack Burrows is now up into that 3rd place. I did warn you that Jack Burrows would have his tail up and would be trying to get himself up towards that sharp end. And as we make our way down back towards Clearways, they're about to come back into your view at the Grand Prix loop. It is Jack Dunnaby from Ryan Frost. Dunnaby back towards the heart of the corner, gets everything tucked right in behind the bubble. Here comes Frosty pecking up the slipstream as they come down and across the line. Likewise for George Bowes, they go 3 wide. In fact, almost but not quite 3 wide. Jack Burrows managing to hold the outside line and swoop across both George Bowes and Luke Fitchett, who went towards the inside of him on the inside of Paddock Hill Bend, but not to be. A little bit of movement from Dunnaby as he was going in there, and onto a, as I look from the commentary box, you can see on the big screen the big high drone shot that Alan Hyde is absolutely in love with these days. You'll have a drone before you know it, ladies and gentlemen. As you come along the Cooper Straight in towards Surtees, Dunnaby and Frost. Frosty would like to readdress the situation and get himself ahead, purely because championship points are going to start coming into it. They go to the British Grand Prix after this event. Then after the British Grand Prix, it's Thruxton, Assen and Doynton, the championship over. They do have a triple header at the end of the year, as they have at the start of the year. And that was a bit of an elbows out manoeuvre from George Bowes to keep Luke Fitchett behind himself as they came Pilgrim's Drop in towards Hawthorne Hill. Up the inside of Ryan Frost goes Jack Burrows, and he'll take that position away from Ryan Frost, puts him back down to third place. So we know Jack Burrows is a very determined little rider, and that RK Racing, the Burrows engineering team, wanting their man to get to the sharp end. He qualified on the second row of the grid, but Larry Carter did point out during qualifying that he seemed to have a little bit of an issue, and he found himself maybe having an issue coming out of clearways on what would have been a fast lap for him. But Burrows tucks himself in behind the tiny little figure of Jack Dunnaby, a complete contrast because Jack Burrows is like almost double the size in height than Jack Dunnaby is. But the two Jacks go in towards Paddock Bend. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bikes all together as they go in there. Dunnaby, Burrows, Frost, Bowes, Fitchett and Marco Holt as well in the mix of this, and Harrison Day ever so slightly off the back trying to make an impression at the same time. Let's have a look and see where Clayton Edmonds is. Clayton Edmonds in 9th place, so Clayton just a little bit further behind. He won't be too happy about that, but that's the best that he really can do in this situation as we make our way along Cooper Straight in towards the back of the paddock before we head up onto that Grand Prix loop. Frosty has been shuffled from the lead down to second, now down to third place. Will George Bowes have a go at Ryan Frost on bike 67? One thing's for sure, if Marco Holt gets through, Marco Holt will definitely have a shot because he will not want to be behind these guys. He's got a championship that he's looking for as well. Holt sits in 4th place in the championship as we come in towards the first of our 2 races here at Brands Hatch. With a bit of work to do, Marco Holt finds himself 70 points behind the championship leader Ryan Frost. Jack Burrows has a little bit of a lookout from the slipstream. Here comes Marco Holt through instead of George Bowes, but no, Bowes does not want to let that happen. He chops across the nose of the City Lifting red and yellow 37, and he'll have to try and think of something else, another place to possibly go through there. But it was a good look up the inside, so there's definitely a bit of intent for definitely intent for Marco Holt as he goes round the outside now. Lovely stuff from Marco Holt, round the outside on George Bowes, and look at this as they come across the line. Formation flying, 1, 2, 3 wide, and the slipstream effect absolutely works perfectly, and Jack Dunnaby finds himself going from 1st to 6th place as they cross the line. That was pretty impressive stuff. The slipstream working absolutely perfectly. Whether Dunnaby maybe missed a gears change or something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now back up ahead of his teammate Luke Fitchett. But that was not something that we expected to see, but very much in the mix of things. Dunnaby will come back. He will not sit there for too long. We've got a rider down at the top. Is that Hudson Cooper? It is. Hudson Kai Cooper's bike at the top of the hill. Druids in the middle of the road. He runs away to a position of safety. And the Port West Race Safe Marshals will do their job to get that bike off the track. Lots and lots of track time and track space for them to get on there to make sure that bike can get moved. And if it has spilt any of its internal fluids, they'll be able to get that out of the way. So it's not a problem for those guys. You can see them up there if you're in the Druids area, picking up all the little bits of debris and making sure that bike... Oh, 2.
2 bikes, yeah.
Number 42. Number 42 also off them. 42 up there, was it? Yeah, a good point, actually. Thorley Trevorrow. Let's see a replay on this. Yeah, we didn't see the second bike. Thorley Trevorrow goes away down the grass, and we can't see that from the commentary point. But there we go. Thank you for that, Alan. Hudson Cooper and Thorley Trevorrow maybe coming together going through Druids. And Thorley rode a bit of a ride kind of wonky donkey down the hill there before he fell off that, and the bike caught the edge of the barrier. So let's hope that bike's not too badly damaged. But good update from Alan Hyde there. Riders both being badged as okay as we cross the line and make our way on to another lap 5 of 14. And Holt the Bolt has worked his magic and got himself up to the sharp end. We were waiting for this to happen, and Marco Holt has arrived and put himself right at that sharp end. Interesting to see that, because he now runs very wide through the heart of Druids. Now, did he do that deliberately, or what was he doing there? Because he was having a big long look over his shoulder as he went through the corner, almost as if he was like, yeah, I know how I can get to the front and slipstream, I know what to do, but I don't want to lead, I'd rather follow. We do see a lot of that in this paddock, especially in the RNG Motor 4 British Cup. This is race number 1 of the weekend, as they come back out of Surtees onto the Grand Prix loop. Marco Holt just has to position his body a little bit different there, so he doesn't have any contact with Jack Burrows. Burrows does not want to make it easy for Holt to come past, but Holt has just that tiny little bit more. Oh, Jack Burrows, good grief, leans the bike across the nose of Marco Holt. Ryan Frost is off, he's back on the track though. He runs wide at the exit of Hawthorn and then rejoins the track before they get to Westfield. Now that's a manoeuvre that we didn't expect to see from Ryan Frost. Just run out of track on the exit of Hawthorns and bounces himself along the grass on the Derek Minter Straight, then gets back on. He's back on, I think he's back on ahead of, well, he's just behind George Bowes. No doubt our TV director Richard Coventry will show you on the big screen in a second or two just exactly what happened there. Now, did he just run out of road? Was he looking over his shoulder? No, yep, just run out of road. Looks like he maybe had a bit of a moment actually. Different camera angle may show that, but Frosty, if you're going to make a mess of it, yeah, he lost the front. You can see that just bobble underneath him. He lost the front, bobbles at Hawthorns and gets away with it. Ryan Frost, very lucky not to have a 0 next to his name after that one, and he lives to ride on another day, or in this same race. He's behind George Bowes, and he means action, he means business as we get them coming through the heart of Druids. It's Jack Dunnaby somehow managed to work his way back to the front. He was 6th into turn 1 a lap and a half ago, and now Jack Dunnaby leads the race from Marco Holt. Now this could be interesting. There could be such a thing in this race as a breakaway pack. It doesn't happen very often, but if two bikes start working together, it could very much be the way for Marco Holt and Jack Dunnaby to work together and possibly build a gap over the likes of Luke Fitchett and everybody else. They go side by side though down underneath the Manx Iron Clothing Cheshire Moulding Bridge, and that makes it a little bit difficult for them to get slipstream. But again, Holt dives in behind Dunnaby as the rest of them come flying through Hawthorns with huge amounts of energy. Burrows up the inside of Fitchett, he lifts Fitchett up. And Burrows can see what's happening ahead here. He can see that Dunnaby and Holt are building that gap. They're building a bit of a stance, taking them away from the rest of this pack. And Jack Burrows knows that he has to act now, otherwise it's going to be too late. He won't pick the slipstream up from these guys, and they will just drive off into the distance, because these two bikes at the front, number 63 Jack Dunnaby and number 37 Marco Holt, very much working together. Look at the gap as they come in. Burrows has worked hard over the half lap that we were talking about this, and as they come back into your view through the Indy circuit, yeah, it definitely looks like they're starting to peg them back. Fitchett though pulls out from the slipstream, drafts past Jack Burrows. Burrows will be brave, he'll come right back across the nose and around the outside. It's the only way that Jack Burrows knows. He maybe loses a little bit on the straight just with his size. There's a panic look over his shoulder from Marco Holt as we reach halfway. Well, that's not what we expected, but we saw it. George Bowes very wide, Harrison Day underneath him at Druids. Bowes on 67 wide, 15 Harrison Day saw a hole, couldn't plug the hole, and George Bowes keeps his position. But look at the gap that he's dropped off the back of Ryan, the Rhino Frost. Marco Holt goes to the front, Jack Burrows goes to second place, and Jack Dunnaby just reluctantly gives up a couple of positions and goes back down to third as we make our way on to the next portion of the track underneath the bridge again as they come down towards Hawthorns. Here comes Fitcher and his teammate, and Frosty. Well, Frosty, I don't blame him giving himself a minute or two, Larry, if you can hear this, just after having what looked like a front end moment going through there, and a bit of tape coming off Jack Burrows' radiator. So Burrows, you can see him dropping something on the track there. They pre-tape these radiators to maybe keep them running at the correct temperature. I wouldn't have thought that would be an issue today, actually, Larry. I wonder if that wasn't a piece of tape. Let's have a replay of what Richard Coventry is going to show us. Look at the big screen, guys. You can see Marco pops out from the slipstream. Look at Burrows, very opportunistic up the inside. That's almost an ex-Neil Mackenzie-esque line that we would say there. Diving towards the apex. It worked well for Spuds for many years. But I'm interested to know what Burrows let go from his bike there. I wonder, it wouldn't be a bit bodywork, that's for sure. And I would be surprised if the radiators were reading taped up, such as the ambient temperature that we have here. As Frosty starts to make his intentions felt back in the top three, as he slots ahead of Luke Fitchett. And Dunnaby watches on, not from afar, but he watches on as Marco Holt comes under attack from Jack Burrows. Burrows comes up the inside from a long way back, and through he goes. Burrows is an aggressive little rider, clean little rider, I'll give him that, very clean little rider, but aggressive. I like the nature of his overtakes. He sees a gap, he makes a pass, he thinks about the next rider. He doesn't want to follow too many people. Faster bike in front, better catch him, caught him, better pass him, on to the next one. Very much the way that Jack Burrows likes to think about things. He's now leading as they come Pilgrim's Drop down to Hawthorn Hill. Underneath the bridge, Frosty goes to the outside. Marco Holt also comes to outside. Frosty has to roll out the throttle. Through on the inside goes Luke Fitchett and Jack Dunnaby. Lovely stuff. Frosty just picked the wrong side there. He didn't know that Marco Holt was going to take the same line. But that's exactly what Holt did on that City Lifting by RS bike. Now let's have a little look further down. We should mention that as well. George Bowe still in 6th and Harrison Day. Oh, that's number 11 down, unfortunately. That is Jensen Bishop. That looks like it could be Druids again. We're having a look up towards the crest of the hill. Is that where we are? I think it is. We'll come back to that in a second or two. The marshals will be in attendance. Ryder was up on his feet, maybe a little bit further around the circuit than that. Yes, Surtees. Ryder down at Surtees, turn 4. Ryder okay for Jensen Bishop. But across the line, lap 9 of 14 about to start, and it does. And they all fan out once again in towards Paddock Hill Bend, and again Burrows is the bravest around the outside. And we've seen a new Jack Burrows in 2026. We've seen, as I say, an aggressive, hard-charging man who desperately wants to put himself on the top step once again. Dunnaby goes under his teammate, just lifts Luke Fitchett ever so gracefully as they go in and through the heart of Druids. It's a tricky corner on a bike because you go over the crest of the hill. Oh dear. Marco Holt very, very wide at the exit of Graham Hill Bend, out and across the green that the race director doesn't like you to use. So that will be one strike against Holt the Bolt, and we'll keep our eyes on that coming back to haunt him as they make their way down towards Hawthorns. It's Jack Burrows who leads side by side with Marco Holt. Here comes Luke Fitchett through on the inside of 1. Does he get 2? No, he gets 1, and Ryan Frost now gets Jack Dunnaby as well, his teammate, Fitchett's teammate on the Cavara Project's black and green bikes. But Luke Fitchett looking really, really strong here as we make our way through Dingledale. Can he go up the inside into Sheen Curve? No, it's a difficult place to make a manoeuvre. Completely blind as you make your way up towards it. You have to almost, we don't guess, these riders know the track very well, but for anybody new on the track, you kind of guess your way through there, and hopefully you can pick up an apex and make the exit. Underneath the bridge, back in towards Clearways. It's Jack Burrows from Luke Fitchett. Fitchett tries to go around the outside, unable to do so. They come bouncing through the heart of the corner, and then they're making their way along towards the next Paddock Hill Bend, the steep right-hander. And here they all fan out as Holt, who goes back towards the sharp end. Holt the Bolt to the front, and through comes Ryan Frost. Frosty crosses the line. Well, he was second place across the line, but he started the lap much, much further down than that at that point as we come in towards, once again, Druids, lap 10 out of 14. It is Ryan Frost at the sharp end. He's fought his way back through. He made a mistake at Hawthorns, and it's not a Ryan Frost type of mistake that we expect to see. Frosty just run off the track at the exit of Hawthorns, and we saw him running along the grass, but it's Marco Holt that he is battling with at this point in proceedings. The City Lifting by RS Racing, yellow and red, number 37. He's got Jack Dunnaby very much in the mix as well, and Dunnaby, well, strength in numbers, some people will say. The two Cavara Projects bikes fighting their way through the traffic as they make their way down through the bottom of Hawthorns, and from Hawthorns it's along in towards Westfield. Lap 10 of 14, we're getting towards the business end of this race, and Jack Burrows has had a little bit of a shuffle put on himself, and he finds himself a little bit further away from the leaders, or the first top spot that he would like to be. Lovely move from Jack Dunnaby. Dingledale's not really an overtaking place, but he goes through just before the rise into Sheen Curve. 1, 2 and 3 at the front, with Jack Dunnaby right on their tail as they come down towards the Grand Prix section. Ryan Frost bounces his way over the bump. Dunnaby second place, Holt third, and then Luke Fitchett as well. The two Cavara bikes, as I said, strength in numbers as they come down across the line. Starting lap 11 out of 14, all tucked in behind the bubble. Who wants to make a manoeuvre? Frosty holds his own across the line, actually, as Dunnaby, does he run deep into the corner? He manages to keep the brake on and get the bike back to the apex. In fact, he carries good speed through. Will he go through on Frosty? No, Frosty's out of shape. Frosty misses the corner up at Druids. That's going to cost him. He'll drop 5 places. Luckily, keeps that on the track and doesn't make a mistake into the gravel. Frosty just on the down change over that slight crest in towards Druids. Caught him out. Thankfully, though, he managed to get that back and keep himself okay. That was a tense moment for Ryan Frost and anybody in the Fibertech garage, as Heidi has a little sideways glance across at the commentary box, because he knows that could have been such a costly error for Ryan Frost. Down Hawthorne's Hill they come in towards Hawthorne itself. Frosty from Druids, where he was almost heading for the gravel trap, he now leads by the time we get to Hawthorne's, showing the class of this man on the Fibertech Honda. And again, still behind him, Marco Holt on the number 37 sister bike to Jack Dunnaby. Now, what was Dunnaby doing there? An arm coming off the bar for Dunnaby. Was that a tear-off he was taking off, or was that one of those dreaded tapped seat unit
It looked
things?
like a pat of the seat.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Well, he tapped his teammate, Larry.
He's just joined the caravan club.
The caravan club. Yeah, it's not going to happen, is it? Yeah, somebody's already just passed his teammate that he thinks behind him, and that's Jack Burrows. And if you think tapping his seat unit to Jack Burrows is going to work, you got yourself something else coming, that's for sure. Side by side, here we come. We go 3 wide with Jack Dunnaby. We go 4 wide across the line, down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Stunning stuff. And Burrows uses his slipstream, and through he goes on lap 12 out of 14. Bottom of Paddock Hill Bend, just running out over the edge off that exit curb. You don't want to run too wide there, otherwise you do pick up just that little bit of race directions slap on the wrists. Look a little bit further back down the pack as well. Let's take a look deeper inside, because Harrison Day, still in 6th place. In fact, he's right in the mix of this now, Harrison Day. What should I say? It's Tyler Humphries in 9th place with Mason Foster, Clayton Edmonds, Ajay Devine, and then Daniel Stevenson with Joshua Williams and Henry McCartney on his comeback ride in 15th place. Down towards Hawthorne come the leaders, though, all very much still in the mix of things here. Luke Fitchett looks towards the inside, but he can't go through on Burrows. But it's Frosty who goes back towards the lead. Frosty in the lead as he makes his way along here. He has been the mainstay in this race. He's made an error twice. We saw him on the grass at Hawthorne's. We saw him running deep in towards Druids, but he manages to get it back, and he leads the race on lap 12 out of 14. Ollie O'Gorman, I think, is the bike ahead of them on the road, who's about to go a lap down. He comes through the heart of Stirlings and stays well out the way. And Charlie Cunningham, also the next bike up the road, very much obeying and staying out of the way of the leaders as they all go through. A couple of them just having to fan past Ollie O'Gorman as he holds his line in towards the last corner, which is Clearways. Across the line up, we're going to start lap 13 out of 14, and it is in towards turn number 1. Ryan Frost who leads the way, and he holds it from Jack Burrows. Now that's a big move from Frosty, or was that Burrows just playing a clever game? The clever game from Burrows that needs to come in, very important, but he's maybe not clever enough, because through on the inside there's a big deep intake of breath as well there, because Jack Dunnaby posted the Cavara Projects Honda into the smallest possible area. Frosty was really pulling that up on the brakes to slow everybody up, and Dunnaby almost into the back of Ryan Frost at Druids. And that would have gone down, that wouldn't have gone down well, let's put it that way. We'll not use a Barry Sheenism, and that's something that a lot of you will be very much aware of as they come into or onto the back straight down towards Hawthorne's. Dunnaby pops out from the slipstream, but just backs himself in behind Frosty. We saw a lot of this at Snetterton, remember. You remember this, Larry and Alan. Dunnaby wanting to get a good slipstream, getting a good slipstream, but popping his knees out in the straight to use a natural air brake to slow him down rather than rolling the throttle. Well, we just saw Dunnaby there, who looks like he could have gone through, but deciding not to, as Jack Burrows and Marco Holt side by side through the top of Sheen Curve. Burrows again aggressive as you like, Holt trying to go around the outside. They're tripping each other up now, costing each other a little bit of time. And you cannot give any opportunity to Ryan Frost and Jack Dunnaby as they start to make a tiny little gap as we come into the last lap. Dunnaby through on the inside as they make their way in towards Clearways, onto Clark Curve, coming down towards the last lap board, side by side. Here comes a slipstream effect behind them. Frosty on the inside looks like he can hold it. Round the outside, Jack Dunnaby? No, but Marco Holt goes into P3, ahead of Jack Burrows. Then it's Fitchett, then it's Day as they come up and in towards Druids. This time, Dunnaby goes to the front. Dunnaby, we know, likes to lead, and he runs Frosty ever so wide. Through goes Holt, and through goes Burrows. Well, made a gap there, Alan. Made a gap there.
And it worked.
Thankfully, it did work very well. Jack Burrows is a taller lad. He was coming through whether Frosty liked it or not, but did he run wide onto the green at the exit of turn 3. Harrison Day now has a little bit of a look as well and onto the Grand Prix loop we go. It looks like there's a bit of a comfortable buffer for Dunnabee and Holt. This could be the battle between these two guys at the sharp end. What can Jack Dunnabee do? Can he hold Marco Holt at bay? Can we see Marco Holt get himself onto the top step as he goes through in towards Hawthorns to take the lead? Lovely stuff from Marco Holt. He's at 2 third places. Can he get the top step off the podium? He leans on Jack Dunnabee. Well, he holds him at bay, and that cost Dunnabee a little bit of RPM and momentum. And here comes Burrows, but Burrows seems to be more worried about Ryan Frost behind him as they go over Sheen Curve. Holt leads as they come into Stirlings. Do you want to lead out of the last corner? I am not sure, but we're going to stand up in this commentary box and try not to jump about too much as they come down. Oh, who's that? George Bose goes off the edge of the track, but he joins again in towards Clearways. Dunnabee posts the Cavara Projects Honda through on the inside, and here comes the charge of the Light Brigade as they come down towards the flag. It's going to be Holt on the inside, or will it be Dunnabee? Holt wins for the first time in 2026. Marco Holt picks up his maiden Moto4 British Cup win, and he will be delighted. He played an absolute blinder with that one. I had just said, do you want to lead out of Clearways for the last time? Probably not. Marco Holt from Jack Dunnabee, 200ths of a second. We wouldn't expect it any other way in the R&G Moto4 British Cup. Jack Burrows rounding out the top 3 with a race where he had to be that little bit more aggressive than everybody else. I think the big talking point here, off the podium, Ryan Frost, championship leader, finishes 4th place. Dunnabee takes a few points back in the championship race against his arch rival Ryan Frost, but 37 wins from 63 and 16. Larry Carter will get them in the post-race winners enclosure. Ryan Frost 24 in 4th. In 5th place, 15, Harrison Day. A fine run for Harrison Day. In 6th place, number 7, Luke Fitchett. In 7th place, 23, Axel Rimisel Lomas. 8th place, 67, George Bose, who ran off the road on the last lap up at Stirlings and rejoined halfway down towards Clearways. And in 9th place, 19, Tyler Humphreys, some 13 seconds behind the race winner. The gaggle was from Holt back to Humphreys. If you watch the big screen, you're about to see, well, what was the race-winning manoeuvre, but not for Jack Dunnabee. He made the pass, but you do not want to do that. You compromise your line through there, and Holt picked up the most perfect slipstream. Dunnabee tried to peel himself away, but Marco Holt comes through on the inside and takes his maiden R&G Moto4 British Cup race win, and that was timed to perfection from that young man. He wins and takes it across the control line by a good wheel. In fact, there was a decent sized gap. We'll pause for a little bit of water after that one. That was pretty epic. Larry will get them in the winners enclosure, and we'll have a very quick commercial break.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The Kawasaki Ninja ZX-10R, the most successful machine in world superbike history, gets a new look for 2026 with new aerodynamic winglets and a sharp, aggressive design. Built for those who rise to the challenge, the pinnacle of the Ninja family is built for champions, whether that's on track or on the road. Available from your local Kawasaki dealer now, so book a demo ride today and discover true adrenaline.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as the official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. R&G's damage protection and accessories are used by countless riders and racers around the world. Thousands of applications for hundreds of bikes and are trusted by teams across the BSB paddock. R&G's Pro Engine case covers are now included in the FIM Quality Products Programme. Visit the R&G official technical centre in the paddock to get your protection today and find out more at rg-racing.com. So no matter what you ride with R&G, if you slip it or slide it, you'll still be able to pick it up and ride it.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter on the grid and in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
On 88.3 FM here at Brands Hatch, let's get straight down to the winner's enclosure and Larry Carter.
Yeah, the Parc Fermé is a little bit detached from the podium. It is a remote podium, as we mentioned earlier, due to the branding.
Did you find it, Scoop?
I found it.
Good.
They are about 50 yards apart. So I couldn't work out whether to go to Parc Fermé first or the actual podium. So we've made our way down to the podium. Hopefully we can grab a word with a couple of the riders here. We do our best to interview as many riders as we can, as often as we can. But sometimes the logistics of TV and everything else, getting from A to B and what have you, does to sometimes compromise our ability. But we do our best to have a chat with riders as and when we can. And I just see the other two riders, Jack Burrows and Jack Dunnerby, now starting to make their way down here towards the actual podium area. But it is a little bit detached. So Marco Holt is just undergoing the TV interview with James Whittam on behalf of the TNT Sports. If you want to catch any of the TV action, and there is various platforms which you can do it, the HBO app, or there is free highlights on TV, then the information is in the programme. Marco, congratulations. What a sprint to the line that was. You've been reliving that one for a little while.
Yeah, it was a really difficult race, but really good, strong fighting out there, and yeah, it was good.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations. It's your first win at this level. So I think we are ready to go with the podium presentation on this round 4, race 8 in the R&G Motor 4 British Cup, and onto a podium for a 6th time this season for Burrows Engineering and RK Racing. 3rd place to Jack Burrows. Well done, Jack. Congratulations. 2nd position after leading out of the last corner. It wasn't quite enough for Cavara Projects and RS Racing. A 6th podium for Scotland and Jack Dunnerby. And taking a first career win at BSB level for City Lifting and Ryan Saxby Racing. The race winner, Marco the Bolt Holt. And the team award as well on behalf of the Ryan Saxby RS Racing team and City Lifting. And we'll ask R&G to make the podium presentation then to the 3rd place rider, and that is Jack Burrows, the rider from across the water at Cookstown in Northern Ireland. He gets his 6th podium of the season. 2nd position then to the rider that won 2 races at Snetterton, but it's 2nd position today for Jack Dunnerby. Jack, who closes the gap to the race, the championship leader, Ryan Frost, and taking a first career victory. It's one that'll live long in the memory, this one. A fantastic victory for City Lifting RS Racing. It's the Bolt, Marco Holt. And it is the City Lifting RS Racing team that get the team award as well. So that is the top 3 then. Already the Super Sport grid is starting to assemble out there. Let's just see if we can, once the TV has done with everything. Oh, the trophies up, boys, up high. There you go. You're on telly, guys. Go on, pretend we're interested in this one. There we go. As the various photographers and everybody else gets in there. Jack, if I can just grab a quick word there. Well, any one of about 10 of you could have. Jack, don't dash off. Let's just grab a quick word. What a cracking race that was.
Hectic. I think that's the only word that would describe that. Had last lap, I had quite a big gap actually to close, and just unfortunately missed out. But yeah, fair play to the lads. Great race.
It was a cracking race to watch, and when you watch it back. So, from your point of view, Jack, was that the old knee slider? Yeah, it was. The knee slider's absolutely it's absolutely smashed itself to bits. Oh, if you had that last lap again, would you do things a little bit different, leading out of that last corner?
Yeah, definitely. But as a 2nd place, I've caught up to Ryan in the championship, so no, I'm happy. I mean, you can't win every race, obviously, so no, I'm really happy. We definitely got the bike sorted for that race as well, because in qualifying it didn't feel as good. But yeah, no, looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a cracking ride anyway. I didn't realise, when did that happen with the knee slider?
I don't have a clue, I just noticed it now.
There's nothing left of his right-hand knee slider, so whether or not that was some debris that was going on around the track, then that was the case. So that concludes the opening race of this weekend, the R&G Motor 4 British Cup. A win for Marco Holt, 2nd Jack Dunnerby, 3rd Jack Burrows. As we always say, if you want those results, tsltiming.com, and follow the British Superbike drop-down, and you can download the results till your heart's content. with that, back to the studio.
Thanks very much indeed to Larry Carter with all of the podiums this weekend. That was just race one of a very busy timetable this weekend. We're about to move on to the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. We've got the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bikes, and then at 4:10 this afternoon we've got the Zin British Superbikes, the first race of the weekend for the Superbikes. I'm going to remind you as well what's happening down on the Meet the Riders area for the interviews that Dave Neal is conducting over the course of today, and we've got them happening up until I think 3 o'clock this afternoon. So the last couple of interviews are taking place. If you have a look around the trade area, it's a very busy place, and there are some absolute legends appearing with Dave Neal on the stage over the course of this weekend. Right, without further ado, we are going to begin to get ourselves ready for our next race of the day. Gets underway in 12 minutes time. Pit lane opens in less than 2 minutes. So let's get back to the commentary box with a very special guest, and Duncan Vincent.
Oh, thank you very much, Alan.
You're very welcome.
Passing back. Yeah, I've got Bradley Peary in this commentary box. Alan, I'm going to ask you to push his button because he's away over here. He's not really as mobile as you would expect.
Can we have a round of applause from the massed ranks in the assembled areas down here, because Bradley Peary has actually done something he's never managed to do before, and that's get to the commentary box.
Yeah, he found the commentary box.
He's found us for once. Well done, Brad.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
It's great to have him in the commentary box.
You're not going to spend a full race sat with the assistant race director, whose name is also Alan.
That was quite funny at Snetterton. Can you remember that when I said climb the stairs and go and sit with Alan? So you found an Alan, but you found Alan Woods in the clerk of the course office, and you sat with
that guy.
Yeah, he was a lovely guy, wasn't he? Right, okay, we're about to go super sport racing, but I want to ask how you are, because I can't stop looking at your leg. Everybody will ask you how you are, how's the leg, but how are you, and how is the leg?
Oh, I'm all right, yeah. I've probably lost about 3 stone since climbing all the stairs to get here. When you said this morning, oh, pop up, there's a few stairs, but you'll manage, I didn't realise you meant I'm literally right at the very top of the tower.
Yeah, you're climbing to the roof.
A bit of physio.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, since I'm not racing, I've put on a few pounds, but you know what? I think I've just lost them again, so I'm ready.
You could have just phoned him, would have sent Heidi down, and he'd have given you a kiddie back up the stairs.
I'll be very happy to do that. Very happy.
And that would have been half the fun of it, watching them trying to do that. But
I said we could do like a rope or something to put me back down.
We could just drop you off the edge. It's
you know
fine,
what? The news I've had recently with this leg and how much it's annoying me, just if we have a bad day today, we'll just throw me off the top.
Just drop you off the edge of the building, and you might land on Matt Roberts that below. What is the recovery time? Because, you know, we were kind of hoping that we would see you back in the bike racing this year for the Triumph Factory McCallum team, but that's not going to happen by the announcement that you put out.
Yeah, so it's still a little bit undecided, but we expect in October for the cage to come off. But I was actually in the hospital this morning up until about 6 a.m. Yeah, so we sort of found out that there's probably going to be more surgeries after I release to put pins in my leg afterwards. And I've still got some nerve damage, so there might be another operation there. So either way, there's still probably going to be 2 or 3 ops after the cage comes off in October. So I would have expected New Year sort of time. I might be a bit more mobile. I could maybe start going back to the gym and stuff like that. But yeah, it's in a weird way, it's a shame, obviously. But once I found recently, the doctor said, look, I'm going black and white, there's literally zero possibility that you're going to do anything physical this year. Yeah. It sort of removes that little bit of, can I not? So, yeah.
Lets you focused on another goal.
Sitting up here and talking commentary.
Talking commentary, exactly. But what actually happened, because it was never really caught on camera for us, but what actually happened going through Starkey's Bridge that day?
Well, to be fair, I didn't get it caught on camera until about a week later. Higgs sent me a CCTV of it. But yeah, no, it was a strange one. So we went to Spain a few weeks prior and had a great test out there with the team, and then we went to Donington for the first test. And yeah, I got about 5 or 6 laps under my belt, and I was building up. And then as you go left up the hill through Starkey's, as soon as I flipped it left after the old hairpin, the rear just came round, and it's a full throttle section. And by the time I caught it, I'd sort of gone over the bars and I was sliding towards the gravel, and that was absolutely fine. Obviously caught me out, but I was absolutely fine. But unfortunately, once we got to the gravel and the grass, the bike dug in, went up, and then unfortunately landed back down on me. So that's what caused the injury. And I must admit, I am very lucky, obviously, that this is my first real big break after 20 odd years of racing bikes. So yeah, I was probably due it, if I'm being honest.
No, not at all. Nobody's due anything. We don't want you saying that. We're very sad you're not out there, because it was spicing up to be a really, really good year, especially on you on that Triumph. It has been given to a very able set of hands. There's been a few people on the bike, but Billy McConnell had a shot, but Ollie Bayliss taking his Works Triumph job and getting the PTR. There's no clashes, so PTR have put him in there with Triumph. But Larry Carter is down there on the grid, so I suppose we should hand over to Larry. I'll let Larry have a bit of a chat with some of the riders. But great to hear from Bradley, Larry, isn't it?
Yeah, I've got a lot of time for Brad. He's very loquacious. He's very entertaining. He's got such a dry sense of humour. If you spend any time with him, he has you raptures of fits of laughter. Well, one rider that's got a smile on his face again after the trials and tribulations of Snetterton a couple of weeks ago is Ben Kerry down here. Well, this is a bit more like it, Ben. Here you are. Hopefully you're feeling a lot better than you were at Snetterton. Put the R9 on pole position and ready to kick-start the season effectively.
Yeah, it's very close out there. Let's say the lap times could have flipped anyway, could have been off the front row by absolute smidgen of a second. So, yeah, just happy to be on the front row, try and get a really good start and get stuck in, see what the rhythm's good. I've done the laps in practice, so if we can just keep the rhythm going, see what happens. But I'm sure it's going to be a big race, all the different bikes out there, different strengths. So I had a little look at Ollie in qualifying, and I could see where he was strong. So if I can't ride my own race, it might be a little bit difficult in some areas. So that's the plan, really, is to try and run my own race and see what happens.
Wish you well, Ben. Thanks for talking to us. Ben Kerry, rider that was born in Germany, spent all of his life in Melbourne in Australia, and now lives in North Wales. So how cosmopolitan is that? Here is Ollie Bayliss down here. Two Aussies on the front two rows of the grid. You're not going to let him have it all his own way, are you, in this one, Ollie?
Yeah, I mean, everyone was really fast this morning. It's such a tight gap in the top few, so yeah, we just got to have a good start and try and hold on to these guys, see what we can do.
Getting on with Brands Hatch, do you like the place?
Yeah, loving it. It's a cool track, bit of fun. Definitely now have some balls for the middle part of the track, but yeah, it's a nice, fun, flowing track.
Good luck, keep the good run going, Ollie. Thanks for that. It's been on the podium in every race he's had so far. 3 minutes to go, just about. We're just going to get a word with Luke Stapleford. In fact, James Whittam is going to have a chat with him. Let me just have a chat with the 5-time champion, Jack Kennedy. He's got a wonderful record. Nobody has a better record around Brands Hatch than you, Jack. Now it's time to put it on the top step this time.
Yeah, that's the plan. Wanted to be on the front row, but I think there was nothing in it in qualifying, so we've got good race pace. We just need to get a good start, try and not get swallowed up by the bigger CCs into turn one, and try and make some difficult passes and see if we can bring home a win. We need a win. I haven't won this season, so I'm definitely hungry for it.
Now's a good time to put that one right. Well, Luke Stapleford, just a very quick word with Luke. We're normally just move off of the grid with 3 minutes to go, but let's just have a word with the championship leader. What's it going to be this one, Luke? Save points, or just going to see what you can do, try and back up there and battle for the win like you did at Snetterton?
No, we're in with a shot at the win. The times are there, so if the race goes away from us, it goes away from us, but I don't see no reason why it should do so. We've got the speed, we'll get stuck in.
Wish you luck, my friend. Thanks for that. Well, that does conclude the grid walk then. I'm going to make my way off of the grid as quickly as we can. But there, the scene is set. Didn't sadly get to have a word with Dean Harrison or Hazard Trulove on the second row of the grid, but we are just about ready to go. This is going to be a cracker. If anything, Dunk, the temperature really picked up. It's the first time I've been out onto the grid. It is a proper sun trap. I would hazard to guess that those temperatures are nudging the mid-20s rather than the early 20s like we were forecast. But we are just about ready to go. It is a sprint race. It is the slightly shorter of the two as we go into the course of the weekend. But the big question is which one of the Aussies can take it to the championship leader, Luke Stapleford, as we set to go in the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship sprint race.
Thanks for that, Larry. Just having a quick chat with Bradley Peary. He'll put his headset back on and we shall get ready to go. Tension mounts on the grid as you stay seated, Bradley. Okay, you stay down there. I'll have a stand up and look down, and we'll look across the grid and we can see the pensive, calm figure of Ben Curry on pole position. The man on the McCams Raceways R9 Yamaha sits there proudly in pole position. Well, he's done half the job. He was very fast in qualifying, and it looks like Curry has got good race pace. Alongside him, Ollie Bayliss, the man who's stepping in for Bradley Peary, and Ollie has done such a fabulous job on that McAdams Factory Triumph.
Be interesting to see if he goes. And then Luke Stapleford, the man who was a little bit edgy, shall we say, with Larry Carter in the post-race interview at Snetterton. But I like that about Stapleford. He doesn't hide. He tells you exactly how he feels. That's the front row of the grid. Jack Kennedy, Harry Truelove and Dean Harrison will go from row number 2 with Lucas Brown, Carter Brown and Ollie Barr, who slipped off in qualifying. He is on the 3rd row of the grid. Lee Johnson, Billy McConnell and TJ Toms make up the 4th row of the grid, with Jamie Davies, Corey Tinker and Max Wadsworth on row 5. Further down into the grid, the 6th row has 48 Cameron Hall, 78 Freddie Barnes and 73 Jack Mahaffey. Watch out for that Astro JGR Hippo Suzuki, the first of the Mahaffey with the yellow helmet. He will be trying, or the orange helmet, he'll be trying to push his way through the pack. Then we've got Adam Hartgrove on 26 on the 7th row, the man who's first in the Cup class. Cameron Fraser and Mikey Hardy, teammate with the luminous pink helmet, teammate to Jack Mahaffey. Cameron Swain is alongside James McManus and Harvey Claridge, 43, 14 and 19 on row number 8. And we go back to Keogh Walker, Josh Bannister and James Alderson, 81, 7 and 91 on row number 9. 3 Ben Tolliday, 90 Craig Kennelly and 86 Dave Tyling make up the 10th row. And on the 11th row, all on his own, put to the back of the grid, penalty points accumulation for Stephen Thomas. He goes to the back of the grid with a slap on the wrists. So that's an interesting one. Steve Thomas, he'll come through. He's a lot faster than that last position. But our championship has Luke Stapleford leading the way. We've got a bike stopped on the run up towards Druids. That's not good. That's one of the Nova Racing bikes, bike 19 if I'm not mistaken. Harvey Claridge on the Nova Racing Suzuki GSX-R 750. He'll have to push that off to the side of the track and try and make that a safe position. The Port West Race Safe Marshals in attendance, they won't hang about. They'll drag that bike off because they won't want to delay the start. And we will get going. But Stapleford leads the championship from Ben Curry and Jack Kennedy. 36-point advantage to Luke Stapleford. And Kennedy sits a further 20 points back. The championship quite wide open at this point and with points, because there's been a DNF for Ben Curry and 2 DNFs for Jack Kennedy. I was getting there, Bradley. It just took a little bit of time to put the teeth in. But this will be an interesting race. As long as we get Harvey Claridge moved from the run-up in towards Paddock Hill Bend, our championship leader is Luke Stapleford. He isn't under pressure. He's in the front row of the grid. But this is going to be a fast race. What's your thoughts, Mr. Peary?
I think my thoughts are that was clear, precise and phenomenal. Well done, Duncan. It seems like it's always a great race, isn't it? I was just saying to my family earlier, I was like, do you know what? I've had an addiction for 20 years. When that addiction's been racing motorbikes, but since I've had this injury, I've slowly been coming off that. And then I come back to see all these riding around Brands Hatch on a sunny Saturday, and I'm like, do you know what?
Is your heart racing? Are you feeling a little bit excited, a little bit nervous?
No, just depressed, really, more than anything.
Oh, sorry, mate. I'm sorry to bring that up there. See, my heart's getting a bit racy up here. I'm getting a bit ready for this. As we look across. Well, who's my money on? Bayless. Okay, you?
I'm Northern. I've never put any money on this.
Okay, you can have a free bet on me.
But I'm going to say the right answer for my team anyway, which is Bayless.
Bayless, right? Okay. Yeah. Stapleford or Bayless or Curry, one in the front row, I think, or Kennedy, or who knows? Anybody could win this one. We're under starters' orders. We get the green flag at the back. The red flag is cleared. Red lights on, and away we go. Quick turnaround, and it's a good start for Ben Curry, the man that we didn't mention. Ben Curry will lead this in towards turn 1 from. Is that Stapleford? It is Stapleford in second place. Ollie Bayless trying to come underneath him as they run up and in towards Druids for the first time of asking. Curry from Stapleford. Stapleford looks deep round the outside. He loses a whole handful of positions, trying to maybe be a little bit too preoccupied with Ollie Bayless. Cost himself dealing. Carter Brown now slides through on the exit or the entrance to Graham Hill Bend, making our way along Surtees. Ben Curry leads from the danger man, Ollie Bayless. And look who's in third place. You can't discount the man with the blue crash helmet on his CBR 600, Jack Kennedy. But you've got to watch, because he and Dean Harrison both have kind of the same colour of helmet, and it does make them difficult to spot as we come down towards Hawthorns. Curry leads away from Bayless. Look at that big, bold overtake from one of the 3B Construction Ducatis there. That was Carter Brown through on the inside of Dean Harrison. But it's Curry, Bayless, Kennedy. Then we've got Harry Truelove up there as well, the second of the R9 Yamahas in the mix. Ahead of Carter Brown, looking really good and racy. Behind Carter Brown, Dean Harrison. Then we have got somebody else. It's Luke Stapleford and then Oliver Barr. Good start that from Ben Curry, though. We've got to say, really good, strong start.
Yeah, it's clean. I don't think we've had any folders now on lap 1, which is good. But yeah, we've got a pack. I mean, I feel like you always get the same sort of names at the front. You can always trust that Curry, Bayliss, Kennedy, True they're always going to be there. Stafford's got a bit of work to do, but 3 abreast turn 1.
3 abreast into turn 1. Jack Kennedy comes up the inside and makes a lovely slotted manoeuvre to go through on the inside there. You know, Jack Kennedy, he really is the benchmark, which is good to see. Also, no jump starts pops up on our television screen inside our commentary box, which we do like to say. No jump starts, so nobody getting a penalty there. Nice clean getaway from all. But, you know, Kennedy is there. He's in P2. The 600, possibly, you know, the only last of the 600s out there, rides the absolute wheels off it with Ben Curry. He'll be able to hear that little Honda on the over and in towards the corner. But likewise, watch the triumph in 3rd place. And also, we haven't seen Luke Stapleford come through the pack like we might have thought. That error into Druids as Kennedy pops out from the slipstream and goes through and leads in towards Hawthorns. Now, I think we both did him a little bit of an injustice, Brad. We didn't mention him at the start, and Kennedy, you can't discount the man.
No, yeah, he absolutely rides the wheels off that Honda. I mean, yeah, you can't discount him. He's always going to be at the front. I think he's had a couple of mistakes this year, so he's clawing the points back, but Curry's looking.
Yeah, Curry was looking up the inside. Jack actually left a bit of room for Ben to come through if he wanted to, but Ben Curry thinking that he didn't want to. And that's TJ Toms. Oh dear, TJ Toms not having a good year in that GNS Kawasaki now. Is he looking okay? Yeah, the airbag's gone off. Westfield for TJ Toms. TJ was running as he crossed the line in 11th place, but unfortunately he goes down and does the Joe Talbot manoeuvre, which you saw in Superbike qualifying. TJ up on his feet and walking away. It's a big gravel trap, that. As we watch the leaders into turn 1, it is still Jack Kennedy from Ben Curry, from Ollie Bayliss, from Harry Trulove, from Carter Brown, Luke Stapleford, Dean Harrison, Oliver Barr off the back of that. Then all on his own in no man's land, we've got Lee Johnson. Behind Lee Johnson, Corey Tinker. Good start for Jack Mahaffey. Got himself up to 11th place. Remember, Mahaffey started 18th. So there's an improvement for the man on the Astro JGR Hippo Suzuki. And 29 has entered the pit lane. That's Lucas Brown. What a shame for the man on the MSG Suzuki. Very tall, young 18-year-old Lucas Brown parks the MSG Suzuki as... Got to say, it looked like Ollie Bayliss was almost on the inside curb, then over the white line on the exit, Brad.
Yeah, leaving nothing out there. No, I think Ollie said that the bike of the Triumph has got a really strong top end, so I expect him to be strong at the end of the back straight. Still yellow flag out for TJ here, so no overtaking.
Yeah, as the marshal's working feverish in the gravel traps. Not easy to walk through one of those gravel traps, never mind try and ride or wheel a bike away. But the riders all very respectful for the marshals working at they're not trackside, they're far enough away, but you still have to watch and behave as you go through that area. Through the banked corner of Stirlings, and now they head down towards Clearways. They're about to come back into your view at the edge of the Indy circuit, and here they come. Jack Kennedy leads the way. Kennedy riding so incredibly well this year as he leads Curry. Here comes Curry winding up the R9 as they come towards the line. As they get to the end of the straight, there comes Bayliss. Bayliss looked good, but he just throttled back a little bit as Curry slots himself back to the front. These two know each other so well. And there's always a little bit of needle there with Ben Curry and Jack Kennedy and Luke Stapleford.
Yeah, they are the three guys. I mean, I think they all respect each other to what they can do on the bike and on the track, but no, I think all three of them believe that they can win this championship, and especially with Kennedy and Curry trailing a few points to Stapleford, they're going to want to put one over him, especially with Stapleford making that mistake on lap 1.
Do you think Stapleford was just a little bit preoccupied with what was going on around and with the bike he was racing with and just missed his braking point?
Potentially. I mean, lap 1 in Supersport especially is so difficult. It's such a stacked grid. You've got bikes everywhere. You've got riders, so much talent. So mistakes are easy to be made, as Ollie has a little look.
I was breathing in there because Ollie Bayliss was close to Jack Kennedy, and then he got even closer to Ben Curry, but Bayliss gets himself into P2. At the back of this group we need to watch, because we do have Stapleford catching up towards the back of Carter Brown. We can see the little gap between Carter Brown and Luke Stapleford. We'll keep our eyes on that, because last time across the line it was half a second, as we see Bayliss again having a little bit of a look. He rides so much like his dad used to ride when he came to the UK. Not out of control by any way, shape or form, just that little bit looser generally than everybody else. As we come in towards Clearways, it is Ben Curry leading the way from Ollie Bayliss. Bayliss on that Triumph with Jack Kennedy behind him. Here comes the Triumph. Bayliss got a really, really good strong run. He pulls alongside, and that was just a drive out of Clearways. Curry, wide. But he manages to lose only one position, and then has a bit of a bobble mid-corner. That was lucky. That could have gone either way.
Yeah, definitely got sucked in there. As you're braking, if you've got a rider in front of you, that you haven't got that air pushing you back, so you can get sucked into the draft on entry. But yeah, I said that the top end of the Triumph is its strong point. To be totally truthful, the weak point is its tyre. It does like to chew a tyre towards the end of the race. So yeah, it is expected that Ollie will be fast every weekend. That's such a high level of World Supersport level. But yeah, in fairness to him, he will be figuring this out. I don't believe he's raced around here before.
No.
So yeah, as the race goes on, I'm sure every lap he's taking it all in and riding around with the likes of Jack Kennedy, Ben Curry, Harry Truelove. You're going to learn from them guys as well. So yeah, no, it's I'm sure he'll be figuring it all out.
That small error into turn 1 for Ben Curry. Did we just see that Ollie Bayliss maybe breaking that a little bit too much and Ben not really anticipating that?
Yeah, I mean, you're always used to the riders that you ride with weekend in and weekend out. But when you have someone like Ollie Bayliss come in who you've not ridden before, maybe Ollie's strong point is his exits or his entry into the corner. You've got to try and work that out. Some riders are fast at the start, some are strong at the end. So no, they'll all know of Ollie Bayliss. They'll definitely all know of his dad. And they know that it's going to be fast weekend in and weekend out. But yeah, as you come around here, I know that Jacoby sucked right in behind him.
Kennedy will get the slipstream, he will grab it. That's the thing with Ollie Bayliss. He maybe does the overtakes, maybe doesn't know how to pull away and lead from the front because it's not 100% with the circuit as yet, but these other guys have raced here for so long, so it'll be interesting to see how the Triumph does hold on throughout the course of this race. The Stapleford to Carter Brown battle down to 0.2 of a second, so Luke Stapleford very much with Carter Brown, and also Dean Harrison on the back of Luke Stapleford is a threat for Luke. So as they come out of Grey Mill Bend, it is still Ollie Bayliss who leads along the bottom of the Cooper Straight from Jack Kennedy and Ben Curry. Harry Truelove just sits a watching brief as he did at Snetterton. And what did he do at Snetterton? Well, he put it on the podium when his teammate unfortunately fell off on the last lap at the same corner Mahaffey did in race 2. So Oggie's a tricky corner at Snetterton, but you know what? Harry Truelove was delighted to take that podium, a very well deserved podium, and right now he's been there for the duration of this race in that 4th place ahead of Carter Brown as they make their way in towards Westfield. We're on lap 6 out of 12, the sprint race for the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship, Dingledale. Before you come up to the blind sheen curve, you've got to get a good exit from here in towards Stirling's. The banked corner, you can really drive the bike in hard here. We see that quite a lot. We also saw quite a few errors through free practice and qualifying in all classes. Oliver Barr, a little bit on his own in 8th place behind Dean Harrison, probably still a little bit off colour after that slide off he had at Paddock Hill Bend through qualifying. But let's watch the Triumph this time with the Hondas. They make their way down and in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Kennedy has a look, but you know what, Ollie Bayliss pulling some really good lap times here. There's no real necessity for Jack Kennedy to go through. Ben Curry also looks quite happy to be sitting there in 3rd place, Brad.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got a pack of 7 at the minute, so it's anybody's guess. You wonder sometimes with the pack being so big, has somebody got more pace than someone else? But yeah, no, I think you've got a Triumph, a Honda, a Yamaha, a Ducati, they're all in the mix. So watch a replay here.
What are we seeing here? Oh, that's is that Mickey Hardy?
Is that Mahaffey?
Yeah, Mahaffey. It's Mahaffey. Yeah. It's Mahaffey, actually. Yeah, Mahaffey makes a mistake. How many times can I say the man's name? There we go. Once more. Mahaffey.
You got stuck in a loop there, didn't you?
Yeah, it's like a looping machine. Jack Mahaffey goes off at Westfield, rides into the gravel trap and away. So far, a weekend to forget for him. And unfortunately, Bill McConnell, Skippy, Bilby has entered into the pit lane on the MMB Ducati, the sister bike to James McManus. So Westfield, that's where we saw Mahaffey, one of the Australians, going off. Other Australian leading the race, Ollie Bayliss, with a Dubliner in the middle of it, and then another Australian behind that. So a very continental feel at the sharp end here. And then Hazard Truelove, who's got the best Nigel Mansell moustache you've seen in a long time. But look at the gap that's appeared behind Harry Truelove. Carter Brown has dropped off the back, and Luke Stapleford can't bridge that gap to Carter Brown, and the Ducatis don't have much of an answer for the Triumph, the Honda and the Yamaha.
No, with it being a 12 lap race as well, and we're coming to the end of lap 7, you wouldn't be sat that far back if you were comfortable. So
okay.
I'd say these 4 have definitely got the edge just at the moment, but you never know, he might come strong at the end as Kennedy goes through into turn 1 ahead of Bayliss.
Yeah, he was thinking about doing that, Kennedy, for quite a long time, but didn't actually make the move, and Ollie Bayliss thought, well, on you go.
It's tight, isn't it?
Then dropped it across the nose round the outside. That's one thing about Bayliss. He's not super aggressive, but as soon as he sees an option, he goes for it and makes that manoeuvre.
And you've got different manufacturers there, so different bikes will have different strengths. So I imagine that Kennedy's just working it out. He's obviously a very experienced, very clever rider. And as Bayliss goes wide, and that's going to allow Kennedy on the inside, is it?
Yeah, a bit wide for Bayliss onto Surtees. Let's see what the Triumph's got on the straight now. Kennedy goes through. Here comes Ben Curry as well as her side by side. How tight do you like it? Bayliss using the slipstream, and look at that Trulove. How opportunistic was Harry Trulove there? He used the slipstream of Ollie Bayliss to power past his teammate, but runs a little bit wide through the heart of Hawthorn, which is an incredibly fast corner. Let's not talk about you and Hawthorn. We'll not go there again. We've been there. We've had that chat. As Bayliss looks to Dingle Dells inside and Sheen Curve, but follows Jack Kennedy through. Wouldn't be a bad thing for Ollie Bayliss just to do a little bit more following of Jack Kennedy for a couple of laps, just to see what Jack does in race trim around this circuit.
Have you noticed this battling as well has brought Carter Brown right up to the back of Trulove, and not too far in the distance you've got obviously Luke Stableford, the championship leader. So yeah, it's hotting up at end of lap 8 of 12, so it's anyone's game, I'd say.
A really good showing from Carter Brown. Delighted to see him up that sharp end on 3B Construction Binge Pro Ducati as they make their way in towards turn 1, and through into second place goes Ben Curry. He lifts Ollie Bayliss going through there. Ben Curry clearly maybe not thinking that was just an error of Ollie Bayliss into turn 1. Maybe he was thinking it was more of a brake check in that earlier incident that they had. Oh, Curry lights up the back of the R9 on initial throttle application, and you know what? Bayliss needed to try and go through on the exit to Graham Hill Bend. There's a little gap appeared for Jack Kennedy, and that's going to be a little gap we'll keep our eye on. But just as Curry tapped on the throttle full lean, you can see the back of the bike, Bradley, just starting to wander.
Well, it shows one thing, that they're all trying. Is nobody sat there comfortably just biding the time. Kennedy's clearly wanting to try and pull the pin as Bayliss comes alongside Curry.
They're getting so incredibly close, aren't they, to each other at the fastest part. 156 miles per hour through there for Kennedy, and for Bayliss 152 for Curry, so he didn't get the best drive off Surtees up onto that Grand Prix loop, but they're shaving each other by inches as they go down there. And I'd like to give somebody a big wide berth when I go past him on a bike.
Yeah, I must admit, I'm sure Bayliss and Curry in the helmets have got it feeling quite under control, but when you're sitting here watching it does feel different, I must admit.
Yeah, when you're travelling at speed and other motorcycles and you could just touch it, it does give you a bit of a different sensation. Bayliss looks towards the inside, doesn't make the manoeuvre. We're on lap 9 out of 12. We're about to start lap 10. Jack Kennedy really pushing the CBR 600 for all it's worth, but round the outside of him, here comes Ollie Bayliss trying to go round the outside. Kennedy will hold that all day, every day on the inside, but can he get the cutback Ollie Bayliss through the heart of the corner? No, because Jack Kennedy, as wily as he is, held that back on the turn into the apex. That was a lovely manoeuvre.
Yeah, there's not many people better than Jack on the brakes. I don't know whether it's the Honda or just Jack's talent, but yeah, passing Jack on the brakes is always going to be a tough challenge. Someone like Bayliss is definitely going to have to use the power of the Triumph to get alongside him down the straights.
Cooper Straight down the back of our commentary box. Carter Brown takes a scenic route out of the Graham Hill Bend there and decides to use a bit of green, so he'll need to watch he doesn't do that again, or he'll get a slap on the wrist. As Bayliss, you can see the back of that Triumph now starting to just wander a little bit on the tap of the throttle, as again he goes round the long way, but he gets on the gas so well and drives it down the back end of the straight. Ollie Bayliss back to the front on lap 10 out of 12 as they go through Hawthorns. Not for the faint-hearted, that corner.
No, I learned that last year. Yeah, it's definitely a quick one, but they won't be thinking about that. I think one thing I would say is, obviously, Ken had a little bit of a gap, and already it looks like Bayliss was able to bridge that gap past Jack and is now leading the race. So, yeah, Jack's going to have to get the hooks in and try and cling onto the back of him and make a move before we get to the end of the race.
Everybody in the 128 seconds for this top 7. Dean Harris even on 20. Behind that, Ollie Barr goes into 29s. So 1 minute 28 second lap. We're on lap 10 out of 12 as we come through Clearways. A nice tight exit from Ollie Bayliss. He likes to run that line rather than going way out to the edge, and really drives it hard across the straight. Bayliss starting to make a bit of a break at the sharp end. Well, Dad's here this weekend. Dad Troy is down there in the garage. We looked in there earlier on a long camera shot. We could see girlfriend Keisha very much involved as well. This is a moment for Ollie Bayliss if he can put a good couple of laps together. He's just put a 27.9. Who's that's down? That's Josh Bannister, number 7. That looks like it's at Stirling's, I'm going to say, up on the Grand Prix loop. The marshals in attendance to the number 7 GSXR 750. Josh walks away. It is Stirling's. Talk us through it, Bradley.
So we're just watching in here, and he's front just folded right in the middle. I must admit I've done that one as well. It's not proud of it, but hope they can get that bike rebuilt and back out tomorrow, giving the marshals some work there on the side of the track. Must be hot in them jumpsuits today.
Oh God, they will be. Yeah, number 7 Josh Bannister getting his bike taken away by the Port West Race Safe marshals. Great work. Bayliss starting to put a bit of time here. That 1 minute 27.933. Nowhere near Eugene McManus's 1:27.1 lap record, which has stood for quite some time. I've got to say, McManus set that in 2025, just last year actually, October last year, so we're getting a bit carried away. Thought I read a different date on that. Now, who was that? Carter Brown making a mistake further back, and Stapleford looks like he was coming through, does he? Yes, he does. Stapleford goes through, and Carter Brown runs it a bit wide. Carter Brown goes straight back through, but that was an error from Carter Brown going through Sheen Curve, which cost him that position. As we come through to start the last lap of Asking, starting lap 12 out of 12. They cross the line now, and on we go. Final lap of the race. The last lap board now illuminates as Stapleford goes back underneath Carter Brown in towards turn one. Carter Brown, brave as you like, rides round the outside of Luke Stapleford. Stapleford has to throttle out of it. Harrison up the inside. Harrison through. Lovely stuff from Dean Harrison. Ever the opportunistic there, goes through on the inside. I'm watching that outside of the commentary box. Brad Peary sits calm and cool in his chair and watches it unfold on the big screens. Dave Tyling about to come into this on the last lap and go a lap down. Not what you want to see when you're coming into this.
Yeah, no, they are coming to him at, I don't know, it depends if he's going to read the blue flags or not. If he pulls over to the side here, it won't cause any issues, but he's seen the flags,
move, Dave.
So
get out the way of that, you don't want to be involved.
As long as all is clean, I don't know if he knows his gap, but he's got half a second now. As long as he's clean, he should have this one. And it's whether I say Curry's going to try and pop one in before we get to check a flag.
Yeah, Ben Curry could maybe have a look in towards Stirling, or will he try and drag Jack Kennedy towards the line? Ollie Bayliss comes through the crest off Sheen Curve in towards Stirling's. He's just got to control his aggression here and get through and head towards the line, past the area where Josh Bannister slipped off, down and back in towards Clearways for Ollie Bayliss on the Macadam Factory Racing Triumph. Is going to be a nice way to start the weekend for Ollie Bayliss and Troy. There won't be a dry eye in the garage down there as Bayliss, who wins in second place, does go to Kennedy, although it's incredibly close on the line. It's 100th of a second separating Jack Kennedy and Ben Curry, but it's all about Ollie Bayliss. Once again wins by 0.3 of a second and puts the fastest lap of the race in there. I have to say that was an incredible race from Ollie Bayliss. That was World Championship class. He has been doing World Supersport this year, and we've seen him bring that kind of speed and aggression to the UK shores, Brad.
No, it's a funny argument. I've seen a few people talking about this, with obviously Bayliss missing the start of the year. You could argue, is he in the championship battle or not? So Kennedy, Curry and Stapleford have got to concentrate on each other. But if he keeps winning the races like he is doing at the minute, I think he's definitely giving the rest something to think about.
You've got to look at. He's got to at least be in the conversation. That's for sure.
I know he's set to do the rest of the season from now, so there's no. He's going to be at every round, hopefully.
He's coming into this. He was 90 points off the championship lead. Larry Carter.
Yeah, he can't do the last round at Brands Hatch, which is the big one, Brad, isn't it? With all the
Larry,
points effectively.
Larry, I've had a contradiction to that actually, Larry. So we'll need to see what happens towards the end of the year.
Okay, that was what Ollie told me himself, but you probably got an update.
Yeah, we'll come back to that maybe closer towards the time, but that'll be an interesting one. But Bayliss, who came in here 6th in the championship, another victory. He was only 4 points behind Oliver Barr. He'll leapfrog Oliver Barr, and he'll now put a bit of a chase on towards the back of Dean Harrison as well. So an excellent victory there. You can't take anything away from that young man. Ollie Bayliss has arrived here at Brands Hatch and shown us just the class act that he is. He wins from Jack Kennedy and Ben Curry. Harry Truelove with a really sound result in 4th place on the second of the R9 Yamahas. In 4th place, on the second. I said that right, but I said it in my head wrong, sorry. Carter Brown in 5th place with Dean Harrison 6th. Luke Stapleford 7th place. That's going to be an angry little Stapleford down there. That's not where he wants to be. Ahead of Oliver Barr, Corey Tinker and Lee Johnson. Jamie Davis, Max Wadsworth, Mikey Hardy, Cameron Hall and Cam Fraser to 15th. James McManus 16th. Jack Mahaffey recovers to 17th. Cameron Swain wins the Cup class in 18th ahead of Adam Hartgrove and James Alderson. So those 3 Cup guys, 18th, 19th and 20th. But Bradley Peary, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box. It's been great to have you.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, no, it's been nice. It's nice and air conditioned. So yeah, it's been lovely. I needed that after coming up about 500 stairs.
If you're back tomorrow, pop up for the feature race.
Yeah, no, we'll do.
By all means. There was a bit
the gap was too long.
I don't know if that was comedy time or what period, but it was very good. And with that, we'll pause because already downstairs with Larry Carter, we have the top 3 of Ollie Bayliss, Jack Kennedy and Ben Curry. Larry, over to you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Dunk. And that looks like Cam Swain has taken the award in the Hell Performance Supersport Cup, back to his winning ways after a difficult time at Snetterton. But yeah, it just goes to show what a superb rider it is for Ollie Bailey. It's a World Championship racer, was in World Championship action at Donington Park. And the biggest issue is actually getting the earplugs out of the ear present. We don't need to call the medics, do we, Ollie, on this one, Pan? Oh dear. Well, that was a world-class performance if ever there was one. A debut victory here at Brands Hatch, Ollie.
Yeah, it was a pretty full-on race. Us three were going at it the whole race, and yeah, I tried to manage a little bit the rear tyre. I didn't really do it very well, but yeah, I just tried to put my finger down in the last 2 laps and pull a little gap. That way no one could attack me. So yeah, it was good.
Yeah, happy enough with that. Just got to do it all over tomorrow.
Exactly right.
Thanks very much. Well done. As Jack Kennedy just has a chat with Ben Kerry on the podium. That's got to be disappointing for Luke Stapleford, hasn't it? Because yeah, that won't have made his mood any good. Here is Cam Swain. Well, Cam, after disappointment at Snetterton, that's got the championship back on track.
Yeah, buddy, at Snetterton I just struggled for track time and hadn't ridden for a while, and you know, coming up against these guys with so much experience, you're not going to do that well without any of the time. So, but here I got to do a day on the Indy circuit beforehand, and I knew half of the circuit, but still had to learn all the fast ballsy stuff out the back. So, but yeah, no, happy with how I went. I sort of messed my start up at the beginning and then had to fight through, but you know, it's just more experience being gained and learning so much, and just can't thank everyone enough for helping me. Like Colin, my crew chief, done so much for me, put in so much work, taking me testing, and you know, just putting his heart and soul into it. And thanks to Jack Kennedy as well for all of his help as well.
You need to do that one. There was something about to be launched at you there. Well, these Aussies are pretty good, aren't they? They certainly do that. Let's just see if we can just grab a quick word with Jack whilst he's waiting for his TV interview. It was nearly a win, Jack, but that settled for a second on this occasion.
Yeah, it was close. Good tight race out there, ding dong, with the three of us taking turns at leading, and Ollie just had a little bit of pace towards the end. I tried to close him down, but on the absolute limit, just closing the front, losing the rear everywhere. So it was a tough one because I wanted to close Ollie down, but at the same time I had to defend from Ben as well, because I seen the gap was +0 and I could hear the 3-cylinder R9 behind me as well. So big pressure in the race, but great to get one over on Ben and Luke, which I mostly needed in that race, and I think my teammate pipped Luke on the last lap as well. So it's a race in the right direction.
Yeah, it was only 7th with Stapleford there, so it's important points for you. Just waiting for Ben Kerry to finish the TV interview off with Shane Byrne. Nice to see that the McCann's Yamaha team have got the old retro boost livery out. You can see team boss Steve Rogers just down there with the old mauve, purple, whatever you want to call it, with the livery that they're running. I'm not sure if it's going to be in all the races this weekend. Let me just check that one out with Steve. The livery that you've running, the anniversary livery, are you going to run it all the races on Brad Superbike this weekend, or is it just selected ones?
No, the idea is to run it in them all from this next race now and tomorrow, yeah.
All right, okay, that's great news, so folks. Well, get the cameras ready if that's the case, because you're going to have 3 chances then to see this wonderful retro livery of what was effectively the Cadbury's Boost team, run by Rob McElnay, with effectively Neil Mackenzie being the only triple champion to date. His teammates Chris Walker and James Whittam. Is Ben Kerry, as we just about to head up there. Ben, congratulations, just having a chat with wife Kirsty down here. Congratulations, it's solid points, not the top of the step that you wanted, but that's important to get back on the score sheet.
Yeah, those races can go either way, can't they? They're a big battle, and nearly come a big cropper into the first turn behind Ollie when I nearly T-boned him, so to get away with that, I lost the position, unfortunately, and that kind of hindered me because Jack was riding super solid and I just couldn't get by him. And, you know, the speed of our bikes is like more or less identical, and the tough bit is getting the run on the big Triumph. So tomorrow we can go again. We'll try and have a little look at the data and see if we can improve anywhere. There's a couple of corners where I lose about a tenth. So if we can tidy that up, we maybe have a better chance to pass tomorrow.
Wish you well with that. Thanks, Ben. Well, we're going to head up to the podium. We're down here in Parc Fermé. We've just got to go up a couple of flights of stairs to the podium. It'll take me literally 2 minutes to get there, but whilst I go up there, you don't hear me panting and panting upstairs. I'll hand back to Al in the studio. A couple of messages perhaps, Al?
Yeah, certainly, Larry. Thank you very much indeed. Please say a massive happy birthday to Ellie Salmon, first time at Brands Hatch for us, all the way from Blackwater in Cornwall, and that comes from John. John, Ellie, great to have you here. Thank you for making the journey, and I'm absolutely sure that it's going to be well worth it over the course of this weekend. Hi guys, thanks for doing a great job here all weekend, enjoying my Father's Day present for my son Luke. What a present. Thanks, Luke. And that comes from Mike. Hi guys, Mike and Luke, great to have you here at Brands Hatch, and please say a very happy birthday to Robbie, celebrating his 13th birthday with his mum, brother and uncle for the first time at Brands Hatch. Catherine, thank you for sending that in, and happy birthday Robbie, great family day. Big shout out to Leo, Chloe, AJ and Finn, all the way from Dublin for the first time attending Brands Hatch for their first ever BSB. What a wonderful part of the world to live, and slightly envious of you living over there in Dublin. Welcome along to BSB at Brands Hatch, and I hope you have a great weekend. This one says, hi guys, just looking for a mention for James and Tracy, our first time at Brands Hatch as we've travelled down from Glasgow, sitting down at Clark Curve at the circuit and the weather. With a cool emoji as well, with sunglasses on. If you want to shout out on the radio, on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, it's really easy to do. You can WhatsApp us. We only need your first name, not your surname. 07482 877 877, 07482 877 877 on WhatsApp only. Maybe two more will take us through to Larry's podium. Enjoying the sunshine, looking forward to some great racing down here at Brands Hatch. Please give a shout out to Josh Corner and the rest of the CTR team, Ian and Terry, all the way from Middlesbrough.
Yeah,
Larry,
thanks very much. Sorry to interrupt you there, just been moved on at a pace. Let's get them out here then for the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship, round 5, race 9. Onto the podium in third position for McCann's Yamaha, Ben Kerry. Aussie makes his way out onto the podium. Second position for Ireland, Honda Racing, Jack Kennedy. And taking a debut victory here at Brands Hatch for Macadam Triumph, the race winner, Ollie Bayliss. And now you've got to collect the team award. Tom Booth Amos, a double winner at Donington Park last weekend, a good mate of Ollie's. And Natalia Mill, representing Zin, will make the podium presentations to the third place rider for Australia, Ben Kerry. He makes his way onto the podium, sixth podium of the season for Ben. Second position then, Jack Kennedy, still looking for that first win, but 6 podiums so far this season for the Dubliner. And just like his dad did many, many years ago, a victory at Brands Hatch for Australia and Ollie Bayliss. And it is Tom Booth Amos on behalf of the Macadam Triumph Racing Squad that will collect the team awards as the riders then celebrate with the Baglietti Prosecco. Tom does the sensible thing. Congratulations, well done at last weekend, mate. That was a bit of a weekend you'll never forget.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's about time I got the job done, but yeah, no, it's a special weekend, and it's nice to see Ollie coming here and following his dad's footsteps.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it is. He, of course, is your teammate in the World Championship, isn't he? He's got lots of hats to wear. Might we see you in having a wobble round in BSB before the end of the year?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. I've got an 8-week break now, so
right,
I need to kill time somehow.
We'll sign you up for 8 weeks. That's Alton, Thruxton and Cadwell. We'll see you there then, Tom.
That's it. Thank you.
Well done. Yeah, sorry to jump across you there, Alan. I do get moved on at a pace.
Not at all.
We've got to do that. We stand about, we're doing nothing for 10 minutes, and then we have to bang, bang, bang. But
go.
That's the way it is. So that concludes the podium. I don't think I'm going to get down there for the junior sport bike by the time I get the papers shuffled up here. So with that, Alan, back to you.
Thank you very much indeed to Larry Carter down there with all of the podiums this weekend here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. The bikes will very soon be going off on their formation lap. Have we got time, Duncan Vincent, for a short commercial break?
We most certainly have, Alan.
Here we go, let's do it.
Duncan, Larry and Alan on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Have you had a non-fault motorcycle accident? Didn't let it put the brakes on your ride? McCams gets you back on the road with a like-for-like replacement bike. No insurance excess to pay, and you keep your no-claims bonus. And if you've been injured, Bolton Turner's expert solicitors will work to secure the compensation you deserve. McCams and Bond Turner, supporting bikers every step of the way. Call 0345 054 1000 today, and we can help you get back onto two wheels.
Want to discover the latest Kawasaki range of machines? The Kawasaki Experience Tour is heading to dealerships across the UK throughout the summer, giving riders the chance to ride the latest 2026 bikes. From A2 friendly machines such as the Versys 650 to new models like the KLE 500, the Z1100 and the Z650S. View the full list of events and book your place at kawasakiexperiencetour.co.uk.
Duncan, Larry and Alan live on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Almost time to perfection for the bikes to go off on their formation lap. Let's get back to the commentary box and Duncan.
Thank you very much, Alan Hyde. Great to have you as ever on hand, giving us the stats and the adverts and everything else we need alongside Larry Carter. Marlon McKenzie is on pole position for this with Ben Jolliffe in second place. Lakin Payne third place on the front row of the grid on 72. Luca Hopkins has Lewis Mullen and Mason Johnson for company, with Kylan Shuttlewood, Rory Creeth and Freddie Oakley on the third row of the grid. The fourth row of the grid, we have Isaac Mark, Jamie Hanks, Elliott and Luca Wilkinson, with Arnie Carr, Finn Page and Sid Marshall on row 5. Row 6, Ben Hardwick, Jamie Muir and Archie Ormond, with Finn Harrison and Holly Harris at the back. We've got Finn Smartweed in the commentary box. It's good to see you, young man. This is a class that you pay particular attention to, and it's nice to know that you're here as well. You've got what looks like a horsefly bite in your hand. We'll touch on that later on. The hand looks a bit sore and swollen. But Marlon McKenzie has had the championship all his own way until we got to Snetterton, and the wheels kind of came off a little bit, but he's back on form here at Brands Hatch this weekend.
It does look like it's back to normal fashion here. He's put it on pole. He's got that little bit of a gap, 4/10 to anyone else. I think he's made a step in the right direction from that poor weekend at Snetterton. Not let it get too much in his head, and I think we'll see a little bit more like a repeat of the first 3 rounds. But you know, if Ben Jolliffe or Lakin Payne taking that confidence they've got, or Luca Hopkins from Snetterton, if they can take it to him here, that would make for a more interesting race.
Well, he's only got a 13-point championship lead, Marlon McKenzie. He has had 5 wins and 1 third place, a really emphatic start to the year. But the wheels come off at Snetterton, and that was not good for him. And Ryan Van Newkirk came in and took a lovely brace of victories. He will be back at Oulton Park, we're told. That'll make it interesting.
Marlon McKenzie probably very happy that Ryan Newkirk was at Snetterton as well, because you talk about that 13-point championship lead, that would be even smaller if we didn't have Ryan Newkirk there, and you know, one of Luca Hopkins, Ben Jolliffe had gotten the win there instead. It would mean that his championship lead was that little bit smaller. But the way the point system works now, with there being so close all the way down the field, it allows for these really small championship leads, even with such a dominant season we've seen from Marlon McKenzie.
If I can give you one bit of advice in commentary, Finn, don't ever have a can of Pepsi just before you commentate. That's the worst thing you could possibly ever do. Isn't Alan?
Yes.
Watching me across here. Green flag at the back. The red flag clears at the front of the grid. We're under starters' orders. Here we go for the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike. Red lights on, lights off, and away we go. Now, was that a good start for Ben Jolliffe, or was that too good a start for Ben Jolliffe there? He was very much rolling.
Well, it was an awful start from Marlon McKenzie. That's all I could pay my attention to. It looked like he had a bit of a wheelie, and then sort of it came down at a weird angle. He couldn't quite get going again. I think that's probably dropped him down to, 5th or 6th position there into turn 2.
Well, keep your eyes firmly on that. He then gets lifted by Lewis Mullen as they go through that part of the track, which is Druids. So not a great start from Marley McKenzie. Work to do. We'll keep our eyes on anything that happens on the screen. It was either a great start for, it was a poor start for McKenzie, or a bit of a great start for the man alongside him, who was Ben Jolliffe, as we get them on to Surtees. They're about to go onto the back straight for the first time of asking, and they'll head down towards the bottom of Hawthorns. We'll wait to see any messages coming up here. Race started. No jump starts on our screen, so it was just a poor start for Marley McKenzie. All that work in qualifying, and then you don't make a start in the race. That's quite a difficult one, but he has got past Lewis Mullen as they go in towards Hawthorn.
I think his pace difference from that rest of the group, I mean, if you even go back just to 4th position, there's about a second gap there in terms of 1 lap paces. He's going to get through the group pretty quickly here.
Yeah, he's very lucky there. He almost lost his nose to Mason Johnson, and he's almost lost another place as they come up towards Dingledell. So one of the SBR powered by DKS drilling bikes, that's Luca Hopkins trying to come through as Lakin Payne goes to the front in towards Stirlings, and they'll head back down in towards the bottom of the Grand Prix loop. Ben Jolliffe again with a long look up the inside. Ben Jolliffe, remember, apart from Marley McKenzie and Ryan van Newkirk, the only other person to win a race this year is Ben Jolliffe, and he did that at Donington Park. He's got Mason Johnson alongside him.
On the inside,
Mason Johnson, who we know very well from the BMW Cup racing, but managing to hold that position as they go through the heart of Paddock Bend, and he'd head up towards Druids. McKenzie watch, if we're on Marley McKenzie watch, he's now up to 4th place, so he's got through a bit of that traffic.
Yeah, it looks like he's made quick work. He got a little bit stressed there on the first lap, dropped back a couple more positions, made a couple of mistakes, but I think that overwhelming pace he's got means that he will be able to get through quickly. And to be honest, I think now is just going to be whether, when he makes the overtakes on those 3 in front, if he's going to be able to break away or not. I think if he'd started well from the first lap, my prediction would have been to see him break away. But now with giving them those few laps in front, and he's going to have to make his way through, I don't think he's going to be able to do that anymore, and I think there will be more of a battle there.
We've put you on YouTube camera as well, Finn, so make sure you smile when you're looking at that camera as we watch the race as they make their way through the back of Hawthorns and along the Derek Minter Straight in towards Westfield. It is Lakin Payne who leads the way on 72 from Ben Jolliffe. His teammate Mason Johnson in 3rd place, and then the lurking Marley McKenzie in the Kirkcaldy Kawasaki, number 45, ZX4RR behind Mason Johnson. But it's good to see there's a mixture. Kawasaki, a couple of Yamahas up there. It's not all one manufacturer. And the Dunsley Heat Yamahas, they have got some stickers on them now. If you remember the start of the year, everything was just pure white, and it was very difficult to tell them apart as they make their way in towards the Indy section. Lakin Payne leads the way on 72, and he'll be happy leading the way, but let's see how powerful the slipstream is as they come past our commentary point, making their way across the line. The 2 Dunsley Heat Yamahas swapping position as up the inside goes Mason Johnson, and Marley McKenzie follows through on the inside there of Ben Jolliffe. Jolliffe just cuts the nose off McKenzie, and a lap record for Marley McKenzie, the fastest lap of the race. That was always going to be established in this race. And again, McKenzie poking his nose in an area, but Ben Jolliffe more than happy to lean the bike across the nose of Marley McKenzie, not being intimidated at all.
And that's what he has to do here. Marley McKenzie has topped so many sessions and led so many laps this year that it might be easy for some of the other riders to get a little bit intimidated by that and almost think that he's good enough just to follow him, where really Ben Jolliffe here, he's in the battle for the championship. He needs to not be intimidated by him and think, I can beat him just as much as he can beat me.
Making their way down underneath the Cheshire Mouldings and Manx Iron Clothing Bridge in towards Hawthorns. McKenzie now goes through on Ben Jolliffe. Lovely strong overtake, and he had to do that because Luca Hopkins on the Team SBR powered by DKS Drilling ZX4RR is very much lurking around in the background, and he's the man who chases Marley McKenzie in the championship. As on the inside, lovely stuff. Through goes Mason Johnson to lead, I believe, for the first time in 2026.
Yeah,
Mason Johnson leads.
This is definitely his best ride of the season so far, and he's slowly built. I think we'd paid attention to him a couple of times this season, where he's just slowly got higher and higher up the order and just slowly built on that pace. And it's his first time on this bike. He's dropped down from the BMW class. It seems like he's really found his rhythm here, and leading the race for the first time this year.
Much lighter bike as they come back into our view. Here they come. They all swarm about in the slipstream. across the line. Mackenzie looks up the inside of 1, not 2, surely not 2. Marley Mackenzie passes 2 into Paddock Hill Bend, and he can keep the apex. That was a strong overtake, Finn Smart.
That was very brave and very ambitious, and he made it work, and he made it look so easy.
He did, and that's not an easy place to pass into Paddock Hill Bend. It's undulating on the way, and it's blind as you go in there. You've got to be committed. But Marley Mackenzie leads away from Lake and Payne. The championship leaders got to the front, and Luca Hopkins will be thinking, I was just getting up to the back of him, and now he's disappeared into the race lead. So he knows he's got work to do. Hopkins sits in 4th place. He's the man who is in 2nd place in this championship, and that is really what this is all about as we make our way on towards the back straight. But what's Lake and Payne got? And has Marley Mackenzie got enough in the tank to see him stretch away, or will Lake and Payne hold him back and try and pass into Hawthorn, which it looks like he's going to do on the inside?
It's a very different race today than it has been, I think, almost any round so far this season. There's no splitting of the group. The group's 7-8 bikes long there at the front. There's Marley's not breaking away. He's having it not all his own way. There's people coming past. I think that it's going to be interesting to see here, now Marley's at the front, whether he has that pace to stretch it, whether some people drop off the back of that group, or whether it's going to be a proper group race here with, those 7 bikes and people in that group who, like Ben Jolliffe down in 5th place at the moment, a race winner so far this season, whether people in that group can make it difficult for Marley.
Last time round, Mason Johnson and Marley Mackenzie did the exact same lap time, a 1:37.513, both riders to the nearest 1,000, 1:37.513. That's quite impressive. It's not something you see very often. As they cross the line, it's Mackenzie from Lake and Payne. Payne trying to go around the outside. Up the inside, into 3rd place goes Luca Hopkins. And that's good for his championship because it takes him back up towards the sharp end with Marley Mackenzie. I've got to say, Luca Hopkins looked like he was running out of road going through Paddock Hill Bend there, but he managed to turn that back through the apex. 3 Kawasaki's at the front now. Hopkins almost loses the back. Well, he does, but he does. Does he lose a position there? Very lucky he didn't actually run over his own foot as well. I'm pretty sure your TV director, Richard Coventry, guys, will show you a replay on the big screen around the circuit so you can keep up to date with that one. But that was a very lucky move, Finn.
Very, very lucky. The only thing there is he has now split the group. What we were saying before, whether Marley could get away, I think that's kind of gifted it to them a little bit, to Marley and Laken. As long as they don't pay too much attention to each other, don't throw too many silly overtakes, I think that is going to be the group split, unless Luca Hopkins can put some really fast lap times in here now.
1:37.255 for Marley Mackenzie, a new fastest lap of the race. He's dragging Lake and Payne up with him, and we've not seen a replay of Luca Hopkins yet, but I think it's pretty much in the post as we get the riders down through Dingle Dell and up in towards Sheen Curve. It's Marley Mackenzie, it's Lake and Payne. Watch the replay. Talk us through the 3rd bike, Finn.
So he's just coming out of there. It's really, really unloaded because of the way you've got the gradient, and he's just opened the power there. As he's tapped the throttle, it's just come out a little bit. He's been really lucky to catch it so early, to be honest. If it came in a little bit further around and gripped, that would have been him off into the sunset.
Off into the sunset. Makes it sound so romantic, Alan. Off into the sunset with a big bruise on his hip, no doubt, as they make their way down across the line. Again, the control line. Marley Mackenzie leads into Paddock Hill Bend from Lake and Payne. Luca Hopkins in a fine 3rd for Steve Brogan on the Team SBR, powered by DKS Drilling ZX4RR. And then it's the first of the Dunsley Heat Racing Yamahas, the R7s, and it's Mason Johnson ahead of Ben Jolliffe. Then we've got Kylan Shuttlewood up there as well, I believe. Kylan's very much come into the mix of this one.
Yeah, I think Kylan's having a much better race here than we've seen from him most of the season since that crash at Alton Park. He looked like he's making some moves, and I think, if I'm right, he started a little bit further back there. He was in 7th at the start, so he's making some moves there, and I think he's doing really well to stay with the 2 Dunsley Heat bikes.
I think it's exciting to see that Marley Mackenzie isn't just disappearing into the distance. Lake and Payne has upped the pace and is staying with him now, because they've both gone from mid-37s down to 37.2 and 37.3. This will help in the championship ever so slightly as we come in here. The 13-point championship lead would extend to an 18-point championship lead if it stopped the race right now. But we're only on lap 6 of 10. There's a whole lot more racing still to go.
And Luca Hopkins has closed that gap. Like I said, I didn't know if he was going to be able to do that. I didn't know what sort of pace he'd be able to put in, but he has closed that gap, and it'll be interesting when they come round here to see whether that was a very quick lap time from him, or whether maybe the pace at the front has just dropped a little, with Marley realising he's not going to be able to make that gap and just trying to control it a bit more.
What would you want to do? Would you want to try and pull away at the front, but if you realise you can't, you then have to just take stock?
Yeah,
and
I think the main goal is always to try and get that gap, because it makes your race that much easier. But if you can't pull away the gap, there's no point pushing to your limit every single lap when you know that there's always going to be the person behind you who could just pick your pocket at the end of the race. So it's almost worth just conserving a little bit, controlling the race, making sure you stay in those front 2 positions, and then when it comes to the end, then you can start to pull out the pace with that little bit more left in the gas tank.
Very impressive. Oh, Lewis Mullen goes down. That's Kylan Sherwood. Kylan Sherwood, yeah, sorry. Kylan goes down. That's a great shame. Hiding like Lewis Mullen in the colour schemes there. Yamaha and Kawasaki, slightly different.
And that's a real shame. Like, we were just talking about how well he was going today.
So Kylan Sherwood slides out of a good 5th place, as we see him at the back end goes out. That's a strange looking incident, actually. Normally the front it would go there.
Yeah, it's interesting. We didn't quite catch the front of the start of that crash there. I think just from what you could see, the angle he was coming into the corner, I wonder if maybe he had a false neutral or missed the gear there, and he was just in a bit late, and when the gear finally clicked in, it just sent the rear out of shape.
Certainly sent him spiralling out of the race, unfortunately, and that was a good run for Kylan Shuttlewood. But we've now gone from 3 bikes at the sharp end to a group of 4, because Mason Johnson has got, is that Ben Jolliffe actually? Ben Jolliffe has got himself up towards the back of Luca Hopkins. He's got ahead of his teammate Mason Johnson. Johnson now behind Jolliffe, but 1, 2, 3, 4 at the sharp end. 4 bikes fighting for 3 spots in the podium, Finn.
It's always an interesting one. You never want to be the one in 4th, do you, at the end of the race? But Ben Jolliffe, like I said a lap ago, I didn't know whether the lap time would come down or whether it would drop at the front, but Ben Jolliffe has put a 36.3. It was a second quicker than what the previous fastest lap of the race was to close that gap, and now all of those front 4 are in the 36s. The pace definitely has come up a bit. I wonder if Marley is doing that to try and pull the gap still, or if he doesn't know they're there. He's not had an overtake thrown on him in a little while. It would be interesting now, obviously the 4-man group at that much faster pace, whether they keep it up for the whole of this race here.
Just clicked the YouTube camera onto the back of the circuit to watch the bikes coming out of Graham Hill Bend, but I think you're 100% right. The thing is, has Marley got a little bit extra pace in him for the last lap and a half to see if he can pull away? His championship rival is directly behind him in 2nd place as they make their way along towards the bottom of Hawthorns underneath the bridge. We've got Mr. Hyde's reinventing the commentary box here, reconfiguring the commentary box as we talk mid-race. Mackenzie leads in towards Hawthorns.
I just realised that I slipped into view when I put something in the bin, so I'm just covering myself.
That's quite fine. Mackenzie from Hopkins. The Kirkcaldy Kawasaki leads the team SBR powered by DKS Drilling Kawasaki. Then it's Lakin Payne in 3rd place on his LP41 Racing Kawasaki, and the Dunsley Heat R7 Yamaha off Ben Jolliffe. 4 riders going for 3 steps on the podium. Most sparks out the side of. That's a lot of lean angle that Luca Hopkins is giving us there.
Full commitment. You can't knock that from him there.
I just looked at Finn Smart and he just went, whoa, that's a lot of lean angle that Luca Hopkins. Thing is, he will have felt that, and you actually hear it as well. You know, you feel that through your feet. You hear the scraping noise, and you'll think, well, there's not much left to lean over now.
No, he's at full commitment. He's found the limit through there, and he needs to stay at that limit and not go any further.
Watching them make their way down through Paddock Hill Bend, lap 9 out of 10. It gets a little bit tense towards the end of this one as they make their way up over the crest of Druids and back through the heart of it. Just to let you know, the Superbike pit lane will open at 1:55 is what we're seeing on our sheet here. So don't go too far. After this race, get yourself a quick drink, and then we're into Superbikes. As Marley Mackenzie.
3:55.
I meant that. What did I say?
1.
Well, I meant 3. Sorry. 3. Thanks, mate. Take a time travelling in the commentary box here. More sparks from the team SBR DKS Drilling Kawasaki. Luca Hopkins really having to force the issue here. He's in the slipstream. He pulls out from Marley Mackenzie, levels Marley Mackenzie. Mackenzie's always aggressive on the brakes, and round the outside he goes. That's kind of the trademark Marley Mackenzie move. I'm happy to go around the outside and be brave on the brakes. When you're racing somebody like that, it's a bit of a nightmare though when you do make the pass and you come straight past.
I think it was a bit early there from Luca Hopkins on lap 9 as well. He's shown Marley what he was going to try and do. He's shown Marley where he's quick. I think maybe a slight mistake to do it on lap 9.
Lakin Payne! And a lot of dust and trouble. Lakin Payne got caught out. There was a mistake by Ben Jolliffe, and Lakin Payne had to react to the Ben Jolliffe mistake, and then he goes off track himself into a softer bit of dirt there.
Very lucky to stay on the bike there. I think he'll be happy to settle for 4th now here.
Yeah, with very dirty tyres as he gets towards Stirling's. Well, he'll be happy to settle for 4th that he's still on the bike. Let's see what happens at the sharp end as across the line comes Marley Mackenzie for starting the last lap of the race, with Luca Hopkins very much behind him and trying to make a manoeuvre as they go through the top of Paddock Hill Bend.
Marley looks better on the brakes almost everywhere here, so it's going to have to be a creative move from Luca. He's going to have to set it up early.
I like that.
Try and get up on the inside and try and level him before the corner, because it does look like Marley's just able to outbrake him no matter where.
Just
Luca
release the
throws his
brake.
wheel.
He just release the brakes and rolls over the front of him into the corner. Oh, Hopkins, caught it there. He's now under attack from Ben Jolliffe. This is what Marley McKenzie wants. Through goes Ben Jolliffe into second place as they go into Surtees. This does it give Ben Jolliffe a little bit of a sniff of a win? Can that R7 pick up the slipstream for Marley McKenzie? We've seen these two battle before. Jolliffe was the guy who had the pace in free practice, but it's actually Hopkins that he's going to have to battle into Hawthorns. Hopkins can't go up the inside. Jolliffe, brave as you like, in towards Hawthorns there. Marley McKenzie still with a tiny, would you call that comfortable buffer zone for McKenzie?
It's just enough that he knows there's no dive bomb going to be made into the last corner. It's not enough to settle on your laurels.
But through goes Hopkins on Jolliffe as they come up towards the area where Lake and Payne put a bit of dirt on the track last time through. They go across that. The Port West Race Safe Marshals will have action there if it needs action. In towards Stirling's they come. Maximum lean angle again from Luca Hopkins as he's dragging Sparks through the heart of the corner. He has got ahead of Jolliffe, and it looks like he's held this as McKenzie rides the bumps in towards Clearways and Clark Curve down towards the flag. This has been a good lap from Luca Hopkins. He's going to draft him towards the line, but no, Marley McKenzie takes it on the line. What a last lap that was from Luca Hopkins. Oh, credit where it's due. Stunning stuff. 200ths of a second separating them as they cross the line. The rest of the riders all making their way across in towards Paddock Bend, but it's a win for Marley McKenzie. Second place for Luca Hopkins. Third place for Ben Jolliffe. Lake and Payne comes across the line in fourth place. Lucky to stay on the bike, actually, Finn, as we both discussed. Ahead of Mason Johnson, Freddie Oakley, Luca Wilkinson, Lewis Mullen and Isaac Mark all crossed the line effectively together in one clump or gaggle, call it what you like. It was a bit tight for closer comfort. Jamie Hanks Elliott rounds out the top 10 in 10th place, but Marley McKenzie returns to winning ways in the 1P Mobile National Junior Sportbike Championship, and you know what? Boy, he needed that for his championship.
Big time. That's got him back on track, and even more than just for the championship in terms of points itself, it's got him back on track mentally, I think, after it didn't really get going at all at Snetterton. Had the crash in qualifying, and then both races were a little bit disappointing. It's good to get the monkey off his back, I think, and get sorted.
Let's get you on YouTube. Come across here and give everybody a little bit of a wave. Finn Smart-Whedon, ladies and gentlemen, fabulous bike racer and also great little commentator, help and friend of BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. We have to say that. Let's watch a replay of the last couple of key moments in that race. Well, this was a Ben Jolliffe. Watch Ben Jolliffe lose the back as he comes through the heart of Sheen Curve just there, and Lake and Payne had to react to that. It forced him a little bit wide, and then he just rode off the edge of the track, and I've got to say, how lucky was he to stay on that, Finn Smart-Whedon?
Very, very lucky, but very, very brave. It was an utter commitment there. You could see when Ben Jolliffe had the moment, Lake and Payne obviously had to avoid him, but there was no rolling of the throttle. He was completely committed on the exit there. He was just trying to stay as fast as he could, but just on the outside there, and full commitment from him.
We saw another option of an attempted crash from Luca Hopkins. Luca Hopkins rode incredibly well. There's sparks dragging off underneath the Kawasaki. There's not a lot left when you're dragging sparks around the Grand Prix circuit of Brands Hatch. We'll pause for a quick break here before we hand down to Larry Scoop Carter, and we'll say thank you very much once again to Finn Smart-Whedon, and we'll hand back to Alan Hyde in the studio.
With all the Superbike news and insights, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The Ninja 125 and the Z125 have made a welcome return to the Kawasaki lineup for 2026, meaning there's never been a better time to learn to ride. If you're thinking of starting your biking journey this year, Kawasaki Rider Training Services provides professional training every step of the way. With schools located across the UK, visit learntoridewithkawasaki.co.uk to find your nearest venue and start discovering the benefits two wheels can bring.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
On race weekends, every second counts, and so does the right bike insurance. Carol Nash is one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers, and we're proud to be the exclusive insurance partner of British Superbike. So, whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model or a high-performance superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. Don't miss out. Search Carol Nash.
With all the British Superbike news and insights, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Let's get straight down to Park Fairmay and Larry Carter.
Thanks very much. Yeah, we're just going to head straight off to the podium. The various bits and pieces have been formalised down here. So what we'll do is we'll just drag the riders off. If I can grab a word with 1 or 2 of them, then we'll do that just as we exit the podium. But once again, this is, if you're looking up at the main podium, folks, across there and thinking, well, there's not a lot happening there, because it's happening directly underneath it for, as we said, branding purposes for riders which are in the junior classes. Then that means that obviously there's certain branding that we can't advertise and promote, which is why we have to do the 2 slightly separate and detached podiums here for the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship, as Richard and Holly make their way across here just to chaperone. If anybody's got any special shepherding skills, as we always say here at Brands Hatch, with a couple of lassos, a couple of spare collie dogs or anything like that, if you can make yourself known to the podium team, then it would be very much appreciated to round these riders up as we try and get them sorted. So, yeah, the riders have made their way across here. I think we've got Clifford Weatherall from 1P Mobile, the title sponsors of the National Junior Sport Bike. So let's get the riders up here then for race 9 at round 5 of the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship. And onto the podium for a 5th time this season for Dunsley Heat Racing on the Yamaha, Ben Jolliffe. Hello, Ben. Congratulations, P3. After a bit of a rodeo ride out there. 2nd position then for Steve Brogan Racing by DKS Drilling. And for Yorkshire, Luca Hopkins. Congratulates Ben Jolliffe, but it's back to winning ways for the Chunk, a 6th win of the season, increasing that championship lead for Kirkcaldy Kawasaki. And for Scotland, it is Marley McKenzie. And one of the team award for the Kirkcaldy Kawasaki squad. Up we go onto the podium just at the far end there, and we'll have, like we said, Clifford Weatherall from 1P Mobile making the presentation to Ben Jolliffe. That's 5th podium of the season. A 6th podium, still looking for that 1st win, is Luca Hopkins. I'm sure it'll come before too long. But getting back to winning ways after a disaster last time out, the championship leader and race winner, Marley McKenzie. And the Kirkcaldy Kawasaki squad get the team award as well, as the trophies get held up high. There you go, boys, on live telly. Give it your good side. Get your good side, boys. Put your best face on. Gran and Grandad and Mum and Dad, everybody else are watching as Marley McKenzie celebrates with that. There we go. What are you going to do with the bubbly then, Ben? Are you going to spray it? Or, yeah, you are going to spray, are you? Yeah, well, let me get the hell out of here then. Well,
run away.
Yeah. I've done this cape for too long to know that actually getting soaked in bubbly. There we go. Oh, Jolliffe has managed to do the 100-metre sprint there and get his, as Marley McKenzie soaks the various team members as well. I'll tell you what, you could have a gun or another weapon or something, and it would people wouldn't run as far as if you've got a bottle of Baglietti Prosecco. Marley, just a very quick word there. That was important to get back to winning ways, wasn't it, after what happened at Snet?
Yeah, not the best start to the race. Couple of wheelies off the line, but I sort of a little bit panicked at the start, but then I settled into a rhythm, picked them up one by one, got to the front. I tried to break away, but I wanted to get drop times a little bit lower, but they just didn't happen. But just stay in the lead as much as possible, and then on the last lap just defended for my life and came across the line first. So back to winning ways after a tricky Snetterton, so couldn't be much happier. So thanks to my team, everyone helped me. Yeah.
Just got to do it all over again tomorrow.
Exactly.
Yeah, well done, Marley. Thanks very much. Well, Luca Hopkins and Ben Jolliffe have made their way off, so sadly I don't think we're going to get to snare them. They're already legged it down to the other end of pit lane, so sadly we're not going to get a word with them. But what it does mean is that we can now start the build-up to the first of the Zinn British Superbike Championship races, the first of the feature races, scheduled to go over 20 laps here at the Fast and Furious Brands Hatch circuit. To start the build-up, back to the studio.
Indeed we can, Larry. Thank you very much indeed. Larry's going to make his way down to the grid, and hopefully we'll get a few interviews down there on the grid ahead of our first race for British Superbikes this weekend here at Brands Hatch. Now, I mentioned a little bit earlier that we've got a tribute band appearing in the Kentucky tonight. That timing has moved forward by 30 minutes to 8:30. We've got our tribute band appearing ahead of the screening of the England playoff match for third place in the World Cup in 2026. That's all going on down in the Kentucky this evening. So 8:30, and I said earlier on that it was an ACD tribute band. I'm going to correct myself now. It's actually Foreigner's Journey, who are a classic rock anthems band. So 8:30 tonight over in the Kentucky ahead of the England playoff match against France, which is all happening in the Kentucky this evening. Right, that's our housekeeping. A couple of hellos and we'll cross down to Larry Carter as soon as he is there. This one says, enjoying the sunshine, looking forward to some great racing down here at Brands Hatch. Can you please give a shout out to Josh Corner and the rest of the CTR team, Ian and Terry from Middlesbrough. Thank you guys, thanks for writing in and for making the long journey down from Middlesbrough. Some absolutely fabulous pictures being sent in by Jason, his 22nd year here at BSB Brands Hatch, and some absolutely stunning pictures of Storm Stacey from earlier on today. Thank you very much indeed, Jason. They are spectacular pictures. This one says, afternoon guys, could you give a shout out to Amanda, Daisy, Poppy and Diana Ray, who are listening with me on the YouTube live stream. Thanks from Gary. Great to have you watching in and listening in as well on our official British Superbike Championship YouTube live stream. This one says, can we have a Glenn Irwin podium? Let's have it. That's Owen from Lancashire, big Glenn Irwin fan, writing into BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki. And this one says, I'd like to say good luck to the unstoppable Marley McKenzie and Arnie Carr, both under the watchful eye of ATP Racing. Go team. Best wishes from all at Ollie Sims Racing. One more, it's a birthday. Please can you do a birthday shout out? Happy birthday Mum B from your kids Emily and George. Thank you, Emmy. Thanks for writing in. There we go.
Now, if you just open your phone, I sent you another one because I got one sent to me. You're talking about good pictures getting sent in. An absolute cracker has been sent in. There's a bit of photographer love that goes on out there. That picture is worthy of a retweet if we could retweet it, isn't it? Michael Hallam, photographer, via Tim Keaton, photographer. Michael looks like he's just relaxing there, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. Yes.
Or he's been sniped.
Did you just have some Pepsi?
Yes, I did.
Again? Did you? As if you
Sorry.
did. Thank goodness you've got a switch on your microphone.
I can tell. Sorry. Jordan Bird gave me just a cold can of Pepsi, a little bit of sugar. Just needed, Alan.
And a bit of fizz.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for all your messages coming in and the better music. I like that, Alan.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm liking it. Yeah. That's a step in the right direction.
It's a feature. Yeah.
Well, as I look out from the commentary box window, I can see Larry Scoop Carter talking with James Hales, who is one of our safety car guys this weekend, along with Chris Glendenning. The pit lane opens in 50 seconds. Sorry, that was going to be the longest grid wait ever, wasn't it? I think I'll quickly do the grid, and then that gives Larry the maximum amount of time to get as many of the riders on the grid as he possibly can before he gets frog marched off by the powers that be. So keep that music rolling. I like it. The Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. It's a 20-lap race ahead of us, and on pole, the defending reigning champion, the first man to go around Brands Hatch in under 1 minute 24. He does a 1:23.954, the fastest ever Superbike lap we've seen around this circuit. From Scott Redding in second place on 45 on the Hager PBM Ducati, and Max Cook rounds out the front row of the grid on the AGN Steelstock Bimota. Christian Eden, a really good qualifying on the Senkat Yamaha. He gets on the
second row of the grid. In fourth with Bradley Ray, McCams Yamaha and Leon Haslam Motor Rapido Ducati. Row 3, Glen Irwin, Nitrous Coin, Nitrous Competition Ducati. From the Cheshire Moulding Yamaha of Rory Skinner and the second of the BIM Motors, Joe Talbot. Fourth row of the grid sees Storm Stacey on the Batham's AGN Ducati alongside Eli Michalczyk on the Rocket BMW Motorrad by IWR BMW M1000 RR. Lee Jackson also dragged a good qualifying performance out of the Dow Honda to be in 12th place at the end of the fourth row. The fifth row of the grid has 7 Ryan Vickers, 52 Danny Kent and 22 Jason O'Halloran. Danny Kent on his Yamaha in a Honda UK sandwich on the fifth row of the grid. Then we've got the bad boy Brooksy heading up the sixth row of the grid on 25 alongside Eugene McManus, 15 and 23 on the Whitecliff CDH Honda, Luke Hedger. Row 7, 69 Reese Irwin, the defending Super Sport champion. From 5 Richard Kerr and 89 Fraser Rogers, with row number 8 being Graham Irwin on the MET Phonacab Ducati and 51 on the NP Racing Honda, Braden Elliott. Gives us 23 bikes. There should be 24. No Charlie Spud Nesbitt for the rest of the weekend, Larry. We will see him when he gets back to fitness. And what we'll do now is, after that grid music got us all up and ready to go, we'll look out the commentary box window and prize like a fighter ready to rush out to the corner for the bell. Larry Carter is at pole position.
It is quite understandable that Charlie Atkins is being ruled out because he dinged himself after Snetterton, didn't he? He broke a metacarpal, and that's the bone in your finger. And having broken one of them just recently myself, I can tell you it's a very painful injury. And that's okay when it's just day-to-day life, when you're trying to function. But when you're trying to race a 230 brake horsepower motorcycle, it does bring a different perspective to it. Not helped by him tipping off, I think, on Friday, wasn't it, Dunk? I think he had an off yesterday. Which
tipped off at 30s yesterday.
Aggravated the injury. So, sensible thing for the tag Tracy and Gary, that stands for. They're going to Ducati Power next year. But yeah, the sensible thing for him to, whether it's his own choice or whether he's been ruled medically unfit, I'm not too sure. But either way, we're not going to see Spud Nesbitt. And he'll, of course, want to try and get himself fit for his home round in a month's time down at Thruxton when we visit the fastest circuit in the UK for the Hampshire Speed Bowl over the weekend of, is it the 14th to 16th of
14th to the 16th of Thruxton of August at Thruxton.
Yeah, so it's a month's time, isn't it? So he's got a month to get himself fixed. Whether or not he'll be fit for Alton Park in a couple of weeks' time remains to be seen. Well, the riders are now still starting to make their way onto the grid, and how good does it look at that retro livery of Bradley Ray. It's got a completely different number 28 on the front of it. It's not got the normal graphic. It's not got the normal pink outline. It is a very retro looking number 28 there of Brad Ray in the Cadbury's Boost colours. Obviously it's been branded up with the title sponsors McCams this year, but all intents and purposes it looks, you could be 30 years ago watching Neil Mackenzie and James Whittam just sat down there on the Rob McElnay run Cadbury's Boost Yamahas. Well, the fastest rider ever on two wheels around Brands Hatch sits proudly on pole position with that 1:23.954, and it is Carl Ride. Carl, you've had a couple of hours for everything to sink in, digest. Obviously the
gap now starting to appear at the sharp end. 0.2 of a second across the line a second ago. But now Kyle Reid trying to fight back on that Tribute Boost livery. They've got McCams where the boost would be, but it still just looks good. And it makes me want to go out and buy a chocolate bar on the way home. So that's clearly working in my memory. Down through Dingle Dell. Look at Kyle Reid. If you can see the main screen, you'll see how quick Kyle charges up towards the back of Scott Redding. But Scott managed to make the move earlier on. And I think making that move was quite a clever thing to do. It upset. Start to build up a gap. But these two know each other so well. And I like the mutual rivalry that we have. They both praise each other very, very well because they're doing such a cracking job on track. And they look out for each other. They want to know what each other's up to. But it's Scott Redding who has just raised his game coming into Brands Hatch this weekend. The big question is, who's going to crack first? Will it be anybody? Will either of them show weakness as they make their way down through Graham Hill Bend and from Graham Hill Bend along the next series of Cooper Straight? We'll look a little bit further back into the pack. We heard from Storm Stacey. He said he would like to be a good 10th place if he can, or inside the top 10. Storm Stacey in 15th place. Bradley Ray goes through on the inside of Christian Idden. He had a half look, a little bit of a sniff, and then he went storming through on the inside as he went through Surtees. And there goes Leon Haslam through on the inside as well. From somebody who looked like they were in a little bit of trouble a couple of laps ago, Haslam has regrouped, got ahead of, well, pulled away from Joe Talbot, and now gone past and ahead Christian Idden. Idden tries to follow as they make the way down through Dingle Dell and up and towards Sheen Curve, but 2 places in 1 lap that Christian Idden has dropped. He won't be happy about that one as they make their way in towards Stirlings. Now let's have a look and see a little bit further down. Let's see the top 10. Well, Ryan Vickers is in behind Lee Jackson. We've got Rory Skinner, then Ilya Michalczyk in 12th place. Expected a little bit more from Ilya, but he said to me in an interview, don't worry about my pace at the start, wait to see my pace towards the end. That's where I could come good. That's where I could come good towards the end of the race. My late race pace is pretty good for this, so we will watch with anticipation the movements that Ilya Michalczyk makes towards the end of this race on that lovely BMW Rocket Motorrad BMW Superbike team run by IWR. As we now get we've got Max Cook actually of Kyle Reid. That's a gap. It's 0.4 of a second across the line. We'll keep our eyes on that in real time. And we'll also watch Storm Stacey, who's trying not to trip over the back of the Osho Jason O'Halloran. The Ducati power should kick in on the straight running down towards Hawthorns, as we've just seen Leon Haslam go past Bradley Ray. I'm a big fan of that Tribute livery. I think it's so good. And it is triggering all sorts of chocolate needs in my head. Something we need to look at, Alan. I don't know. 3 times I'm thinking about a boost on the way home at the petrol station as Brad has a look towards the inside of Leon Haslam. The Pocket Rocket has had to fight hard and dig deep this weekend, and he arrives here in the championship 4th at this moment in time. Front end with the bump as he joins the Indy section on the KB998 Rimini Bimota, and he crosses the line. But the gap at the front, it was 0.4 of a second. It's actually half a second now from Max Cook to Kyle Reid. More than anything, Max Cook will just want to get a finish because he's been in this state, in this area, so many times in 2026 where he can see the top 3 or the top 2 guys just in front of him, and something has let go in that Bimota. A part out of their control, an aftermarket part that isn't meant to break after a short amount of time, has unfortunately let him down a couple of times. So this is something that he will just be wanting to get that towards the end. And then we've got Leon Haslam. We have got Bradley Ray, Christian Idden, Joe Talbot in the mix as well. And who's that? Is that Glenn Irwin just behind him? It certainly is. It's Glenn Irwin looking pretty good. Then we have the first of our Hondas, Ryan Vickers. And Vickers has got a bit of work to do, but keeping the hopes of Honda UK very much up and there on the Honda UK Fireblade. But Ryan is searching for something and they just can't find it. And I've got to say, it's not just Ryan. It seems to be all the Hondas at this point. Into Stirlings. Scott Redding, 0.4 of a second was the lead the last time across the line. And I'm looking at that gap back to Kyle Reid and Max Cook. That was half a second. It's not half a second anymore. Max Cook has got the anchors or the claws into the back. Who's that? Is that Joe Talbot? It certainly is. Front row Joe's gone down Sterling, sorry. The Marshall's very much in the mix, picking several pieces of wreck to sell out the way and trying to find the Bimota is the biggest thing up there. But as they crossed the line, yeah, Max Cook took 0.2 of a second out of Kyle Reid, and there's only 0.3 between them now as we look and see Braden Elliott rejoining and Graham Irwin stopping going in towards turn 1. The MET Fonacab Ducati very slow down the main straight, and he manages to pick up speed going down Paddock Hill Bend. But number 19 is Joe Talbot. He has gone down at Stirling's and he is badged as being okay. That's the most important thing. Front row Joe up on his feet. They'll find that bike under several pieces of wreck to sell and they'll patch it back together for Joe tomorrow. Last lap round, Reading a 1:24.6, Kyle Reid 1:24.9, Max Cook 1:24.8. Whether there was a small error from Kyle that we didn't quite see, that's dropped him back a bit from Scott Redding. The gap 0.7 of a second across the line. Redding just relentless with his pace. That 1 minute 24.640. 1 minute 24.6 has been Redding's almost his race pace. It's looked really strong all weekend. It's a figure that keeps popping up, 6.40 or 6.04 with Scott Redding. And that's something that I have noticed quite a few times. If he can keep putting them in, that's going to demoralise the rest of the opposition as we wait for them to come back through and across the line. There goes Scott Redding. And it's another 1:24.6 for Reading. It's a 1:24.7 for Kyle Reid. But Max Cook, unfortunately, drops into the 1:25 bracket. And that cost him. It cost him dearly. As we see Rory Skinner and Lee Jackson dropping down through the Paddock Hill Bend, steep hill of Paddock Hill Bend. And it's just behind them. Who was that? Behind them on track, it was Josh Brooks who was making a move up the inside of Ilya Mikhalczyk going in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Brooksy in 11th place. So let's have a little look at this. We've got Scott Redding, Kyle Reid and Max Cook at the sharp end. We then have Leon Haslam, Bradley Ray, Christian Iden, Glenn Irwin, Ryan Vickers, Lee Jackson and Rory Skinner. That's your top 10 on the road as it sits. We have on lap 8 of 20. We've still got plenty of laps to go in this race. Then we've got Josh Brooks. So Brooksy in 11th place as Mikhalczyk, Storm Stacey, Jason O'Halloran. Danny Kent in 15th place, just not showing the pace that we saw earlier on from Danny Kent. It may come towards the end of the race. McManus, Rogers, Irwin Rees and Graham Irwin in 19th place. Joe Talbot out of the race and Braden Elliott has been in and out of the pit lane. And we saw Luke Hedger retire and Richard Kerr unfortunately tipped off at Druids early on. But this is a very interesting battle that we see with Bradley Ray, who's just scything up the back of the Pocket Rocket. And unfortunately, a clap of the hands for the Honda. The tag Honda of Fraser Rogers stops on Fraser, and that looks like it's out the back of the Grand Prix loop. Exactly where that is, I don't know, but we'll try and find out for you. We'll get a message on screen in any second and let you know exactly where Fraser Rogers has gone. Possibly up beside the Grand Prix, possibly up beside the exit of Sheen Curve for Fraser Rogers. Not what he wants and not what the team need. They've got, Westfield is where he stopped. So I was a corner too late and I tried my best with that one. I do apologise. Lap 9 out of 20, Scott Redding leads and he has a 6/10 of a second lead. So that gap's going up, but it's peaked and it's now coming back down. Kyle Reid is digging deep. Last lap where Kyle Reid was a 24.6, it was a 24.8 for Redding. So is the tide starting to change? Is the momentum coming back towards the nitrous competition Ducati? Only time will tell. One thing's for sure, the Hagar PBM team will give an update to Scott Redding this time as he comes through. And Redding will know that he wants to sit around about that 24.6 if he can, lap time wise. And if you do drop down below that, well, you're guaranteed the man behind you will start eating in towards what you have. As Josh Brooks holds Mikhalczyk and Storm Stacey at bay. Storm did say on the line, if I'm not mistaken, Alan, that he'd like to get inside this top 10. And it's maybe a bit of an ask, but from where he is, anything is possible. 1:24.6, 1:24.5 this time. So, yeah, another quicker lap for Kyle Reid as Scott Redding does a 24.6 once again. Under investigation, that was an unsafe something for Fraser Rogers, but I just lost that on my screen. So we'll try and come back to see what that was. Unsafe action as retiring from race. Wow, so I wonder what Fraser Rogers did wrong there. I hope it wasn't the clap of the hands to the bike. That's something we'll need to look at. But maybe he peeled off the track and I was a little bit dangerous with that one. But that's under investigation by the stewards. Fraser already out of the race. He won't want to pick up a penalty because that's insult to injury now that he's out the race. But if he's done something that deems that, it will be heading his way in the post. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bikes heading in towards Hawthorns, battling it out. Leon Haslam, Christian Idden, Bradley Ray, Glenn Irwin and Ryan Vickers. The upturn in performance that we've seen from Honda through Donington, through Knockhill, through Snetterton, they want that to continue here at Brands Hatch, but there is work in the office needed at Honda UK. And Ryan Vickers, well, he's not shy of work. He will roll up his sleeves and he'll wade in, that's for sure. But Vickers sits in 8th place. He can see a lot of riders ahead of him, and there's a lot of opportunity in points. A little update on Joe Talbot. Yes, he was badged okay, but he will go to the medical centre for a bit of a check-up after putting himself into the Recticel up at Stirling's. The gap at the front, you ask? It stabilises 0.6 of a second. How's that? Because Scott Redding last time did a 24.5 to the 24.6 of Kyle Ryde. A new fastest lap of the race last time round. 124.557 for Scott Redding as Rory Skinner puts Lee Jackson under all sorts of pressure. Got to say that the Honda struggling, and also the Yamaha struggling a little bit in the hands of Rory Skinner around here, and his sister bike, the Cheshire Moulding bike of Danny Kent. They seem to be just a little bit off colour as they make their way along the Cooper Straight in towards Surtees. That is a battle for 10th position, or 9th and 10th position between Rory and Lee Jackson. Rory goes through on the brakes on the run in towards Surtees. Good manoeuvre from Skindoo. He'll be happy with that one. But here comes the Honda power back down towards Hawthorns. But no, Skinner manages to hold that at bay as he almost slides the bike towards the apex of Hawthorns. It's a brave man stuff that. Number 11 now ahead of number 14. We jump back towards Stirling's, and Scott Redding apexes that corner perfectly. It's like a bit of a bowl there. The riders really like to ride it in deep. 0.6 of a second. Can Redding break the spirit of Kyle Ryde? I think it's a hard thing to do. We've seen Kyle around here so many times deliver so many good performances as Redding is up out of the seat across the little bump on the start-finish straight there. A 124.8 and a 124.7. The Redding 24.8 was purely because he'd had to close the throttle on that little bump. But that caught the eye of myself and a very interested party, Oliver Barr, watching up here in the timing, the computer screens as well, watching the timing on the TV, and that caught his attention. And even Alan Hyde almost leapt off his stool 10 yards to my left. Watch the big screen, ladies and gentlemen, as he comes through. Watch Scott Redding here. That goes sideways, and you could see him closing the throttle with his hand, and that alone, that's 0.2 of a second quite easily right there. So Scott Redding's 124.8, giving a little bit of free time to Kyle. But the gap remains the same, 0.6 of a second as they come in towards Hawthorn. But just a little bit of movement from the rear of that Hager PBM Ducati. Now, that was Scott just being, I have to say, a little bit aggressive, possibly on the throttle, with the no traction control through that area of the circuit. Leon Haslam is actually pulling ahead and dragging Christian Idden away as Glenn Irwin's got ahead of Bradley Ray. So Bradley Ray now coming under the cosh of the Honda UK riding number 7, Ryan Vickers. Vickers has come through with this one, as also though Glenn Irwin looking pretty strong here on the second of the Nitrous Competition Yamaha. David Williams down there in the pit lane will be happy with that one, happy seeing what he's seeing, and they'll be happy at the front because that gap at the front is about 0.3 of a second, 0.2 of a second as they cross the line. Redding does a 25.0, Kyle does a 24.6. So have we got a change of tide at the sharp end? I think we have, as Vickers goes through and Bradley Ray. Lovely stuff for Brad Ray. Well, lovely stuff for Ryan Vickers on Brad Ray, I should say. And that will cheer up the Honda camp down there because they haven't had too much to cheer about this weekend. The work continues with Ryan Vickers. The work also continues at the sharp end with Kyle Ryde. Ryde digging in deep here, trying to do everything, keeping Redding honest, keeping Redding under pressure. This will come down to who has the machine and the tyre underneath them towards the end of this 20-lap race. We're on lap 13. The one thing we have noticed all year about this SC1 tyre, that it has great length in it and it can last the distances in races. We saw that at Donington Park when Kyle put the fastest lap in on the second to last lap of a race. And it does look like it holds in there. So maybe Scott Redding's now going for a slightly different tactic, not wanting to put too much stress through the bike and the tyre all the time. Maybe he'll put it back to a much more manageable pace and save a little bit for the end, so he's left with something, because homing up towards the back of them is the 2025 champion, the defending reigning champion, one for the bingo card. Here comes Kyle Ryde as he crossed the line. It was 0.2 of a second, and it now goes down to 0.1 of a second, and this will be on the pit board for Scott Redding. A little bit on his own is Max Cook in third place. We need to salute Max Cook and give him a bit of a high five, because it's been a really, really strong ride. And we'll touch wood and hope that Bimota gets him towards the podium, that's for sure. The KB 998 Rimini with the ZX10 RR engine, the beating heart of it, in a fine third place behind these two Ducatis at the sharp end. Yes, they've had the rev limits reduced on the Ducati, but it's not stopping these two guys at the sharp end, Redding and Ryde, as they make their way onto the Grand Prix loop. Fastest lap of the race is Scott Redding's at 1:24.5. Last time round, Redding did a 24.8 and Kyle Ryde did a 24.7, so they're in that bracket all the way around. They have maybe dropped into a 25 once each with maybe a small error or small mistake, but the consistency is mind-blowing from these guys, riding at this limit all the way through the race, keeping it in the mid-24s, sometimes up to the high 24s, but Redding showing his world class and Kyle Ryde showing the exact same pressure is coming as Redding's out the edge of the exit curb, almost off the end of the exit curb, but using a bit of white line as they go through Stirling's down towards Clearways. Back into our view, into the Indy section, and this will be even closer. Kyle starting to line the Hager PBM Ducati up. Can they see a manoeuvre in towards Paddock Hill Bend? He's along the inside from a long way back, and through goes Kyle Ryde. A lovely manoeuvre on Scott Redding in towards turn one. Well, you might only get one chance. And if that's the chance, Kyle Ryde takes it on Scott Redding. But what it does do, it lets Scott Redding see 5 laps of Kyle Ryde. Does Kyle have something up his sleeve? Has he got a bit more pace still to unlock from that nitrous competition Ducati? Or has he gone too early and he's now going to show Scott Redding everything he can do? What we will see, and what we have seen quite a few times, is Redding pounce back instantly. If he's got anything in that Ducati, he will try and make a manoeuvre. But that was a very strong overtake from Kyle Ryde in towards Paddock Hill Bend on Scott Redding. Through he went on the inside, just levelled him on the brakes, didn't need to fully pass him, and held Scott Redding out just that little bit wider and made the corner more awkward for him. But Redding managed to control that well, and he hasn't dropped too much pace or much of a gap. Nothing's really created out of that, apart from there's been a change of position. Kyle now needs to scamper, because he will have a pretty ready Redding to come after him, that's for sure. Out of Stirling's, Redding a lot neater and tidier than he was the last time. Let's see what the lap times are as he crosses the line, because they go over that transition of the surfaces in towards the Indy loop, and Kyle just looks so good at the sharp end. But here comes Redding as well. He's not letting Kyle get away. A couple of tenths of a second maybe as he crosses the line. Oh, 1/10 of a second. And a 24.9 and a 25.2. So that did upset Scott Redding, that overtake. Took him a little bit wider through Paddock Hill Bend and just cost him a bit of lap time. Can he get back down to his mid 1:24? This is a little bit like a game of chess, and it's also whoever blinks first. We've seen Kyle make his manoeuvre and show his hand. Because they're lapping at such a similar pace, it will be hard for Scott to get back towards him, so he's got to, as Finn Smart-Whedon said, be a little bit creative. Both bikes are very, very similar in speed at the end of the straight, so Redding trying to get in the slipstream as they go heading towards Hawthorne Hill, and that's where they go now, down in towards Hawthorne. But it's not as if he's up against a slow bike ahead of him. Kyle's Ducati looks equally as strong. The lovely factory V4 Panigale R that both these guys are on. One for the Nitrous team and one for the PBM team. And if anything, it does look like Kyle is a bit better through Westfield, down through Dingledale and into the Sheen Curve. And that could be the area of the track which helps protect his lead towards the end of this race. As good as Scott is everywhere else, Kyle through Westfield that time had that bike on rails, and it just went through the corner and drove down the hill to Dingledale. And it's given just a little bit of a gap again. It was almost 0.2 of a second across the line. It looks like the gap's starting to extend now. I'd say that's up to about 0.3 of a second as they cross the line. And it is. It's almost 0.4 of a second. So as we go into lap 17 out of 20, Kyle Ryde starting to stretch it at the sharp end. 1:24.8. Redding now is out of the 24-second bracket. 1:25 flat for Scott Redding, and that is just giving 0.2 of a second of lap time and distance to Kyle Ryde each time. Redding needs to try and get himself back into the
That's exactly what Kyle did, but I felt like we had a fight to put on them last 2 laps. So I hope with the red flag everyone's okay, of course. But yeah, we'll go again tomorrow.
Thanks, Cowboy. Well done. Just waiting for Max Cook to finish off of the TV interview. But that is turning out to be a pretty good day here at Brands Hatch for Saturday, isn't it, for Car Ride, with that fastest ever lap of 23.9 in qualifying to make history, and then taking victory in the opening race to add to his lead, and that's his 9th podium effectively out of the, well, it's his 9th win out of the 13 races, and he's been on the other podium the other 4 races as well, so that is very much the case. And yeah, just reflect what Scott said there. Hope all is okay with Eugene McManus down there at turn 1, and likewise with Joe Talbot, who's taken a little bit of a battering today, hasn't he? He was off in qualifying and now he's just crashed out, but his teammate on the AGN Steel Stock Bimota is here just still waiting for the TV interviews to undergo, and then we can go with that one. Obviously the way it all works down here is we have to be guided by TV. We can only go with the interviews when TV are coming off a commercial break or something. To try and keep his confidence up with but to stop these sort of like little offs.
Yeah, we had a little off, didn't we, in qualifying as well. It's a pity. He actually compliment to Joe because he was running P6 and he had his claws into the back of Leon Haslam's seat unit, so he probably thought I can make another step. But he's in with some very experienced riders now, and they just keep the pace up all through the race. He probably got a bit carried away, and all we can do is hope the bike's not too badly damaged. He's not too badly damaged. I see the screen said they were taking him to the med centre for a look. I haven't seen him yet, so the main thing, he's fitting well. He's a very talented young man, but like a lot of very talented young men, when they get towards the front, they're going to have a few moments.
You get a few scratch fairies, don't you?
You do. You get a few extra invoices, but never mind, Larry.
Well, I'll tell you what, Nigel, you're doing a cracking job on the Bimotos, and it's only a matter of time before that win comes.
You.
Well, there is Max Cook. Just grab a quick word with him. Max, again, a little bit of a distant passenger in that one. You just couldn't quite get on terms with the two Dukes at the front.
Yeah, I gave it everything out there, really. I just tried to push. I did a qualifying lap pretty much every lap until, about lap 10, and then I just had a few moments off throttle, and I was trying to bring this home. I think I overdone my tyres a little bit, but some valuable data for tomorrow, and we'll go over that, and hopefully we'll be there tomorrow. So the bike's obviously riding amazing, but just happy with that result today for 3rd place. So, yeah.
Important podium, Max.
Yeah,
well done.
absolutely.
Thanks for it. Go and see the team. Well, I'm going to I've had a chat with all the various parties there. So what I'm going to do, Al, is I'm going to go up a couple of flights of stairs to the podium. Take me 2 minutes to get there. So with that, I can hand back to you the studio, and I'll give you a shout when we're ready to go with the podium.
Thanks very much indeed, Larry. And time for a couple of your messages while Larry does make his way up the stairs at the back of the podium. From Daniel, I'm here with my wife Sue. We celebrate our 37th wedding anniversary this year. She is the light of my life, as we always say. Me plus Cuddles, Cuddles plus me. Thank you very much indeed to you for writing in. Daniel, Sue, congratulations, and have a great weekend here at Brands Hatch. Thank you for writing in and sharing your story with us here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. Hi all, can you do a shout out to Mark and Debbie, who travelled up from Cornwall yesterday and are staying for the whole weekend. We're both avid fans of BSB and love watching the racing rather than on the TV. Cheers. Deb, Mark, thank you very much indeed for writing in, and thank you for joining us. Yep, there's nothing quite like it in real life, is there? Shout out to Simon and Becca, first time at BSB Brands Hatch. It certainly won't be your last, I guarantee it. In fact, pop a date in October in your diary. I've been to the last 5 of the showdowns here at Brands Hatch for the championship title, and they have been spectacular. This one says, hi, can we have a shout out to our dear friend Sim? First first time to BSB and the butt of all of our jokes. Love from Edwina. Edwina, Sim, great to have you here. And this one says a big shout out to Stanley and Sonny, two best friends who have finished year 6 at primary school and loving the day here today, even though his dad keeps pointing out his Honda every time they go round. From Dan, Sam, Yaz and Tim as well. Hi guys, great to have you here. My gorgeous wife Mary has treated me to BSB for, brands for the 5th year, up from the edge of Dartmoor for our annual pilgrimage to the home of motor racing. Nigel and Mary from Devon, great to have you here. Have we got time for one or two more? We're waiting for Larry in the background. Afternoon gentlemen, great work as always. Shout out to Glor, Jules, Scott, Alex, Dave and Em, watching from the start finish straight, supporting Blaze, Storm, Harry, True Love, Cam Fraser and Harley Preble. Great racing again, and Jewel managing to interview Samai, and Jordan has made her weekend. From Dad Paul.
What a fabulous race that was. We see Kyle finishing off an interview down there. We did see Eugene McManus give us a little bit of a wave down there as he was getting stretched away, and that was really reassuring, and also suffering from a little bit of leg pain but being assessed in the medical centre. But what a tough young lad he is. He's been raised that way. Dad Eugene was a pretty fierce racer himself, but it was good to see him give us that little reassuring wave, Alan, like Evel Knievel used to do all those years ago.
Really, isn't it?
Yes, that's it. That's
yeah.
perfect.
Yeah.
And I do know that Eugene has got a kind of box directly across from us in the commentary box, so that's a little bit of an update. But what a cracking Superbike race that was. Unfortunately, we ended under a red flag, but that's one. We've got another 2 tomorrow.
It's interesting, isn't it? Last year we saw Scott Redding towards the end of the race coming on strong. New tyres this year. I'm not sure that's quite the case this year, and he's said as much to me. But it was at Snetterton a couple of weeks ago, the second race, the shorter race, that Scott Redding was on the top step of the podium. Let's see what happens in our first race tomorrow, shall we? Now Larry Carter is standing by for a podium. Are we ready, Larry?
Well, them shepherds and various collie dogs haven't appeared yet, so we're sadly still lacking a number of riders up here.
Don't worry, I've got a couple more messages.
Just
Larry.
keep rattling them off, Al.
I've got 3 more messages. By the way, it's on WhatsApp 07482 877 877. WhatsApp 07482 877 877. And this is another message from Jason, who earlier on today sent in some absolutely superb pictures of Storm Stacey and flames licking out the back of the back. He said, Mega, thank you for the mention. If you wanted to see more photos, I'm on Shutter Speed on Facebook. I would be honoured for your like and follow as well. Right, I think Larry's ready.
I think we are, yeah. All of a sudden, the mass number of riders arrives on me like the back of the podium. And yes, do make a date for October, because we will be having the championship deciders then and doing the championship presentations as well as the race presentations when we come back here in the 3rd weekend in August. Well, my podium manager has come and he's gone again, so we're not too sure what has happened to Richard there, but the 3 Englishmen, Kyle Ryde, Scott Redding and Max Cook, just all looking at the screen. Of course, it's the first time that they've had a chance to look at a TV screen and everything else. So, yeah, I think we are just about ready to go then with the podium. This in round 13 of the Zinn British Superbike Championship with Pirelli. Let's get them out here then, onto the podium for a 5th time this season for AGN Steel Stock Bimoto. 3rd place to Max Cook. 2nd position then, that goes away of Haga PBM, Ducati and Scott Redding. And taking the race win, a superb 9th victory of the season for Nitrous Coins, Nitrous Competition Ducati, the race winner, Kyle Ryde. And to collect the team award on behalf of the Nitrous Coins Nitrous Competition Ducati squad, it is the personal manager of Kyle Ryde, and that is Tommy Hill. Tommy, the British champion from 2011, and he gets a bigger cheer than anybody. And we'll ask Natalia to make the podium presentation to the 3rd place rider. 7 times on a BSB podium and a career first here at Brands Hatch for Max Cook. 2nd position then, that goes to Scott Redding. 10 times this season, 42 in his career, and a 10th at Brands Hatch for the Cowboy. And taking a victory for a 9th time this year, 33 career wins and a 4th here at Brands Hatch for the championship leader and race winner, Kyle Ryde. Tommy Hill collects the team award on behalf of the Nitrous Coin Nitrous competition squad. So now, ladies and gentlemen, your respect please for the race winners, national anthem. Kyle, 9th time this season he's topped the podium and increases that championship lead as we head into the 2 races tomorrow. Whatever you're doing, make sure that you're with us back here at Brands Hatch for the sprint race, which goes at lunchtime, and then the culmination later on tomorrow afternoon for the second of the 20-lap feature races to see who will be crowned ITS Tools King of Brands to add to that illustrious list. So there we go, a cracking race, sadly ended by a red flag. Hopefully all is okay with the riders. We'll bring you up to speed with any news that we get over the course of the day or the weekend. But for now, Kyle Ryde takes victory ahead of Scott Redding and Max Cook. We'll do it all over again tomorrow. So with that, heading into the Superstock race, back to the studio.
Thanks very much indeed to Larry Carter, and the celebrations continue down there on the podium. All the action live here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship, 88.3 FM here at Brands Hatch. And you can get in touch with us on WhatsApp 07482 877 877, or you can email, if you've got slightly more to say, studio@bsbradio.com. We check the emails in due course and catch up with all of our WhatsApp messages. But we are about to get back into racing. We have 3 races yet to enjoy here at Brands Hatch. A 14-lap race, first of all, for the Pirelli National Superstocks. The time is just gone 16:53, and 16:55 is when we'll get the race underway. The personnel still down there on the grid, and in the commentary box is Duncan.
Thanks. Is there a limit to the WhatsApp characters that people can send in, or is it kind of you can make a WhatsApp character a message as long as you want?
I think you can make it as long as you want. Yeah.
Do people email in as well?
Yes, they do. Okay. Well, hang on. Let me check. I haven't been checking all day today.
He's very busy. He's very busy. He's got an area across there which you wouldn't believe.
I've
it's
been
like
doing
NASA.
technicals as well.
And he's been doing technicals as well, yeah.
Sorry to people.
And he's a catering as well.
Sorry to people on the YouTube stream that when the audio went down. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we've fixed the problem now.
Yes, we'll keep our eyes firmly on that. But I'd just like to say again, we did see Eugene McManus giving us a little wave from the stretcher as he made his way in towards the ambulance. A little bit of leg pain, but a very brave boy getting off that bike. He had to. He had no other option. It's the best thing he could have done, and he did that. There's a bit of work for the Master Mac Hawk Honda team to do up there now, but they'll be happy that the rider is okay more than anything. We're about to go racing again after that fabulous Superbike race. I just popped downstairs to get the timing sheet, bumped into Kyle Ryde, Max Cook and Scott Redding. You know, high fives them all. Well done, guys, well done. Kyle looked delighted, as you would expect. I said, good job, Scott. He goes, yeah, not good enough though, Dunk. And it's amazing how I think a second place is good, but and Scott Redding wants to win, needs to claw back some points in that championship race. And very, very interesting to see the thought process going on there as well. Nice that Larry caught up with Nigel Snook. I really like that. Nigel talking about Joe Talbot. And as Larry says, you know, Larry's been around this long enough. You're going to get some scuffed fairings with a rookie. The thing is, his rookies are always been very, very fast, and they haven't really done an awful lot of crashing. It's not something that Joe Talbot is known for, but Nigel and Darren will just make sure that is all nice and calm. Hopefully they get the bike fixed for Joe and he's okay and good to go for the next race tomorrow.
Answer to your question, Duncan, do people email? Yes, they do.
Well,
We've
that's
had
good.
one email today. Regular listeners, and hi to Jazz and Zoe Charlotte.
Slime,
we'll get to them a little bit later on when we get into the BMWs. But yes, we've had one email today and hundreds of WhatsApp messages.
Yeah,
WhatsApp
WhatsApp does seem to be the thing to get in contact with us, and it's an easy way for people to do it on their phone, Alan, because there's a nice easy phone number, isn't there?
Yeah.
And the phone number is...
Well, you remember it, Duncan, of course.
Yeah, I know the last part of it, yeah.
07482 877 877.
Yeah, there you go. Use that WhatsApp number. Get in touch with us in the studio.
Don't ever write it down,
please. Yeah, because it gives you a chance to see it all the time, exactly. So we're ready for a 14-lap race for the Pirelli National Superstock Championship. Bikes making their way along from the paddock. Obviously, a couple of minutes earlier than anticipated because with the red flag in the Superbikes. But Luke Mossey will be on pole position from David Allingham and Lewis Rollo. That's the front row of the grid. Billy McConnell, Scott Swan and Josh Owens make up row number 2, with Tom Ward, Declan Connell and Matt Truelove on the third row of the grid. Ash Beach has Callum Bay and Simon Reid for company in row 4, and row 5 has Blaze Baker, Cam Dixon and Dan Brooks for company. Cam Dixon had a birthday during the week, so happy birthday, Cam. Hope you had a good time. The 6th row of the grid, the living legend that is John McGuinness, who joined me here in the commentary box yesterday, which was fabulous. Jamie Van Chakliris and Jack Bednarek, JVS, coming back after injury on that Tag Honda alongside the Aprilia of Jack Bednarek. The 7th row of the grid, Ricardo Brink, Jamie Coward and Harrison Crosby. Row number 8 has Max Lofthouse, Sam Cox and Thomas O'Grady. Jeff Van Calster has Paul Cunvin and Lee Healy for company in row number 9. And the 10th row has Caden Wilkinson, Jamie Dexter and Gavin Watts. Row 11 is Charlie White, Tommy Jones and David Williams, with Ramon Hunt and Jake Major Bird on the 12th and final row. 35 bikes taking part in this 14-lap Pirelli National Superstock Championship race. And the championship table sits, well, we've given you a few times already. David Allingham still top of the championship table from Luke Mossey, and then Scott Swan with Matt Truelove and Lewis Rollo the top 5. Lewis Rollo was looking good for a pole position. I've got to say, Scoop, he has got the race head back on him, and it's good to see the man from north of the border returning to the kind of form, Larry Carter, that we expect from Lewis Rollo.
Yeah, and if anything, these are not his conditions, are they, Dunk? We always know that he can ride a motorcycle in any conditions. Bearing in mind that he sat out most of last year with a pretty nasty back injury, but we do know that when the heavens open, riders don't like to be classed as wet weather riders, do they? But there is certain ones in the paddock. Storm Stacey is one, and the other one who got a podium in the British Superbike Championship at Snetterton in the inclement conditions going back a couple of years was a certain Lewis Rollo. So he certainly does know, and he's taken a couple of victories, I seem to recall, in the Superstock class when the weather has been less than favourable. But when it's 24 degrees track ambient temperature and 34 degrees track temperature, for a lad that comes out from just south of Edinburgh, a small small village of Gifford, which is on the outskirts of a town called Haddington, on the effectively just before you get to the Edinburgh bypass up there in Scotland, and that is was the domain of a certain great sidecar racer from north of the border, the 1980 World Sidecar Champion, a certain Jock Taylor.
I like the way you were working round to get to there, Larry. I was getting excited.
Building it up well.
Yeah, build up so well, mate.
John Robert Taylor, if I correct. Again, that one just came from the memory there.
It is, Larry.
Known to everybody as Jock, who was sadly killed at the Finnish Grand Prix at Imatra in 1982 when he was at the peak of his success in my eyes. But yeah, that is the domain of Lewis Rollo. And I also remember, it's a conversation you and I have had many times, is Scott of Haddington. It's a little shop. I don't know whether it's still there or not, Dunk. That can be one of your missions when you...
I think it was a butcher's, was it not?
I'm not too sure what it was, but...
I think our friends will know that.
One of the little missions there was Scott of Haddington was a sponsor of Jock Taylor's for a few years, and I'd just like to know whether or not that shop is there, and if it is still, or whether or not there's a little plaque on the wall saying that was the original sponsors of Jock Taylor and
Lewis Ward, as it was at the time,
the original passenger. Yeah. Well, the riders are now starting to make their way down, and it is Lewis Rollo that's first down here onto the grid. Rollo is the correct pronunciation, not Rollo, as some TV commentators will pronounce it, but it is Lewis Rollo that's down here from north of the border. And he's just about to take the crash helmet off and have a chat to us. Well, Lewis, after the disappointment at Snetterton, I think it's fair to say, looking to try and get back on the podium and continue off well how you started the season on the podium.
Yeah, 2/4 at 2/4 at Knockhill, and then a close podium at Snet. So we've missed the last couple of rounds, so hopefully we can put it back on the box this race, and it gives us a good chance starting front row as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it certainly is the case. Good luck. Thanks Lewis. That is the case there. Here's Luke Mossey that's just rolling down here onto pole position on the Clive and Sue Paget's Milenko Honda, and he's not too sure which is his home circuit, whether it's Brands or whether it's Snetterton. He lives in the town of Royston, which is probably equidistant between them all. Well, here we are, Luke. You're giving yourself the best possible chance to get that first victory of the season, sat here on pole position. Do you think it's going to happen?
I'm not saying anything, Larry, till after. Feeling good. Yeah, just want to get this one out of the way, and you know, we all know what I want to do in this race, so let's see if we can make it happen.
Let you focus, Luke. Thanks for that. Yeah, absolutely. He's got his race face on. There's no two ways about that one. And one rider that always has his race face on is the championship leader, because he's here again. Well, did the double here this time last year, D-Bomb, in your vein chaser, Ilya Mikhalchuk, for the championship, but you don't have him to worry about, but you've got a BMW to your right and a Honda to your left, which are going to cause you some problems.
Yeah, sorry, Larry, I didn't quite catch what you says because I've got my...
So you did the double here last year, so obviously that's a good omen, but there's other riders that you've got to worry about this year instead of Ilya.
Yeah, you know, we had to worry about Luke Mossey last year as well, you know, everyone keeps forgetting that. No, you know what, I'm feeling really confident. We've had some really good momentum behind us now for the last couple of races, you know, we've won 4 out of the last 5, so D-Bomb's looking to make another one.
Okay, D-Bomb's about to grenade it. Well, we're not going to get a chance with the second row of the grid. Billy McConnell doubling up this weekend on his Superstocker with the backing of Chris Fairburn, who he rode a Superbike for last year. We've got Scott Swan, who took a victory up at Knock Hill, and Josh Owens, who's on the comeback trail. He's had a little bit of a fraught start to the season as Danger Scouse, but he'll be back, and I'm pretty sure that he'll be up there challenging as well. We can see Tom Ward, the Spitfire pilot. Great to have him back after breaking his leg at Cadwell Park last year. We've not seen him since then. And we've got another Scotsman there with Deck O'Connell. And then we've got the number 4 of Matty Truelove, who rounds out that third row of the grid. Perm any one of those riders, and probably another half dozen behind them as well, for the potential race victory here in the opening Superstock race here at Brands Hatch this weekend. But the focus is on Luke Mossey. He's looking for that first victory of the season. He's had to play second fiddle to David Alling for the most part, and Scott Swan as well. So he'll be looking to get that Paget's Honda up there and take that first victory. And I think if he can do it, Duncan, it will really just ignite it and get the monkey off his back, and we will see the best of Luke Mossey for the remainder of the season.
I think you're right. I like how he sat there, he had the helmet on, he's focused. A bit of sheer Mossey power never goes amiss. We've seen that for many, many years. He can extract some of the best performances when he needs to, and we saw that from qualifying today. Luke Mossey was in fine form. 0.2 of a second up the road from D-Bomb. I like David's honesty. Sorry, Larry, I couldn't quite hear you there. I had my earplugs in, but David's a cool, calm guy. He goes about his business incredibly well. Just don't give Father Ed the motorhome keys or any car keys for that state of affairs. And then it was good that you caught up with Lewis Rollo. Yep, it's exactly how Rollo, exactly how we'd pronounce the sweetie, actually. I'm still on a chocolate trail here, Alan, after seeing that Cadbury's Boost
You've got
livery.
it on your mind, haven't you?
I have that. I've got a special friend in the commentary box. Special being the very word, actually. We'll put the headset on.
You've got a lot of special friends, you have,
I know.
you?
You know, I've got wavy Davey Houston up here. Hello, Dave Houston. How are you?
Good, Duncan. Nice to be up here.
You don't have much to do right now, do you?
No, unfortunately, my rider Ash Barnes had a bit of a tip-off at the start of qualifying, and unfortunately he's not done anything too serious to himself, but he has bruised himself up a bit, and so he's sitting this one out. I
saw him walking away. The initial walk away was fine, but then the realisation kind of kicks in, and you were down there with Charlotte as well. Great shame the bike looked like it took a bit of a sore one, but yeah, a great shame that Ash isn't making it out there onto the grid, but we do still have one of the Rapid Hondas. Declan Connell goes from the middle of the third row off the grid, and a good couple of rounds for Deco. He, unfortunately, with that slipping clutch that they had at Snetterton, put that behind themselves, and hopefully get a good run in this race here, because this one, Dave, 14 laps round here, it's a fairly long way on a Superstock bike.
It is, but I think they've actually got it down to 12 with the slight delay we've just had. I've had a race control message.
I like that you've had the race control message, and I'll go with that. I'll get it on my screen when it comes up, actually. Larry Carter, where are you when I need you? There we go. But there we go. So a slightly shorter race, but the championship, as David Allingham has an 18-point lead over Luke Mossey, and Scott Swan sits in third place. We went through the championship as well. Mark Truelove and Lewis Rollo solo 5th place. Simon Reed, Josh Owens, Beach, Declan Connell and Ash Barnes, the 2 Rapid Motorsport Honda guys. It's Rapid Honda, isn't it? We can still call it Rapid Honda, yeah. There was an Aprilia thrown in there last year. It used to confuse the life out of me. I didn't know what to call it at one point. I was trying to furiously get in hold of Matt and Claire to find out what we actually called the team. But not be interesting to see how this race unfolds around the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit, one of the true great circuits in the UK, and also the spiritual home for the Zin British Superbike Championship. And we've just had a cracker of a very tense affair for the Superbike race that we've seen on track. And what will the Superstock racers give us? They've had to wait quite a long time today. We last saw the Superstock on track at about 11 o'clock this morning, and it's now, just coming up for 10 past 5 or 5 past 5. So you've had to wait around a long time, Dave. What is the mood in the Rapid camp like down there? What can you tell us?
Well, it's nice and calm on Deco's side of the garage. They've got the bike working really well. I think they actually tried a tiny little tweak for the outlap to see if he liked it, which should maybe give him a tenth or two here and there. But Deco side of the garage, they're very, very calm. Everything's under control, and so it's positive, but under control at the moment.
Take a couple of steps forward, Dave. We'll prove that you are in the commentary box. You love this YouTube streaming stuff, and the camera's up there. There you go.
Oh, it's over there, yeah.
Waving at you love all this YouTube streaming stuff, so that will suit you. But we'll go back to the trackside camera just to prove to everybody that Dave is actually in the commentary box. And let's see how this unfolds. The second row of the grid's just as spicy as the front row of the grid, and so is the third row as well. This will be a classy race for the Superstock. John McGuinness lines up, the living legend himself, gets himself ready to go. And here we go. We get the green flag from the back in a second or two, and Alan Woods will clear the front of the grid. We wait for that green flag. It's waved at the back, and then the red flag moves off from the front. We look for a nice clean start to get everybody away and on their way. The revs go up, the red lights are on, and it's go. It's a good start from middle of the front row. David Allingham launches forward, and he'll take the lead in towards Paddock Hill Bend. That was a perfectly executed start from David Allingham as we make our way down through the heart of Paddock Hill Bend. Everybody coming round the corner well before they come up into Druids. Mossy wants to strike while the iron's hot. He goes up the inside of David Allingham. Through on the inside he goes to take the lead back at Druids, and David Allingham a little sniff down the inside into Graham Hill, but decides not to. Declan Connell gets a thump in the side from one of the Armada Hondas there. We may see a replay of that one, a fairly big thump in the side for Declan. And through goes Tom Ward after that little bit of hip and shoulder down there at Graham Hill Bend. Yeah, there was some robust racing going on, I think we'll call that. Deco, his actual clutch release off the line wasn't brilliant. He sort of lost half a row, and then I think had a good, tough inside line into Druid, so picked a couple of positions back. But it's always good to settle the nerves to just get the elbows out a little bit. Yeah, Declan in 9th place, just ahead of his countryman Callum Bay in 10th place. Callum's had a real upturn in form after speaking to the guys from Olan's. He just didn't have any bike underneath him on Friday. He was cursing away when I spoke to him, but something's definitely working in that side of the garage, or that side of the paddock, for Callum Bay, and good to see him making his way forward. But it is Luke Mossy who leads at the sharp end, and Mossy heads down and towards the Indy section once again. We go through Clearways in towards Clark Curve. Mossy leads from Allingham. Allingham got the initial jump off the line, but Luke Mossy holds it as they cross and head in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Mossy, I've got to say, Allingham looked a little bit racy on the run in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Yeah, he was definitely having a look. And well, I think that was Sam Cox right out by the white line coming over out Clark Curve as well. I've just seen that a minute ago. Don't need that again, Sam Cox.
He's definitely making life exciting on both ends of the grid. The Armada boys are digging in.
We've got one of them slapping into your Declan Connell, and we've got Sam Cox trying to ride down the white line on the main straight. We've just seen Eugene McManus do that. We do not need that again. Alan Hyde's heart would not be able to take that, I can tell you, as we make our way through Surtees onto the Grand Prix loop. A little bit of different varying lines from Luke Mossy and David Allingham. Allingham was a little bit wider, and through he goes, because Mossy just gave away a bit of speed and a bit of time through the apex of the corner. Allingham now leads by the time we get down to the bottom of Hawthorne. And you're correct, Dave, it's a 12-lap race for the Pirelli National Superstock. It was badged as 14, but it comes down to a 12-lap race, and 3 bikes away at the front, 2 BMWs and a Honda. BMWs are looking really strong again this year.
Yeah, they are. The BMW, it's got, both the bikes have strengths and weaknesses. So the BMW, it is very good straight line, especially onto the back straight here. It doesn't wheelie very much, and it's fast straight line. The Honda tends to be a little bit nicer mid-corner. Unfortunately, mid-corner is more difficult to pass.
Yeah.
So with Mossy, especially in qualifying, you saw he could put a lap time together. Getting past the BMWs is going to be tough work for him, though.
That's why he probably wanted to strike pretty quickly on the first lap going in towards Druids, as Allingham puts a 125.126.4, and they have to double check that on the screen there. We've got a Marshall running at the far end of the circuit. I think they're just clearing a bit of debris off the track, so we'll leave that one. It's good. 54 follower at Westfield, rider being assessed actually. So 54 has gone down at Westfield. That's Ramon Hunt on the mywallet.com NW Racing bike. It's been wheeled away, the Honda in the background. And the safety car has been deployed. So up at Westfield, which is in the Grand Prix loop, we now have a safety car deployment for Ricardo Hunt, who has gone down, Ramon Hunt, sorry, who has gone down at the far end of the circuit. Everybody with their hands in the air. Safety car out. Chris Glendenning and James Hale is behind the wheel of, well, not James Hale behind the wheel, thankfully it's Chris Glendenning behind the wheel with James Hale on the radio as the incident officer in that car, and they have been deployed. That looks like it's happened on the way into the corner. I wonder if there's been a little bit of the Sam Coxisms going in there and maybe running out of road, Dave.
Yeah, it's one of those places. Also, if you've had a good run out of Hawthorn, it's a good place to try and move up the inside. So if there's been a bit of a move tried and maybe not worked, who knows? But hopefully they get this sorted fairly quickly, and he's okay.
Yeah, the one thing they do is they manage to get everything dealt with very quickly and very thoroughly. But a 12-lap race, it was badged as a 14-lap race. A couple of laps taken off that as the riders come through. But they have to race to get to the back of the safety car. Oh, no, they don't need to race, but they have to keep a good pace to get to the back of the safety car, because the safety car will have been deployed. It's about to leave the back of the paddock. I can see the lights are on it just now. It will roll down from the back of the paddock and pick them up at the exit of Graham Hill Bend. There goes Chris Glendenning. He goes onto the track, and everybody will then line up behind him. But there's no point going so slow. David Allingham won't get to it, so he has got to race to catch to the back of it, or speed to the back of it, not race to the safety car. That's something completely different. The Larry Carter and Alan Hyde would not want to be involved in that, because once you get there, you've got to be in single file formation. Safety cars, well, if you've never been here before, my good friend Larry Carter and I, huge NASCAR fans, and this is common practice for racing that we watch in America. Basically, the race has been neutralised and everybody must follow the safety car. It will take everybody around at a controlled pace, making it safe for the marshals and medics to do whatever they need to do in the gravel trap up at Westfield, and have already dealt with that. So it should be a fairly short safety car. Watch for the lights on the roof being extinguished. When they go out, that means the safety car will be pulling in. You can see they're still on if you can see the big screens as he comes through and makes his way in towards Stirling's. Once those lights go off, it will be coming in at the end of that lap, and it will peel itself back into the pit entrance. But with the lights being on, it looks like we'll have to go for another lap under safety car. And all this is doing is just dropping a bit of tyre temperature. Not too much tyre temperature, because the ambient's still good enough. The track temperature's okay, Dave.
Yeah, there is beginning to be a quite pleasant, actually, cool breeze out there.
Because it's not Friday wasn't pleasant, was it? No, it's very warm.
Yeah, I mean, luckily I quite like the heat, but the rest of the team seem to be melting.
Yeah, you're built for it.
But yeah, you do have to work the tyre a little bit behind the safety car, so the lads will be purposely running a little bit of speed in places, getting on the brakes, trying to keep the front tyre fairly warm.
That's exactly what we thought. Just ran out of track on the way in there, done a Sam Cox on the way in, and unfortunately Ramon beat himself up a fair bit in the gravel trap, and I think he's maybe caught himself in an area that you don't want to on the bike there.
May have had a slight groin strain.
Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. How incredibly well did he put that? So the safety car is ending. The safety car is now ending. The lights have been taken off the safety car roof, and Chris Glendenning will head onto that Grand Prix loop. He'll still do the full lap, and then he will peel off as he comes back into the pit lane. But some of the riders slowing right down as they make their way through Surtees and head onto the circuit. That's about my pace, Dave, on a track day. You know, that's my limit now. I used to be cool and fast, but not anymore.
As long as you're enjoying the ride, Duncan, that's the important
thing. That's exactly it.
And you get to see the scenery more from there. You see, you get to enjoy the track for longer.
You pick up loads of things. Oh, I never know there was a seam in the tarmac there. The curb's lovely there as well. Yeah. But Glendenning has pulled away. The thing that David Allingham's got to not do, he can't then go too quickly and catch back up the safety car, and he can't pass the safety car. Remember back to Snetterton all those years ago that Tara McKenzie picked up a penalty whilst leaving the edge of leaving the last corner. Yeah, Taz McKenzie fell foul of that. David Allingham doesn't want to do that, so he needs to let Glendenning go. As quick as that BMW safety car is, the Superstock bike is so much faster.
Yeah. Also, you're not really supposed to bunch the group up behind you too much, and if you go early and roll off, that's frowned upon because you've got to keep it rolling. So
we'll not go there.
Here we go, though.
We like Tommy Bridewell. Here goes David Allingham, and Luke Mossey needs to strike now as they come in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Mossey looks up the inside and goes through, and that's exactly what Mossey needed to do, and we expected that to happen. And through goes Luke Mossey on the inside. Allingham straight back through to try and break and go through and inside into Wards. Ooh, and who was that? Was that Billy McConnell? Yeah, very much in disguise this weekend, Billy McConnell. It couldn't be any blacker if it tried, but it certainly is.
Yep, I think him and Josh Owens had a look up the inside at Paddock with him, and they've had a bit of a toing and throwing as well.
Yeah, Billy McConnell, and what we've got Skippy in 5th place at the moment, and doubling up as well, Super Sport and Super Stock. But this is kind of Billy territory, the Super Stock. The years of smoking tyres around Thruxton and harming the ozone layer was great to watch, and we want Billy back doing that. You know, it's great watching with wheels in line, but Billy McConnell, one of the greatest Super Stock racers we've seen in a long time, back in action as he makes his way up behind Scott Swan in towards Westfield on the big M1000RR. So Skippy McConnell is badged as a CNL Fairburn BMW, and that's his old sponsor, his old race team from the Superbike. So they've obviously kept very much in touch. They go back a fair way, they do, Billy and Chris Fairburn. So interesting to see the blackness. So it's all done in a bit of hiding.
It's all stealth.
Yes, very stealth. Very un-Billy McConnell, I have to say, because there's not much stealth about Billy as they come through. And look at the big black line that David Allingham laid down on the M1000RR as they head in towards turn 1. McConnell up the inside. Through he goes to go past Scott Swan. Oh, Tom Ward, wide into the gravel. Does he manage to keep that one? How did he not go off the track there, Dave? That was lucky.
I'll tell you what, that's his supermoto skills, getting a full workout.
Yeah, Ward using every little trick in the book there to keep that one on the terra firma.
Josh Owens had a bit of a look at Billy going down into Graham Hill Bend, but decided not to go for that one. I'll tell you what, the Armada boys are parked next to us in the paddock. I might take them some chamomile tea for before tomorrow's race.
They need to calm down a bit, don't they? With Sam Cox as well. Where is Sam Cox, my co-commentator? 22nd place for Cox in his comeback race. And what did he do yesterday in free practice? Decked it straight away, didn't he? At Westfield, almost to prove to the team, don't worry, I'm still fine. I can bounce now. I'm all repaired. But I don't think that went down too well with the Armada squad. But it is still Luke Mossey leading from David Allingham, and Lewis Rollo still in a nice, safe 3rd place. For how long, though? Because it's Scott Swan back ahead of Billy McConnell, then Josh Owens, Matty Truelove, with Declan Connell in 8th, just with Declan Connell's got Beach, Reed and Bay. 12th place, Callum Bay now, and it's just outside that top 10. But there's who's that that's gone down? Somebody walking away from a bike. Where is that as well? It's Dingledale area. Is that Hawthorne? If it's Hawthorne, it'll be yes, it is. Somebody's gone down at Hawthorne, and hopefully they just run out of brakes going in there. But it's not a place you want to go missing, as David Allingham goes back up the inside to take the lead. Incident at Westfield under investigation is what we're being told. So maybe that was the exit of Westfield we were seeing there before they dropped down Dingledale. But it was a strange camera angle. Very, very strange one, as we have a look to see Allingham back towards the sharp end. And David Allingham, yep, looking pretty good. It was number 14 off at Hawthorne Hill. Number 14 goes down at Hawthorne Hill. That's Max Lofthouse. At least the bike's not hanging in the trees, which we have seen for many a time. Young Max Lofthouse. I think he's the grandson or the nephew. He's the nephew of Mick Lofthouse. So we've already had that from Larry Carter. A lot of fond memories of Mick Lofthouse, who was known as Mint to a lot of his friends. One of his friends making his way along the back straight, that is John McGuinness, and he's in 18th place. Was that smoke in the background? Did I see that?
I think there might have been a bit of leftover vapour from the crash. So.
Vapour, is that what we're calling? Aren't you? You're very tactical today, isn't he? We've had vapour. What else? We've had chamomile tea. Dave Houston very much on it here, but we're already in lap 8 out of 12, and again, David Allingham gets himself to the sharp end. He has been in such great form through the 2026 season. It's impressive to see, Dave.
It is, and what we've noticed in practice and qualifying is you can see the confidence, because he goes out almost the first flying lap of a session. He'll just put a really fast lap time in. Doesn't obviously feel the need to do lap after lap. He's confident that he'll be able to hold it together in a race. So almost he'll put a fast lap in and sandbag a little bit the rest of the session so that people don't get the toe and don't necessarily learn what he's doing.
Yeah, David's a wily fox, wily old campaigner. He's been a superbike racer, super sport racer, good super stock racer as well. He's been there and done it. And that little SMS Nickel Oils team that he's put together, Stephen McShann, who I get to call Seamus just because we have a thing, it's a funny thing, but that little team that he's put together with all the key people around him, it's taken time to build it. And you know this from Rapid Honda. You've got to have the right people in the right job, and it takes time.
It does, yeah. And there's a lot of great people in the paddock, and it's just find the right ones. And of course, they've all got to work together as a team as well, and everybody's got to get on. And the joys of him basically building a team for one rider for himself is he can pick the people he knows he'll get on with.
Yeah, I remember seeing Claire Armstrong making you guys do aerobic workouts and running the circuit. You're a big part of that as well, though, but team spirit was strong.
Yes. Oh, yeah. We do team runs, and we haven't done the yoga sessions in a while because I think nobody needed to see me in shorts doing that.
Well, it was Rob that I used to find hilarious in your team. Oh, that's Jamie Van Sicklerhouse, Jamie Van Sicklerhouse, sorry. JVS has retired from the race. Great shame for him off the Tag Honda. He's still on it, but the Tag Honda looks like it's stopped, so not a great day for Tag. They had the Superbike stop, and Charlie Nesbitt's not taking part, and JVS is out of the race. Crossing the line, these two streaking away at the sharp end. A tenth of a second is still a tenth of a second gap between Allingham and Mossy, but there's 1.3 seconds back to Lewis Rollo. Lewis Rollo has 8 tenths of a second over Scott Swan. JVS has entered the pit lane, so that's a retirement for the Tag Honda. He did make it back. It did look like it was a Cooper Straight where he was starting to have some sort of issue, Dave.
Yes, and it's interesting as well, having a look at some of the lap times coming on behind. Josh Owens has definitely not given up on having a go at Scott Swan, so his lap time, his last lap was actually his personal fastest at a 26.5, and even behind that, everybody's lap times are within a tenth, so there's definitely some more racing to be done yet.
Yeah, PB for Josh Owens, danger scouse last time round. He's not going to give up, that's for sure. Josh Owens will be see a bike in front, catch it, pass it, move on to the next one. And we can catch these guys up as they make their way through Hawthorns. Scott Swan, well, he didn't have anything at the start of the season, put together a very late deal with a bit of help from Rosewood Bespoke Joinery, badged as Scott Swan Racing, and he's under the cosh from the South Holland Honda of Josh Owens, run by JR Performance. Big Joe Richardson, who, very likeable guy in the paddock, wears shorts no matter what the weather. No matter what the weather, Joe likes his shorts, and he'll be willing on Josh Owens to try and get ahead of the Honda of Scott Swan ahead, because they've both managed to get ahead of Billy McConnell. And great as Billy is to be back on the stop bike, it will take time to get some sort of setting dialed in. It won't just be a case of plug and play. They'll have to make that work, and they'll work away to find the perfect setting as Owens comes up the inside of Swan, and it's a lovely manoeuvre. Just levels him on the brakes, through he goes. It doesn't need to make the pass 100%. Great stuff from Josh Owens.
Yeah, it's been interesting watching the lap times and looking at the data after the sessions during practice, because Scott Swan is always good through the speed traps here, and all the speed traps apart from the start finisher in braking areas. Yeah. So we know Scott's going to be strong on the brakes, so I'll be interested to see if he has a dig back maybe at Josh down the back straight.
Declan's gone down. Deco's gone down.
Druids.
Bike's in the middle of the track as well. Declan trying to warn everybody, don't hit my Honda, please, leave my Honda alone.
No, we don't need any more scratches to fix.
No, and when you've got a bike lying outside in the middle of the track, it depends what fluid's coming out of. And yeah, we've got a red flag.
Red
flag. That had to happen. 2 laps to go, that will be a result. Declan Connell, well, thankfully the bike doesn't have too much damage, but unfortunately lying in the middle of the track, the Rapid Honda will need to be saved. Let's see a replay of this. What does Deco do? He's in the middle of his shot, just taps on the back, and up he goes. Oh dear, one of those gnarly high sides, actually, I've got to say.
Oh yeah.
It took a bite of him as well there, Davey. The bike took a bite of him, so the bike's not happy it's crashed. And had a wee go at him as well.
It did, yeah, and quite rightly so. Yeah, it saves us having to have a go at him. But
quite rightly so. We'll let Matt Bainbridge, Claire Armstrong and Tony have a bit of a go, and his dad will as well. But he doesn't need to. He was still in a good position. One of these things, 7th place. Unfortunately, Declan Connell crashes out and brings the red flag out. He's perfectly fine. He's up on his feet walking away, but the bike was left in the middle of the track at the exit of Druid. So it's David Allingham, number 11, who wins from number 12, Luke Mossy, and 88 Lewis Rollo. Bit of redemption there, Larry Carter. Lewis Rollo getting onto the podium, which is good. Something that we thought we were going to have at Snetterton. Scott Swan in 4th place, Josh Owens, Billy McConnell, Matt Truelove, Ash Beach, Simon Reed and Tom Ward home in 10th place, with Callum Bay a good strong 11th ahead of Dan Brooks. We've got Cam Dixon, Blaze Baker, Ricardo Brink, Jack Bednarek, John McGuinness in 17th place, Jamie Coward, Sam Cox and Thomas O'Grady in 20th. But the guys who are going to catch up with Larry Carter, well, that'll be 11 David Allingham, 12 Luke Mossey and 88 Lewis Rollo. Dave Houston, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box.
Pleasure as ever.
Let's hope that Ash Barnes makes a recovery and gets back on track soon. Will we have a commercial break, Alan, or do we go straight down to Larry?
I don't know.
Oh dear.
No, commercial break, boys. I'm making my way down there.
Quick commercial break.
That's all I need.
With all the news, views and interviews, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as an official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. Alongside offering a full suite of R&G products, R&G's official technical centre is the one-stop shop for essential race products such as Easy Grip, Renthal sprockets, DID chains, Motul fluids, Alpine Stars protection and so much more. Located in the paddock at every round, visit the R&G Technical Centre today for the latest essentials at the best prices.
Whether it's weekend tours or continent exploring, adventure comes for free with Kawasaki this summer. Purchase a 2025 model year Versys 650 or Versys 1100 and you can receive a free touring kit upgrade that includes a set of panniers and inner bags, tank pad and handguards. Plus, the machines are available on low-rate finance through Kawasaki K Options. Visit your local Kawasaki dealer to find out more.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship. Live on FM radio, online at BritishSuperbike.com, and streamed live on YouTube with TSL live timing.
Thanks to Carol, who says Scott's of Haddington is still trading and it's an auto electrical shop. We can rely on our listeners, can't we, Larry Carter?
The mine of information. Who needs Wikipedia or Google?
Certainly wasn't a butcher's anyway that I thought, was it?
Yeah, it could. Depends what sort of accessories they sell, though. But we'll grab a word with a couple of the riders now. David Allingham just down there as well. Luke Mossey just having a chat to his dad John. Well, Luke, it just wasn't to be, was it? You know, red flag and safety cars and everything else. Just couldn't have much more thrown at you for that one.
Well, I don't know what I've done in a past life, but it's they're throwing everything at me at the moment. Nothing just seeming to go our way. You know, we're doing everything right, and you know, safety cars annoying at the start of the race, and then red flag with 1 lap to go. You know, honestly, I hope that the rider that's crashed is okay. And but yeah, it's just so frustrating. I felt really comfortable, and I really thought the win was happening today. But another go at it tomorrow. We'll regroup. You know, the bike's fantastic as always, and yeah, we'll have another go tomorrow.
That's the best thing about it, is it's a double header, so you've got another go. So there is David Allingham just having a chat with Mark, the original dog, Mark Davis. As well, D-Bomb, that's another win, mate. That's what 5 out of 6 now. So you'll take them however they come.
Me, I will take them whatever way they come. You know, I know obviously he looked a little bit disappointed, you know, and because the red flag came out. But you know, at the end of the day, Larry, I had a game plan as well. You know, I was sitting ticking off my laps, and coming under the last 3 laps, I was going to push on. So, you know, I had a game plan too.
Yeah, good lad, thanks. Well, there is Lewis Rollo, as he's just finishing off the TV interview there. Don't forget, we've got 2 races still to go, folks, before we shut up shop today. We have a 6:30 curfew, so we've got to get these 2 BMW races in, and I'm pretty sure they'll do that. These are the 2 heat races, effectively, whereby the grids are set for tomorrow for the main event. And those riders that don't qualify, they go into the last chance repechage, the last chance qualifier, which is scheduled for tomorrow morning. So quite a lot of BMW action over the next few sessions on track. 2 tonight, and then, of course, the first race tomorrow will be for the repechage. Then we go with the main event just after lunch, so quite a lot of stuff to do for the BMWs. And then don't forget that at the end of this, providing we've got time to do it with the curfew, then we've got the ball draw for the grid. So there is Lewis Rollo. Lewis, congratulations. That makes up for a little bit of disappointment for the past couple of rounds, so you're on the podium again.
Yeah, we're back on the box, so buzzing with that. Obviously, I couldn't quite hold on to them there. The safety car, I think that maybe played into their hands a wee bit. Just after it took me a couple laps to get going, but we did keep that gap quite equal the rest of the race. So we'll go back, have a look tonight, and hopefully get a bit closer tomorrow.
And the big question is, of course, if it was a fuel issue at Stettin, you weren't going to tell me, is we didn't go full distance there, mate.
Yeah, but we're all right. We'll not make that mistake again.
I thought you would, mate. Well done. Thanks, Lewis. Well, there you go. That is the Superstock podiums, the interviews done. Luke Mossey just finishing off his, and then David Allingham will have a chat with Shane Byrne. It'll take a few minutes yet. We won't get down to the grid. It is a quick start procedure, which means that only one team personnel is allowed on the grid. But this podium might just encroach into the start of the BMW race, given that we are just running a little bit behind schedule. So we'll just have to play that one by ear.
So
I'm going to...
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just going to head up to the podium, Al.
Okay.
So if you wanted to take it for the next couple of minutes.
Well, I certainly will. And just coming back to the email that we've received today from Jazz and Zoe Charlotte, because it relates to this final race of the day, the BMW race. Here's a piece of info. Jazz has worked out how many times Nicky Coates has been in the ball draw and how many times he's been drawn on row 2. Nicky has been in the ball draw 23 times since the series began, and in those 23 draws, poor old Nicky has been drawn to start on the second road 14 times. They are absolutely brilliant at giving us stats here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. Jazz and Zoe Charlotte, thank you very much indeed. That's on email. Everything else has been on WhatsApp today, 07482 877 877. A huge shout out to the commentary team from Jeremy and Sally. First time at Brands Hatch together and loving it. Tucked up at Druids. Thank you very much indeed, guys. Great to have you here, and good afternoon. Can I get a shout out to Nathan for bringing me to BSB for 10 years, and that comes from Oliver. And as the bikes go off on their installation lap, can I get a shout out to Peter and his friend Scrumpy Jack. Thank you very much indeed. And this one says...
Is that a cider?
Yes. And this one says Max Security is listening in wishing XMT Racing all the best for the weekend. Max Security, thank you very much indeed. And we do need your first names, really, so we can personalise it rather than company names or surnames. So just your first name and your message on WhatsApp to 07482 877 877. And this one finally says, please can you wish Graham a happy 65th birthday from Oscar. Thank you. We certainly can, Michaela. Thank you very much indeed for writing in on WhatsApp 07482 877 877. I wonder if that takes us neatly into a podium presentation with Larry.
Oh, could be. I've got somebody on Instagram and on YouTube saying, nice job, Mr. Rollo. That's from Jazz21 Scott. So there you go. That's my last message.
I looked at reading out a message from the chat.
Yeah, you've got to be careful.
You would say the chat room.
The chat room.
Well, no, the message was absolutely fine. When I got to the username, I had a problem.
Yeah, I have to edit some usernames. I get a row from Alan for calling it the chat room. I don't know why. I don't think chat rooms still exist, but yeah, somebody
I'm not sure
chat
they
room.
do.
Yeah, I think they got shut down for a very good reason. But
yes,
let's swiftly move on for that. Thanks for getting in touch, everybody, and let's hand down to the powerhouse that is Larry Scoop Carter.
Let's get this podium rattled off because the BMWs will be underway by the time we do that here. So this is race 6 at round 5 of the Pirelli National Superstock Championship. And onto the podium for a second time this season for Motorrad Central Edinburgh on the MRV BMW, it's Lewis Rollo. Yoo-hoo! Plenty of cheers for him. Second position then for Paget's Milenko Honda, it's Luke Mossey. And taking a 5th win of the season, increasing his championship leads for SMS Nicolaus BMW. Northern Ireland, D-Bomb, David Allingham. And you're going to collect the team award on behalf of the David Allingham Sean McShane, Nicolaus BMW squad, and Natalia Mill, the representative from Zin, will make the podium presentation to Lewis Rollo. Third position for him. His second podium of the season to go to Alton Park. Second then goes to the Mossman, Luke Mossy, as he goes for Patrick's Milenko Honda. The BMWs are away, but taking a victory for SMS Nicolaus BMW is David Allingham. The SMS Nicolaus squad gets the team award. Thanks to Natalia Mill for making the podium presentation. Without further ado, let's hand back to the commentary box to Duncan Vincent.
Leaders making their way into Druids, and it's Nicky Coates. Thank you very much for that, Larry Carter. Bobby Very tucked up behind him in second place as they come down and in through Graham Hill Bend. It's a whole line of bikes as well. And we've also got Bjorn Estimate making a wild card appearance this weekend, Larry. I think you knew that because you saw it in the programme. But fabulous to have Bjorky Estimate back doing what he does best, racing bikes. He's been away touring the world with Brad Binder for quite a few years, being Brad's helper in the MotoGP side of the KTM factory garage. But he's back here in a weekend off. And what else would you do? Well, race a motorbike because you can. Bobby Very goes to the front and no jump starts pops up on our screen, which we like to see. And Bobby on that number 88 bike ahead of Nicky Coates. Some of the big championship hitters are actually all in this race when you look at it. Bobby Very, Nicky Coates, Josh Corner. You know, Josh Corner was leading the championship when we got to Snetterton until we got to turn 4, I think it was, unfortunately, and he folded the front, and that was that in the main event. Didn't score any points in that and dropped himself down to 4th place in the championship, so a bit of work for him to do to get the comeback, but he's right on the tail of Nicky Coates. And remember, last year Josh Corner came into the second visit to Brands Hatch right at the end of the year, still with a chance of winning the actual championship. Today, the rocket off BMW F900R Cup in towards turn 1. Corner goes up the inside of Coates. And Nicky Coates also told me yesterday, I don't know if you heard the post-qualifying interview, Larry, quite telling, I've got my old baby back. And he patted the bike. So that's Nicky Coates' bike back underneath him. So they've obviously somehow managed to dial some of the power that it had out of it. Not that it was overpowered by much, but it did go out with the parameters that you're allowed for this championship. So that was quite a telling thing that Nicky came and said on air, and it didn't go unnoticed by me. I didn't react to it, I just smiled, and he was happy. It was a good 5-star performance in Nicky's eyes to get the overall pole position, but he knows there's bigger things at stake than just getting pole position. He was looking to see who was going to be racing. I think he would like to be racing the guys he's with, Josh Corner and Bobby Very. Reason being, those guys are in the championship. Barry Burrell finds himself at 5th in the championship because he missed the round at Knockhill. He is he's only 19 points adrift actually. When you look at it, he's not that many points away. It's quite hard to believe that Barry Burrell's not too far away in the championship race, and he missed a complete round at Donington Park. He arrived at Knockhill for his first round. And that's something that we need to keep our eye on as well as it unfolds. But Burrell goes in heat number 2. He's got some hot guys to race against as well. And Bjorn Estimate is going to be somebody that's going to take a lot of holding on to as Bobby Very comes in towards Clearways. Ahead of Josh Corner, the yellow mounted leathers of Bobby Very with number 97 chasing him from Chasing the Racing. And then it's the LDC by From the Pits Racing, BMW of Nicky Coates. Coates cannot get through on the inside anywhere, and he has been trying to get through in a lot of braking zones for Josh Corner, but Corner just seems to ride it in there on the brakes and is more than happy to let the brakes off and go past. We then have got Jack Tynan involved in this as well. Now, I'm looking at the screen here because I'm seeing something amiss with the transponder. Has Josh Corner maybe got a transponder that's not working, Alan? If you could look at your timing screens as well, that would just help me out. Now, what have I lost there as we watch them coming through? That is number 92, a little bit further down the pack. That is Jim Lee. But Josh Corner still tucked in behind Nicky Coates. Yeah, now he gets reinstated on the TSL timing screen, brought to you by Omoligato and 1P Mobile. So Josh Corner maybe has a slow transponder that's not picking up, and they're having to manually
maybe they're
move.
Doing it manually.
Yeah, manually move him, because I had a friend thought he'd maybe gone missing from the last time I saw him going past me to where I saw the timing screen updating, which was only about 2 seconds. But Corner still very much in the mix. It's Bobby Very, Josh Corner and Nicky Coates. Jack Tynan, James Ellison, Kenny McLeod in a good 6th place ahead of Dale Thomas with having a real good upturn in speed, and he's ahead of James Dutton as well. A bit of overtaking further down, and that looks like it's those two that I was just speaking about. Then it's Rhys Coates and Alex Seath in 10th place. on bike number James Heath in 10th place on bike number 8. As the leaders come down and cross the line, the time approaching 20 to 6. We should get both of these races in and the ball draw. It shouldn't be much of a problem. These heats, only 8 lap heats that the BMWs get. And as we look back to see James Ellison, who's now ahead of Jack Tynan, Ellison makes his manoeuvre, and the biggest problem from James Ellison's side of the camp was basically how did he get home from Snetterton. That really hasn't been unfolded or put on social media yet, but there was a problem with the van, and Ellison was looking for some help to get him back home.
Cost him 600 quid.
Oh, wow. Okay, and I'm surprised there's not been a GoFundMe page for that, to be honest, Larry. That's a hefty hit in the pocket,
Well,
isn't it?
An afterthought I gave it. Who in the paddock is a specialist national recovery agent who sponsors one of the Triumph team in Supersport? So Dougie McAdam.
Dougie McAdam as well.
We should have gone and had a word with him, shouldn't
Dougie
we?
and Margaret, exactly. They'd be more than happy to help out there, I would imagine. I never thought of that. Good point. Well made, Mr. Carter. But that's £600 later, and the issue has been now. But that's something that we'll keep for future use. And yeah, that could have helped James Ellison, but he's now ahead of Jack Tynan. And Jack Tynan has a bit of heat coming from Dale Thomas behind him. And then there's a gap back to Kenny McLeod. Kenny McLeod should be in the mix as well. Dutton, Coates and Seath. Simon Bastable in 11th place with Liam Vella and Lee Devonport. Jim Lee in 14th. Jordan Ashington 15th. Alex Pearson 16th. As we make our way looking further back down. But this is a big battle that we're seeing coming past us. The 3 bigs at the sharp end, 3 of the big hitters. And then an equally tight battle as well as Jack Tynan now just ahead of Kenny McLeod. McLeod looking pretty menacing on this one as Josh Corner gets reinstated. Vary, Coates, Corner, Ellison, Thomas, Tynan, McLeod, Dutton, Coates and Seath. Your top 10 as we're into lap 5 out of 8. The leaders make their way out of Graham Hill Bend and head along the Cooper Straight. And then the big battle behind that, led by James Ellison. Ellison on 77. Has then got Dale Thomas, and Jack Tynan then slides back through on Dale Thomas, but costs himself a bit of speed on the exit of the corner there. Yes, he does. He goes in hot and fast in, slow out. That's the old Stirling Moss way of looking at things. You want to be controlled in on the way into the corner. You get a good exit, but at the far end, got to say, very, very brave manoeuvre going through Hawthorns there. Just leaning on each other as they make their way through. It was Dale Thomas on 93 who did not want to be passed. A man from Caerphilly on the DT Racing F900R Cup bike leans on Jack Tynan, and Tynan has to give second best, but Tynan's given a bit too much up because here comes Kenny McLeod on the number 34 True Heroes Racing F900R Cup bike. The man who's badged as being from Stornoway, does his day job in Lossiemouth and does travel down from Lossiemouth. But you don't want to travel from Stornoway for every single event, that's for sure. Does bring a little bit of black pudding with them now and again. If you've never had Stornoway black pudding, it's some of the best in the world. You can't get any better, Alan, I'd have to say. If you don't like black pudding, well,
I don't know.
No, I can't help you there then. I wonder what's wrong with you. That's the problem. That's maybe what's wrong with you, actually. You don't like black pudding. 2/3 distance complete. Number 97 has no working transponder. That message has been on screen for quite some time, and it was glaringly obvious to me earlier on when we saw Josh Corner jumping around the place. But the big hitters, Very in towards Graham Hill Bend. Bobby Very under pressure now. The man with the red rose on his back. There's 2 roses in England. There's white and red. I'll let Larry Carter fill us in on what those areas of the UK are. But if I'm not mistaken, Carl Fogarty used to race under that red rose, and he was Blackburn, Lancashire, if I'm correct. I'm waiting on Larry opening his mic and helping me here because I've got myself into a cul-de-sac I can't get out of. Unless you can. White rose and the red rose.
Silence.
Okay, thanks.
I was just letting you hang yourself there.
Jeez, oh mate.
There only is, when it comes to the Battle of the Roses, there only is one, and I'm pretty sure they'll make a lot of enemies with this. It is the White Rose of Yorkshire and the Red Rose of Lancashire.
Okay. I'll take your word for that. I've got no idea what that means, but the White Rose of Yorkshire and the Red Rose of Lancashire proudly displayed on the back of Bobby Very's leathers, the Red Rose of Lancashire. It used to be in the front of Carl Fogarty's helmets for many, many a year. As we watch them coming in towards the last corner. I'm expecting the WhatsApp to extreme just blow up any second now because of that comment from Larry Carter. As they come down towards the line, the control line, they cross it. Lap 7 out of 8 is what we start. And Nicky Coates backed off early, and Nicky Coates sat up there. Looks like he could have made a manoeuvre on Bobby Very, who's using all the track and bouncing his way up the exit curb like a bit of a warrior there, managing to keep himself under control. But you're guaranteed Heat 2 will be watching Heat 1 and seeing exactly what goes on. What Nicky Coates wants to do is he wants to beat Bobby Very and wants to take maximum heat points, which is half of the main event points. If you win a heat, you get 12 points if you win a heat. I had to think for a minute. I thought it was 12 points, and I saw 11. You get 12 points if you win a heat, and if you win the main event, you get 25 points. So it's effectively half points. But Nicky Coates, who is putting Bobby Very under pressure, inside line into Hawthorne, that was just a dress rehearsal. Nicky doesn't want to show his hand here, Alan. He's doing a very cautious bit of good second place, monitoring the race leader, Bobby Very. He could have made a pass there, but he decided, you know what, if I show him, he'll come back at me straight away. Onto the last lap. The fastest lap of the race, still held by Nicky Coates, as they come through Sheen Curve and in towards Stirling's. We've seen a lot of action. Joe Talbot slipped off the Superbike in that area. And this is it, ladies and gentlemen. We look across towards Clearways. You'll see the two bikes who have pulled away from Josh Corner, Bobby Very and Nicky Coates, coming into our view. And then after that, well, there's one lap left. And let's see who takes this one as a drag race towards the line. Is this a dress rehearsal for Nicky Coates? He pulls out from the slipstream. Well, no. He couldn't pass on the run in towards the line. That's quite telling, actually. It's like a little bit of a dress rehearsal. He had to pull back in to that second place again. Bobby Very leaves absolutely nothing on the table, and will have a big push on this, the last lap, as they come through Druids. From Druids, downhill, in towards Graham Hill Bend. The tight, almost 90-degree flat corner, very tricky corner that you go through Graham Hill Bend, then along the Cooper Straight before you head to Surtees and onto the Grand Prix Loop. It's Nicky Coates looking at 12 points ahead of him, 11 points for where he sits. Does 1 point make a difference? Yeah. You can ask Tommy Bridewell, Glenn Irwin, Kyle Wright. Of course it makes a difference. Half points is what we come down to 1 year for the Superbikes. As we come in towards... Oh, yeah. Remember that?
Yes.
Yeah. In towards Hawthorne. Very holding Nicky Coates at bay, being a bit defensive but also being fast. Nicky didn't want to go through into Westfield, because if you do overtake into Westfield, you leave yourself quite open for the second part of that Dingledale and Sheen Curve. This is a good ride from Bobby Very, and he has been stalked all the way by Nicky Coates, the man from Newton Abbey, across there on the other side of the water. LDC BMW by Frimley Pitch Racing is right in the mix. He's going to have a look up the inside in towards Clearways. Here comes Nicky Coates for the last time of asking up the inside, but Very lays the bike across the nose. Very wants maximum heat points, as does Nicky Coates. Will that cost Coates, or can he run him towards the line? Bobby Very wins heat number 1. Good stuff. He holds Nicky Coates at bay. Nicky Coates threw everything at that. Josh Corner comes across the line in third, and then there's a charge across the line. Is that Dale Thomas? Does Dale Thomas? No, James Ellison, Dale Thomas, Kenny McLeod in 5th place. Kenny McLeod in 6th place once the computer corrects itself, because it puts Josh Corner back in his position. Brilliant stuff across the line from all those guys. Jack Tyne in 7th. He'll be happy with that result. And in 8th place, we've got James Dutton across the line on bike 4, then Rhys Coates and Liam Vella rounding out the top 10. But that was an interesting race. That was Bobby Very, personal best lap time, last lap of the race, with the red rose proudly displayed on his leathers, Larry Carter. Bobby Very, I'm going to say at his best. Peak Bobby Very, fabulous stuff. He'll be happy with that one. Very Coates and Corner. We've run through the top 10, but the top 3 who go into the ball draw are 88, 65 and 97. Behind Liam Bella, Simon Bastable, and we have got Simon Bastable. A good 11th place for Simon. He'll be happy with that one, with James Seath behind him in 12th place. Lee Devonport, Alex Pearson, Jim Lee, Jordan Ashington, Cartwright Wilton and Heath with Pays and Belliossi. Giovanni Belliossi makes a racing return to Brands Hatch, and that's the last couple of weeks now across the line. We'll pause for a very quick commercial break and a little glass of water in the commentary point, and we'll hand back to Alan Hyde in the studio.
You're listening to BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship, live from every round of British Superbikes.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Joining the Kawasaki family has never been easier thanks to Kawasaki K-Options Finance. With competitive finance rates available across the entire range from entry-level 125s to the superbike conquering Ninja ZX-10R, it's easy to find the perfect machine for your garage. Start tailoring your deal today at Kawasaki-calculator.co.uk. That's calculator with a K. Kawasaki Finance is a trading style of Black Horse Limited.
Let's stop there. Being a soldier, it's exciting. You already know that. What you want to know is, what's in it for me? I wanted to learn leadership skills from the experts.
I wanted to get paid to earn qualifications.
I wanted more confidence. And now look, I'm on the radio. That's what was in it for me.
Get skills, get qualified, get confident. Army, recruiting now, search Army jobs.
Live online at BritishSuperbike.com, on FM radio and live stream with TSL live timing on YouTube. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
And I'm optimistic that we can cross down to the pit lane and rejoin Larry Carter.
Well, Bobby Vary's putting the updated top on, as it were. The leathers are from last year with different sponsors to what he normally runs, but such is the budgets of it now that the new top has gone on. He's having a chat with Nicky Coates as they chew the fat between them. Enjoy that one then, boys, between you. Bobby, you just saw off a little bit of a concerted effort there towards the line.
Yeah, it was. I thought I pulled a bit more of a gap, but then I think there were 3 laps to go, and I seen his shadow going into Clearway. So yeah, it was a good race. Finally, I'm battling at front properly, you know.
Yeah, well, you had a tough start to the season, didn't you?
Yeah, I sure did. Yeah, I'm just glad it's not ending like that either.
Yeah. No, I'm sure it won't be. Well, there's Nicky Coates just having a chat with Josh Corner out there, and well, Nicky, we'll do our best to try and pull your front row here, because we don't have the best we don't have the best of records, do we? So you never know. Seeing as though you didn't win that one, you might have half a chance.
Yeah, no, it was a good race. Just really kind of was trying to line a move up towards the end, like a penultimate lap or the last lap, and I was struggling a couple of wee places that was just not allowing me to really get a clean pass on them. The heat races, you really have to finish them to be on the grid for tomorrow, really, at a decent position. So lost out 1 point to him there, so it's kind of get the finish, and it was a good race, so hopefully we're going to go one better tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And what's this about? You got the old girl back again, eh? You're back reunited with your beloved?
Yes, I had to hook out some tractor oil from the local farmer to get it in it, but she's all under par, and yeah, it's nice to be back on a bike that I'm used to riding.
Yeah, absolutely. Good luck in the race, Nicky. He's Josh Corner. I'll tell you what, can you do, Josh, I know that times are hard, mate, but can you put a battery in the transponder for next time, mate?
It actually fell off there. Someone very kindly brought it along.
Right, that explains it then.
So I didn't know what was going on there, but yeah, good race, and I was a bit disappointed to finish so far behind them. I felt like I had the pace to go, but I had a few moments. We've struggled with a bit of front grip all weekend. I don't know if I used a bit too much of that tyre yesterday, but once I lost the slipstream, again I had a few moments. I thought I definitely don't need to be going through the LCQ here. So
yeah, sensible approach, Josh.
Yeah.
Yeah, well done. Thanks very much for that. Yeah, well, there you go, Bobby Vary, and he's happy to get that victory. Nicky Coates and Josh Gordon just saying, look, it was important to finish that race, wasn't it? We don't want to go through the LCQ, last chance qualified tomorrow morning. So that's 3 into the ball draw when we do that a little bit later on. So see which 3 from this one, because have we got the 2 Smith threes in this one?
We have. We've got a good grid out here. What I have noticed in the grid, that Macy Preble doesn't have the gammy foot anymore, Larry.
We got into awful trouble for that.
Oh, we did, didn't you?
Yeah, gammy foot. on Instagram, Gammy Foot question mark.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Macy.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't had solicitors letters, to be honest.
Absolutely, but more importantly, it's how she picked up the injury. But she's just given Harley
and
a
it's
big high five.
Compounded by me calling her Curly as well, which that's a netball nickname apparently, so it's not one I've just invented.
You're doing a good job to almost insult Macy Preble.
Bring the lawyers on, that's what I say, don't
Brilliant stuff. But she's not got a moon boot on and she doesn't look like Bambi on ice anymore, so that's quite good. She'll be happy. The injury was sustained allegedly at netball. Alan Hyde doesn't agree with that. He saw it in the club, so he knows exactly what it was all about. They're away for the warm-up lap here with Barry Burrell, Bjorn Esterman, Christian Smith and Kieran Smith.
She wasn't in the same nightclub as us last night, was she?
I never saw Macy Preble in a nightclub.
Well, no, you were 3 sheets to the wind. We had to carry you home at 4 o'clock this morning. That's why. You never saw anything, pal.
I can't remember.
Listen, boys, when we go tonight, if we can be back at the hotel by at least 5 o'clock this morning, because we've got a busy day tomorrow.
Yes, we have.
We've got a very busy day, haven't we? It's usually Alan Hyde that gets out of control in a nightclub.
It's because he wants that 12-inch pizza, isn't he? And he always insists on having the special toppings that only Alan Hyde knows the secret recipe to.
Yeah, exactly. Enough of Heidi's home cooking. He's never actually cooked for us yet, though, has he, Larry?
I've never cooked.
You've never cooked?
No, I took him out for a meal at a Croft Test Day a few months ago, and
never paid.
Yeah, don't make that mistake that I did, mate, because you'll have to be doing the washing up, mate, in the restaurant if you take Heidi for a meal with him.
It's true.
Good grief.
I've got Laura down here absolutely wetted herself laughing, Heidi. She knows it's true.
She knows the truth.
It's not true. It's not true, Alan. He's a very, very generous man, and hopefully I have to sweet talk him because he's just fixed my cans, and I haven't had the bill off him yet.
That's all right. We're going to put an extra couple of zeros in that bill. Don't you worry, Larry. Right, let me give you the grid for Heat 2. It's another 8-lap race that we have here. Barry Burrell on pole position from Bjorn Esterman and Christian Smith. Kieran Smith's on row 2 with Rob McNeely and Harley Preble. Andrew Williams has David Grace and Aaron Dakin on the third row for company. And on the fourth row, we have Josh Smith, Luke Foreman and Harry Gower. Row 5 is Joe Carnell, Paul Barker and Jordan Bannon. The sixth row, Darren Fry, Alex Vela and Ben Ribicki. Darren Fry was in the meeting, then he withdrew from the meeting, then he got put back in the meeting, and he had actually quite a good run yesterday for good old Fire and Dry, the man behind the FS3 team with Nigel Snook. Chris Taylor, Andy Booth and Chris Duggan are on the 7th row of the grid. So I like what Josh Corner said to Larry Cart there. I don't need to push, make a mistake and go through the LCQ race. That's not what you want to do. But there's a few big hitters in this race, and I think, Larry, right in the middle of the grid, Bjorn Esterman could be a flying ointment for a lot of these riders.
Yeah, remember, he's a British Superbike Championship racer. Spent the last couple of seasons being the rider assistant to a certain Brad Binder. It's great to see Bjorky back.
It is. It's good to see Bjorn Esterman back in the mix of things. He looks great in his Alpine Star leathers as well. We're under starters order. Red lights on. Off they go down towards turn number 1. It's not the greatest start for Bjorn Esterman. In fact, it was a pretty terrible start for Bjorn Esterman, but it doesn't matter. He's never launched the bike properly on the grid before. As we watch them all going through turn number 1, it's Barry Burrell who leads from Kieran Smith, and then Christian Smith as they make their way up and in towards the crest of Druids. Bjorn Esterman trying to go around the outside. Oh, Rob McNeely has a big moment going through the heart of Druids. Sits himself up out the seat. Esterman lifts Christian Smith going through the heart of Graham Hill Bend. Gives Christian Smith just enough room to survive, and I like that because he never run him off the road. He knows he's here for a wild card, and Christian's got a championship. But Bjorn Esterman gets himself towards the sharp end. In third place, it's Barry Burrell, though, on the Halliwell Jones BMW. I can tell you right now, Larry Carter, that he will be racing at Oulton Park. It's the Halliwell Jones. That's their home round. So he was only ever meant to do one round at Oulton Park, but one's turned into 2, turned into 3, turned into 4. And we like that. So hopefully if he does well at Oulton Park, he might keep the championship going. It might do a good job for Halliwell Jones just to give him a little couple of extra shillings into the wallet to keep that rolling for Barry Burrell. As he goes through the heart of Sheen Curve, he's got a bit of an issue behind him, and it's Kieran Smith who really has come alive. Kieran Smith leads the championship as we come into Brands Hatch, and he's done that through having really good consistent runs, scoring points and being at the sharp end in every event. Over the bump before they come back into the Indy circuit, Barry Burrell leads the way from Kieran Smith. Look how wide Kieran Smith is, Alan. He's almost out.
Bit of a wobble as well.
A bit of a wobble. As Bjorn Esterman comes under pressure from Christian Smith. Christian Smith can't go through on Bjorn Esterman. Bjorky really strong on the brakes. We've seen him doing a little bit of helpful work with Katie Hann recently as well, as she rides in the WCR Championship. Bit of tuition along the way from Bjork Estimate. And Bjorn Estimate, got to say, interesting. So he's here, and also the #1 mechanic for Brad Binder, Mark Lloyd, is here as well, who goes by the name of Pupsan. So very interesting. That I wonder if Brad Binder will randomly show up tomorrow. That could be quite interesting. As Bjorn Estimate goes through into second place, lovely late braking overtaking manoeuvre.
We get Darryl here as well, make it a full family, eh?
Darren Binder, absolutely. Why not? We could have everybody here. Is that you putting an invite out across the internet for them, Larry? You're gonna cover the ticket sales.
Well, we've had Alan North here and everybody else, haven't we? It's a South African takeover today.
Absolutely. There's nothing wrong with that as well. As we watch Barry Burrow, then Bjorn Estimate, who's got a bit of heat behind them. Christian Smith has gone past.
Because they've got this battle for second place, that's playing into the hands of Barry Burrow.
It is, isn't it? Barry Burrow's just got his head down and going, Alan.
Yep.
And this is quite a big, fierce battle as well, because Kieran Smith's gone from 3rd back to 5th, or back to 4th actually. I can't count, it's that late in the day. But it'd be interesting because Bjorn Estimate, he's here for a one-off event. He's not in for the championship, so the other guys around him know he's taking points from them, but it's how much do they want to risk it to try and beat and pass them. The thing is, Bjorn Estimate may have the pace to try and catch up and get past Barry Burrell as Kieran Smith pulls out from his brother's slipstream. They're trying to go 3 wide in towards turn 1, but that's not going to work. They're going to trip over each other, and they do cost themselves a bit. Big move from Rob McNeely further down. McNeely sends it up the inside of Harley Preble. In fact, no, that was a full send from Rob McNeely. They're not sending it. It was a full send up the inside from a long way back, and he goes through on the Prebster. I did like the thing I saw on social media from Larry Carter, actually, when Harley was talking about a crash he had, and Larry said, "Is that some Preble dash?" I thought it was really quite clever for Larry. These things don't go missed, Larry Carter, when you put them on social media.
You'd never get away with that one.
Oh, so clever. I mean, that one's he's probably thought that one, just been waiting to use that on Harley Preble. But yeah, is that a bit of Preble dash in the bodywork there? As we watch Barry Burrell coming down towards the bottom of Hawthorne Hill. Bjorn Estimate now has up the inside Christian Smith, and he goes through. Christian Smith makes a good overtake on Bjorn Estimate. Oh, and then he rides off the track on the dirty Winter Street. Alan Hyde having kittens in the studio, because that's not what you want to do, Heidi.
Well, I don't know. Is this the ideal time to tap the back of your seat and say, let's work together?
We've not seen it yet, have we?
No, we haven't, no.
You may as well give it a shot, Christian Smith. You never know. The SCH Moto Prep by Batham's bike that Christian Smith's on, number 75. His brother's on the GP Titan Tech by Batham's bike. Now watch the replay. Watch the big screen, ladies and gentlemen. They're still working through Hawthorns. This is Christian Smith riding off the edge of the track at some 115, 20 miles an hour. I don't think that's a great idea, Alan Hyde.
No, got away with that.
I don't think that's a great idea at all, but a little bit of stonage and various other things back into the face of Bjorn Estimate. What that does do for Bjorn Estimate, it gets him a little bit riled up, because you don't want stones coming at you. I've had a stone off the knuckle when I was racing bikes before, and it really hurts, but I've also had a stone go through a radiator as Smith goes up the inside of Estimate and lifts Estimate up. This is starting to get a little bit fruity, shall we say, in this battle, as Kieran Smith now wants to get involved. It's 2 against 1 here, I feel. Bjorn Estimate's got the might of the Smith twins up against him, and this is absolutely falling into the hands of Barry Burrow. We're correct. As we look back to see Rob McNeely still ahead of Harley Preble with Aaron Dakin, Andrew Williams, Davy Grace all together. Then a bit of a gap back to 10th place, Jordan Bannon. But Alan Hyde picked it up earlier on, and he reported that was a bit close going in towards Hawthorne. I just saw
it was a bit, wasn't it?
I had to stall myself in the commentary box because I saw Bjorn Estimate duck his shoulder underneath the handlebar of Christian Smith. The thing is, we're standing at the side thinking, but as you know, riders will say, when you're actually on the bike, Bradley Peary, it's all nice and calm and controlled. You're in a nice area. It's all peaceful. You've got the earplugs in. Everything's dulled down, but that still was looking a little bit close there for comfort. And Bjorn Estimate, former British Superbike racer, as Larry Carter so rightfully said, he will be in his comfort zone right now around the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. Is that a fly or a wasp, Alan? You okay there?
Tried to go in my ear.
Maybe a space invader if it got in there, then, wouldn't it? Yeah.
It would.
There you go.
Very good.
A buzzy insect trying to go inside Heidi's head. There goes Barry Burrell across the line. Then we've got this big battle as Bjorn Estimate and Christian Smith. They're going to have to watch. They're starting to get a little bit too close for comfort. I don't know if you're watching a screen. I don't know if you can see this, Larry, but it's starting to get a little bit on the UR side.
Yeah, I am. And what's going through my mind is the thoughts of Nicky Coates and Josh Corner saying we must get to the end of this. We don't want to have to go through the last chance qualifier. He doesn't give a damn, doesn't Bjorky Estimate. He's in it to try and win it. He's not going to do that as long as Baz Burrell's 1.5 seconds up the road. But yeah, the two Smith twins just need to be a bit careful. Don't need to be tripping up in this one.
They
are
be
1-2 in the championship, aren't they? So
they certainly are.
They certainly don't need to be dropping any points here.
No, and for the fact of losing a point to Bjorn Estimate, it's not a problem. He's here for one event only, as Christian Smith now goes through on Bjorn Estimate in towards turn Hawthorns. The funniest thing ever, Alan Hyde trying to shoo a fly out of the commentary box. I think that was a wasp, if I'm not mistaken. So it's a good job Heidi got the wasp out from the commentary box. Yeah.
Yes.
Good job, Alan. Thank you very much for that. As we keep our eyes firmly on this battle that's happening on the track, making its way up towards Sheen Curve. It's now Christian Smith ahead of Bjorn Estimate, but that's second and third. Barry Burrell still with a 1.7 second lead at the sharp end. And we'll need to actually just keep our focus on that, because this could be quite interesting for Barry Burrell. Who knows? Are they going to actually catch back up to Burrell and take him towards the end of the race? Time will tell, that's for sure, as we make our way towards the start-finish line. And here they come once again across the line in towards turn number 1. We see them all going. The Smith twins separate Bjorn Estimate. One goes one side, one goes the other side. And they all head down over the crest of Paddy Kilbane. I've got to say, I expected a bigger gap for Barry Burrell. That 1.7 has come down to 1.4. Now, Barry Burrell yesterday, Larry, this is key. He'd done a good 13, 14 laps of qualifying to try and get Nicky Coates. He put a lot of laps on that tyre that's on this bike. Nicky Coates did 3 or 4 laps in qualifying and parked it. So he saved a lot of tyre rubber, because your qualifying tyre you have to start the first race on. Very interesting to see that. And the gap was 1.4 at the sharp end. It shows you the speed that the Smith twins and Bjorn Estimate are actually riding at. Even though they're having this ferocious battle, Al, they're actually still quite quick out there.
Really impressive, isn't it? Yeah, and on lap 6 out of 8, 2 to go at the end of this one. So, yeah, this is going to be a grandstand finish, isn't it? Albeit for second.
Albeit for second place. And who will take... This is the thing. There's 3 podium spots, and there's 3 guys going for 2 spots on the podium here, which will make it a little bit interesting. Both Smith twins want on the podium, and Bjorn Estimate would love to get on the podium. We've seen many riders come into this championship, many guest riders, and try and do this. We've seen Neil McKenzie, we've seen Troy Corsa, all put their hat in the ring and have a shot at this. Darren Fry as well coming back. The one exception to a guest rider was Kyle Reid and Storm Stacey. There's 2 exceptions, I suppose. But what we're seeing with Bjorn Estimate is another class rider coming back and having a good time in the F900R Cup. As they cross the line, the gap at the front goes back to... Well, it's come down 0.4 of a second on that, the last lap, as Estimate goes to the front. Can Estimate smell that they're catching back up towards Barry Burrell? Does he want to be there? Last lap round, 1:34.8 for Burrell. Fastest lap of the race for Christian Smith, 1:34.5. 1:34.6 for Estimate, 1:34.5 for Kieran Smith. Barry Burrell is in a bit of trouble here, or he's managing this race.
We've seen him before controlling these things, haven't we?
Cool as a cucumber, Burrell. I'm getting nervous for him.
Poor bloke should be doing a triathlon, never mind riding a BMW today, let's not forget.
That's very true. That's exactly what he was meant to be doing. But Barry Burrell, as again into the grass goes Christian Smith, and here comes Bjorn Estimate. Oh, that was a little bit close for comfort again. Those 2 guys not giving each other much racing room as we come through Hawthorns, lap 7 out of 8. They need to stop trying to tear lumps out of each other. They need to focus on catching Burrell as Christian Smith tries to go up the inside into Westfield, and then Kieran Smith wanted to go round the outside as they go down the dip at Dingle Dell in towards Sheen Curve. Second to last time through Sheen Curve over the crest. Look at the drive that Christian Smith gets alongside Bjorn Estimate, and through he goes. But even though they're tripping over each other, that gap still stays at a second up ahead. As we're about to come into clearaways for the last time of asking, this is getting a bit tight for second places again. Through and inside goes Bjorn Estimate. If Barry Burrell had wing mirrors, he would be seeing a fantastic race happening behind him. But as they cross the line, has that gap gone back out? The 1 second gap as they cross the line, yes, it's gone to 2 seconds. So the tripping over each other on that last lap really cost the guys battling for second place. And Barry Burrell, well, he put a personal best lap in as well, a 1:34.6. as they come up and in towards Druids. Smith up the inside of a very loose-looking Bjorn Estimate. He picks the bike up mid-corner because I think he thought Kieran Smith was underneath him as they come down to Graham Hill Bend. Out the back of our commentary box, 2nd, 3rd and 4th leave that corner and head along the Cooper Straight. We'll look to have a little bit further back down. It should be Harley Preble, the next man into that area. In fact, it's not. It's big Rob McNeely again. McNeely goes past Preble at the start of this lap. McNeely and Preble head along that bottom straight, and they've got Williams, Dakin and Grace for company as we get to Hawthorns, and we see Bjorn Estimate going to the sharp end, and you hear a little bit of quivering from the studio from Alan Hyde because that was a close one. Again, Estimate a bit defensive in towards Westfield. He needs to be, because Christian Smith wants this 2nd place so badly. I hope there's good tempers after this race in the park, the winners' enclosure. And I hope everybody's down there watching it with you, Larry, because here again comes Christian Smith up the inside into Stirling's, and through he goes. Can he hold the corner? Yes, he can. So it comes down to Bjorn Estimate to try and do something spectacular as they all head down on the wrong side of the track in towards, Kieran Smith round the outside of Bjorn Estimate. That was stunning. He saved his best till the very last, and he's hung Bjorn Estimate out to drive. Win for Barry Burrell. 2nd place across the line for Kieran Smith. Wow. Kieran Smith comes from 4th and takes 2nd place. The championship leader shows his true colours to take 2nd place out of Christian Smith and Bjorn Estimate. And it's going to be Harley Preble to the line. Harley Preble will take a good 5th place on the very wobbly 44 bike across the line. Preble from Williams, from McNeely, from Dakin and Grace. And here comes Luke Foreman taking 10th place in heat number 1. 13 of them will all go through from this heat. Joining them will be Bannon, Gower and Smith will all go through. Everybody else will go into the last chance qualifier tomorrow. But that was a fabulous not just last lap, the last corner, last couple of corners. Kieran Smith played an absolute blinder there. Not only did he get past Bjorn Estimate and really stall his progress, he then drafted his brother, little brother, I think it is, you correct me again, Larry, to the line and takes that very important point in the championship away from him. Kieran Smith, with a 5-point championship lead coming into Brands Hatch, will extend that ever so slightly over Christian Smith because he's just beaten him in heat number 2.
Proving that patience is a virtue.
Patience is a virtue, but it didn't look like he had much patience through that race, I've got to say. I don't think anybody had much patience. But I hope you enjoyed a bit of studio cam there. Alan's sitting just across the far side. We'll hit this button to go back onto the exit of Graham Hill Bend, and we will say that will be 6 bikes plus 2 others down there for Larry Carter to deal with and do the ball draw. And it's only 11 minutes past 6. Let's pause for a quick commercial break before we hand down to Scoop in the pit lane.
Live from British Superbikes, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as the official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. R&G's damage protection and accessories are used by countless riders and racers around the world. Thousands of applications for hundreds of bikes and are trusted by teams across the BSB paddock. R&G's Pro Engine case covers are now included in the FIM Quality Products Programme. Visit the R&G official technical centre in the paddock to get your protection today and find out more at rg-racing.com. So no matter what you ride with R&G, if you slip it or slide it, you'll still be able to pick it up and ride it.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
The Kawasaki Ninja ZX-10R, the most successful machine in world superbike history, gets a new look for 2026 with new aerodynamic winglets and a sharp, aggressive design. Built for those who rise to the challenge, the pinnacle of the Ninja family is built for champions, whether that's on track or on the road. Available from your local Kawasaki dealer now, so book a demo ride today and discover true adrenaline.
This is the sound of British Superbikes online and on FM radio. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
In the evening sunshine, I can see on the television pictures there's a very happy Barry Burrell.
The various totting up, Al, if
Certainly
you
can do, Larry, because the entertainment tonight, Foreigner's Journey, 8:30 on the stage in the Kentagon, ahead of the England versus France playoff for third place in the World Cup. All of that taking place, but I can tell you that when we go on air tomorrow, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, we get underway, and we'll have all the action for you on 88.3 FM. We get underway with warm-up for Pirelli British Sport Bikes first of all at 9 o'clock, 9:15. R&G Moto 4 British Cup, and then 9:30 tomorrow the Pirelli National Super Stocks. Their warm-up is at 9:30. 9:45 warm-up for the Quattro Group British Super Sports, and then warm-up for British Superbikes at 10 o'clock until 10 past 10. Final warm-up session is for the 1P Mobile Junior Sport Bikes, and then racing gets underway with the BMWs at 10:30 tomorrow. The grid is going to be dependent on the ball draw, and that's going to be with Larry.
The £20 notes have been handed round, and we've got our favourites now. Steve Plater's got to do his best to bring some chaos to proceedings down here. So let's get them out here then. What we do is the first number drawn out gets P6 on the grid, the second P5, P4, P3, P2. The last ball out of the hat gets pole position. That's the way the ball draw works. So let's get them out here then. The first number out from Steve Plater is number 97, Josh Corner on P6. Sorry about that one, Josh. P5, the middle of row 2 of the grid, goes to number 24, Kieran Smith. Lucky Kieran on that one. And P4, the inside of row number 2, is 75, his twin brother Christian. So that's 97, 24 and 75. P3, the outside of row number 1, goes the way of 65, Nicky Coates. He's on the front row of the grid. The middle of the front row of the grid, it's either Bobby Vary or Nicky Coe or Barry Burrell. 88, Bobby Vary, middle of the front row of the grid, which means after that comprehensive victory in race 1, he might be running a triathlon at some point in time, but he's here on pole position. Baz Burrell, well done Baz, congratulations. And then what we do is we just draw for priority for the heat, which finished 4th. It's either 77 James Ellison or 33 Bjorky Estimant, and it is Bjorn Estimant, so it's the second heat that starts the third row of the grid. And the pole position in the last chance qualifier. Have you got enough pockets there, Steve? No. The pole position in the last chance qualifier, it's either Alex Pearson or Joe Carnell. See which heat it is. And it is number 94, Alex Pearson, who gets that, and the draw rounded out by number 66, Joe Carnell. So that concludes the draw for the second round of the Emirates FA Cup. Ties will be played on the weekend of whatever. You know the script by now. Thanks to Steve for doing that. Thanks to Sam from TSL Timing for invigilating that, and to Richard Fothergill for administering the draw. So we go with the last chance qualifier first thing in the morning. Thereafter, we've got the main event a little bit later on. I'll just grab a very quick word with Baz Burrell. Downey, now you told me Porky's at Snetterton. You said I'm going to definitely won't be at Brands Hatch. Me and the wife have signed up for an ultra triathlon, and we won't be there and what have you. And then I took her out the entry list, and I got a proper rollicking for it. So why have you taken him out? He's definitely racing.
Yeah, well, to be honest, until Friday, I definitely wasn't. It's a hard one. It's like I said to you, I don't know if it was Eurosport or yesterday, like Brands Hatch GP track's like one of the best, well, if not the best in the UK. And if I got a chance to ride it, I thought, why not just come and do it? But the thing is, I'm just doing it for a bit of fun, just enjoy riding a bike and enjoy riding a track like this. And I'd love to come and do some other classes, but I haven't got. I could come and do this one by myself. I don't need any help, and have to rely on people for time work. So yeah, still really enjoy it, and yeah, hopefully we have another race tomorrow like we did at Snetterton.
Yeah, well, do it whilst you enjoy it, Baz. You know, you've got nothing to prove, mate. You've done everything. You raced in British Superbikes around the world in the box of Cook, so
I did ride. I did get a test on superbikes on Hawk bikes a couple of weeks ago, and I was up, and Steve was going to call us up, but put a third bike out there. But I'll have to work on them a bit more.
You never know. Charlie Nesbitt's on the sick list, mate. Do you fancy your chances at all? It's Halliwell Jones's Oakler out. You do a lot worse than put Baz Burrell on it. Well, that does conclude everything as far as we're concerned in pit lane here. Just a couple of thank yous. Thanks to you guys for doing a wonderful job up in the commentary box for various reasons that you know. So thanks.
Watching the football. May the best team win, and enjoy your evening. Anthems from Foreigner's Journey at 8:30 over in the Kentagon. In the meantime, to all of our online listeners and watchers on YouTube, have a very good evening, and we'll see you again tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Good night.
You're listening to BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki.